Chapter 71. Junja made arrangements for the 3 supreme-level Zhezhe, but after listening, one of them suddenly looked at Shinruo with some suspicion. Lord Junja, this human. After all, having witnessed such a powerful attack, they couldn't possibly believe that this human, even if harboring ill intentions, wouldn't be able to cause any trouble by Junja's side, could they? However, this did explain why Lord Junja had made some strange decisions since this human's appearance. Because Lord Junja only ever focused on strength, and this human clearly possessed strength that Lord Junja knew, but they didn't, which was why Lord Junja's behavior was so incomprehensible to them. If this human were a partner, his strength would be quite reliable, but if he harbored any ulterior motives, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous for Lord Junja to act alongside him? Junja was clearly indifferent to matters outside of cultivation, not that he couldn't understand what the elite guards were trying to say, but he didn't intend to explain his decision further. Do as I say. After they just finished retrieving the important parts of Archmage Shelet's relics, they chose one path at the fork in the road ahead to continue, while Junja chose the other. The native evil creatures here don't attack each other, but evil creatures like Archmage Shelet, who were later transformed, will attack other native evil creatures. Therefore, this area was very quiet before because the evil creatures here had been wiped out by the evil creatures transformed from Archmage Shelet. After passing the fork in the road, continuing forward, it was clear that this wasn't the direction Shelet had taken while searching for the stairs. The end of this path resembled a palace. It seemed this was the only path Junja and Shinruo had entered through, and the only way out was to turn back. A strangely shaped bed was covered by white curtains, and long hair cascaded from inside the bed to the floor. Faced with this bizarre scene, as if they had mistakenly entered a woman's palace, Junja's magical blade slashed through. A woman's scream rang out, followed by 8 invisible, side-like objects flying through the air. This was accompanied by laughter that clearly didn't belong to any righteous person. The reason it was invisible and side-shaped was because, although unseen, it was a colorless entity unlike any magical object in the air. Just as air and a vacuum are both formless, colorless, and odorless, they are distinct. The shape of the scythe was a sense that Shinruo perceived through his mental perception and intuitive judgment. After that, both he and Junja dodged the first round of attacks. After exchanging attacks, the bed curtains were reduced to shreds, and much of the hair had been cut into thin strands. Looking at the monster, its so-called face wasn't human, but a silver-white face with strange purple patterns and no facial features. It had no limbs, but 8 feet with side-like tips growing from its sides. The bed was no longer a bed, it had transformed into a huge, airtight net, behind which a passage could be vaguely seen. Having already slain the evil creature transformed from the Archmage Shelet, it seemed that Junja's efforts to handle the monsters here alone were slowing their progress. Shinruo didn't mind, participation was key. The evil creatures here used magic of different attributes. This particular creature used wind attribute magic and martial arts. That's right, an evil creature that could actually use martial arts. Its side-shaped, invisible attack was a kind of wind blade attack. However, this wind blade wasn't created by simply raising a finger like a mage, it was actually created by each of its 8 legs, which grew from its sides swinging once. Even the guardian deities in mythology only had 3 heads and 6 arms. This creature, an evil creature, had 8 arms. Shinruo's understanding of this world was still insufficient. In fact, there were many masters who could combine martial arts and magic in this way. For example, when humans use crystal weapons, the effects are basically a combination of martial arts and magic. Qi Junja's team, though only a step ahead, has already reached the held Grand Palace. Gao Wuzhizhi's light magic is also of this type. Although this evil creature's wind blades are invisible, the airflow changes before they strike. And without the bed curtain to conceal them, its movements allow for prediction of the wind blade's trajectory. While simultaneously watching its 8 side-like legs is quite dazzling, Shinruo has seen even more dazzling scenes. To achieve his level of visual acuity, he's done things like using acupuncture needles to physically eliminate mosquitoes, accurately piercing a 4-spotted ladybug among a swarm of flying ladybugs. "You have way too many feet," Shinruo muttered to herself, flicking her dagger in the gap between her dodges. The dagger flew with lightning speed, the evil creature had no time to react, and the blade pierced diagonally through one of its feet. After slicing through one of the evil creature's feet, the dagger continued its momentum, drawing a beautiful arc forward. Even though Shinruo seemed to have thrown it casually, the dagger possessed the power to cut through iron like mud. A large gash was torn in the net behind the evil creature, and the dagger's blade embedded itself diagonally in the ground. Only then did the evil creature let out its first real, genuine scream of agony. A black line appeared on its foot first, Then it struck, and a black, foul-smelling liquid splattered out. Because of this, its attack paused for a moment. Junja's strength was such that this brief pause was enough for him to unleash a barrage of magical light blades. Shinruo, who had been watching this unfold, was already experiencing visual fatigue and thought Junja must suffer from some kind of energy deficiency phobia. Was his mana potion enough? Regardless of the mana potion's availability, Junja certainly had enough light magic density to kill the evil creature before him. After the evil creature died, Junja unusually remarked, "This was a near spirit level upright spider. See if you have anything you want." Suddenly, it felt like the loot distribution after defeating a boss in an ancient online game. Unfortunately, the biggest difference between reality and games is that after the evil creatures died, their ugly appearance, along with the flying slime caused by Shinruo's physical attacks, turned the place into a truly appalling scene. Although Junja unleashed a barrage of magical blades, the wounds his magic cuts likely burned away the opponent's tissue. So, while Junja inflicted significant damage each time, the unpleasant scene was caused by Shinruo's dagger. Fortunately, Shinruo's dagger was fast enough that the evil creature only began to bleed after landing, leaving the dagger still gleaming and unstained by any of the unsettling monster's blood. Without quest items, Shinruo didn't particularly want anything. He had already obtained one of only 3-star spirit gems on the entire continent, making his trip to the Hell Grand Palace worthwhile. Besides, seeing the legendary places of this continent was more to his liking than collecting quest items, wasn't it? So Shinruo shook his head. "I don't want anything. You didn't take what Archmage had on you. Without your help, we couldn't get past him unscathed," Junja added. Shinruo had already taken it, but he wasn't planning to reveal his identity yet. He simply replied, "If there's anything else I want, I ask." Hearing this, Junja didn't insist. He took out several other elemental magic items from his storage space, and began to process the spider and some other items. Shinruo was very interested in this process, and watched intently. Shinruo watched as Junja used a water elemental crystal to clean the spiderwebs, then used a wind elemental crystal comb to comb them through, turning them into a spool of silk that he stored in his storage bracelet. He then saw Junja burn the entire evil creature to powder using a fire elemental spray gun, and then use a special bottle with a wind elemental crystal to rotate the bottom, creating a powerful suction that cleaned up all the powder on the ground. Although Junja's temperament seemed very strange to Shinruo, unpredictable, prone to violence, and always restricting others' freedom to obtain the energy of the water flame lotus, Shinruo's thirst for knowledge briefly prevailed. Of course, Shinruo admitted that after learning about the rarity of the water flame lotus, he could understand that it might indeed be worth Junja's actions, but that didn't mean he understood it. However, he now put aside his inner thoughts about Junja, because Junja now seemed to be a normal, harmless person, and Shinruo was genuinely curious about the purpose of the powder. "What's the use of collecting these?" Shinruo sincerely asked. "You ask one question, then I ask one." Junja only wanted to know more than Shinruo. "Oh, okay." Shinruo walked over, picked up the dagger from the ground, and put it back into his storage bracelet. Junja glanced at Shinruo's actions. A crystal weapon had been used by Shinruo, as if it were an ordinary dagger. At most, it was a specially sharp dagger, heavily forged, and made of high-quality metal. This spider silk is an excellent material for magic robes, and it also has a certain degree of defensive power. A magic robe made from it would be at least epic quality. Junja explained the uses of spider silk. However, he immediately felt his explanation was unconvincing, because the spider web had just been sliced open by Shinruo with a single dagger strike, not intentionally, but casually, as he was cutting through it after slicing the spider. This spider web could withstand a full-force sword strike from a high-level Zhuzh warrior, yet Shinruo sliced it open so easily, and Shinruo was a human. What level of martial arts skill is this? However, Junja didn't dwell on the question further, but instead explained the use of the spider powder. This spider powder is a raw material used in a first aid potion, a legendary level potion. Shinruo nodded repeatedly. It seems that to obtain items here, one needs relevant knowledge. Junja recalled the information Wenja had brought back about Shinruo wanting to become a naturalist, which he considered unreliable, and didn't say much, only reminding Shinruo, "Now it's my turn to ask you." Chapter 72. Junja's question made Shinruo deeply realize that the intelligent life on this continent was truly devoid of originality. The same question had initially been of greatest concern to Long Wei, then to Huanlia, and now Junja was trying to exchange questions for questions, starting with the same one. How did you do that? Although the preceding scenarios were knocking out the demon, defeating Huanlia with the puzzle pieces, and Shinruo wasn't really sure which scenario Junja was referring to. Which thing are you asking about? One thing at a time. Shinruo didn't intend to combine Junja's earlier answer about the functions of spider silk and spider powder into a single, comprehensive answer. Although the principles behind his attack on Junja by the pool, the dagger to Shielet, and the dagger to the spider were similar, the details were still different. Separating them can be considered a three-way exchange problem, so why not? If this conversation were overheard by Junja's palace official, they would surely point out that Shinruo was incredibly unscrupulous and shameless. However, Junja's palace official wasn't present. Junja simply thought for a moment, and finally uttered three words. Shielet. Shinruo and Junja had already left the room where the spider was, and they were talking as they walked. Shielet, huh? Shinruo thought for a moment, feeling that Junja was quite selective. In fact, of the three things, the conditions he required for Shielet were actually more demanding. Actually, without you, it would have been very difficult for me to do it myself. At the time, you were engaged in attack and defense, so Shielet had a weakness, and besides, he had become an evil creature. I suspect his intelligence had decreased. Although I haven't had much contact with spirit rank beings on the continent, I think there must be more variations within the spirit rank system. That's just my guess. His attack pattern probably involves using the aura of different beings to distinguish the level of threat and the priority level to deal with. So I first concealed my own aura. You should be able to do that too, right? With your presence so strong, I'm negligible in the perception of the intellectually challenged Shielet. Then I focused my attention here. At this point, Shinruo pointed to his eyes. With sufficient concentration and practice, our eyes can see more than we think. Through this, I found the rhythm of the aura changes around his body, and then, with extremely fast speed, I plunged the dagger into his body at the point that disrupted the aura change, thus rendering him unable to attack. In reality, Shinruo didn't achieve a one-hit kill. What truly killed the evil creature Shielet had transformed into was Junja's finishing blow. That sounds like an unsolvable martial technique. When it comes to the topic of cultivation, Junja is quite forthcoming. No, I used a similar trick in the puzzle card competition at the Tower of Eternity before, but I also told the champion, Wanlia, that in a life-or-death duel, I know at least 20 to 30 ways to counter my own method. Shinruo didn't mind admitting that his combination of techniques wasn't invincible, but he didn't need to share how to counter it. Junja clearly knew that such matters were probably best left unsaid. Even if he could only ask one question, or even two, he wouldn't ask. Knowing full well he wouldn't get an answer, Junja didn't hesitate. He took out his communication crystal and sent a message to his palace official. I need Shinruo, the human from the palace earlier. His information on the competition in the Tower of Eternity. If you have the video, just send it over. While clearing out the evil creatures and finding a place to rest, Junja watched the video footage of Shinruo's puzzle game. In the Tower of Eternity, such video transmissions only transmit the video, not the audio. The synchronized audio and video Shinruo saw in the Tower of Eternity was because audio transmission devices were used simultaneously. Junja's video receiving crystal was clearly not this type of device. The image displayed on the crystal was incomplete. However, this didn't stop Junja from watching the entire competition right in front of Shinruo. Afterwards, he commented, "A very exciting competition." Then he leaned against the stone wall, closed his eyes, and didn't care what Shinruo thought after receiving his comment. Shinruo shook his head, and also closed his eyes to meditate and regulate his breathing. Based on the day-night cycle, this was their 20th day since leaving the surface. Although the evil creatures along the way wouldn't regenerate after being cleared, and the sensory markers allowed them to find the shortest and fastest route back, much faster than going downwards, it still took time nonetheless. They were still wandering around the 4th underground level, unable to find any stairs leading down. Shinruo now understood why. Even powerful beings might need to form teams at deeper levels. Even disregarding special beings like Shielet, each evil creature on the 4th level required time to clear, and Junja's rest periods had noticeably increased in length and frequency. While clearing monsters is still a task, the energy expenditure is vastly different from the previous levels. What used to be possible to rest for only 1 or 2 hours a day on the 1st and 2nd levels is no longer feasible on the 4th level. Shinruo also expends energy, but compared to Junja's light magic output, his energy expenditure is essentially supporting Junja. During this time, Shinruo encountered all sorts of evil creatures, a bizarre upside-down flower with arms and legs and a flower-shaped head, and a frog-like monster that danced while playing a flute. If you disregard their extremely unfriendly greetings to outsiders, ice rain spray and pollen attacks, Shinruo would find them quite novel and interesting. Unfortunately, their aggression is too strong. However, according to Junja, the crystals and powders produced by these evil creatures are materials that can be used to craft even the worst epic level items. Without Junja, Shinruo wouldn't have been able to reach the 4th level on his own. Shinruo is acutely aware of this. In this way, the energy he gave Junja's water flame lotus had already been used on a one-time, immediate basis. As for Junja's impolite behavior, Shinruo figured he could consider it a guide fee for the Helter Grand Palace. As for the Star Spirit Gem, that was an extra bonus. Shinruo wasn't sure if he should consider it a favor he owed Junja, given his lack of experience in interpersonal relationships. The content of books always differ significantly from reality. On such detailed matters, Shinruo was beginning to experience the frustration of how rigid knowledge couldn't provide guidance. However, Shinruo didn't dwell on this matter. He only considered it for a short while before putting it out of his mind. There's an old Eastern proverb that goes something like, "The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge." 5 days later, Junja and Shinruo finally arrived at the 5th underground level of the Helter Palace. The stairs to this 5th level led directly to a magnificent underground hall. The hall was somewhat similar to the entrance on the 1st floor, with 3 entrances in each of the 3 directions. However, each entrance here was topped with a different stone statue. These stone statues looked like the upper half of a monster's head, making the entrance resemble the gaping maw of a giant beast. Upon entering, the light in the air underwent a very strange change. The light here was hazy and gray. The day and night cycles on the Dust Sand continent also involved changes in light, a result of the manifestation of light and dark elements within the special particles in the air. Even when the light element was most strongly manifested, the dark element was still present. This was somewhat like the dominant or recessive expression of genes. The gene existed, but whether it was expressed or not. Although this analogy wasn't perfect, it was the only way Shinruo could understand it. This is why, when he infused the light element crystal with his true energy, the instant it shattered produced an effect that made Hera dazzle. Because the light element crystal's brief burst of light element energy involved no dark element interaction, its brightness was completely different from normal sky light. And the light on the 5th underground level had a very strange grayness. It wasn't the alternating light and dark light produced by changes in sky color, but rather a peculiar, hazy feeling. Shinruo hadn't experienced the Industrial Revolution on his home planet Earth. In fact, when smog shrouded cities during that era, the light was probably somewhat similar to the light here. However, because Shinruo hadn't experienced it, he couldn't find a suitable description of the light here from his own knowledge. He only felt that the light and atmosphere were very uncomfortable. The air here has a kind of unpleasant impurity. Junja frowned, a rare occurrence. Race with elemental power within them can resist the corrosive effects of this impurity. Humans don't have elemental power talent. What do humans usually do in this situation? Shinruo asked, seeking an answer. Junja shook his head. They have special clothing and masks for filtering impurities, but their effectiveness is limited. I have a spare projection map with sensory markers. Why don't you go back to camp first? However, Shinruo didn't immediately accept his suggestion. Does having elemental power within them count as the water elemental power of the water flame lotus? But judging from how Junja usually uses light elemental power, races with such talent should be able to continuously convert elemental power related to particles in the air into their bodies, completing a natural mana replenishment. Their elemental power should naturally be evenly distributed throughout their body's meridians, if they even have meridians. The body also has pores, so Junja mentioned clothing in addition to a mask. The water elemental power of the water flame lotus is only used for circulating energy throughout the body. If the meridians have been restored, there is almost no consumption. When restoring her meridians earlier, Shinruo felt the water flame lotus's energy being consumed, but very slowly. After all, compared to Junja's elaborate displays of power, the water flame lotus was only used to repair her meridians, so the consumption was naturally pitifully small. Judging from Junja's need for the water flame lotus's energy, and considering the huge commotion caused by merely attempting to circulate fire elemental energy, the water flame lotus's energy should at least be able to support the needs of some large-scale magic. Using it to resist the invasion of impurities means that the water flame lotus's energy must be constantly circulating throughout the body. This isn't difficult. Ancient Eastern metaphysical cultivation methods often involve training that requires the continuous circulation of true qi. Shinruo ultimately declined Junja's offer. I want to try going further. Chapter 73. Junja didn't refute Shinruo's idea. He simply looked at Shinruo for a moment, and then offered a rather unreasonable suggestion. It seems we still have an agreement regarding the energy of the water flame lotus. Shinru sighed. He actually wanted to remind Junja that he had only promised to try his best to make the water flame lotus absorbable, not to make a vow or establish an unbreakable contract. However, now wasn't the right time to remind Junja this. Shinru could only say, if I really reach the point where I'm being eroded by impurities, and on the verge of death, I will transfer the remaining energy of the water flame lotus to you all at once. In a way, Junja would benefit. Surely this answer would satisfy him. However, Junja didn't seem relieved or relaxed. He just frowned and looked at Shinru again, finally nodding somewhat reluctantly. This was what Shinru didn't understand about Junja. Shinru was already a strong person recognized by Junja, and he certainly didn't want someone he recognized to perish here in such an inexplicable way. Even if he couldn't return to the surface in time for the sealing of the great underground palace of Hurt, or if he burned out his own radiance in a battle with some powerful evil creature, it would still be more acceptable to Junja than to die from air pollution that he knew would corrode him. However, he ultimately agreed to Shinru's idea because he would give due respect to those he respected as strong. Shinru, however, was unaware of Junja's reason, as Junja only showed concern for the whereabouts of the water flame lotus's energy. If Shinru knew Junja's true thoughts, he would probably change his opinion of him. However, Shinru felt he had successfully negotiated with Junja, so he used his true energy to guide the water flame lotus and his dantian into his meridians, and then, in a state of true energy circulation, entered the 5th underground level. Junja didn't say anything more, chose one of the entrances, and went straight in. The vastness of the Hurt Grand Palace meant that it was impossible to explore every passage to its fullest extent. For some reason, Junja had a feeling that Shinru's steps had become lighter after entering the 5th underground level. This wasn't an illusion. While walking in a state of true energy circulation, Shinru unconsciously incorporated the lightness technique from ancient martial arts. When practiced to a high level, this footwork could allow one to wade across rivers on a single reed and leave no trace in the snow. It could even traverse mountains and valleys, seemingly slow, but in reality, it could outpace even those running. Previously, Junja's pace had been somewhat adjusted to accommodate Shinru's human stride, actually moving at a slower speed than his own normal pace. However, he now felt himself unconsciously accelerating, yet he hadn't managed to leave Shinru behind. What was going on? Could it be that the impurities in the air, instead of harming his body, were actually enhancing his strength? Junja's confusion about Shinru deepened. Historically, Eastern humans had consumed poisonous crops. Regardless of whether these crops shortened their lifespan, it was quite possible that they made Eastern humans less susceptible to the corrosive effects of such impurities. Starting from the 5th level, humanoid evil creatures appeared. Calling them humanoid isn't entirely accurate, it's merely a descriptive term used by Shinru due to the limitations of her knowledge. After all, the Zhezhe and Hishi races on the Dust Sand continent, aside from their physique and markings, are quite similar to humans in appearance. According to the customs of the Dust Sand continent, calling these evil creatures Zhezhe, Hishi, or even humanoid wouldn't be entirely wrong. Relatively speaking, they are more like Zhezhe and Hishi. At least in terms of physique, these evil creatures don't appear significantly smaller than Shinru when placed next to Zhezhe or Hishi. These humanoid evil creatures have dark purple skin and gray pupils. Although humanoid, they are not beautiful. The first two creatures even appeared in pairs, and their genders were clearly distinguishable. However, these evil creatures have another characteristic. Even though they are humanoid, their attack methods are still derived from parts of their own bodies. However, the one among the two evil creatures before them, who appeared to be female, possessed a rather troublesome weapon. It was retractable fingernails, and even if severed by Junja's light blade, new ones would continuously grow back. Moreover, these fingernails had a wide range of uses. Sometimes they could detach and shoot out rapidly, like bullets or hidden weapons. Sometimes they could transform into grappling hooks for close combat, and sometimes they could lengthen to the length of a sword, their sudden extension catching opponents off guard. Faced with this absurd attack method, and the dazzling display of flying fingernails, Junja's relentless attacks were clearly evenly matched with his opponent, but the male on the other side was not idle either. The height difference, however, makes it incredibly uncomfortable to launch attacks according to one's own habits. In Shinru's past martial arts worldview, there were strong, tall Westerners, but when it came to skilled fighters, even specially trained white people were at most 2 meters tall. Moreover, 2 meters tall and muscular isn't actually the most suitable physique for martial arts. But the beings on the Dust Sand continent are just that unreasonable. Magic doesn't have casting delays, and their physiques aren't theoretically the most suitable for martial arts, yet they can jump and move with agility. And this thing suddenly feels like a game character. It even has a party immunity. In fact, for some unknown reason, the evil creatures in the Hell Grand Palace, unless they are outsiders like Shilit, who have been corrupted and transformed, have no effect on each other. For example, this female evil creature's fingernails fly around wildly, without any consideration for whether those fingernails will cause any damage to her companions. But Shinruo was different. If he wanted to join the battle, simply dodging the female evil creature's claws wouldn't be enough, he also had to dodge Junja's light blades. Fighting in melee between two ranged attacks? It felt like he wouldn't have enough lives. Should he also fight from a distance? Even though Junja had given Shinruo a slingshot, it didn't seem to be of much help in this situation, because the attacks were incredibly dense. If Shinruo didn't participate in the attack, the male creature opposite him wouldn't. He deployed a black magic shield, bracing himself against Junja's dense, light blades with a powerful and rapid leaping charge. The monster's explosive power was immense. After this leaping charge, it had already reached Junja. It intended to directly ram Junja with its magical shield, and the impact of such a collision was no joke. However, using Shinruo's dagger to block this massive shield was simply futile. Fortunately, Junja wasn't on guard at the moment, allowing Shinruo to sidestep and draw Junja's sword with a backhand stroke. The length was rather awkward. However, although awkward, it was enough to block the opponent's charging attack. Shinruo drew the sword with his left hand, holding it diagonally in front of him, while simultaneously gripping the lower part of the hilt with his right hand. The sound of sword and shield clashing rang out, and Shinruo took a half step back with his right foot. True energy flowed into his arm and right foot, and his half step actually left a mark on the stone ground. Even if Shinruo were to withstand such a terrifying impact head-on, it would be a struggle. His half step was a movement to absorb the force while ensuring he wasn't knocked over. Fortunately, the opponent's impact was strong, but their agility was low. While Shinruo felt a slight numbness in his arm as he received the attack, the opponent also jumped back slightly. This small distance created by the retreat blocked part of Junja and the female evil creature's vision. The dense ranged attacks thus dispersed slightly, although Junja's attacks would decrease, while the opponent, under immunity to attacks, wouldn't. Amidst the flying nails, the female evil creature's nails continued to fly at high speed, and she used this brief lull in Junja's attacks to propel herself forward. This was a transition from ranged to melee combat. Clearly, they believed Junja was purely ranged, and that a two-person melee attack would be better suited to deal with the intruder. Taking advantage of the opening, Shinruo tossed the sword back to Junja. If Junja couldn't catch it, he had to consider how to fight two opponents at once. The communication barrier between Junja and Shinruo stemmed from their differing experiences in social interactions. Junja didn't need to pay attention to or fawn over anyone outside his brother's circle whom he considered irrelevant to cultivation, while Shinruo lacked any practical experience in this area. However, in terms of combat instinct, one was a powerful being from his own world, while the other was a near-spirit level being from the Dust Sand continent. Even with different races, logic, and habits, their combat languages didn't hinder mutual understanding. It was like two mathematicians who couldn't speak the same language. If they couldn't communicate verbally, they could write down formulas, draw geometric figures, and use mathematical language to make each other understand. Therefore, Junja caught the sword Shinruo threw without any trouble and parried it when the opponent's magical shield transformed into a halberd. Unlike Shinruo, Junja didn't have this disadvantage in physique or strength. Although he was more skilled in ranged magic, he hadn't neglected his physical training. Of course, someone like Shusha, who cultivates towards the Archmage path, whose technique of fusing magical attacks into his swordplay while using weapons, is far inferior to someone like Gao Wuzhizhe. This inferiority doesn't refer to the difference between Gao Wuzhizhe being a spirit rank cultivator and Jun Shi being a near spirit rank cultivator, but rather that even before Gao Wuzhizhe crossed over from the near spirit rank to the spirit rank, Jun Shi would still be inferior in close combat. This combination of martial arts and magic, while lacking the ranged, concentrated attack effect of a light blade, is highly versatile, integrating offense and defense, and can achieve ranged effects. However, this ranged effect is a more powerful and concentrated form of attack. To use Shinruo's limited knowledge as an analogy, this is roughly the difference between a machine gun and a sniper rifle, two ancient firearms. By Shinruo's time, this type of weapon no longer existed. Weapons banned on their home planet Earth were the mainstream of that era. However, now was not the right time to evaluate or understand Junja's magic. Shinruo wasn't actually thinking about such things. He had already gripped his dagger and, with incredible speed, deflected the dense barrage of flying fingernails. A cacophony of clanging fingernails and daggers filled the air. Amidst this noise, the female evil creature thrust her palm at Shinruo. The distance between them instantly closed by her suddenly lengthened fingernails. However, as if anticipating this, Shinruo tilted his head, and the fingernails grazed his neck. Then, the female evil creature didn't follow up for a moment. Shinruo found it troublesome to dodge 2 ranged attacks and then close in, but now one ranged attack had ceased, and another was right in front of him. If he couldn't sever her hands with 2 strikes, he'd be wasting this opportunity that had been delivered to his doorstep. The female evil creature, now without her hands, let out a scream. Having lost her strongest attack, her vulnerability, fueled by her emotions, became even more apparent. Shinruo gave her no further chances. He had clearly observed her vital points during this time. He plunged a dagger into her vital point, and the female evil creature collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming lifeless. Chapter 74. The female evil creature had been dealt with, and Shinruo had just breathed a sigh of relief when she realized something was amiss. The male evil creature seemed to have been shaken by the female's fall, its entire body emitting a purple light and trembling violently. Taking advantage of this opening, Junja naturally struck at it with several sword strikes, but the creature seemed to have been enhanced in some way, and Junja's sword couldn't even wound it. Then, the evil creature's body seemed to inflate, becoming even more robust, and it even possessed fingernail weapons. What kind of strange way is this where a fallen ally gains enchantment? This sudden change made it immediately difficult for Junja to cope. However, Shinruo didn't immediately join the battle. Firstly, in this exchange of blows, while Junja's sword style was unfamiliar to Shinruo, it was still a set of sword techniques. After a series of attacks and defenses against the male evil creature, Junja was slightly at a disadvantage. However, Junja's moves were highly fluid, and if Shinruo were to intervene diagonally, it was uncertain whether she would be helping him or disrupting his formation. Secondly, using her visual observation, Shinruo hadn't found any weaknesses or openings in this male evil creature's energy channels during this time. From Shinruo's perspective, Junja's close combat skills were still somewhat lacking. Find an opening, you retreat, I advance. This evil creature's bursts of power couldn't be endless. If they were, then even faster attacks would be needed to force an opening in the flow of its energy. This was originally a move Shinruo planned to use during her duel with Junja by the pool, intended to force out an opening in Junja's aura. However, when Junja saw Shinruo dodge the barrage of light magic blades, his breathing changed for a split second. As a result, Shinruo succeeded in striking without using her backup plan. Now, she wanted to try this method on an evil creature. Junja knew his melee skills were inferior to his ranged magic, so he found an opening and slightly withdrew. Just as the evil creature was about to close in on Junja's retreat, Shinruo stabbed the back of its hand with her dagger. In such intense combat, unless it was through dual sword fusion or regular practice, the effect of 2 against 1 was not simply 1 plus 1 equals 2, but rather 1 plus 1 was less than 1. Therefore, as soon as Shinruo took control of the fight, Junja withdrew from the battle. Shinruo's first move was a strange technique that Junja had never seen before. This is not surprising. Eastern and Western martial arts are different, let alone the culture of the Dust Sand continent, which is fundamentally different from that of their home planet Earth. The close combat martial arts of the Zhizha of the Dust Sand continent are still techniques combined with magic. For example, when thrusting a sword, the goal is to combine light magic with the same force exerted by the sword, concentrating it in one point and activating the magic at the same moment the sword is thrust, forming a powerful piercing magic that extends from the sword. How far it can pierce depends on the martial artist's individual magical strength and control. He can make this magic pierce a relatively short distance, but infuse it with sufficient elemental power, thus creating a powerful penetrating effect. For example, if this stab were delivered by Gao Wuxia, even a dragon of the spirit rank like Long Wei's father would be pierced through without powerful magic covering its body. Even with powerful magic covering the body, injury isn't guaranteed, because the opponent has concentrated all their elemental power into a single point, while the elemental power covering the body protects an area. Breaking through an area with a single point makes the point stronger. Shinruo's movement technique comes from ancient Eastern martial arts from his home planet Earth. This martial art emphasizes learning from nature, so his movements are sometimes like a serpent, sometimes like an ape. However, he is suppressing his opponent's fastest possible speed, repeatedly forcing them to dodge with his dagger. In reality, to break through this defense, Shinruo would need to infuse his dagger with true energy. The amount of true energy he infuses into his dagger with his current sustained attacks is incomparable to what he used to achieve with a single, decisive blow. However, the intimidation he generated when he took down the female evil creature, and his deliberate restraint in maintaining a speed that made it impossible for her to completely evade, meant that the male evil creature would still choose to dodge, even if it could barely manage. Shinrua could certainly be faster, but if he were, and his opponent realized that the damage from his dagger slash wasn't that significant, they might adopt a different tactic. For example, they could use their powerful bodies to absorb the dagger's piercing force, then tense their muscles to grip the dagger, thus disrupting Shinrua's attack rhythm. This is one of the 20 to 30 methods Shinrua mentioned knowing to counter him and defeat him. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to use his precise judgment of the opponent's speed limit, based on his observations of Junja and the evil creature's exchange of blows, to maintain his own pace and engage in offense and defense. This way, as long as the opponent wasn't injured, it would still need to dodge. In this situation, the opponent's energy expenditure would be greater than the energy expenditure of forcibly taking his attacks, because the monster was constantly attacking and defending at its limit. And once the opponent's rhythm changed within this continuous limit speed, its weak point, its energy gate, would be exposed to Shinrua's perception. As Shinrua had expected, under such extreme conditions, the male evil creature's surrounding airflow changed during a sidestep dodge, and almost simultaneously, Shinrua changed his speed. He could have been faster before, but that speed was only most appropriate at this moment. The dagger pierced through the male evil creature's neck, and the creature let out a muffled groan, seemingly unable to scream because the dagger had pierced its throat, and simply collapsed to the ground. Shinrua pulled out his dagger. This time, the monster's purple slime didn't splatter, instead, it flowed down the wound and onto the ground. Watching Junja begin cleaning up the battlefield, Shinrua found a corner against the wall and sat down. Killing two monsters of this type was no small feat for him. In Junja's eyes, in terms of martial arts skills, Shinrua was completely unrelated to the notion of humans being weak. However, Shinrua himself still clearly understood and accepted the notion of humans being weak. However, in Eastern philosophy, weakness is never synonymous with a lack of opportunity. Everything has its most suitable place, and weakness, if handled well, can also be a form of strength. In ancient times, a seemingly weak woman like Shishir could potentially destroy a nation. A powerful military machine, like the Qin dynasty, could also perish after only 2 generations. In Shinrua's eyes, strength and weakness are never absolute. In martial arts, victory or defeat depends only on timing, methods, and objectives. Just like when he was fighting this evil creature, he was constantly calculating and seeking strategic success, which in itself indicated that his direct strength and intensity were inferior to the opponent's. Of course, this might incidentally give people like Long Wei and Junja the impression that he was overestimating his opponent. But Long Wei and Junja's feelings were not within the scope of Shinrua's consideration when defeating the monster. Junja always highly valued those who excelled in cultivation. The fact that Shinrua had managed to kill the evil creature despite his own close combat skills being clearly inferior to a deeply troubled Junja. Even while processing the monster remains to transform them into raw materials for legendary items, Junja couldn't help but keep glancing at Shinrua out of the corner of his eye. However, Shinrua simply sat cross-legged in the corner in that incomprehensible posture, appearing as a weak, pale-faced, frail Eastern human. If Junja didn't know that Shinrua wasn't acting, after all, his strength had already been fully demonstrated, he would have genuinely suspected that Shinrua had some peculiar penchant for feigning weakness. However, from the first time he met Shinrua, he had mostly looked like this. Sometimes he would appear slightly better, but most of the time he looked pale and malnourished. Shinrua's physique, which was quite good on his home planet Earth, was completely out of proportion compared to the humans on the Dust Sand continent. Shinrua felt Junja sit down beside him. He had completed a full cycle of true chi circulation, and after consuming a small amount of water elemental energy from the water flame lotus, he felt slightly better. Junja saw him open his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and handed Shinrua the energy replenishing medicine he had been drinking. Would you like to try it? This kind of energy replenishing medicine was very expensive. Humans didn't have elemental power, and couldn't use magic. It was said that some human warriors had drunk it, but it only made their physical strength recover faster, a huge waste. Therefore, virtually no human would carry such a bottle with them. Shinrua didn't think Junja would want to kill him at this moment. Although Junja had clearly harbored murderous intent towards him before, that intent had obviously vanished now. Regardless of whether Shinrua of the Water Flame Lotus intended to hand over the remaining energy, or whether Junja had any reservations. They were currently teammates. Shinruo didn't hesitate, taking the medicine bottle and drinking it. To avoid any mistakes, Shinruo, who was already sitting cross-legged in a meditative posture, closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. This time, he directly entered a meditative state and began to internally observe the state of his meridians. The true qi in his dantian quickly became abundant after drinking the medicine, and even the remaining petals of the water flame lotus appeared fuller during his internal observation. The remaining traces of fire elemental energy also became slightly more active. Everything else was alright, except for this fire elemental energy. It was just so hard to control. Fortunately, Shinruo had already guided most of the fire elemental energy out of his body. He didn't think it was a good thing to circulate fire elemental energy through his meridians, like splitting flower petals in a place like the Hell Grand Palace. After confirming through internal observation that there shouldn't be any problems, Shinruo tried circulating his true qi again. This time, due to the activity of the fire elemental energy, the water elemental energy no longer circulated through his body at a comfortable temperature, but was slightly hot. However, it was still within Shinruo's tolerance range. No matter how Shinruo maintained his true qi circulation, the special impurities in the air were always present. So even with the help of water elemental energy, some impurities still entered his body through his breath and pores. But now, with his true qi circulating, and water and fire coexisting, these impurities were unexpectedly expelled from his body. Chapter 75. Shinruo felt good about himself, as he was thriving in his internal energy circulation, though the heat from the elemental force was a bit high. However, he completely disregarded Junja's perception. To Junja, Shinruo's condition seemed rather strange. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Shinruo's body. Junja had already witnessed this when Shinruo channeled the energy of the water flame lotus into him. But back then, the sweat was pink and had a bloody smell, clearly indicating some kind of bleeding as the energy left his body. Now, the fine beads of sweat were gray. Looking at the surrounding gray air, Junja easily drew a conclusion. Although he knew this was impurities leaving Shinruo's body with the sweat, Junja genuinely couldn't understand how Shinruo had done it. However, Shinruo always sat cross-legged in this strange and uncomfortable posture in Junja's eyes during these situations. Was there something he had overlooked? Could this strange posture really hold some secret? Junja was seriously pondering how Shinruo's cultivation was conducted, and he didn't stop thinking even after Shinruo opened his eyes again, because understanding it was simply too difficult for him. Ugh, damn it, I'm so dirty. Shinruo had been so engrossed in meditating and circulating her energy that she hadn't considered the feeling and consequences of being covered in grime after expelling impurities. Now, emerging from her meditative state, she realized how extremely uncomfortable she was. Junja was pulled back to reality by Shinruo's annoyed voice, and came up with a solution. I have a way. Hearing Junja say he had a way, Shinruo was very happy. Huh? You have a way? However, Junja's way came with conditions. Well, but you have to answer a few questions. How many exactly? Too many wouldn't do. 2 or 3, I guess. Junja stated his terms, which Shinruo found acceptable, so she nodded in agreement. Then, Junja used a water elemental magic item meant for washing monster corpses to thoroughly drench Shinruo, then took out a wind and fire elemental magic item and blew it vigorously at her. Simply and brutally, he washed her clothes and her, then dried her. Shinruo felt like she had turned into the spider silk that Junja had washed earlier, and she felt terrible. Fortunately, she felt refreshed after drying off. Ask away any questions you have, Shinruo said to Junja, straightening her clothes. That sitting posture, what does it have to do with cultivation? Junja finally asked the question that concerned him most, because he realized that he probably couldn't figure it out on his own. You could say it exists, or you could say it doesn't. Shinruo answered the question readily. You could think of it as a cultivation routine. There are many kinds of routines, but the most important thing is that it reminds you to enter a state of cultivation. Seeing that Junja seemed to be thinking, Shinruo offered another angle that was easier for him to understand. Is there anything you always do when you cultivate? Junja did indeed have something to do, so he answered honestly. Every time I cultivate, I do the basic exercises I initially learned to strengthen my body. This is rare even for those who chose to become archmages like Zhizhe or Hishi. While they also continuously strengthen their physiques, they don't follow Junja's rigid approach. You can think of this posture as just doing your basic training every time, Shinruo explained. Because once you reach a certain level in cultivation, whether you use a specific posture or not has little to do with the training itself, it's just a habit. Junja understood Shinrua's explanation. In other words, Shinrua might have used this posture to achieve some basic goals in his initial cultivation, but this posture had no necessary connection to his current achievements. It's like saying there are warriors who do their basic training every day, but very few of them reach the near-spirit rank. Therefore, Junja's concern about Shinrua's posture doesn't actually help him understand how Shinrua reached his current strength. Anything else? Shinrua asked again, seeing that Junja seemed to understand. If he remembered correctly, Junja had said he had 2 or 3 questions. Junja actually had some questions about Shinrua's martial arts skills, but after thinking for a while, he ultimately asked a different question. This, he pointed to his neck, with your strength, you should be able to remove it yourself, right? Shinrua was taken aback. He hadn't expected Junja to ask about the metal ring around his neck. This was a compromise reached by both sides after Junja was worried about not being able to extract the energy from the water flame lotus, and Shinrua had refused the prison cell. You saw right through me. At this point, Shinrua had no more excuses. He extended his left index finger and thumb, gripped the top and bottom of the metal ring, channeled his inner energy, and squeezed hard, creating a notch in the ring. He repeated the process with his right hand, and the metal ring fell to the stone ground with a crisp sound. Why? Junja didn't understand. This why actually implied many things. Shinrua wasn't entirely clueless about what Junja meant by why, and the answer wasn't difficult. At first, it wasn't possible, but later it was easier this way. This sentence might be confusing to someone else, but Junja understood. Connecting the dots, everything becomes clear. The initial inability, thinking back to their first encounter at the inn, Junja could roughly understand the reason. Shinrua hadn't gone to that deep pool for the water flame lotus. According to him, it was an accident. He simply didn't believe it, because it was too coincidental, and the water flame lotus was far too precious. But upon closer reflection, it became clear that Shinrua hadn't displayed any elemental talent, indicating he wasn't truly human, not the illusion clan, as he claimed. In that case, from a human cultivation perspective, the water flame lotus shouldn't have been a treasure humans would care about in the first place. In the Help Palace, Shinrua might have shown interest in collecting certain items, but that was all. As for why the water flame lotus had suddenly disappeared and entered Shinrua's body, Junja had a bold, yet somewhat frightening, guess. That was Shinrua, a spirit rank cultivator. Spirit rank cultivators could directly absorb and transform the water flame lotus. This was recorded in historical documents about the water flame lotus. However, even for spirit rank cultivators, the absorption of the water flame lotus wasn't always smooth. This was because the water flame lotus's properties were too unique. Due to elemental incompatibility, even spirit rank cultivators dared not easily absorb all of its energy at once. They would use specialized magical tools to collect and preserve the water flame lotus, then gradually absorb and transform it. Shinrua's situation was likely because he was a spirit rank cultivator completely ignorant of the water flame lotus. Therefore, without realizing the consequences, he absorbed the water flame lotus's energy into his body, but couldn't transform it for his own use. The reason he couldn't transform it into his elemental power could be due to his human bloodline's inability to use elemental power, or it could be an uncontrollable consequence of him directly absorbing all of the water flame lotus's energy into his body at once. But regardless of the reason, it all points to one possibility. Shinrua hadn't anticipated or prepared for this. Therefore, he certainly wasn't trying to steal the water flame lotus, nor was he trying to intercept Junja. The reason he said this was simpler was because even if Shinrua told Junja he would try to extract the water flame lotus's energy for him, there was no basis for trust between them. If he removed the metal ring when Shinrua was able to, the transaction would fall through. I'm sorry. Junja rarely apologized. Given his esteemed status, this was practically an unheard of occurrence in his more than 20 years of life experience. No need. Now that things were out in the open, Shinrua didn't intend to hide his thoughts any longer. Because I don't plan to give away the remaining energy of the water flame lotus. Contrary to Shinrua's expectations, he thought Junja would be angry, but Junja was quite calm. Actually, the most important function of the water flame lotus for me is to allow elemental forces other than light elemental force to appear within me, allowing me to understand the different applications of different elemental forces in magic. Repeatedly obtaining it is just to repeatedly experience this process, giving myself more opportunities to understand. My mentor told me that grasping the key to this will give me a chance to transcend the spirit rank. However, Junja paused for a moment after saying this. He had previously guessed that Shinrua was at the spirit rank, so shouldn't Shinrua be able to understand the use of elemental forces? He still had a portion of the water flame lotus's energy remaining within him, So why hadn't Shinruo used magic? Could it be that his guess was wrong? But Shinruo, with his human body, had indeed demonstrated combat power no less than his own. If they were at the same level, then a human couldn't possibly reach Junja's strength. Junja thought he had figured out one problem, but more new questions arose. However, this was the 5th underground level of the Helter Palace. They couldn't rest and chat endlessly here. Shinruo, however, became curious upon hearing his words. So how's your leap going? Shinruo asked. Not yet. I initially succeeded in applying fire magic once with my mentor's help, but after that, I couldn't succeed no matter how hard I tried. I came to the palace to cultivate, Junja replied. Oh, Shinruo responded, and then fell silent. Junja had expected her to have some insights or opinions on leaping to the spirit rank, but since Shinruo truly had no intention of continuing, Junja was slightly disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and continued deeper into the Helter Palace. Because he suddenly realized that when he usually talked with the other Zhezhas, they probably also hoped he would elaborate further, but he never cared about such things. Chapter 76. Without the psychological barrier of having to hide anything and run away at any moment, Shinruo became a little more talkative along the way. After all, he actually had many questions he wanted to ask, but previously Junja hadn't been a suitable person to consult. So once the silence was broken, and Shinruo realized he wasn't under the constant threat of Junja suddenly wanting to kill him, the questions he had wanted to ask for a long time were brought up one after another. What's the highest level other people have ever reached in this underground palace? As for humans, a band of thieves once reached the 4th level. Shinruo actually wanted to ask what the highest level beings on the Dust Sand continent had reached, but because he had always lived on his home planet Earth, he used human as the subject, and Junja immediately assumed his question was within the scope of questions about humans. However, Shinruo's quick wit was more than enough for a conversation with Junja. How many levels had the other races reached? The record says 7. Hearing this, Shinruo muttered, that's a pity. I think this dungeon probably ends at around 8 levels. Why? Maybe it's because I think the gods are obsessed with the number 8. Shinruo offered a reason that wasn't really a reason. However, a voice other than his and Junja's rang in his ears. No, it's 9 levels. Huh? Shinruo stopped and looked around. The voice was too close, and Junja probably didn't hear it, because he noticed Shinruo's unusual behavior. What's wrong? Is there an evil creature? I'm in your storage earring. Don't look. Don't worry, he can't hear you. The voice rang in Shinruo's ears again. Shinruo first responded to Junja, no, I must have misheard. Someone with Shinruo's strength could mishear a voice here? Junja was a little puzzled, but he checked around and found no evil creatures in the passage. The voice rang in Shinruo's ears again after they continued forward. I can't come out, nor can I help you in any way, but this should be within the rules. I can take you to the 9th level. With your abilities, you should have enough time. With my guidance, you won't waste time on the way. The 9th level is a souvenir. There was indeed life in the earring. A chick hatched from the egg. What was the connection between this chick and this dungeon? Even drawing a map wouldn't help. Wouldn't the dungeon's layout change every time it opened? Why could this chick guide the way? When the chick ran into his earring, he was still in the Valley of the Undying. He couldn't have foreseen this turn of events. So, his arrival here couldn't be the work of this chick. But why did this fledgling suddenly speak after arriving here? Shinruo couldn't figure it out, but he really wanted to see the bottom of the underground palace. However, since no one else had ever reached the lowest level, so many powerful beings in the history of the Dust Sand continent had failed, he hadn't held out much hope of success. But this fledgling actually told him that it could reach the deepest level, and he always felt that the gods were obsessed with the number 8, so how come this mysterious underground palace had 9 levels? However, Shinruo couldn't possibly converse with the fledgling bird in front of Junja, so she could only proceed through the 5th underground level of the Helter Palace with her questions. After saying this, the fledgling bird fell silent again, until Shinruo and Junja defeated yet another evil creature in a hall, at which point it spoke again. Take the 2nd passage on the right. So, watching Junja finish clearing his things, Shinruo stepped into the 2nd passage on the right ahead of him. Junja had been walking in front the whole time, and Shinruo hadn't chosen a path along the way. However, Junja didn't really care about this, because if he were to choose, he would simply be picking any of the passages available to continue downwards. His original plan was indeed that if they continued to a place where they couldn't defeat the evil creatures there, he would communicate with Gao Wuzhe, who had entered later, to see if it would be suitable for them to meet up and continue downwards as a team. After all, there weren't many teams on the continent that simultaneously had spirit rank and near spirit rank members, and if they went together, the probability of reaching further down would be much higher. However, that's not necessarily true. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand in the Eternal Tower of the Dust and Sand Continent refers to 10 spirit rank beings within this organization. But these 10 spirit rank beings cannot leave simultaneously to come to the Hell Grand Underground Palace together, and they don't usually stay in the Eternal Tower. The Underground Palace has time restrictions. Even if they want to enter, they can only enter from the nearest location. However, once they reach the deeper levels, if they meet, forming a team is much easier than with other beings who have designs on each other. In the current situation, Junja has contacted the other Zhizhas above the Underground Palace. He and Shinruo are progressing much faster than the Gao Wuzhizhas. Although Gao Wuzha arrived later, the others were already on the 3rd level when he arrived. He had obtained the sensor map and used the shortest route to reach the 3rd underground level. This saved him some time, and during that period, his progress was roughly the same as Junja's. A few days after Junja and Shinruo reached the 5th underground level, he also arrived. However, because the downward stairs after the 4th level were not easily found, he searched for the stairs in a different direction than Junja, and they did not take the same route to the 5th level. Below the 5th level, only Junja and Gao Wuzha were traveling in Qingze Kingdom. The elite of Zhuzha's guards no longer had the ability to explore the 5th level. Therefore, if Junja wanted to reunite with Gao Wuzha, both of them had to return to the 4th level. Their routes on the 5th level did not seem to intersect at the moment. Junja had not seen any road signs left by Gao Wuzha, and Gao Wuzha had not seen any left by Junja either. Returning to the 4th level now would be a waste of time. It's already the 37th day since the opening of the Helt Underground Palace. With their food, water, and other supplies, if they return to the 4th level and regroup for the 5th, they'd likely be stuck there for the rest of the dungeon. The real challenge of the Helt Underground Palace begins on the 6th level. On this level, it's impossible to pass without a spirit rank member in the team. However, Junja still can't see through Shinruo, and can't be sure if she's a spirit rank member. As for close combat skills, it's easy for him to admit that Shinruo is stronger than him. He's always been very pragmatic when it comes to cultivation. However, the distinction between the spirit rank and the near spirit rank lies not in the level of martial arts skills, but in whether one has entered the realm of understanding the laws. Junja himself is not at the spirit rank, so naturally he cannot use spirit rank methods to determine whether another being is at the spirit rank. However, in Junja's view, Shinruo only chose one path, and was incredibly lucky. She hadn't gone far before the downward stairs appeared. Go down. If there's no spirit rank member in your group, it will be difficult to continue to the 6th level, Junja reminded Shinruo. Shinruo had seen information about the ranks of beings in the encyclopedia and had asked Long Wei about this, so she knew that the spirit rank was the strongest rank on the Dust Sand Continent. However, Shinruo didn't have a real sense of who was stronger above the spirit rank. This roughly means that the strength of beings above the spirit rank can only be known through their own battles, but since they don't fight, there's no concept of a strength ranking on the Dust Sand Continent. Shinruo truly hadn't researched this. But now, Junja seemed a little hesitant, though his next words made Shinruo understand his hesitation. So you're a spirit rank? Shinruo genuinely couldn't answer this question, because he didn't know how the ranking system of the Dust Sand Continent was based. Strength? In terms of martial arts, he should be able to defeat Junja, but Junja's strength was clearly focused on ranged magic. He himself was practically a mage without elemental power, let alone magical abilities. Under these circumstances, how should his strength be calculated? Shinruo truly had no clue. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shinruo decided to tell the truth. Actually, I don't know either. Junja hadn't expected Shinruo's answer, but before he could question it, Shinruo continued, explaining the reason he didn't know. Before leaving home, I had never trained outside. My family. Well, how should I put it? I lived alone. Being alone meant he had no way of knowing his own strength. It sounded like a strange yet reasonable answer. The strange part was why Shinruo would live alone. After all, humans on the Dust Sand Continent lived in communities. Furthermore, if he lived alone, what about his parents? How would they ensure their basic needs? But the reasonable part was why a strong person like Shinruo hadn't become a human warrior and distinguished himself on the continent, and why he lived alone. A human facing all the possibilities on the continent certainly required considerable strength. And in that case, it made sense that he didn't know the extent of his own strength. What kind of living environment could allow a human to reach Shinruo's level of strength at his age? Junja couldn't help but compare his own strength with Shinruo's. Shinruo looked to be only about 20 years old, like a member of the Zhizha clan, while a human with the appearance of a 20-year-old was actually only about 10 years old. However, the other's martial arts skills were actually superior to his own. Even though Junja's main strength lay in ranged attacks using light magic, this realization still bothered him greatly. Seeing that his words had silenced Junja, Shinru assumed he was considering safety and didn't intend to continue, so he spoke again. Actually, whether we can pass or not, needing a spirit rank is just history, a legend. How will we know if we don't try? If it really doesn't work, we can always escape, right? There are some one-time methods. Shinru and Junja were once again thinking on completely different levels. Shinru's statement that she could escape meant that escaping was easier than winning, only those at the spirit rank could pass. If it were truly impossible to pass without being at the spirit rank, and she wasn't at that rank, then running away should still be possible. Junja, however, was thinking about the threat to his life. For this trip to the Helter Palace, he had also taken some extremely powerful, one-time use magical items from the Qingzi Kingdom's treasury, the kind Shinru knew she definitely couldn't afford in the Eternal Tower. Chapter 77. The 6th underground level of the Held Grand Palace. The beings here don't seem like evil creatures. Their eyes are cold, devoid of any organic quality. But their appearance is no longer ugly. If Shinru were to describe it, how would she put it? Like artificial intelligence? The creatures' gazes toward Shinru or Junja are devoid of any emotion. Their voices are like a kind of lament. Travelers attempting to venture into the depths of the palace. After saying this, they fall silent. However, if you attempt to pass, it will launch a cold and indifferent attack. Regarding the last point about attacking, Shinru and Junja haven't tested it yet. This conclusion is based solely on documents left by spirit rank beings who returned from the depths in the past. They might not be life. Shinru looked at the creature that appeared before her, seemingly wearing the complete collection outfit from the game, with hair matching the outfit, and made this deduction after it spoke that specific language to Shinru and Junja. Because of this statement, according to Junja's description of the documents, other beings who came here in the past also express similar sentiments. It's a mechanism that prevents them from attacking if we don't attack or try to pass, Shinru offered her opinion, combining Junja's information. It feels as if they're here simply to complete a task of blocking our way, reciting predetermined lines. Shinru wasn't sure if artificial intelligence existed in this world, but this feeling seemed like a pre-programmed sequence. Or perhaps, there's another possibility. These are puppets preordained by God, operating according to predetermined laws. So, is the God the programmer, and this dungeon a game within a game of the God's game? But why do those beings on the higher levels seem more alive, although they are evil beings, and don't seem to possess much intelligence? They shouldn't be life. Junja surprisingly affirmed Shinru's statement. They should be some kind of earth spirit. This is a species term from the Dust Sand continent, outside Shinru's knowledge, so he could only remain silent. Unexpectedly, the fledgling bird in the earring provided an explanation to Shinru. They are actually the essence condensed from the earth element. They are aimless, but the will left by the god in this place is to prevent travelers from reaching the last level, so they unconsciously carry out this will. Seemingly sensing that Shinru might question its words, the fledgling bird added, "This is an explanation you can get by looking up an encyclopedia. I saw you couldn't look it up right now, so I did it for you." No, even stranger, this fledgling bird can even look up an encyclopedia. Once we leave here, I won't be able to talk to you anymore. Even if you call me, I won't answer. The fledgling bird was still muttering to itself. Shinru thought, what Golden Horn and Silver Horn King? Would you dare answer if I called you? This is such an old trope. I can't do anything outside the rules. The reason I can talk to you now is because on this path, only telling you the contents of the encyclopedia and taking you to the 9th level is within the bounds of the rules. After saying this, the voice stopped. Up to this point, this underground palace gave Shinru a fantastical feeling for the first time. The essence condensed from the Earth's elemental energy. Then its attack power must be Earth elemental magic, right? Why can't anyone below the spirit rank pass? While Shinru was still pondering, Junja had already decided to try it himself. The light blade struck the Earth spirit opposite him, causing it to dissipate into scattered Earth elemental particles, which then reformed. Even the words were repeated, a traveler attempting to venture into the depths of the underground palace. As Junja tried to move forward, Earth elemental particles enveloped him, seemingly about to solidify into an earthen wall. An earthen wall that would swallow Junja whole. Junja abruptly retreated, and the Earth elemental particles ceased solidifying. How did the opponent determine that Junja was moving forward? Did Junja's consciousness alert them? If passing through unconsciously, in a near-invisible manner, was possible, Then how did spirit rank individuals pass without using this method? Shinrua tried to pass through using his method of considering himself one with his surroundings. The earth elemental particles solidified much more slowly than when Junja walked past, but they still recognized Shinrua. If there's a sphere of influence, wouldn't it be easy to break through by simply passing through at sufficient speed? However, there's an inherent contradiction between changing one's sense of time to move quickly, becoming one with one's surroundings, and consciously eliminating the thought of exploration. Achieving both simultaneously is far more difficult than achieving either one alone. How do spirit rank individuals pass through here? Is it mentioned in the literature? Shinrua asked. The literature doesn't say, but spirit rank individuals possess an ability that non-spirit rank individuals, no matter how much they improve, do not have. Junja told Shinrua, that means you can influence air particles. That means preventing the earth element in the air from appearing and condensing? This seems too difficult for Shinrua, who has absolutely no experience or knowledge of elemental power. However, Shinrua feels he has seen and felt changes in air particles somewhere before. He recalled a spirit-level being he had encountered, Longwei's father, the king of soldiers, He-Shi. The oppressive aura Longwei's father exuded when they met. If viewed from Earth, this ability would seem like altering gravity. But he actually achieved this by changing the flow and mass of certain particles in the air, right? How did he deal with it back then? He treated the particles outside his body as extensions of his true energy, circulating the energy around him, and within his body through the flow of his true energy, thus making the relationship between the particles altered by Longwei's father and himself like that between the deep sea and a submarine. Is this a way to prevent the particles around her from condensing? But this would only allow her to pass through, making it impossible to eliminate the earth spirit and allow Junja to continue. Although Shinrua and Junja's acquaintance wasn't exactly pleasant, they come to understand each other better over time. Aside from misunderstandings, Junja is a reliable source of information regarding cultivation and weapons/medicines for increasing strength. If possible, Shinrua is willing to help Junja if he wants to continue exploring. However, if there's no better solution, she have to let Junja turn back. Shinrua is still very curious about what the souvenir on the final level is. The guiding light had even been delivered to his door, though its purpose was unclear and somewhat suspicious. However, Shinrua possessed an adventurous nature, so it was hard to say whether the voice in the earring was exploiting him for this reason. If so, Shinrua had to admit that the voice certainly knew how to manipulate him. Why was it that you could cross the spirit rank by using the energy of the water flame lotus? Why don't you try using the water flame lotus's energy to see if you can get through here? Shinrua suggested. But Junja knew that this was probably impossible. Not only had he not succeeded a second time in using fire magic, but even if he had, he would only have crossed the threshold of understanding the spirit rank, not truly becoming a spirit rank cultivator. No, Junja said, even if I successfully used fire magic, I still couldn't get through using that. Speaking of which, how did you manage to use light magic? Shinrua humbly inquired. The light element in the air particles will continuously accumulate on our bodies as our strength increases, manifesting as patterns. Junja had no problem communicating with powerful individuals about cultivation. You can think of the patterns as our pools of light magic. Shinrua recalled the magic circle he chose when forging his battle spear. So your patterns are actually a natural magic circle that can convert light elements from the air, while He-Shi's patterns are a magic circle that converts dark elements. Then he's really sick. The last sentence was directed at the king of soldiers, He-Shi. A race that can naturally convert dark elements actually feels pain at midnight. If this isn't a disease, then theoretically Junja should also feel pain at noon. But Junja didn't. Clearly, this was the problem with the elite soldier He-Shi. Junja didn't care about the final tangent in Shinrua's words, but nodded in agreement with her analysis. Shinrua pondered for a moment, then said to Junja, then you shouldn't be like this. Since you can convert light elements from the air yourself, don't you already know how to influence particles? Although not all methods, allowing light elements from particles to enter your body, isn't that a form of influence? Junja had discussed related issues with the Grand Magister of Light, so this question wasn't difficult for him to answer. It's precisely because you're already in that situation that it's hard to understand how you do it. It's too natural, like how we're born knowing how to breathe. You don't consciously perceive how you breathe. That's why I need the energy of the water flame lotus to help me understand this. Shinrua's view differed from the Grand Magister of Light. No, think about it. We're born knowing how to breathe. Do you think we're truly unaware of our own breathing? We can not only feel our own breath, but we can even control it. Many cultivation methods are related to breathing. In fact, Developing the relationship between breathing and cultivation to its pinnacle is a technology specific to Earth. The training system on the dust sand continent, while including breathing training, primarily focuses on ensuring the breath doesn't become disordered during body tempering. Breathing training like Shinruo's, which influences physical performance, doesn't exist on the dust sand continent. However, even training to prevent disordered breathing is still breathing training. The important thing is that Junja understands it. Shinruo had thought about it more and more and realized she had discovered a blind spot. You should start by focusing on yourself. How does the light element transform into your body, and after you apply light element magic, how does it reintegrate into the air? You're just too focused on the effects of application, thinking that simply experiencing it is meaningless. You want to demonstrate the power of magic, not magic itself. When you can condense a ball of light, you think about using it to light up the night or turning it into a weapon, but you haven't considered that I just want to see it return to the air. Chapter 78. Although Shinruo and the Grand Archmage of Light had different views, their understanding of how to reach the spirit rank was equally sound. The Grand Archmage of Light's guidance wasn't wrong, but their experience in transitioning to the spirit rank came after they had reached the pinnacle of their light elemental application, and over many years, they had gained a general understanding of other magical applications through analogy. From then on, they understood the relationship of elemental transformation in the air. However, this understanding stemmed from their own profound, albeit unconscious, understanding of the transformation of light elements in the air. That's why they often needed a certain age to reach the spirit rank, and why they believed Junja would definitely reach it in the future. However, to reach it earlier, they needed the help of external forces. The water flame lotus was that force that helped him gain that general understanding earlier. Junja's magical application skills were already quite strong among those near the spirit rank. He simply lacked the time for gradual accumulation and breakthrough. The powerful races on the dust sand continent, because of their immense talent, have forgotten to care for themselves, forgotten to consider the possibility of finding breakthroughs in seemingly insignificant things. This forgetting is like their belief that breathing is innate, therefore they cannot contemplate how to breathe. Shinruo gave Junja a suggestion. You could try condensing a ball of light first, just letting it slowly dissipate in the air. Junja had never imagined that he would accept guidance from a human who knew absolutely no magic. But strangely enough, because the other party's theory sounded so reasonable, he was convinced. Condensing a sphere of light into Junja was only the first step. Imagine it as an extension of your patterns, letting it flow along your fingers. Keep the light elements within your body constantly supplying it, allowing it to slowly replenish itself while simultaneously dissipating. Shinruo observed Junja's actions and provided guidance. This consumption was simple for Junja. But the next step was the truly difficult part. Let the dissipated portion return to your body, forming a closed loop. This involved unconsciously transforming and absorbing the light energy from the patterns on his body, controlling the light energy as it left his body, became an extension of it, and then, through absorption, stretched its shape into a loop. As time passed, the light element energy in Junja's hand gradually merged into the air, and was then stripped away again. Junja finally slowly found the rhythm of this change. It's taking a while, Shinruo said, glancing at the sky. Just getting Junja to find this rhythm had already taken a whole day. The opening hours of the Hell Grand Palace were limited. However, Junja has only just touched the threshold, and is currently highly motivated to continue cultivating, with the intention of staying here until he has no choice but to leave. Moreover, at his current level, he still has a long way to go to overcome the obstacle of the Earth Spirit. I feel like I'm starting to touch the threshold of the spirit rank. This is my biggest gain from coming here. Actually, whether I continue to move forward or not isn't that important, Junja said. Junja's original plan was simply to come to the 6th underground level, and use it for practical combat to improve his skills. The 7th level, in his view, was a place that could only be reached by a team of 3 or more dust and sand 10 masters. But I still want to go down, Shinruo said, looking at Junja. Actually, if it were just me, I think I could get there. Having the theoretical guidance to use magic, Junja no longer doubted Shinruo's ability. However, since she had just shown him a trick, he couldn't completely disregard her. So Junja suggested, how about I continue cultivating here and wait for you? Coming up with such an absurd excuse was probably characteristic of a cultivation fanatic like Junja. Why don't you give me the spare map with the sensory markers? Wouldn't it be more effective to cultivate on the ground than here? Shinruo found Junja's idea quite perplexing. What kind of reward do you want? Junja's words were increasingly veering in a direction Shinruo couldn't understand. What kind of repayment? No matter what, you helped me a lot, and crossing the spirit rank and touching the threshold is something that only a mentor would easily mention to other beings. We're probably not even friends yet. So, I should at least express my gratitude, right? So, after all this time, cultivating here while he returns from the underground palace is how I express my thanks? Shinruo found Junja's idea of expressing gratitude quite peculiar. However, if we're talking about repaying a debt, Shinruo did have something she hoped Junja could do. Actually, if you want to express your gratitude, just don't tell anyone about what happened to me. After saying this, Shinruo was silent for a moment before speaking again. I don't want to attract the attention of other beings. That's certainly achievable. Junja didn't ask Shinruo why. His inquisitive nature and desire to get to the bottom of things weren't part of him. But this doesn't count as repayment. Then consider it a favor you owe me. Shinruo checked her remaining food and water. I suggest you go back to the surface first. Backup map. Junja took out a map with route-generating markers from his storage bracelet and gave it to Shinruo. Just as Shinruo was about to take it, she suddenly turned around and looked at the other end of one of the passages. Someone, no, to be precise, she, revealed himself at the bend in the passage. The king of soldiers, she. The king of soldiers, she, hadn't come to the Hell Grand Palace alone, but after reaching the 6th floor, it would have been a waste of time for his fellow soldiers to travel with him. So, only he was still continuing forward. In fact, their encounter with the king of soldiers, she, here was both unexpected and somewhat logical. The Hell Grand Palace has more than one entrance. Theoretically, only those with the same or similar entrances would meet underground. Shinruo last saw the king of soldiers, she, in the Valley of the Undying. Shortly after leaving the valley, she arrived in the Qingzi Kingdom. Judging from the map, the Qingzi Kingdom and the Valley of the Undying are not far apart. And since the king of soldiers, she, went to the nearest entrance he could access after the Great Palace opened, it was clearly not a place impossibly far away on the map. Perhaps due to an innate racial instinct, Junja instantly entered battle mode, his entire body tense. The king of soldiers, she, was also on alert. He had vaguely heard the sounds coming from afar. Since the earth spirits here wouldn't attack proactively, and Shinruo's attention was focused on Junja's cultivation, she hadn't bothered to alter her hearing. With a focused mind, king of soldiers, she silently approached the bend in the passage, having already eavesdropped on the conversation for a while. It sounded like a group consisting of a spirit-level being and someone about to enter the spirit-level realm. The spirit-level being seemed to be the mentor of the other being. Although the one about to enter the spirit-level realm had already touched the threshold and should be able to pass through with continued cultivation, there was a problem. Time. Therefore, the spirit-level being in the group probably wanted to continue traveling alone. King of Soldiers Hishi completely understood this. His own legion members had stopped in the same way. He could make the earth spirits here disappear, but that would take a lot of time. Passing through would be much faster. Besides, the opponent he was dealing with couldn't be defeated by numbers alone. There were two entrances relatively close to the entrance to the Hell Grand Palace, and King of Soldiers, Hishi couldn't be sure which direction he would encounter from. If it weren't for Zhizhe, they could cooperate. Then, turning the corner, what a strange combination. He knew the human who had refused to join the Legion, and Junja, the younger brother of the Qingzi Kingdom's king? Soldier King Hishi knew Junja's rank, so he judged the being who guided Junja across the spirit rank to be a human? Junja, Soldier King Hishi called out, "You're actually on the 6th level. But what's wrong with your Qingzi Kingdom, needing a human to guide you?" This black-haired, black-eyed human was clearly capable, otherwise, Hishi wouldn't have invited him into his legion. But he had still misjudged him. This was more than just capable. You only rely on racial identification skills? Junja sneered. Looks like I overestimated you before. I should revise my opinion. Stop, time is short and the mission is important. Shinruo intervened. What kind of rule is this where races dislike each other? Ha, you refuse to join the Legion just to become Zhizhe's lackey? The Soldier King, Hishi's words were always arrogant. Are you cured? Shinruo still had some reservations about the term lover. I was just having a cultivation exchange with Junja. Oh! Junja's memory suddenly became excellent. He looked at Shinruo. So yesterday when you used Hishi as an example, you added that he really is sick, and that he is him? Shinruo clearly understood that the context of that sentence was completely different from what Junja was referring to now. After Junja's description, the ambiguity had become extremely distorted. Stop! 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 The situation was already tense enough. Shinruo didn't know if Junja was doing it on purpose or just naturally prone to adding fuel to the fire. Even if he really was sick, he definitely looks better now. She was completely unaware that she had unintentionally contributed to raising the anger level of the Soldier King He-She. Human, you're really arrogant. To be honest, Shenrua had made He-She, who had established an arrogant persona on the continent. No, it was He-She himself who had created this persona, say that she was arrogant, which was, in a sense, a great success. I wouldn't dare to compete with you. Shenrua quickly became modest. Even if there were any conflict, this isn't a good place. Besides, we both have places we want to go, right? This statement, I wouldn't dare to compete with you, made Soldier King He-She extremely unhappy. But Shenrua was right. Even if there were any conflict, this wasn't a good place. Moreover, the opening of the Hell Grand Palace was time-limited. No one below the spirit rank can get through here, right? Junja, why aren't you leaving? The Soldier King He-She seemed to be sticking to his arrogant persona, but beneath that arrogance lay a plan to turn the 2-on-1 situation into a 1-on-1 duel. Of course, he and Zhizha were always rivals, but with humans, it was a different story. The Soldier King He-She didn't believe in any unbreakable alliance between Shenrua and Junja. Although he didn't know how they had formed a temporary alliance to get here, his only concern was why it sounded like humans were assisting Junja in advancing to the spirit rank. Chapter 79. The King of Soldiers, He-She, was not pleased that Junja had managed to cross the spirit rank at such a young age, and the fact that a human who refused to join the Legion was providing assistance to Junja was also unpleasant to He-She. In fact, He-She was still on the other side of the Earth Elves, not having crossed the line where the Earth Elves would cause trouble. Junja was clearly also unhappy. After all, he was Zhizha, and he and He-She were naturally at odds. But as He-She said, no one below the spirit rank could pass through here. Although the word get lost was impolite and insulting, he really couldn't do anything about it now. Should they settle things here? Junja had a very rational assessment of his own strength. A difference in rank between them was a difference in rank. Just like when Long Wei was dissatisfied with his actions. But he didn't care about Long Wei's rank, he would act the same way, and naturally wouldn't hypocritically think that He-She's attitude was problematic. As for Shenrua, Junja glanced at Shenrua, thinking that regardless of whether Shenrua had any grudges with the King of Soldiers, He-She, even if they did, Shenrua was, in a sense, completely different from them. Have you ever seen someone with what appears to be spirit rank strength, who could easily remove this metal ring resembling a prisoner's insignia, continue to play that role to avoid trouble, just for a monetary transaction? Sure enough, Shenrua spoke up. He was indeed leaving, but not because you called him away. He was going to leave anyway. You suddenly appeared, delaying his plans, and now you're telling him to get lost. Aren't you being strange? Okay, Shenrua did agree to let Junja leave, but expressing it in her own way had thoroughly displeased the King of Soldiers, He-She. Truly worthy of being a man who, though perhaps not at the spirit rank, can guide Zhizha to the threshold of the spirit rank, Junja thought to himself, then continued Shenrua's words. You're right. Where were we again? Here's the spare map crystal. Junja gave the crystal to Shenrua, then, without giving He-She a chance to speak, turned and walked back the way he came, but actually stopped temporarily after rounding a bend. If He-She and Shenrua were to fight, what an irresistible temptation it would be for a cultivation fanatic like Junja to witness a battle between top-tier fighters of this age. Junja was also eager to know what kind of strength Shenrua would possess at his full power. Of course, he also knew that with Shenrua's personality, he might not actually fight He-She after he left. Or, even if they did fight, Shenrua might simply find an opening, slip into one of the passages, and escape. However, Junja couldn't simply wait and see if a fight would break out. But the scenario he hoped for didn't unfold as he expected. Because after he left, the King of Soldiers, He-She, didn't get angry, even though Shenrua's words should have enraged him. This meant that the King of Soldiers, He-She, wasn't actually as arrogant and domineering as he appeared, the kind of person who would definitely teach anyone who crossed him a lesson. Of course, it's also possible that the small fry who had offended the King of Soldiers, He-She, were too weak. Doesn't this also indirectly prove that the King of Soldiers acknowledges Shenrua's spirit rank strength? After seeing Junja disappear around the corner, the Soldier King, He-She simply invited Shenrua, "Can you continue forward? You're a spirit rank? Want to team up with me? I'm not sure if I can make it." This Earth Spirit is the first one we encountered on this level. Shenrua shook his head. "I just think I can try." "Then try," Soldier King He-She said. "If you fail, I don't mind helping the Earth Spirit and giving it the final blow." "I didn't take advantage of your danger to deliver the final blow last time," Shenrua said, recalling the last time. "I thought it was a matter of courtesy, and you should let me live." Soldier King She didn't reply, only looking at him as if to see if he could make it. Behind Shinruo was only one path, but in the direction of the Soldier King there were two. This place only connected 3 passages, so clearly the path Soldier King came from, and the path Junja left were both wrong. Or rather, even if they could find the stairs down from those paths, it would take a very long time. Without further ado, Shinruo walked towards the Soldier King, using a unique method of circulating his true energy throughout his body. This method involved incorporating external energy into his internal energy circulation, essentially extending the width of his body. The surrounding energy, to Shinruo at this moment, was like a cat's whiskers, or like the magical armor worn by Soldier King or Junja when strengthening their defenses, but it had no physical substance. It simply became a part of Shinruo's body. It was an extension of his body. As he passed the Earth Spirit, the Earth elemental energy constantly touched the energy around him, condensing and then dissipating. This was precisely the method Shinruo had mentally simulated after adjusting his approach to dealing with his father's oppressive aura, a method he had previously used to bypass the Earth Spirit's interception zone. When Shinruo reached the Soldier King the Earth Spirit ceased its instinct to block the traveler. "Let's talk about teaming up now," Shinruo said. "It's strange that you offered to team up with me, isn't it? Passing through these Earth Spirits doesn't require fighting, yet you want to team up. Historically, there have been instances of Spirit rank members teaming up after the 6th level," Soldier King she casually remarked. "That's not strange. I forgot to ask Junja why they teamed up. Was it to share information about the path? Or are there more malevolent creatures attacking below the 7th level? Although you pass through the Earth Spirit barrier, true Spirit rank members don't deal with them like that." Dark energy appeared in Soldier King Hishi's hand. "While I don't know why you can give Junja advice, Spirit rank members here can gain something from these Earth Spirits. You can't, probably because you lack elemental talent. Watch closely." Soldier King Hishi's dark energy invaded the Earth Spirit's body, not as an attack like Junja's, but rather causing the dark elements to entangle with the elemental energy condensed into the Earth Spirit. Finally, the Earth Spirit was gradually corrupted by dark energy, transforming into a shimmering brown bead. The elite soldier, Hishi, held the brown bead in his hand, and said to Shinruo, "This is a divine relic, called the Sai of the Earth God." "Yes, it's something I can't do." Shinruo nodded, praising without reservation. "However, I don't need these things. I just want to see what the deepest part of the Helter Grand Palace is like. Given this, it's much more efficient for me to just leave directly than for you to do this." Junja, who hadn't left yet, was once again having his perception of Shinruo refreshed. Shinruo had accepted the unequal treatment given their completely disparate strength for a mere 30,000 yuan transaction, yet now, he was complaining that obtaining the divine relic would affect his efficiency in reaching the depths of the palace? Did he even know how precious such divine relic level items were, how much they could fetch at auction? The words of the Soldier King Hishi shattered his preconceived notions once again. "Well, let me be frank then. This isn't something I absolutely need. I'm actually on my way, and doing this would be a waste of time for me. However, I do have a reason why I need to form a team." "Then tell me." "This is the deposit." The Soldier King Hishi handed the brown bead to Shinruo, who didn't immediately take it. "Even the most precious items must not interfere with what I want to do, and they must not pose a danger to my life. For a situation to warrant such sincerity from the King of Soldiers, Hishi, in forming a team, it must be something quite troublesome. If you're going to the deepest part of the underground palace, this is something you absolutely must do," said King of Soldiers Hishi. Shinruo remained silent. King of Soldiers Hishi then recounted a secret about the Helt Underground Palace and its connection to the Hishi clan. Junja felt that with King of Soldiers' strength, he couldn't possibly be unaware that he hadn't truly and completely left, but King of Soldiers Hishi clearly didn't care. Because of a potential teammate, at this moment, the King of Soldiers Hishi was more concerned than whether Junja would leave. However, he still considered Junja's presence to some extent, and only gave a general overview of the matter, leaving the details vague. In ancient times, when the Hishi tribe entered a great underground palace, a spirit rank elder led his people into the Helter Underground Palace. They reached the 8th underground level of the palace, and they were lucky enough not to waste too much time on the earlier levels. According to the tribesmen who later returned, there was only one downward staircase on the 8th underground level. But that spirit rank elder suddenly went mad at the entrance to the staircase, transforming into a guardian of the underground palace, blocking the tribesmen from descending. He was the strongest being in the Hishi tribe at that time. "So you believe he has become an evil creature and is guarding that entrance?" Shinruo asked. I have reasons to defeat him. But certainly not necessary reasons. Shinruo said, because the opening time of the Helter Palace isn't fixed, is it? But regardless, our goals don't conflict. We can establish a blood pact. I retrieve the items belonging to the Hishi clan from the Elder, and you can choose whatever you want from the 9th level of the palace. You don't actually have much credibility with me. Shinruo shook his head. How about this? To gain my trust, please close your eyes until I tell you to open them. If you can't do that, I go myself. Although the king of soldiers, Hishi, didn't know what Shinruo was planning, the best opportunity for Shinruo to harm him was clearly at the bottom of the Valley of the Undying. While Shinruo claimed she didn't take advantage of his perilous situation to deliver the final blow, the soldier king Hishi knew perfectly well that Shinruo had actually helped him at his most dangerous moment. His main reason for inviting Shinruo into the Legion was, of course, to prevent a human from seeing a side of himself he least wanted others to know, from remaining under his control. His decision not to pursue Shinruo and Long Wei stemmed from the fact that his arrogance was merely a facade presented to the rest of the continent. He wasn't, in essence, a tyrannical, capricious, and unpredictable ruler. To retrieve the Hishi clan's possessions, he would need to seek cooperation from other spirit rank beings within the underground palace, but these other spirit rank beings were unlikely to inspire Hishi's trust. This human was different. After all, he couldn't possibly believe that Shinruo had given him almost all the light elemental crystals in the Valley of the Undying so that he could spread rumors of Hishi's insanity after leaving the valley, could he? Compared to other spirit rank beings, the likelihood of this human betraying him was far lower. Under these circumstances, the elite soldier Hishi didn't mind adding another layer of leverage to build trust between the two teams. So, Hishi simply closed his eyes. Shinruo took out an encyclopedia. After all, he needed to understand what a blood pact was, and how to do it. If there were any hidden clauses, it would be troublesome. Entry: Blood Pact. Type: Highest level contract. Method: After establishing the contract magic circle, both parties place their hands on the magic circle and read the contract's contents aloud, then drip blood onto the magic circle. After the magic circle absorbs the blood of both parties, a mandatory agreement will be formed between them based on the contract's contents. The party who fails to comply with the agreement will have their blood drained and die. Below is an image of the magic circle and the specific blood pact operation process. Chapter 80. Shinruo repeatedly checked the contents of the encyclopedia, carefully examined the magic circle's drawing, and after confirming that she wouldn't be tricked by the soldier king she put the encyclopedia away. Alright, I accept your conditions. Let's draw up the contract. Shinruo indicated to the soldier king that she had resolved the matter, and asked him to activate the contract magic. The contract requires both parties' names. When you say your real name, this magic circle will light up. The soldier king told Shinruo, since humans didn't seem like they would study magic, even though Shinruo had already done so. However, Shinruo didn't say much, just nodded, and then heard the soldier king say his name, Fonhi. The magic circle lit up briefly, then returned to its original state. Shinruo. The magic circle lit up again. The soldier king recited the agreement between him and Shinruo repeated the ritual. Finally, both of them dripped blood into each other, and the blood pact was complete. Bound by the blood pact, this temporary team had established basic mutual trust, at least before leaving the Helt Grand Palace. Let's go then, Shinruo said, walking ahead and entering the unexplored passage. Turn left ahead. The voice from the earring sounded. Since the last conversation, the voice from the earring had appeared again at just the right time, indeed simply giving directions, as it had said. Oh right, there's something. Shinruo suddenly remembered the relationship between the king of soldiers, Hishi, and the Hishi candidate. Can I make an extra request? Tell me. What happened here? Once we're out, just pretend it never happened. Shinruo was extremely sincere. That won't do. The king of soldiers, Hishi, insisted on being truthful. But if you just don't want me to mention it, that's fine. Just don't mention it. Shinruo was willing to believe Hishi on this matter. After all, I haven't told anyone what you were like when you had an attack. Hishi wanted to say he wasn't sick, but the thought of actually saying it felt so strange. And he had no doubt that Shinruo would nod, perhaps even adding, I know you're cured now. This feeling was truly awful. After leaving the underground palace, he would have to kill this human sooner or later. Hishi cursed inwardly, but that was all he cursed. Shinruo was unaware that he had already silenced the powerful king of soldiers of the Hishi clan on the Dusan continent. Guided by the voice in his earring, he was walking very fast. In 2 days, they arrived at the 7th underground level. The The situation on this level was largely the same as on the 6th, except that using the method of the soldier King Hishi to deal with the earth spirits on this level would produce a different kind of divine relic, called the Blessing of the Earth God. Because the earth spirits had changed their dialogue, Shinruo was a little curious, so the soldier King Hishi directly refined one using dark elements. Then they resumed their journey. Finally, on the 55th day after the opening of the Hell Grand Palace, Shinruo and the soldier King Hishi arrived at the steps leading to the 9th level. Only 25 days left. The soldier King Hishi closed his eyes. If we can get past this hurdle, we still need to explore the 9th level. If you want to go, I won't accompany you. Of course, it's also possible that once you reach the entrance to the stairs, you fall into madness, just like what happened to this elder in ancient times. The king of soldiers, Hishi, thought to himself, but didn't say it aloud. Because his most important task right now was to cooperate with Shinruo to destroy this evil creature transformed from the strongest elder in Hishi's ancient history. The Hishi elder, who had spent a long time at the bottom of the Hell Grand Palace, now had black skin and purple pupils. The king of soldiers, Hishi, didn't hesitate. His magic type was capable of both melee and ranged attacks. At this moment, a cage created by dark magic directly enveloped the now monstrous Hishi elder. Within the dark magical cage, a pillar the same size as the cage appeared above it, intending to crush the elder to death. It seemed that the Hishi elder had no way to escape this attack except to leave the cage, but then, the king of soldiers, Hishi, found his dark magic being corrupted by the elder's body, just as his dark magic had corrupted earth spirits. This is a true clash of spirit-level strength. Although the evil creature they encountered on the 4th floor, transformed from the Archmage Shilit, was also said to be spirit-level, he didn't use this method. This might be because he had been using the same attack logic while clearing out other evil creatures as he ascended from the underground. Furthermore, his intelligence decreased after becoming an evil creature, leading him to rely on a single, effective attack method without changing his approach. However, the Hersher Elder is now displaying true spirit-level strength, and his magical power is clearly stronger than that of the soldier King Hersher. However, Hishi's magic has one advantage over Junja's. His range control is more effective. Junja's ranged attacks spread from his front to the opponents, requiring the user to completely avoid their own attacks to get through. Shinruo even felt that sometimes dodging Junja's attacks was more troublesome than avoiding the opponents. After all, one needs to have eyes in the back of their head. But Hishi, when launching ranged attacks, doesn't disregard the possibility that his teammates might be melee fighters. Moreover, his magical projections always appear in the right place when needed. Therefore, despite Hishi's arrogant and domineering appearance, those who fight alongside him can sense that he is not arrogant at all. On the contrary, he has a strong sense of teamwork, a quality clearly developed through cooperation. While Junja is the younger brother of the king of Qing's kingdom, with a regiment of guards at his disposal, his magical attacks are more like a lone wolf style, indicating a lack of teamwork. He was only concerned with his own cultivation and the strength and outcome of his opponents. Although he could objectively assess his own strength, he only acknowledged those with real power. If opponent's strength wasn't within his comprehension, he wouldn't care. This led to his combat style being one where others cooperated with him, without him considering cooperating with others. Previously, when attacking the evil creature transformed from the Archmage Shilit, Shinruo had sensed this aspect of combat awareness, but because his experience in cooperative combat, like his ability to read people, was largely theoretical, it remained only a vague perception. Only now, working in tandem with the king of soldiers, Hishi, did he clearly perceive Junja's shortcomings in coordinated combat. To clearly see what was happening, Shinruo's visual perception needed to be altered beyond its limits, to the extent that it would damage him, as he had told Huan Lia. Shinruo was watching. He concentrated most of his consciousness on his eyes, calculating and assessing what would happen next. The confrontation between Elder Hishi and the king of soldiers, Hishi, appeared devoid of flashy techniques, merely a mutual erosion and alteration of their energies, yet this was the most draining form of combat. The contest was about who would completely exhaust their own source energy first. There was no skill involved. In fact, there was no way to have any skill. Elder Hishi was already enveloped in his dark energy, a corrosive force that was more than just ordinary defensive armor. To an ordinary person, it would be like wearing sulfuric acid armor. Do you have any weapons? Shinruo suddenly asked. Yes, what do you want? Although Hishi, the king of soldiers, was giving it his all, he probably thought he was unfathomable to Shinruo, even completely at her mercy. Little did he know that Shinruo's eyes could clearly see the sweat on his forehead and the subtle changes in his breathing. An inch longer, an inch stronger, Shinruo said. I want a spear. He-she tossed a spear to Shinruo, but even in that simple movement, he-she glanced to the side and noticed something amiss. Tears of blood were slowly streaming from Shinruo's eyes. Soldier King Hishi's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? He hadn't even made a move, and he was already succumbing to the corruption of the underground palace? Had he made the wrong choice in teaming up with this opponent? If he had, there would be no going back. However, Shinruo was unaware of the suspicion and conjecture Hishi had aroused in his eyes. He had already caught the spear thrown by Hishi. Its length was extremely awkward for him. But awkwardness didn't preclude the wisdom gained from the long history of cold weapons. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Anything that touched Elder Hishi's corrosive armor would be instantly corroded. To break through this absolute defense blocking the way, the only way was to send the weapon into the opponent's vital energy gate before it was completely corroded. A longer weapon offered the chance to travel further during the corrosion process. But this further distance required speed. It required extremely high speed. This is the origin of another ancient martial arts proverb. In all martial arts, speed is the only way to break through defenses. But speed only means not breaking through. What Shinruo needed now was not to break through, but to break through the opponent's defenses, which required maintaining the power of his attack. However, he didn't hesitate, because he couldn't sustain such excessive eye strain for long. In a few breaths, Shinruo completely channeled his true energy into the meridians around his eyes and his limbs. Even the elite soldier, he-she couldn't see when Shinruo attacked, or how he appeared precisely at the edge of Elder he-she's dark energy's influence in an instant. The spear, launched with full force by Shinruo at the perfect moment, began to be eroded after entering Elder he-she's dark energy armor. Will it hit? Yes. When the spear had pierced Elder he-she's body, it had shrunk from a thickness barely wide enough for Shinruo to hold in his palm to the thickness of a pencil, but it had pierced through nonetheless. Elder Hishi's dark energy was instantly disrupted. Hishi, the king of soldiers, realized that theoretically, Shinruo's attack wasn't a fatal blow, but it briefly rendered the evil creature Elder Hishi had transformed into incapable of offense or defense. As for finishing off an opponent, Junja could do it, but Hishi, the king of soldiers, could only do it better. Chapter 81. Elder Hishi, completely corrupted by the dark energy of the soldier king Hishi, had transformed into a core similar to that of a corrupted earth spirit. Its purpose was unknown, but soldier king Hishi still kept it. According to the contract, he originally wanted the relics of the ancient Elder Hishi. Can I ask what's inside? Shinruo asked, catching his breath. He was also exhausted, but things were different now. Judging by the remaining time, he would likely have to rush back immediately. If you don't return to the surface via the route Junja gave you, I might consider showing it to you, Soldier King Hishi replied. We talk about it later. Shinruo regulated his breathing. His vision was actually quite blurry, a side effect of overuse of his eyes, and it wouldn't recover quickly. He simply closed his eyes. Seeing Shinruo about to jump down the steps with her eyes closed, the Soldier King Hishi said, actually, that blood pact isn't without flaws. It only specified the distribution method, but it didn't say you couldn't plot against each other. Exposing your back to me like this isn't a good thing. But I don't want to be dragged away by your waist again. It's a bit late, but I have to tell you, being dragged like that makes me want to vomit. A magical transformation appeared on the steps, making them conform to the stride of a human. However, Shinruo's eyes were closed, so she couldn't see or understand what was happening. She still jumped down, but the feeling of landing made her realize what had happened. Although her vision was blurry, she could still make out the general outlines. Shinruo glanced at the steps beneath her feet, then walked down without saying a word. Interesting humans. The king of soldiers, he-she thought to himself, since I'm already here, I might as well go down and take a look. If it's the same passageways and halls I need to explore as before, I just turned back. What's wrong with your eyes? The king of soldiers, he-she, had somehow appeared beside Shinruo. I overuse my eyes a bit. I can't see clearly for a short time. Shinruo didn't hide anything. Are you so indifferent to your weakness? The king of soldiers, he-she, was a little surprised. As long as you don't spread the word that I can reach the 8th or 9th level of the underground palace, no one will bother me, right? Shinruo retorted. There are no humans, but there are demons. Like Junja, the king of soldiers, he-she, on this issue, limited Shinruo's assumptions to humans. Your appearance is very popular with demons. They collect you to make potions. Yeah, that's quite troublesome. This world doesn't have hair dye or methods to change eye color, or perhaps they do, but Shinruo doesn't know yet. His nonchalant attitude had basically killed the conversation, but thankfully they had reached the 9th level. The 9th underground level of the Held Grand Palace didn't need exploration. There was only one sword there, a short sword to He-She, but shorter than an ordinary sword yet longer than a dagger, a typical human short sword. He-She picked up the sword. His discerning eye confirmed that the sword was impeccable in terms of craftsmanship and materials. But that was all. This sword wasn't driven by any elemental or magical forces. Magic couldn't be applied through it. Deep within the Held Palace, clearly a relic of the gods, no being had ever been able to reach this place before. He and a human had made history, yet all that remained was an ordinary sword. As agreed, this is yours. The king of soldiers, He-She, handed the sword to Shenruo. Shenruo took it, and twirled it with remarkable skill. Not bad. Shenruo's thoughts once again made the king of soldiers, He-She, realize that this human was truly unlike any other being he had ever encountered. Reaching this place was incredibly difficult, and if one insisted on reaching the 9th level, there was a high chance of missing the Held Palace's closing time and becoming an eternally evil creature in the darkness underground. But this 9th level seemed like a cruel joke by the gods, containing only a single sword. Any being who had come here with the goal of reaching this point, enduring countless hardships and dangerous battles, would, to say the least, have already developed eye problems. As Shenruo himself put it, anyone would be devastated to see such a sword at the end of the Helter Palace under these circumstances, wouldn't they? But Shenruo seemed quite satisfied. He even added, "This is the most handy weapon I ever held." Moreover, although this sword couldn't use magic, and in practical terms it was exactly the same as an ordinary sword, its designation wasn't just an ordinary short sword, but a long sword and short sword. Shorter than an ordinary sword, longer than a short sword. The voice in the earring only said, if the sword had been used just now, it wouldn't have been corroded. Although it has no effect, its level is no level. In other words, it won't break, won't be corroded by energy involving the power of laws, and can be stored in your earring. This perfectly suited Shenruo's aesthetic, and most importantly, it could be stored in the earring. This was something he didn't have to worry about losing his weapon after losing other storage items. However, the words coming from the earring next left him feeling helpless. The reason I brought you here to retrieve this weapon, without violating the rules, is because all candidates who come to the Dust Sand continent are entitled to a weapon without any extra bonuses, but which can be stored in their initial storage space. But I don't know why you don't have one. This weapon is a bit special, but it has no extra bonuses, and can be stored in the candidate's dedicated storage space. So how long has this sword been delayed? Shenruo was speechless, unable to even begin to complain about his initial situation and experiences. However, his mood didn't sour because of this. After all, his trip to the Held Palace hadn't been without other gains. As for this sword, what was the point of agonizing over whether he should have obtained it before entering the continent or only now? Shenruo sheathed the sword, only to hear the king of soldiers, He-She, urging him, "Now, it's time to decide which route you take to leave." King of soldiers, He-She was asking whether, from the 6th floor upwards, he should retrace his route back down or take the route Shenruo and Junja had taken down. Let's check which route is better. Shenruo took out the crystal Junja had given him. I will not leave Qing's kingdom under any circumstances. King of soldiers, He-She said coldly, but still took out his own crystal as well. Comparing the two maps, it was clear that Soldier King He-She's route was shorter. Let's leave from the entrance you came in through. What's that place over there? Time was of the essence, and Shenruo and Soldier King He-She were already talking as they walked. It's a human settlement. Soldier King He-She's words surprised Shenruo. Our legion often cooperates with the humans. However, surprise aside, Shenruo wasn't particularly curious about Soldier King He-She's affairs, as it wasn't within his area of interest. In fact, Shenruo and Soldier King He-She had developed a very interesting tacit understanding, without either of them realizing it. They were now aware of it, but neither of them had spoken of it. For example, Soldier King He-She's plan to ambush him, and Long Wei's escape route from the Valley of the Undying in the middle of the night, without giving chase, seemed to Shenruo somewhat like the story of Guan Yu guarding Huarong Road in ancient Eastern tales from their home planet Earth. However, when it comes to the stereotypes that the King of Soldiers, He-She, has established on the Dust Sand continent, he's probably more like Cao Cao than Guan Yu. Shenruo chuckled at her own thought. The King of Soldiers, He-She, and Cao Cao were completely unrelated. Moreover, the image that the King of Soldiers, He-She, cultivated was likely far removed from his actual personality. I'd chosen my path. What did your ancient He-She elders carry? Shenruo hadn't forgotten her earlier question. Although the King of Soldiers, He-She, didn't mind Shenruo knowing, he was always at a disadvantage verbally along the way, which annoyed him. So, instead of immediately telling Shinruo, he asked, "What's wrong? The things on the 9th level disappointed you too much. Now you regret wanting our Hishi clan's treasures? What are you thinking about? The blood pact is already signed." Shinruo hit the nail on the head. Spending time thinking about things you can't have, isn't that just plain stupid? Oh. The Soldier King Hishi felt that if this continued, the word sick would definitely become a psychological trauma. How did this human manage to do this? Always casually hinting that he had been sick in the past, he didn't mind Shinruo using this to his advantage, but this wasn't the way to do it. Who was he? Soldier King Hishi. His physical condition, this weakness that appeared at certain times, if used by the Holy See or the powerful Zhizhi Kingdom, could be enough to affect the current balance of power on the Dusan continent. It wasn't that Shinruo couldn't say it, but he should have avoided being overheard and used it as leverage to exchange for tens of thousands of gold coins from the Holy See. That would have been more logical. What was going on now? The youngest spirit rank expert on the Dusan continent, being casually mentioned as sick, he had previously thought that if Shinruo were to reveal this, it would mean this human was tired of living, and at the same time, it would be convenient for him to use him. If an adversary wanted to eliminate him, this was a perfect opportunity to lay a trap. He could even exploit the perceived weakness of his opponent to launch a surprise attack. And what was the result? Shinruo mentioned it, but casually, as if he were casually mentioning a sick neighbor, completely oblivious to the gravity of his words. If you said he didn't do it on purpose, then the elite soldier she was thoroughly enraged. But if you said he did it on purpose, his tone was genuinely calm and ordinary, just a normal statement. What betrayal of the script as imagined by Hishi? Shinruo wasn't doing that, he was simply stating the facts, but actually, using the word betrayal wasn't quite right, because Shinruo wasn't even part of Hishi's army. He was just helping Hishi out, incidentally giving Hishi a hand. That made him even more annoyed. Dark magic transformed into arrows, and shot toward Shinruo. Although Shinruo's eyes were closed, he easily dodged the incoming arrows with a few small leaps, relying solely on the sound of the arrows whistling through the air. I say, if you're in a hurry to get out, there's no need to waste time testing me, is there? Shinruo took this as a test. After all, Junja had been testing his skills all along. But he had already helped the King of Soldiers, Hishi, deal with the Elder. Although the King of Soldiers' fight with the Elder should have been more taxing than his own, precisely because of this, he should be conserving his elemental energy. What kind of ridiculous race is this? Using skills to harass each other, while simultaneously trying to outrun each other. Chapter 82. Soldier King Hishi felt like he punched cotton, and he was tempted to curse. But Shinruo was right, they were in a hurry to leave the Held Grand Palace. If he really wanted to kill Shinruo, the sheer density of arrows he used earlier was simply insufficient. Besides slowing them down, a lose-lose situation, he gained nothing else from his actions. Although Shinruo hadn't opened his eyes the entire way, his movement and evasion seemed completely unaffected. If it weren't for the momentary hesitation Shinruo showed when he accidentally stepped onto a step shaped like Soldier King Hishi while jumping down the stairs with his eyes closed, Hishi would have thought Shinruo's vision was completely unaffected. What are your plans after you leave here? Soldier King Hishi abruptly changed the subject. I won't join the Legion. Shinruo declined the possible invitation first. If it's a human settlement, I might find a place to wait for my eyes to recover before leaving. Go back to Qing's kingdom to find Junja? Soldier King Hishi asked. He began to mentally assess what conditions would be needed for him to kill Shinruo if she were to continue assisting Junja in crossing the spirit rank. That won't happen. Shinruo shook her head. It's not suitable for me there. Even before the Herd Grand Palace incident, I had already decided to leave Qing's kingdom. Oh! Soldier King Hishi remained expressionless. He was also very curious about what had happened between Long Wei and Shinruo leaving the Undying Valley, and Shinruo seemingly teaching Junja to cross the spirit rank. Only a few dozen days had passed since Shinruo left the Undying Valley. Half of those several dozen days were spent in the Herd Grand Palace, and Shinruo and Junja couldn't possibly have met there. How could it be that the King of Soldiers, Hishi, wasn't interested in knowing the details? Not only was Hishi's legion interested in intelligence, but information about Junja, the younger brother of the King of Zhizhi's country, was already within his purview. Even if Hishi were a cultivation fanatic like Junja, he wouldn't remain unmoved by matters involving spirit rank strength. However, unlike Junja, who was very bad at indirect questioning, Hishi was different. He remembered the dragon. This was a good starting point. So, are you planning to return to Shi-like Kingdom? This question contained a linguistic trap. Hishi cultivated an image of being arrogant and disdainful of others, But if he were truly arrogant, he wouldn't be the king of the strongest mercenary group. He used the word return instead of go, because the first time he met Shinruo was with a dragon belonging to a noble family from the Shi-like kingdom. Of course, it now seemed Shinruo wasn't this dragon's servant, but their relationship must have been quite good. The Shi-like kingdom was originally a country where dragons and humans coexisted and developed. If Shinruo was from there, then the words of the soldier king, he-she would seem perfectly natural. But what if Shinruo wasn't? His words would provide the soldier king, he-she with valuable information. No matter how Shinruo answered, the soldier king, he-she would know something. Sure enough, Shinruo replied, the Shi-like kingdom? Oh, you mean the dragon. Actually, Shinruo had thought about it for a moment when he heard Shi-like kingdom. Because aside from initially encountering the country's name while looking up place names in an encyclopedia, they rarely mentioned it, even during their travels with Long Wei. Now that the king of soldiers, He-she, brought it up, he remembered it was Long Wei's country. He won't go, will he? While traveling with a dragon is certainly nice, since he's gone home, it means going home is a more suitable choice for him. Since you don't plan to go to Qingze or Shilai, why refuse to join my legion? Shinruo couldn't understand the king of soldiers' thoughts. Are there only these three options left in the world? What could I do by joining your legion? Before, you didn't know my strength and wanted to find a human servant. I know you're sick anyway. Since you already know, controlling you is better than me spreading your illness everywhere. I can do that. I understand. But now you see, while I might not be able to beat you, beating your members shouldn't be a problem. What do you want from recruiting me? Do you want me to usurp your title of King of Soldiers? I don't want to be King of Soldiers. If I join your army, wouldn't I have to work under your orders? But I don't want to work right now. I just want to broaden my horizons and travel around the continent. Would you consider joining the army if it didn't require work? Then the question comes full circle. If you want me to join the army, but don't require me to work, what do you want from me? What do you want? That's a difficult question to answer. Because indeed, King of Soldiers Hershey also wanted to know what he wanted. If initially it was because the humans knew his secret, and he wanted to test their thoughts, and there was certainly some admiration for them for emerging from the earth, now he knew that his initial assumptions might all be wrong. So why did he invite Shinruo to join the military corps? But before he could figure it out, Shinruo continued, actually, if you don't have any ulterior motives, I find it puzzling and waste a lot of time thinking about it, which is pointless. But if you do have ulterior motives, it will definitely affect my freedom of choice. Putting aside everything else, if I happen to meet someone I want to help, like Shizha, after joining the corps, should I help them or not? You're going to help Junja advance to the spirit rank? Although it's only a matter of time before Junja reaches the spirit rank, the Soldier King, she doesn't want to add another name to Zhizha's list of spirit rank cultivators immediately. Of course not, I was just giving an example. Shinruo was extremely wary of cultivation fanatics like Junja. Discussing cultivation with Junja could take 10 days and 10 nights, and Junja might even want to spar with him. Shinruo felt that unless he was a martial arts fanatic or a masochist, he probably wouldn't choose such a tiring, thankless, and risky endeavor. So how exactly did you two get together? This matter was far too strange, and hinting indirectly seemed pointless, so the elite soldier, she finally asked directly. It's a long story, why would I waste time explaining? Shinruo didn't understand. After talking to Shinruo about all this along the way, she had a general sense of Shinruo's speaking style. Directness was key. However, without a reference point, it was difficult to judge whether she was always so direct or just direct with him. Since he was being so direct, he might as well ask directly, under what circumstances would you tell? Shinruo thought for a moment. After we get out, let me see some of your Hishi tribe's ancient artifacts to broaden my horizons? That's too easy for you. I asked you not to tell anyone about our cooperation in the underground palace, so please keep everything I do a secret, okay? Do we still need to sign a blood pact? The King of Soldiers, Hishi, actually felt that Shinruo's request wasn't unreasonable, but for some reason, he couldn't help but retort. I can if you don't mind the trouble. How did it become him having to accommodate him? However, Shinruo's next sentence was something the King of Soldiers, Hishi, never expected, but I don't think it's necessary. Actually, if you take away the title of King of Soldiers, Hishi, you're actually a very principled and good Hishi person, aren't you? Huh? Are you sure you're talking about me? Hearing such a rare evaluation of himself, the King of Soldiers, Hishi, felt terrible. Shinruo was too lazy to repeat himself. According to his mental count, this was still too slow for returning to the surface. It's time to speed things up a bit. Shinruo muttered to himself, then asked the Soldier King Hishi, can you increase your speed? I can, but if we maintain a constant speed, we're already close to our limit. Fortunately, Shinruo didn't continue the conversation about how good he was, and for some reason, Soldier King, she even breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, he felt like he'd been seen through, which was unpleasant. Regardless of whether Shinruo was a spirit rank or not, judging from his performance in the underground palace, killing him would probably be even more difficult than dealing with the heavenly fox Tian Shui. To be fair, the king of soldiers, she, wasn't entirely willing to kill Shinruo. Even when Shinruo's words made him grit his teeth, she would mentally think, once I get out of here, I definitely kill this arrogant human. After all, in terms of the outcome, Shinruo had helped him at two crucial moments. Even without that help, she believed he wouldn't ultimately die from the whispers of the dark undead. Even without obtaining the relics of the ancient elder he would still continue pursuing his goals. However, it's undeniable that escaping the whispers of the dark undead is a hypothetical scenario. While continuing to pursue his goals is inevitable, there will be a time lag. However, Shinruo was unaware of the Soldier King, she's sudden thought process. He simply sighed, I see. If that's the case, there's only one way for both of us to leave this place. If you're carrying a load, can you maintain this speed? She didn't understand Shinruo's idea. What do you mean? I looked at the map and calculated our current speed. If we continue upwards at our current speed, even if we eat as we go, excluding other time, we'd be a sand hour late to the surface. If this is the limit of your constant speed, then you definitely won't be able to get to the top. Because we all know that accelerating at a constant speed won't get you to the destination faster, unless you're right in front of it. If you accelerate now, the final time to reach the destination will only be slower than maintaining the current speed. But I can be faster than I am now. Shinruo presented a stark reality, his meaning clear. If he accelerated now, leaving she behind, only one of them could ultimately leave. It would be himself. But he said there was a way for both of them to leave. Soldier King, she recalled his experience of carrying Shinruo down to the bottom of the Valley of the Undying, and a bad feeling crept over him. With your build, carrying me like that won't work. Soldier King, she said, indicating he was cautiously analyzing the situation. You get stuck on the ground. And what kind of monster is Shinruo? Does she think she can increase her speed while also supporting she's weight? What are you thinking? Shinruo exclaimed in surprise. Why do you think I should carry you? Can't I carry you on my back? Although you need to keep your legs tucked in properly, so they don't touch the ground and affect my speed. Soldier King, she breathed a sigh of relief. Being carried out of the underground palace, like that by Shinruo, would probably be the greatest humiliation of his life. But his relief didn't last long, because being carried wasn't much better. Chapter 83. Shinruo was always very capable. His optimal solution, of course, was to abandon the king of soldiers, she, and leave gracefully. Therefore, she was speechless at his suggestion, but judging solely by the outcome, he had to thank Shinruo. Furthermore, Shinruo stated, I have seriously considered your feelings. After all, the exit should be handled by your people. You can carry me for the second half. It must be said that this consideration, besides saving face, primarily addressed she's trust issue. Because if he carried Shinruo for a while, then according to Shinruo, he could speed up, and after Shinruo had recovered his strength, it would be much easier for him to shake off he might even have a conspiracy theory, believing that Shinruo's time calculation was a trap, designed to save time and trap him in the Helter Palace, turning him into an evil creature. However, by entrusting the latter half to him, Shinruo was essentially handing over the final choice of survival to the king of soldiers, he, the king of soldiers, knew he couldn't have done the same if he were in Shinruo's shoes. So, while the thought of being carried by humans infuriated him, he couldn't help but be moved by Shinruo's decision. Whether Shinruo's claim of not having enough time to get out was true could only be confirmed once they reached the surface. Unlike Shinruo, the king of soldiers didn't have the precise mental calculations. In an underground world like the Helter Palace, repeatedly walking through monotonous paths and halls would naturally blur one's perception of time. Seeing that Soldier King she remained silent, Shinruo urged, What's your decision? My plan is already very considerate of you. I only proposed it because I knew I couldn't get the sword without you. If you still haven't made up your mind, I'm leaving. Soldier King, she's face darkened considerably. You better mean it. Shinruo stopped and made a gesture as if to carry him. Is it true? Won't you keep track of time once we get out? Soldier King she knew that at this moment, pride and comfort were no longer his concerns. Finally, he accepted Shinruo's suggestion and climbed onto her back. You're so heavy, Shinrua complained, then gathered her inner energy, and used the ancient martial arts technique, the Light Cloud 8 Steps. While it's called 8 Steps, this refers to a combination of 8 different footwork techniques used in combat. In reality, for traveling, only one is needed. Adjusting his sense of time, Shinrua carried the Soldier King Hishi like a bullet, rapidly traversing the Helter Grand Palace. After adjusting to the discomfort of the body shape, the Soldier King Hishi actually fell asleep. A humiliating disgrace. By the time the Soldier King Hishi realized this, he had already slept on Shinrua's back. Things like being sick were too weak to be convincing. He couldn't even dwell on the fact that he, a renowned spirit rank being on the continent, was asleep on the back of a frail human who barely reached his shoulder. Thinking further, there were too many reasons to kill Shinrua, and too many reasons to let him go. Shinrua didn't want the events in the underground palace to be known by other beings. Did he, the King of Soldiers Hishi, think the same? Shinrua put King of Soldiers Hishi down, rubbed his shoulders, stretched, and said, "It's up to you now." Compared to Shinrua carrying King of Soldiers Hishi, it was incredibly easy for King of Soldiers Hishi to carry Shinrua. Shinrua had already made King of Soldiers Hishi fully aware that simply carrying someone was extremely unwise. Unlike King of Soldiers Hishi, Shinrua didn't have any psychological barriers that made him feel humiliated. King of Soldiers Hishi could tell from his breathing that this human was sleeping soundly. Don't be fooled by Shinrua's apparent disregard for the latent threat posed by King of Soldiers Hishi. Shinrua had actually calculated this. King of Soldiers Hishi looked to be only in his early 20s. Regardless of his actual age, he was certainly not old among the Hishi. Before Shinrua came to the Dust Sand continent, King of Soldiers Hishi was already a renowned spirit rank Hishi for some time. Connecting this to the previous symptoms of the King of Soldiers Hishi, Shinrua could easily guess some possibilities. Regardless of why King of Soldiers Hishi now seemed no longer troubled by his nighttime symptoms, that was only now. At least until Shinrua left the Valley of the Undying, King of Soldiers Hishi was still suffering from these symptoms. No matter how you look at it, King of Soldiers Hishi's condition probably wasn't yet ripe for becoming a powerful figure. But fate had propelled him to this position. Although King of Soldiers Hishi's spirit rank strength matched this position, an individual strength in this world might play a more significant role in the course of battle or the development of a power. From Shinrua's observation, even for a spirit rank soldier, how would one calculate their combat power in terms of firearms? The power is certainly more than just a sniper rifle or machine gun, after all. They don't need reloading, and have more diverse firing modes. But an atomic bomb? The main destructive power of an atomic bomb, besides its explosive force, is nuclear contamination. It was permanently banned on our home planet Earth thousands of years ago. At least the innate abilities of the races on the Dust Sand continent don't have any nuclear contamination effects. Of course, if it were a self-destructive, fatal blow, Shinrua couldn't judge the extent of its destructive power. The later collision annihilation cluster weapon for planets, obviously, it couldn't achieve that. Although, in a sense, this method of combat involving the conversion of energy and the mutual erosion and annihilation of spiritual levels is indeed similar in principle to such a destructive weapon. Therefore, the King of Soldiers, Hishi, is more like a young emperor wielding a nuclear weapon. While this description isn't entirely accurate, his personality certainly hasn't yet developed into a ruthless warlord like Cao Cao. Possessing such abilities and creating a warlord persona, or more accurately, a Hishi persona, the King of Soldiers, Hishi, certainly wouldn't be without ulterior motives. Or rather, the Hishi race wouldn't be without ulterior motives. However, whether playing a role that goes against one's nature will ultimately lead to becoming that role, or becoming a tragic figure like those in the history books Shinrua has read about, is unpredictable. There's a story in ancient Eastern history about a stone man with one eye, whose protagonist later had an heir named Han Liner. However, given the spirit rank abilities of the Soldier King Hishi, Han Liner's fate is unlikely to befall him. Based on her knowledge from the books, Shinrua's assessment of the Soldier King Hishi is that for someone like him, giving him recognition and trust is the best way to communicate. However, due to a lack of practical experience, his final performance, while showing sufficient sincerity, included many unnecessary elements that could trigger negative emotions in the King of Soldiers. As a result, from the King of Soldiers Hishi's perspective, this human was deliberately making him unhappy, but from Shinrua's perspective, he really didn't want to be enemies with the King of Soldiers Hishi. If possible, Shinrua even hoped to cultivate a relationship with the King of Soldiers Hishi. Not to mention anything far off, just if the Hishi candidate wanted to fight him to the death, at least he could persuade the King of Soldiers Hishi not to intervene. He didn't ask for any help, Just observing from the sidelines would be enough for Shinruo. In the end, the king of soldiers Hishi didn't carry Shinruo out of the underground palace, but instead abandoned him when they were almost there. Carrying you out would damage my image. This was the reason given by the king of soldiers Hishi. Shinruo didn't care, he had rested enough, and as long as they could leave the Helter underground palace on time, he had no objections. As the king of soldiers Hershey said, the place where he entered the great palace of Hurt was a human settlement. The entrance to the Helter underground palace was at the end of a canyon seen from the sky. Unlike the canyons of Qing's kingdom, this canyon was desolate and barren. Along the mountainside, caves were carved into both sides, and at the entrance to the Helter underground palace were rows of simple huts. The companions of the king of soldiers, Hishi, anxiously awaited his appearance. Seeing him emerge from the underground palace, all the waiting seemed relieved, and some approached him warmly. Shinruo followed behind Hishi. The other waiting members hadn't paid much attention to his presence, but one of Hishi's was clearly an exception. When they left the Valley of the Undying earlier, a female hero, Ling He, tried to stop Shinruo and Long Wei, but failed. She was also waiting here for the king of soldiers, and she clearly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him. But then, she saw Shinruo behind the king of soldiers. "Human, it's you." Ling He's words immediately drew the attention of the other waiting people to Shinruo. Shinruo's eyesight hadn't recovered yet. He was completely relying on his hearing to follow the king of soldiers' footsteps. When Ling He suddenly called out to him, he could only turn his head towards the direction of the sound. "Is there something you need?" Shinruo asked. At this moment, the soldier king Hishi stopped and looked at Ling He. "All right, Ling He, it wasn't easy to return successfully this time, and to obtain the ancient elder's relics. If you have any questions, ask them after you rested." Hearing this, Ling He didn't speak again. However, her reminder made the soldier king Hishi remember something. Find him a human healer, he has some eye problems. Actually, Shinruo was skeptical about the effectiveness of the medicine on the Dust Sand continent regarding his temporarily impaired vision. Besides, not using his eyes wouldn't significantly impact his life, except for the temporary inability to read encyclopedias. However, as a patient, he would likely have many exemptions, such as being questioned repeatedly. Hasn't that female Hishi already raised questions? If the soldier king Hishi wanted to worry about how to answer the questions from the female Hishi and others, Shinruo would be happy to have some peace and quiet. It has to be said that dealing with the soldier king Hishi was much more pleasant than dealing with Junja. While Shinruo was thinking this, Junja was still waiting for him in the canyon of Qing's kingdom. After all, he had only just touched the threshold of the spirit rank, and Shinruo's reasoning method was very useful. He was even hoping that after Shinruo left the underground palace, they could spar and discuss how to further improve themselves and finally cross the spirit rank barrier. However, he was destined to be disappointed, because the underground palace's opening time had ended. This time, the underground palace closed not only the natural door at the entrance as usual, but also with a rumbling sound. Subsequently, small-scale collapses occurred near all the doors, but the falling rocks conveniently blocked the original natural doors. It seemed to be telling the world that the Hurt underground palace would forever become history. Chapter 84. The living conditions in this human settlement were relatively simple. However, the soldier king Hishi seemed to be quite popular here. Thanks to him, although the living conditions were poor, the spiritual experience here was 100 times more comfortable than Junja's palace. The doctors from different races here seemed to use similar methods to treat non-traumatic fractures, probably having some race-specific medicines, but basically it was either drinking liquid from a bottle or receiving an injection. Of course, it was also possible that Shinruo hadn't encountered enough physicians. However, Shinruo's condition was due to overuse of his eyes, and what he actually needed more was treatment of the meridians around his eyes. If that wasn't possible, he could only let it recover slowly over time. Of course, circulating true chi to bring out the water energy of the water flame lotus and flowing through the meridians around his eyes was also a good method, but before, his primary task when leaving the Helt underground palace was to travel, so Shinruo hadn't done this. Now, assigned a status requiring recuperation, he was happy to receive treatment while meditating and regulating his breathing in his spare time. Meanwhile, the king of soldiers, Heshi, had his troops bring back a large quantity of game and food, preparing to hold an open-air banquet to celebrate the return of the ancient Heshi relics to the Heshi clan. The atmosphere was lively, and over the next few days, Shinruo had gained some understanding of this human settlement. After all, his current persona was that of a blind human who had emerged from the great underground palace of Helter with the king of soldiers, Heshi. He was supposedly abandoned in the palace by Shizha as bait to lure evil creatures. Even the story of how Heshi the king of soldiers, arranged for Shinrua to arrive here didn't forget to smear Heishi's nemesis from the Dust Sand continent. While the story differed somewhat from the actual events, Shinrua received profound concern and sympathy from his people. Because of his poor eyesight, preventing him from traveling, the doctor's daughter would come every day to chat with him. This was supposedly to prevent him from struggling to adapt to life after his eye problems, and to prevent him from developing other illnesses from being bored. This behavior actually greatly hindered Shinrua's recovery speed. After all, chatting with the doctor's daughter meant he couldn't continue meditating and circulating his inner energy. Although he could chat while continuing to circulate his inner energy, accurately guiding the energy to the meridians around his eyes, and sustaining recovery required multitasking. Shinrua didn't want to be disrespectful of their kindness. So, through casual conversation and their fragmented answers to his questions, he gradually pieced together the general outline of this place. The vast majority of humans living on the Dust and Sand continent have migrated to different countries and neutral zones to enjoy the conveniences of towns, as the areas where humans once lived in caves were mostly barren. However, there is a group of people who are unwilling to leave their homeland. It's not that they don't want the conveniences of towns, they also yearn for a better life. But they are unwilling to accept the inherent inequality in their current lives. They believe that humans should fight for more respect and gain sufficient say and decision-making power, instead of existing as sheltered individuals in different countries of the continent, merely as craftsmen, mechanics, and service providers. Although there are scholars among the human race, they lack access to knowledge in the core areas of other races, aside from those invented by humans themselves. Furthermore, they are consistently excluded from decision-making in crucial areas of national and urban development. Therefore, some powerful human warriors, mechanics, and artisans have returned to their cave-dwelling homeland, establishing their own settlements. Of course, the human race originally inhabited more places than just this, but this particular location has its unique advantages. Because the land here is barren, any nation on the Dust Sand continent that wants to establish a border here would need to build dedicated military towns to extend supply lines. However, the output of any commodity here is low, making the establishment of dedicated military towns unprofitable. Therefore, this place currently belongs to no nation, it is a no man's land. Many human warriors living here work as mercenaries in nearby countries, completing mercenary missions. Also living here is a well-known bandit group. Junsha had once considered the possibility that Shinrua might be a member of this group. Whether warriors or bandits, they brought back money and supplies from the outside world. This place also boasted some of the continent's most skilled mechanics and craftsmen. Over time, this human settlement flourished. The cave Shinrua saw was merely the entrance. After entering these cave dwellings, one could open the back doors, revealing what seemed like another world beyond. This rocky mountain range, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, was riddled with passageways and dwellings. Through continuous excavation and exploration, mechanics and craftsmen discovered an underground river flowing into the mountains. They carved out a channel and built large water wheels within the mountains to bring the river's water to each household. They also discovered that by following the underground river, one could float to the border of the Stone Spirit Kingdom at the edge of the mountains. The river's outlet was well hidden, serving as a natural passage for them. As for the king of soldiers, Heishi, their relationship was one of cooperation. In fact, Heishi's mercenary group was formed by merging Heishi, whom he had brought from the rare waters, with other Heishi martial arts practitioners from the continent, and then with human mercenary groups. The group's commander was king of soldiers Heishi, while the vice commander was a human warrior. The relationship was one of equal and mutually beneficial cooperation. Heishi was chosen as commander because he was the youngest spirit rank being on the continent. They could leverage this prestige to more quickly enhance the group's reputation. The elite soldier Heishi probably felt a special resonance with the humans here and the current Heishi race. Listening to the doctor's daughter's explanation of the situation, Shinrua could roughly understand why Heishi had chosen to cooperate with the humans. On the surface, the Heishi were also a powerful race with divinely bestowed talents, but on the Dust Sand continent, no branch of the Heishi had established its own nation. Shinrua had already confirmed this when he reviewed maps and checked encyclopedias long ago. Humans lack talent, but what about the Heishi? Having the strength yet unable to establish their own nation, was their resentment even greater than that of the humans? Or is it only the branch to which the soldier king Heishi belongs that cares about such things, which is why the Heishi tribe has never been able to establish a nation, in any case? The settlement is filled with a celebratory atmosphere because soldier king Heishi brought back ancient Heishi artifacts from the great palace of Helter. A bard is playing a 7-stringed lute and singing. People always sing of the light, but they overlook the preciousness of darkness. The stars in the sky, without the backdrop of night, cannot reveal the will of the gods, and the star charts of the star priests will be dim and without light. Ah, prophecy! The sacred child born of darkness in the prophecy will obtain the scepter of gathering power. A great nation will eventually be established, and his name will be forever sung across the continent. The aroma of food wafts from outside the window, and the doctor's daughter leans against the window and shouts, "Wow! It's Gajira!" "What is Gajira?" Shenrua asks curiously. "Huh, you don't even know Gajira? You're such a weirdo." The doctor's daughter shrank back into the room from the window. "It's a huge steam boiler, so big it takes several people to encircle it. The soup will flow out from the side opening. We temporarily build a metal fire dragon, then add bricks around it. Everyone can sit along the metal fire dragon and drink fresh, hot soup. Sounds amazing. You can come down with me for dinner and soup tomorrow." They even build Gajira. The food will definitely be plentiful. Everyone believed the soldier King Hishi's story, except for his companions, who had come out of the water with him. Lingyi was a good choice to ask the soldier King Hishi. "You believe the nonsense about meeting Zhizhe and bringing him back to stop their inhumane behavior?" Lingyi asked the soldier King Hishi. In a sense, the reason soldier King Hishi fabricated was quite close to the truth. Although he didn't know why Shenrua was discussing the spirit rank with Junja, and it seemed Shenrua was inspiring and guiding Junja, the fact remained that Shenrua's situation with Junja was difficult to define. Perhaps the palace officials, guards, Wenja, and Junja each had slightly different ideas. The water flame lotus transformation item? A human with a suspicious identity? A prisoner? Probably all of the above. Shenrua defined himself as a temporary worker because he knew he could actually escape, but until Junja discovered this in the Great Palace, probably the others didn't think so. However, Lingyi's questioning was also valid, because from Soldier King Hishi's perspective, Shenrua was treated quite politely by Junja. This is the information gap. However, now that Lingyi is pressing the Soldier King Hishi for answers, Hishi no longer insists on his original story. Instead, he shifts his position, leaning against the wall, and looks at Lingyi. "Otherwise what? I promised him I wouldn't reveal what happened beneath the Great Helter Palace. Do you want me to break my promise?" Keeping one's word is a quality a monarch should possess if the Hishi clan were to establish a nation in the future. Actually, Lingyi wanted to say that a change of heart wasn't impossible, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Soldier King Hishi's answer was, in effect, an admission that what he said wasn't true. But she could always guess. "We were heading back from the stairs between the 5th and 6th levels of the underground palace. You couldn't have met him before that," Lingyi analyzed, observing Soldier King Hishi's expression. "Even among the Zhizhe of Qingze Kingdom, few can proceed beyond the 6th level of the underground palace. That grand Archmage of Light? Could he have left the Qingze Kingdom's holy temple for so long? That spirit rank Zhizhe who has achieved high-level martial arts? That's possible. But why would he bring humans down with him? Wouldn't that be a burden? It couldn't be Junja, could it? He's at the spirit rank. If that's the case, then that's really not good news." "Alright, that's enough." The Soldier King Hishi interrupted Lingyi's speculation. "There's no point in guessing further. I myself don't understand how he could." "There's another possibility, the hardest to believe," Lingyi said. "That is, he's a spirit rank cultivator. If that's the case, then he's a good partner, someone you can trust to cooperate with in the underground palace." Lingyi, the Soldier King Hishi suddenly called her name. "Actually, it wouldn't have mattered if any of us were in my position, but it's just because I broke through to the spirit rank." His words were somewhat puzzling, but Lingyi understood their meaning. She finally stopped speculating and questioning, and then left the Soldier King Hishi's room. Chapter 85. The celebration was a grand affair. The Gajira, a type of firework, stretched from the end of the canyon, a fire dragon hundreds of meters long, flanked by various dishes and staple foods. The Herrscher tribe also had star spirit priests, who demonstrated another special function of the star spirit priests that night, displaying how the stars shone brightly above the canyon. One after another, three-dimensional star charts with special symbolic meanings emerged from the astrolabe. This world had no fireworks, but the star charts were beautiful and dazzling, possessing a mysterious and ancient aura compared to the fireworks Shenrua had ever seen. His eyesight had recovered considerably, but he probably wouldn't be able to adjust his vision freely for a while. The three-dimensional star charts were still somewhat blurry to him, but even so, it didn't prevent him from appreciating this unique spectacle. Seeing Shenrua gazing absently at the canyon ceiling, the girl beside him nudged his arm with her elbow. "What? Can you see it?" Shinruo smiled. I'm not blind, I just can't see it clearly. The girl was also looking at the star chart. The great triangular cross, a symbol of positive prophecy, was blooming in the sky. That's such a pity. Shinruo didn't think so. Life is never perfect. Imperfection has a kind of hazy beauty, and it keeps one hopeful. Your thoughts are quite romantic, quite artistic, but they suit your physique perfectly. Shinruo glanced around. Although the scene was still somewhat blurry, some of the human warriors were already shirtless, singing and drinking beverages similar to those from the Dust Sand continent that Shinruo recognized. Let's just call it a bar for now, although every drink here has its own name. After being ridiculed for his physique by the Dragon Clan, Demon Clan, Illusion Clan, Zhuzha Clan, and Hishi Clan, is it finally the Human Clan's turn? Shinruo smiled. He was originally quite satisfied and confident with his physique, but the comments he received here were truly terrible. That's true. So perhaps I should become a scholar. Shinruo didn't refute the girl's words, but instead raised his glass as well. The soldier King Hishi and his human vice commander were drinking and discussing something. They weren't very close to Shinruo, and several Hishi clan members that Shinruo had met in the Eternal Tower were whispering among themselves. What's that human doing? The male Hishi who spoke was named Jinhe. He was asking Linghe, and they already knew the result of Linghe asking the soldier King Hishi. His eyes aren't bad, what can he do? Aren't humans at this age all planning to date and find a partner? He seemed to be having a good time chatting with Tiffany, so he's probably trying to pursue her, right? Linghe answered casually, knowing this wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. Hey, you don't even believe that yourself, do you? Another Hera clinked glasses with Linghe. Speaking of which, what was Fenghe thinking, just bringing him back and leaving him here like this? Fenghe was the king of soldiers Hera, a name he had already given to Shinruo when he formed the blood pact in the Held Grand Palace. The male Hera who spoke and clinked glasses with Ling, he was called Guhe, the most quick-witted among their group. These Hera were childhood friends, so they still addressed the king of soldiers Hera by his original name. Fenghe won't say, how would I know? Linghe looked in Shinruo's direction, and saw her gazing at the ever-changing 3D star map above the canyon. Even if we want to know about him, we have to wait until he recovers. Otherwise, even if we're testing him, how much can we really learn in his condition? Guhe lowered his voice. This is, after all, a human settlement that values hard work and perseverance. Even during a celebration, they remain quite restrained. After eating and drinking their fill, people rested, playing music and singing, and no one stayed out late. The next morning, some had to go on missions, some needed to mine ores, and others needed to do crafts. Living in such a barren place, despite developing vast spaces within the rocks and underground water systems, the produce and the people's efforts only kept them from poverty. Money couldn't buy food in this wasteland. Therefore, the people here also built large ice cellars. Because the temperature inside the rocks here is inherently low year-round, by using special methods to freeze water, the ice can remain frozen for a long time. Many foods suitable for freezing are stored here, and people can come daily to collect food according to the number of people in their household. The construction of the ice cellar and the payment for transporting the food are shared by the people here. The ice cellar is the communal property of the settlement. Shinruo also has to pay for food and medical treatment here, but he still has nearly 30,000 gold coins in his storage ring, which he obtained by exchanging the fire energy of the water flame lotus. Since he doesn't eat much, expenses are not a problem. His eyesight has now recovered to 70%. He can read books, and has gone to the soldier King Hishi to ask what the ancient elder Hishi left behind was, something that made the soldier King Hishi willing to risk being trapped in the underground palace to obtain. However, Shinruo wasn't in a hurry to do this. Like a normal human patient, he massaged his eyes daily, strolled through the canyon to enjoy the scenery, and avoided anything that overused his eyes. That day, as usual, he walked along the narrow, winding steps carved into the mountainside into the canyon. He bought breakfast there, and was eating when he saw a group approaching from outside the canyon. Who is this? When his vision was blurry, Shinruo's sensitivity to sound was slightly higher than usual, so he heard the questioning coming from the canyon entrance from afar. Old Kai is sick. This is his replacement, the escort, Wally sure. The speaker seemed to be someone in the group who knew the people in charge of questioning in the canyon. His voice had a peculiar quality. The questioners checked the group and then let them into the canyon. As the group approached, their unloading and handover point was not far from Shinruo, making it easy to observe. Shinruo casually glanced at the group. Then, he discovered that the team members were composed of a race he had never seen before. However, judging from their appearance, it wasn't hard to guess that they were the Stone Elves. This was the first time Shenrua had encountered the Stone Elves since arriving on the Dust Sand continent. He knew of this race's existence because the book Junja had shown him contained a sacred relic of the Stone Elves nation, a quest item. The Stone Elves were a race beyond the comprehension of Shenrua's universe. In Shenrua's universe, the intelligent life forms wandering in space were essentially descendants of humans who had left their home planet, Earth. Despite encountering numerous races on the Dust and Sand continent, these races were essentially still flesh and blood, but the Stone Elves were not. The Stone Elves, as their name suggests, are a race born from rock, possessing innate talents. They are naturally gifted with earth elemental abilities. As crystallized rock, the Stone Elves' bodies transform into incredibly beautiful raw gemstones upon death. Depending on their birthplace, the Stone Elves' skin color varies, much like gemstones come in different colors. Many of them have translucent bodies and no temperature, so they wrap themselves in layers of clothing. Because the Stone Elves' bodies transform into beautiful raw gemstones, some unscrupulous hunters specifically target them for jewelry materials. Therefore, the Stone Elves are extremely vigilant and prefer to live in large groups, rarely venturing outside their settlements. If they do, they are invariably among the most powerful warriors of their race. On their home planet Earth, rocks are formed through geological processes into gemstones of varying colors, hardness, and transparency. These gems were all essence of stone, but compared to the stone spirits, who had developed sentience, they were indeed insignificant. The stone spirits, capable of developing sentience, were the cream of the crop, so their bodies naturally resembled the finest gems. They could actually change their body shape, becoming spherical or columnar, but to be recognized as stone spirits by other intelligent races, they chose to mimic. Therefore, when this group of stone spirits remained still, they resembled statues sculpted from gemstones, identical in size to the Hercules, only covered in layers of clothing as decoration. Judging from the steely sheen emanating from them, these stone spirits must be incredibly hard. They don't actually rely on facial features to perceive their surroundings, but for the sake of mimicry, their faces mimic facial features, perfectly matching the aesthetics of the Dust Sand continent. They were transporting large quantities of crystals and metal ores. The human in charge of inventory exclaimed in admiration of the goods. As expected of stone spirit products, the quality is truly exceptional. One of the stone spirits, presumably in charge, replied, "Of course. 2/3 of the shipment is for you. For the remaining third, please process it according to the blueprints. The labor costs will be settled from our payment. We hope you can have these items ready within 5 days. We have an agreed delivery date." Clearly, this wasn't their first collaboration. The human in charge of inventory had no questions and, under their guidance, categorized the goods. After categorization, some of the goods were directly moved into the mountain warehouse, while the rest remained untouched. A short while later, a group of craftsmen arrived. They studied the blueprints, discussed, and researched, then each carried their own materials away. They all had their own moving equipment. The concentration of the human race's most skilled craftsmen and mechanics here was no small feat. Shenrua felt his eyes were opened, but unfortunately, it wasn't the right time to pull out an encyclopedia to study the characteristics and principles of these tools and materials. The Stone Elf race had given the craftsmen 5 days to finish the work, so naturally, they wouldn't leave immediately. However, the way these Stone Elves rested truly amazed Shenrua. They stood in a row against the mountain wall, their bodies, not covered by clothing, becoming one with the rock face. It seemed they didn't need food at all. However, one of them didn't participate in this resting. At first, Shenrua didn't pay much attention to him. Then, this stone elf accidentally encountered a member of the Hercules race left in the canyon and congratulated him. Chapter 86. The news that the king of soldiers, Hishi, had brought back the relics of the ancient Hishi elders from the great underground palace of Helter had actually reached the stone spirit kingdom. Thinking about it carefully, this actually fits his consistently high-profile Hishi persona. If it weren't publicized, the treasure would remain just a treasure. But if it were publicized, King of Soldiers Hishi's reputation would rise even higher, because the 8th level is the deepest underground palace ever reached by any being on the Dust Sand continent. June just said that the deepest recorded level was the 7th, while the ancient elders of the Hishi clan had reached the 8th level, clearly a secret the Hishi clan originally kept hidden. Even the possibility that one of the ancient elders transformed into an evil creature deep within the underground palace is a secret. As long as they don't speak of it, no one knows that the Hishi clan lost their treasure deep within the underground palace. The reason it can be spoken of now is because the treasure has been recovered. The Herxi Soldier King, who retrieved the secret treasure, not only reached the 8th level of the Held Grand Palace, but also return to the outside world with the Herxi tribe's treasure. What formidable strength this must have been. If the legend were to spread that the soldier King Herxi was capable of leading the Herxi tribe to establish their own nation, the impact would far surpass methods like hiding a book in a fish's belly. Because such legends from Earth's era of cold weapons merely served as a pretext for a struggle for supremacy. Those who initiated this struggle were, in fact, initially driven to the brink of despair. And those driven to the brink were often not the strongest figures of their time with the power to carve out their own territories. However, the soldier King Herxi emerged from the palace carrying the relics of an ancient Herxi elder, a powerful testament to his immense power. The stone spirit congratulating the king of soldiers was understandable, but his subsequent mention of 2 quest items aroused Shinrua's suspicion. One of them was the dark crystal. This was one of the 11 quest items Shinrua had seen in the book Junja had lent him, supposedly a sacred relic of the Heshi tribe. Mentioning this item was still plausible. Because after his congratulations, the stone spirit remarked, could it be that the dark crystal preserved by the Maiha branch isn't actually in their possession? The Maiha branch is the branch of the Heshi tribe currently responsible for preserving the dark crystal. Shinrua was quite certain that the relics of the ancient elders of the Heshi tribe didn't contain any quest items. Because from his encounter with the ancient elders through the battle, until the king of soldiers Heshi collected all their items, and throughout their departure from the Helter Palace, the mark hadn't triggered any response. After receiving a negative answer from Heshi, the stone spirit and Heshi chatted for a while longer, discussing the current events in the Thousand Silence Plains. The Hehe's Millennium Festival just took place yesterday. Did you hear about it? The stone spirit asked Heshi. Oh, I heard about it, but we didn't pay much attention, because the Hehe people's patterns have changed color. In fact, we no longer consider them part of our race, Heshi replied to the stone spirit. But I heard that a Heshi who used to be in your legion traveled with them. It said that the will of the gods didn't appear at this festival, rumored to be because the feathers they used to summon the gods weren't obtained by themselves. The feather wasn't actually obtained by them. They kidnapped a dragon and then threatened a human to help them probe the depth of the crevice at the bottom of the valley. But unexpectedly, the human retrieved the feather in one go. What the stone elves probably didn't expect was that the human, now very interested in the stone elf race, had intentionally or unintentionally followed them after observing how his companions rested, and overheard their current conversation. Although it sounded like 2 different rumors, congratulating Hershey and sharing information, the specific mention of 2 different quest items, especially the fact that the dark crystal wasn't actually here, and the probing questions made Shinrua a little suspicious. When the stone elf team was questioned outside the canyon, how did the human interrogator ask them? Based on his questions, he learned that there was an unfamiliar figure in the stone elf team named Valish. And now, one stone elf, instead of sleeping with the others against the mountain wall, wanted to bump into Hershey to discuss the quest items. There were still ways to test him. Shinrua glanced around and decided the timing wasn't ideal. They were next to the side of the mountain wall where they slept, above which was the spot where Shinrua had been resting her eyes. As long as the stone spirit returned to rest, Shinrua wouldn't lack opportunities. The stone spirit race didn't actually use vocal cords to produce sound. Their voices came from vibrations in their chest cavity, which gave them a unique quality. Shinrua confirmed that the remaining stone spirit had also stood by the mountain wall, partially connecting its body to the wall. So, in reality, the strongest stone spirits are those without layers of clothing, capable of merging with the mountain walls. However, their ability to mimic appearances makes their physical form uncertain. Could they possibly change shape at will, like Venom, the superhero from the comics popular thousands of years ago? But Shinrua was overthinking it. If stone spirits had such powerful transformation abilities, and could merge with rock at will, they would be an invincible race on this continent. Why would there be any hunters hunting them for gems? It's impossible for a spirit rank cultivator to be so idle as to become a gem hunter for stone spirits. The stone spirits' mobility and limitations are directly proportional to their ability level. Furthermore, the gods once established a law of racial balance on this continent. Therefore, although humans are weak, the entire race has thrived, and although dragons are powerful, a branch of humans' dragons has had to emerge. In the middle of the night, Shinrua altered his hearing. He could now clearly hear the sounds from the mountain walls below. He lay on his bed and took a phoenix feather from his earring. Unsurprisingly, he heard a muffled groan with a distinctive texture coming from below. Though not loud, it contained a hint of pain. Shinrua put away the phoenix feather. He comfortably adjusted his 5 senses to be even less sensitive than an ordinary person, and then quickly drifted off to sleep. Whoever opened the door now would only see a thin human, sleeping unguarded in bed. The stone spirit candidate currently had no target, and the king of soldiers, he was not in the canyon, he would probably not return for some time. He could suspect the dark crystal was kept in the canyon by the Hersher clan stationed there, but whether he could restrain himself from making a move here remained to be seen. This was the base of the strongest mercenary group on the Dust Sand continent. Although only the king of soldiers, Hersher, was a spirit rank member, the group had quite a few humans at the ultimate rank. Almost all the Hersher were either ultimate or near spirit rank. Furthermore, while the stone spirit suspected the dark crystal was here, he couldn't confirm it. Shinrua simply took out the phoenix feather, and then put it back. The appearance and disappearance of the quest item were extremely sudden, likely enough for the stone spirit candidate to ponder for some time. The window of Shinrua's room opened, and the stone spirit only saw a sleeping human. The stone spirit was a spirit rank member, and could sense the vibrations of a human's heartbeat, and the frequency of their breathing. In this situation where he didn't need to react or fight, and could wait in comfort, he could keenly detect any slight change in the other's body caused by feigning sleep. He was using this method to search the mountainside for suspicious individuals carrying quest items. The core of the stone spirit was a sacred relic held by the Stone Spirit Nation, and also a quest item. The high-ranking members of the Stone Spirit Nation, after a collective meeting, agreed to give him this quest item when the Great Cataclysm was imminent, but only if he survived until then. They wouldn't voluntarily hand over this sacred relic to any other candidate. That was all the promise the Stone Spirit Nation could offer him. However, they had provided considerable other assistance. For example, the book Shinrua saw at Junja's place contained something similar to what he had seen in the Stone Spirit Nation, and he had also analyzed it to identify 11 extremely difficult to obtain quest items. In his view, obtaining these quest items was extremely difficult, and the biggest challenge was that you didn't know the total number of quest items, how to obtain them, or their names. Only when the mark reacted could you know that a quest item's name had been mentioned, or that it was nearby. However, there were as many as 11 quest items among the sacred relics, indicating that all quest items were likely sacred relics. In this situation, learning as much as possible about the ancient rituals of this world, and the related legends of the gods was probably the most important way to learn the names of the sacred relics. Furthermore, in the eyes of the Stone Elf candidates, traveling to various parts of the continent with the Stone Elf Merchant Guild was also a good way to advance the quest. On the Dust Sand continent, there was only one country established by the Stone Elf race, the Stone Elf Nation, located hundreds of kilometers away in the mountains adjacent to human settlements. The reason they were able to establish a nation was because the mineral veins in this area were very special, producing large quantities of extremely pure gemstones. The Stone Elves gained their sentience from these extremely pure mineral veins. It could be said that this was the Stone Elves' root. Therefore, the Stone Elves' ability to organize a nation-level defense here is virtually invincible. Aside from spirit rank beings, nothing else directly threatens the Stone Elves' survival in this nation. And if only a very few Stone Elves reach the spirit rank, they can withstand the rest, as long as these spirit rank beings don't unite to invade. In reality, the spirit rank beings in many nations don't exist primarily for the purpose of invading other countries. For example, the Grand Archmage of Light in Qing's kingdom primarily researches advanced light magic, instructs high-ranking disciples, and assists the nation in tasks requiring near spirit rank or higher beings. Spirit rank beings are extremely rare strategic assets for any nation. Therefore, although there are Stone Elf hunters who specialize in hunting Stone Elves, these hunters can only attack when the Stone Elves are away from their own nation. It is precisely because of the Stone Elves' unique nature that Shinrua, despite encountering so many races in the Eternal Tower, had never seen Stone Elves. Chapter 87. The Stone Spirit candidate for the Spirit rank wasn't exactly lucky. Although he had learned a lot about the quest items, he hadn't actually obtained a single one, let alone tested them. Sometimes luck and strength are inexplicably misaligned. Even people's desires and luck are inexplicably out of sync. Some people want love, but their talent lies in their careers. Some want money, but their talents are unrelated to money. Shinrua didn't really want to do this damned quest. He wanted to eat, drink, have fun, and make friends in this world, but quests kept popping up in front of him. That damned mark was practically a system to prevent him from slacking off. This mark diminished his enjoyment of eating, drinking, having fun, and exploring the world, and he couldn't be completely open in making friends. Meanwhile, this Stone Spirit candidate desperately wanted to advance his quest progress and collect as many quest items as possible as quickly as possible, but unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded yet. This left him extremely depressed. He had already been very proactive. Upon hearing that the merchant caravan would first reach the human settlement where the king of soldiers, he resided, and that their final destination was the 1,000 desolate plains, he immediately joined the caravan, even becoming its escort. The Stone Spirit clan produced the finest ores throughout the entire Dust Sand continent. Through forging in the cave-dwelling human settlements they cooperated with, they could obtain weapons and equipment ranging from rare to legendary. This time, they were primarily forging weapons, and the buyer was the Heavenly Fox of the 1,000 Desolate Plains. Upon hearing the name Phoenix Feather, the mark on the Stone Elf candidate reacted. The 1,000 Desolate Plains already contained the quest item he desired, a fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade, and now, with the addition of the Phoenix Feather, he naturally wanted to join the expedition. Unexpectedly, his mark reacted as soon as he arrived at the human settlement. Those who could become candidates were the cream of the crop, selected from the universes created by the gods according to the laws left behind. Their calculations of probability were all accurate. However, there was a significant information gap between the Stone Elf candidate and Shinruo. Shinruo had already obtained 2 1/5 of the quest item, and had tested whether storing the quest item in an earring would be detectable. Furthermore, he could accurately determine the approximate distance required for the quest item to be detected. Combined with his experience in the Eternal Tower Plaza, Shinruo could deduce that even placing the quest item within the body of a special being or in a storage space could not shield the mark's detection. The items or marks obtained from the gatekeepers should be of the highest level of sensitivity in this world. They can shield each other, but not other things in this world. To prevent the quest items from being detected, they must be stored in the initial storage space provided by the gatekeepers. This initial storage space can be customized in shape. Shinruo wasn't sure if other candidates shared this idea. Candidates without this idea might overlook the fact that Shinruo possesses an initial storage space because it's not displayed in the options, thus being subconsciously influenced and unable to notice Shinruo's identity. All his groundwork was laid to ensure a peaceful and undisturbed journey across the Dust Sand continent, avoiding constant entanglement in missions and the battles between candidates. While Shinruo's experiences on the Dust Sand continent might seem unrelated to sightseeing and studying plants and insects, his goals were truly simple and unpretentious. Now, the Stone Spirit candidate, after observing Shinruo for only 2 breaths, concluded that this unsuspecting human couldn't possibly be connected to the mission item. His body moved across the mountainside with more agility than a gecko, as the exposed parts of his body glided freely along the surface. He examined the human and Herxi dwellings from near to far, trying to pinpoint the possible location of the mission item. The likelihood of a human possessing the mission item was extremely low. Currently, no known human possessed any sacred relics. Could it be something a bandit group retrieved, only briefly displayed? This wasn't impossible, as bandit groups operated throughout the entire Dust Sand continent. Although called a band of thieves, they actually spent most of their time excavating ruins and searching for treasures within. However, anything the bandits obtained was quickly sent to the Tower of Eternity for auction. They wouldn't keep sacred relics for themselves. The Stone Elf candidate walked along the mountainside, looking at the rooms in the caves, considering the possibilities. There were also campsites and dwellings in the canyon, the dwellings of the hermits. Perhaps, he should take the risk and try attacking a hermit. The Stone Elf candidate is a spirit rank, and the surrounding rocky terrain gives him a natural advantage. He's confident he can capture a supreme rank Herrscher without alerting anyone. The real challenge lies after he captures the Herrscher. The king of soldiers, Herrscher, isn't in the canyon. This is a golden opportunity. However, the Stone Elf's appearance cannot be concealed. Once he makes a move, the Herrscher will recognize him. If he can't obtain information and uses him as a hostage to negotiate with King Herrscher, it could potentially damage relations between the Stone Elf nation and human settlements. If he makes a move, he cannot leave the captured Herrscher alive. Otherwise, he can no longer rely on the Stone Elf nation's help or remain in the Merchant Guild. Of course, if other unforeseen circumstances arise, he can still reveal his candidate mark. This mark has another use. It possesses a legendary divine right-of-way. Beings on the Dust Sand continent can choose to support or oppose this candidate, but they cannot harm him when he displays his mark. Revealing the mark is akin to revealing the will of God. This person is one of the candidates chosen by God to lead the Dust Sand continent away from the Great Cataclysm. To harm a candidate while the mark is revealed, only another candidate can do so. If possible, the Stone Elf candidate doesn't want to expose his identity so quickly, but if unavoidable circumstances arise, this is his last resort, and his actions can be explained. However, the Hershey's can choose not to provide him with information or any assistance regarding quest items. There are 15 Hishi who came from Shishui with King Hishi to form a mercenary group. King Hishi never acts alone on missions. The group selects suitable Hishi to accompany him based on their abilities. The Hishi Shinruo encountered in the Eternal Tower, such as Ling He, did not leave the human settlement with King Hishi this time. The Stone Elf candidate had also learned about King Hishi's team and had observed and interacted with them since arriving here. In his opinion, the Hishi named Jin, he was a good target. All the Hishi who came from Shishui with King Hishi to form the group have reached the ultimate rank, and some are even close to the spirit rank. However, they still need time to accumulate strength. Below the ultimate rank, strength improvement relies on energy accumulation and continuous training. The Hishi here are not only from Shishui, there are also some other scattered Hishi soldiers, each with their own specialties, suitable for forming small teams to complete various mercenary missions. Shinha is one of the weaker members of the Shishui Hishi. Even among the top-tier members, there are differences in strength, and strength isn't necessarily reflected in combat power. Assessing strength requires a comprehensive evaluation. For example, some top-tier members may not be as physically powerful as higher-tier members, but they invariably possess exceptional expertise in a particular area, reaching a level of mastery that is irreplaceable. Shishui Hishi members value combat power highly, and Jinha is no exception. However, within a team, strength cannot be perfectly balanced, and Jinha is one of the members with relatively lower combat power. This judgment was made by the Stone Spirit candidate based on the subtle changes in the Herxus's movements on the rocky ground. Stone spirits at the spirit rank can read information about those who share contact with a rock. The subtle vibrations naturally produced by living beings, no matter how minute, can be sensed as long as they are in contact with a rock, and that rock is being touched by a stone spirit at the spirit rank. After sensing enough vibrations, the strength of the vibrating entity can be determined by the differences in these vibrations. Of course, this is not 100% accurate. It requires a sufficient sample size and information, and it is an experiential judgment. There will always be special cases that cannot be categorized into the majority of the summarized experience. However, special cases are few, and after gathering information during his time traveling with the caravans on the Dust Sand continent, the Stone Spirit candidate had a certain degree of confidence in his judgment. Another reason for choosing Jinha was that they were members who had emerged from the rare waters with the King of Soldiers, Herxi. The Stone Spirit candidate had thought everything through. He only needed to wait for the caravan to leave the human settlement before he could return to Maqiang and make his move. Making a move now would be too obvious, but he had 2 more days. He could wait. He could use these 2 days to gather more intelligence on the terrain and other aspects, and he needed to carefully consider how to leave a message for the King of Soldiers, Hishi, because he wasn't actually sure what the quest item that had appeared here was. The Hishi clan likely had a candidate, and it was very likely they had already had dealings with the King of Soldiers, Hishi. The Stone Spirit clan candidate wasn't doing nothing. He also had an encyclopedia. While in the Stone Spirit Kingdom, he had already inquired about the well-known spirit rank experts on the Dust Sand continent and the racial factions they belonged to. He paid close attention to information about these experts, because in his view, the fastest way for a candidate to gather information about the quest item was to cooperate with beings of their own race after arriving on the Dust Sand continent. And experts of their own race could bring them more benefits, just like how he himself had chosen to land in the Stone Spirit Kingdom. As for candidates who didn't want to collect quest items, the Stone Spirit clan candidate hadn't considered that possibility. Chapter 88. 2 days later, the human craftsman delivered a batch of exquisitely crafted goods. This batch included 10 legendary level items, 25 epic level items, and 48 rare level items. The vast majority of the items were weapons, while a few, though not weapons, were still related to war. These were semi-automatic machines powered by elemental energy and possessing area of effect attacks. The He clan's Millennium Ritual had failed, but it seemed to have successfully stirred up internal conflict within the Skyfox clan. The He clan was now likely in an awkward position, as their ritual's failure meant their mission at the Tower of Eternity could not be considered complete. If they wanted to reclaim the Skyfox Jade fragments from the Tower of Eternity, they would need to pay a substantial penalty. Of course, more than the penalty, the He clan cared about the ritual itself. But now that the ritual could not be completed, it seemed as if the will of the gods was telling them they could not become the masters of the Thousand Silence Plains. All of this seemed to be fulfilling the verses sung in the heavenly poem, and the Holy See, led by Zhe, who had always been estranged from the He, had actually sent a letter to the Valley of the Undying. The gist of it was a request for them to open the Thorn Gate, allowing the Holy See to explore the depths of the Valley of the Undying. The He were a branch of the Hishi after the markings on their bodies changed. Although they had accepted the will of a god, who clearly wasn't their creator, their natural animosity towards Zhe wouldn't be easily erased. However, the He clan's power was far weaker than the Holy See's, Trying to stop the Holy See with the Thorn Gate wouldn't be so easy. They could, of course, choose to defend their position. With the power of the Thorn Gate, even the Holy See would have to expend considerable effort to conquer it. But it would only require significant effort, not be impossible. The He clan is no longer the He clan of yesteryear. Their battle with the Heavenly Fox 1,000 years ago had taken a heavy toll. And the Holy See is no longer the Heavenly Fox clan. Their numbers of spirit rank members, and their overall combat strength far surpass those of the Heavenly Fox clan. The He clan's choice remains to be seen, but the Stone Spirit clan candidate has already guessed that the Holy See's letter must be related to the Zhizha candidate. As rumors of the He clan's failure to complete the ceremony spread throughout the Dust Sand continent, speculation arose about why the ceremony couldn't be completed, and the Phoenix Feather was brought up again. What the Stone Spirit clan candidate knows, the Holy See will naturally receive much sooner. In terms of sphere of influence, the Zhizha candidate truly has a significant advantage. However, the Stone Spirit clan candidate will not give up just because of this. After the caravan left the human settlement, he changed his form, no longer appearing in a human-like manner. Although the stone elves could merge with rock, on this particular rock, they could only merge on the surface. The rock structure was different from their own. This is why, even with rock, the stone elves were not invincible. They could not penetrate the interior of the rock. Clothing was merely a layering technique used by the stone elves to make their mimicry more acceptable. In reality, they could mimic the appearance of wearing clothing, but then, they would simply look like gemstone sculptures dressed in clothes. After abandoning the clothing of other races, they adhered to the rock's surface, appearing as if a large, more translucent gemstone of a different texture had appeared on the rock. The spirit rank stone spirit could conceal the gemstone's brilliance, making himself appear more plain and unassuming, like an unpolished gemstone. However, even an unpolished gemstone would still differ from the surface of ordinary rock. This made it easier for him to sneak back into the human settlement undetected. However, there was one thing the Stone Spirit candidate could not easily hide: his storage ring. He chose a ring as his initial storage item, as it was the most commonly used type of storage tool. Since he was going to carry one ring anyway, he simply carried two. He tucked the ring into a crevice in his body, attaching it to the surface of the rock, and slipped into the mountain valley under the cover of night. Although he was the weakest among the rare companions of the Soldier King he was still a supreme rank. However, the difference in their cultivation levels meant that just as he realized someone had invaded his room, a hand emerged from the ground. Its arm stretched to a length beyond that of normal races, and covered his mouth. A numbing needle was injected into Jinna's body, after which he was enveloped on the ground, appearing as if he were covered by a piece of floating ice. The Stone Elf candidate, using the vibrations transmitted from the ground rocks, accurately determined the positions and strides of all the surrounding night watchmen, allowing him to precisely evade all surveillance and lead Jinha away from the settlement. He left a note in Jinha's room. Soldier King Hishi, I am a legendary candidate, and I need something you possess, a special item designated by the gods to prevent the great cataclysm. There's more than one such item. I don't ask for much, I just want any one of them. I believe you can provide it. The communication crystal on the table allows you to contact me. You can hear your companion's voice, proving he's safe. The Stone Elf candidate, after leaving the settlement with Jinha, aims to return to the Stone Elf Kingdom, where the Stone Elves possess absolute defensive power. He's still considering how to obtain the mission item, while simultaneously killing Jinha. First, Soldier King Hishi needs to know what the mission item is, and what kinds of mission items exist. Then, Soldier King Hishi needs to possess such an item, or at least be willing to steal it and exchange it for him. Soldier King Hishi is likely unable to return to the settlement in a short time due to his mission. The Stone Elf candidate has confirmed this. Hishi has time to prepare before Soldier King Hishi arrives. Meanwhile, the outcome of the negotiations between the Holy See and the Hihi was also noteworthy. The next day, the note in Jinna's room was discovered by the Hishi who came looking for him. This greatly shocked the Hishi who remained in this human settlement. What do we do now? Lingi looked at Gaha, the most quick-witted among them. Although they could immediately notify the King of Soldiers, Hishi, once he returned, the only option would likely be negotiation. Shijing was quite accurate in one respect. The Hishi felt affection for their companions who had come from the Shishui River together, and the King of Soldiers, Hishi, was no exception. Go thought for a moment. Notify Fenghe, then go find the humans. Humans? Aren't they only at the absolute rank? To be able to take Jinha away so quietly, that's probably. Even near spirit rank was a conservative estimate. Not the humans here, but that human. Go reminded him, you've forgotten, Fingham met him in the 6th underground level. The 6th underground level, those were 4 very weighty words. Shenruo was stopped by a hermit in the canyon. Human, we have something to ask of you. The hermit said this, leading Shenruo to their camp. The matter was actually very brief. After introducing themselves, they explained the whole situation to Shenruo in a few words. In Shenruo's opinion, if he hadn't known that this was the work of a candidate from the Stone Spirit clan, the hermits were simply grasping at straws in desperation. Because the other party was able to abduct a peerless expert without being detected, they assumed he was a spirit realm expert. Considering the difference in strength, they wanted to find someone who might be a spirit realm expert to fill the gap. Did they actually have a direction to track him? No. Even if the strongest being on the Dust Sand continent were here, without a direction, it would be useless. However, Shenruo guessed that this was a result of him using the Phoenix Feather to alert the Stone Spirit clan's candidates, so helping wasn't out of the question. Have you figured out how to track him? Shenruo asked. Well, there are 3 paths after leaving the canyon. Ling He said. Shenruo shook his head. Even if there were only one path, it would be difficult for us to catch up, because of the difference in cultivation levels. This is only the first point. There are 3 paths now. Even if we catch up with him, we won't be a match for him, because our people will be scattered. That's the second point. Give me a map. The Hercules produced a map. Go disagreed with Shenruo's viewpoint. I don't quite agree with the idea that the difference in cultivation level is the reason we can't catch up, because we have very powerful means of transportation. Shenruo looked at the map. There was a road from the canyon to the Stone Elf Kingdom. He pointed to the map and asked, how long does it take to get to the Stone Elf Kingdom from here? 3 days, I guess. Lingyi answered uncertainly, you think the candidate is a stone elf? Shenruo already knew the truth, but he couldn't directly state the connection, so he could only proceed theoretically. Haven't only the Stone Elf Kingdom been to the canyon recently? Go didn't accept Shenruo's reasoning. We've been cooperating with the Stone Elf Kingdom for a long time. I don't think they would sacrifice such a long-term cooperation just to obtain one thing, even a sacred relic. Shenruo didn't refute him, because what Go said made sense. He couldn't reveal his own situation and make Go doubt him. He simply offered his plan, then let's pursue him along all 3 routes. I choose the route to the Stone Elf Kingdom. Actually, I think if you have any ships with acceleration capabilities, you could land at the Stone Elf Kingdom's exit and intercept him on his way. If he returns to the Stone Elf Kingdom, I think you probably won't be able to save your companion's life. Why? Ling He was very concerned about Shenruo's last sentence. Shenruo thought for a moment and stated his deduction. Because you didn't initially believe he was a stone elf. As Go said, they wouldn't sacrifice long-term cooperation just to obtain one thing. So this is very likely the candidate's own idea and action. Given this, he certainly wouldn't want to involve the Stone Spirit clan. Once he enters the Stone Spirit Kingdom, can you defeat a spirit-rank Stone Spirit on their own territory? Even the mighty Hishi couldn't, right? You wouldn't be able to find your companions, and would have no choice but to accept his conditions. He definitely set many preconditions, such as having you place items in a certain location, then your companions in another, and finally obtaining your trust through some form of communication to complete the transaction. Naturally, you try to rescue your companions while he retrieves the items. However, there are too many things he can do in this process. He could easily obtain the items, while simultaneously killing your companions. Because he not only wants the goods, but also doesn't want to expose his identity, and affect the cooperation between the Stone Spirit Kingdom's caravan and you. The best outcome is to catch up with him beforehand, make him drop the kidnapping of your companions, and then pretend this never happened. You seem overly confident that what you think is right. Aren't you a bit too self-assured, human? Although Go was the one who suggested bringing Shenruo in, he strongly disagreed with Shenruo's certain deduction. In response to Go's disapproval, Shenruo simply stated her plan. My thoughts are really important. Anyway, we're going to split into 3 groups. If we have ships with acceleration, we split into 4. In that case, I choose to travel by ship. Who will come with me? If you don't agree with my plan, I can go by myself. Chapter 89. I'm going with him. Ling He said this to Go He, intuition. Those last 2 words explained why she chose to go with Shenruo. The He-She of the Rare Water branch have their own tacit understanding. Some things are understood even with brief words. Having made the decision, Shenruo and the He-She went their separate ways. Shenruo followed Ling He to the depths of the mountain, where a human crew member was already waiting on a small boat. The bow was pointed, and the hull was made of a metal. Judging from the boat's construction, Shenruo guessed it was a lightweight metal unique to the Dust Sand continent. Because on their home planet Earth, metals produced there couldn't float on water at this draft with this structure. Ling He jumped onto the boat without a word, and Shenrua followed behind. As soon as they landed, the boat shot off like an arrow through the underground river. The speed was truly exhilarating. In less than half a day, Shenrua and Ling He had already arrived within the territory of the Stone Spirit Kingdom. Shenrua took out the cloak the gatekeeper had given him, and put it on, even covering his signature black hair completely with a strip of cloth. Ling He didn't understand Shenrua's attire, but she and Shenrua weren't in a relationship where they would ask each other what they were wearing. She simply had a gut feeling that following Shenrua would lead her to Jinhe. Shenrua took out the map that he had given her, and after determining her direction by following the river's outlet and the mountain range, she headed in the direction she expected. Why are you going this way? Ling He didn't understand Shenrua's choice of path either. There was no path in this place. One had to rely entirely on their physical abilities to move around. Climbing and jumping, for an ordinary person, this path was simply impossible. Intuition. Shenrua used the reason Ling He had given Gehe, but whether he was truly relying on intuition, Ling He herself couldn't immediately tell. She followed Shenrua for most of the day until he finally stopped. It was now nightfall on the second day. The stars began to shimmer faintly in the sky, and a transparent shadow, reflecting the subtle starlight, slid across the rocky cliffs. Upon closer inspection, the shadow was actually human-shaped, but like a clothing-clad gemstone sculpture about the same size as she, with clothing carved into the gemstone. Because it resembled a fine gemstone, it was extremely transparent, almost invisible in the night. However, his legs were exceptionally long, designed to easily carry a Hermione to his side. He didn't need to walk, his legs were firmly planted on the rocky ground, allowing him to glide as if gliding on ice. Put down the Hermione you're carrying. A strange, distinctive voice, characteristic of stone spirits, rang out. Ling He was startled. When Shenrua had stopped, he had done something strange again. He had covered his face, and pulled up the hood of his cloak. At that moment, the stone spirit's voice came from where Shenrua had been. He had somehow found a hidden spot, leaving only Ling He standing in the night, under the starlight. At this time, the dark energy elements, manifestation within the particles hadn't yet made the sky completely dark. The stone spirit was also startled to see Ling He. This startled him, and he stopped in his tracks. The voice clearly didn't belong to the woman before him, Hermie. Had she already deduced his identity from the note he left behind and contacted the other stone elves in the Stone Elf Nation? Given Hermie's power, and the long-standing cooperative relationship between their Stone Elf Nation and the human settlements, if she revealed his identity, it was quite possible that the Stone Elf Nation would intervene to mediate. The stone-like voice rang out again. It's not too late to release Hermie. Hermie has already contacted us. If you release Hermie first, he'll help you find something you want. But release Hermie first, otherwise our cooperation will be completely irreparable. The Stone Elf candidate hesitated. If possible, he certainly didn't want his actions to affect the nation and merchant guild that supported him. Because that would mean he would have to fight alone from then on, losing their support. Therefore, he had already prepared to kill this Hermie to silence her. However, he hadn't expected them to catch up so quickly, even intercepting him on the way. And they even brought the Stone Elf Nation along. If the King of Soldiers, Heshi, were willing to find him a quest item. Now that the Stone Elf Nation knew his identity was exposed, killing Heshi was pointless. If he could, he wouldn't want to be enemies with the King of Soldiers, Heshi, and cause trouble for the Stone Elf Nation or the Merchant Guild. But he had also heard of the King of Soldiers' reputation. He was always vengeful and relentless in any matter that damaged the reputation of their Heshi mercenary group. If he released Heshi, the King of Soldiers, not only would he refuse to give him the quest item, but he would also hunt him down. How would he deal with that? The Stone Elf clan might still protect him, but his goal was to complete the quest and become the victor of the Dust and Sand Realm, not to rely on protection to survive in one of the countries for a while. I can release him, but how can you guarantee that King of Soldiers Heshi will definitely give me the quest item? The Stone Elf candidate looked into Ling He's eyes as he said this. Before Ling He could speak, the stone-like voice answered the Stone Spirit candidate. He truly cannot guarantee anything, because he currently has none. He can only search, and his actions depend on your trust. But if you continue to use this Heshi to blackmail the Heshi Soldier King, have you considered how you will act with him if our country no longer welcomes you? The Soldier King Heshi is willing to do this for you, but how do you know how long it will take him to complete? Are you going to wander around with this Heshi during this process? How can you do that? You need to ensure his survival without letting him escape. This is a top-tier Heshi. Actually, there is a solution, a blood pact. The stone spirit could hold Junhe hostage until the soldier king, He-shi, arrives, and they establish a blood pact. However, the stone spirit is unaware of the existence of blood pacts, because like Shenrua, he wasn't born and raised on the Dust Sand continent, but rather a candidate chosen by the laws of gods from a different universe. Therefore, Shenrua's words truly forced him to confront this issue. At this moment, Ling-He took off his necklace, held it up, and said to the Stone Spirit Clan candidate, "I can't guarantee anything, but I will keep an eye out for you. If I come across something you want, I will let you know about it. If I can get it, I will give it to you." My necklace. The Stone Elf candidate produced an encyclopedia. He saw Ling-He hold up the necklace, and knew she wanted to exchange it for the He-shi he possessed. Entry: Black Soul Necklace. Category: Sacred Relic. Quality: Divine Relic. A special necklace capable of sealing a dark undead spirit in a dark forest. Sacred relics are all extremely special and significant on the Dust Sand continent. Not every quest item is a sacred relic, and even items of divine relic quality aren't necessarily sacred relics. Having a sacred relic in hand doesn't necessarily preclude the use of it to exchange for quest items. The Stone Elf candidate knew that in the eyes of many beings, the He-shi he possessed was probably less valuable than a sacred relic. Ling-He presented the necklace, and he couldn't help but be moved. Moreover, the soldier king He-shi was a spirit rank. If he tried to take it from him, he would have had the option to defend himself and take the necklace. But this female He-shi had so openly presented her sacred relic, without considering the possibility of him killing her to steal it. "Deal? Throw the necklace over," said the Stone Elf candidate. Ling-He tossed the necklace over. It was a gamble, but there was really no need for the other party to continue carrying Junhe around. As Shenrua said, he was a burden. His identity was already known, and killing Junhe was pointless. It was better to return him to He-shi. The Stone Elf candidate took the necklace and put Junhe down. "If you have any news about what I want, contact me using the crystal I left you." With that, the Stone Elf candidate turned and left. Having no longer held Junhe hostage, he naturally had no need to return to the Stone Spirit Clan's kingdom. He still needed to find the quest item, and his first destination was the Valley of the Undying. He had heard that the Phoenix Feather was no longer at the bottom of the valley. One needed to reach the bottom first, and then enter the crevice at the bottom to obtain it. Because the crevice was too narrow for the He-shi to enter, and they were reluctant to let their child try directly, they found a human to test its depth for them. Unexpectedly, that human actually brought back the Phoenix Feather, which they used to initiate the Millennium Festival in the Thousand Desolate Plains. This was supposedly the reason why the He-shi's Millennium Festival failed. From the Stone Spirit's perspective, a difficult crevice, as long as it was made of rock, was practically tailor-made for him. He was confident that if he could enter the Valley of the Undying, he could definitely obtain the Phoenix Feather. After confirming that the Stone Spirit Clan candidate had disappeared, Shenrua emerged from his hiding place. Ling-He had already given the other He-shi information, and they were driving their flying vehicles here. Junhe's vital signs were still intact. Ling-He performed a simple examination on him. Mercenaries need some basic medical knowledge to survive, and Ling-He concluded that Junhe had simply fainted. Following Ling-He's directions, the flying vehicle arrived at Ling-He and Shenrua's location before dawn. After landing and assessing Junhe's condition, Gaha immediately pulled out a bottle and sprayed medicine on Junhe's face. Another He-shi roughly pried open Junhe's mouth and poured liquid from a small bottle into it. The method was extremely brutal, completely belying that they were partners who valued Junhe highly, having traded a sacred relic for him. Junhe coughed a few times, then suddenly tried to jump up and punch the intruder, only to find himself lying on the ground, surrounded by his familiar companions. "Ha! Who dared to cause trouble in our camp?" "Intruder dealt with?" Junhe asked. Then he noticed that none of his companions seemed relieved at his awakening. Ghost slapped him hard on the head. "Do you know how precious your life is? Ling-He traded the Black Soul Necklace for you." Chapter 90. On the way back, Junhe wanted to sit with Ling-He. According to him, this was because Ling-He's Black Soul Necklace had been pawned because of him, which meant he had to stay with Ling-He in place of the necklace and comfort her wounded heart. Gaha looked at him with disdain, while Ling-He frowned, even rubbing his arms where there were non-existent goosebumps. However, under Junhe's nauseatingly sentimental words, the gloom caused by the Black Soul Necklace being pawned dissipated considerably. Ling-He finally clapped his hands and said, "Don't think about it. It's okay if we can't get it back. A sacred relic is just an object after all. No matter how valuable it is, it can't compare to Junhe's life." Junhe was so moved that he burst into tears, but unexpectedly, Ling-He continued, "But I don't want to stay with a fool who can be kidnapped even in his sleep. I'm afraid his stupidity will be contagious. After saying that, he got into a flying car, where Shinruo was sitting with her eyes closed. Shinruo found it hard not to think that she was doing it on purpose. This was his first time riding a flying car since arriving on the Dust-Sand continent. He had originally intended to enjoy the experience, but why couldn't Ling He return to the settlement as soon as he asked him something? The flying car took off, and Ling He, as expected, had something to say. You're really something else. How did you make that sound? Shinruo sighed. Actually, I don't want to answer any of your questions right now, because this is my first time riding a flying car. Ling He was taken aback. Shinruo had already turned to look out the window. So, riding a flying car is like this. Of course, he could do many things, even using his true energy to jump to very high heights. In his time, anti-gravity devices had already been invented. Although the people of his home planet Earth didn't like using them, Earth still kept some on hand. This allows people to experience and develop more of their physical potential. Those who come to visit him will bring him a set to play with, but the energy inside isn't enough for him to fly across the ocean and leave the island. The island he lives on isn't small, but it's not very large either. At Shinruo's pace, he could probably circle the island in about a month. His previous flying experience on the Dust-Sand continent came from the dragon's might, but being on a dragon's back is different from being in a flying vehicle. However, Shinruo soon discovered that he was a little carsick. Even though he doesn't get carsick from dragons. Ling He noticed something was wrong with him, and handed him a bottle of medicine. How are you? Shinruo drank the medicine and realized that his motion sickness was probably due to his eyes not fully recovering and his other senses being overly acute. After slowing down his senses, he felt much better and thanked Ling He. I'm fine, thank you. Many people have this reaction when they first ride a flying car and look out the window, Ling He said. Talking to me might help. You really don't miss any opportunity, Shinruo said. Making that sound like a stone spirit isn't particularly difficult. In my hometown, there are ventriloquists who can make many types of sounds. Once you understand the principle, you just need to practice. He said it lightly and simply, but Ling He still found it hard to believe. If there was such a principle, it was theoretically possible, but how old was this human in front of him? Although this age was indeed the peak of human physical ability, the human race was a very regrettable race. Their peak period was too short. When physical strength reaches its limit, experience is often not yet perfected, and when experience is perfected, age has already taken its toll. How did you deduce that he was a stone spirit, and that he would take that path? Ling He didn't understand Shinruo's certainty. Didn't I say? Only stone spirits have visited this human settlement recently. You might think he's not a stone spirit because you cooperated with him, and don't want the cooperation to be affected, but he is most likely a stone spirit after all. Shinruo's explanation seemed reasonable. Actually, what puzzled Ling He most about the human before her was why the king of soldiers, she, brought him back from the Helter underground palace, and why she hadn't mentioned having him join the Legion again. Thinking about these things, Ling He then extended an invitation to Shinruo. We invited you to join our Legion before, but you didn't agree then. Would you like to reconsider now? I believe everyone will be more accepting of your joining now. She still had some of her own perspective on why Shinruo hadn't accepted Hishi's invitation before. After all, back then, the soldier king Hishi suggested that this human join the Legion to do some miscellaneous tasks, since many humans were already engaged in service industries, and this human seemed like a servant of the dragons. Now it seems that Shinruo is clearly not a servant of the dragons. Therefore, when Ling He said acceptance, she meant that the Hishi members of the Legion would genuinely accept Shinruo and treat him as an important member of the Legion. In her view, Shinruo had no reason not to accept. After all, he seemed to enjoy living in the human settlement in the canyon. According to the doctor's daughter, aside from sometimes speaking strangely, this human was a very good-tempered and gentle person. Since the human settlements that prefer cooperating with the Legion have twice collaborated with their king of soldiers, Hishi, underground, joining the Legion is clearly a good choice for a human. With such strength, he must also hope that humanity can gain a strong voice on the continent, right? Ling He guessed Shinruo's thoughts, but Shinruo still refused. I made it very clear to King of Soldiers, Hishi, about joining the Legion. I don't want to become a member of your Legion. After my eyes are healed, I still want to continue traveling. You can travel everywhere in the Legion. With that ability, don't you consider making a name for yourself? Ling He didn't understand. What was the purpose of learning map analysis and cultivating oneself? Traveling in the Legion is called going on missions, not traveling. Shinruo shook her head. I'm learning these things precisely to better travel. Is that all right? At this point, Ling He didn't know how to continue the conversation, but Shenruo brought up another topic. You didn't initially come to me to exchange your necklace for Jinhe, did you? Speaking of her necklace, Ling He gave a bitter smile, because I realized there was no chance. The ground is all rock, the other party's level is higher than mine, and they've taken Jinhe hostage. I'm not willing to gamble with Jinhe's life. Shenruo considered the possibility that the stone spirit candidates would investigate why the quest items appeared and disappeared, but he hadn't expected them to take such a risk as directly taking a Hishi hostage. However, upon further reflection, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Because there are many quest items, to obtain them, taking hostages, even starting a war wouldn't be surprising. When the Hehe tribe wanted to find a human to test the depth of the Undying Valley's crevice, didn't they also kidnap Long Wei? Therefore, after learning that Jinhe had been kidnapped, Shenruo changed his way of thinking about the candidates. Although Shenruo knew the cruel nature of this world, for example, Tianhu initially even considered mutual destruction for the Tianhu Jade. He also considered the methods and means by which he could kill his opponent and, if the opponent wanted to kill him, in every battle. However, even so, Shenruo still had his own blind spots in his thinking. For example, he would put himself in the shoes of the Stone Spirit candidate, believing that although the Stone Spirit candidate wouldn't care about being enemies with the Hishi, it was too early to do so at this point. Therefore, Shenruo believed that the Stone Spirit candidate was more likely to gather intelligence, first confirming what the Hishi tribe had obtained from the Helt Underground Palace, what sacred relics the humans living there possessed, and then making a plan before taking action. But upon learning that Jinhe had been taken away, Shenruo realized that all his assumptions were based on the premise that the Stone Elf candidate would not be hostile to Hishi and the human settlement at this time. Hishi and the humans here were unaware that there was a candidate in the Stone Elf caravan, nor did they believe the Stone Elf would do so. The only one who knew of the Stone Elf candidate's existence was Shenruo, who had used the Phoenix Feather. Once he obtained the quest item and killed Jinhe, the Stone Elves could alter their appearance. They chose to look humanoid. This was their mimicry. However, Shenruo also noticed that because they were Stone Elves, they possessed gemstone characteristics. Theoretically, no two natural gemstones in the world are exactly alike. While Stone Spirit candidates can alter their appearance, they cannot change their stone type or some of their natural textures. However, Shenruo's eyesight was not working well at this moment, making it impossible for him to remember the other person by altering his visual perception. However, he remembered the other person's voice, and if they spoke again upon meeting, he should be able to recognize them. Shenruo's initial intention in identifying these candidates was to stay away from them. After learning that Jinhe had been taken away, Shenruo realized that his assumption of not wanting hostility was based on others knowing that the Stone Spirit candidates were in the caravan. But in reality, only Shenruo knew this. Realizing this oversight, Shenruo deduced that the Stone Spirits must be returning to their Stone Spirit nation. There, the Stone Spirit candidates had ways to prevent Jinhe from being found, allowing them to negotiate with the King of Soldiers, Hishi, from being found. Just as Shenruo had said when simulating the Stone Spirit's voice, traveling across the continent with Jinhe while also maintaining contact and maneuvering with King of Soldiers, Hishi, was actually a significant obstacle to his operations. Another crucial point is that even if he were to accidentally wander into the wrong place and be discovered by the Soldier King Hishi, who would then attempt to rescue Jinhe by force, he wouldn't be afraid. Because in the Stone Spirit Kingdom, resolving a problem by force with a spirit-rank Stone Spirit would have an obvious outcome. While the other party might seem reckless, he had actually considered how to avoid revealing his identity, and how to protect himself if exposed. This is why Shenruo chose to simulate a Stone Spirit's voice to resolve the issue. He wanted the other party to believe that Soldier King Hishi had already made contact with the Stone Spirit Kingdom, thus removing his reason to kill Jinhe. Shenruo had already planned to stall for time, allowing Ling He to tell Soldier King Hishi what had happened, because without this premise, the other party would still intend to silence him. However, the target of his elimination would change from just Jinhe to Jinhe, Shenruo, and Ling He. The only thing Shenruo hadn't anticipated was that Ling He would actually use his sacred relic to exchange for Jinhe. Chapter 91. Shenruo considered how to dispel the Stone Spirit's intention to silence him, and how he could fight them while his visual perception was limited, giving Ling He a chance to contact the Soldier King Hishi. He even prepared his lines. Although the other Stone Spirits didn't know what you did earlier, they really do now. This was what Shenruo planned to say, because the key to changing their minds was whether the Stone Spirit Nation knew what he had done, and whether Soldier King Hishi knew that the Stone Spirits were behind it. However, things unfolded differently than he had anticipated, although this outcome might have been better for him, as he didn't need to reveal himself, neither his strength nor his appearance. If possible, he didn't want to attract the attention of the stone spirit candidates. But this outcome was achieved by Ling He using her sacred relic, the Black Soul Necklace. Shenrua knew what sacred relics meant to the beings of the Dust Sand continent. This sincere camaraderie deeply moved Shenrua. He had spent most of his life in solitude, though he didn't consciously realize it, but witnessing such camaraderie stirred a genuine sense of envy in him. Of course, this didn't prevent him from declining Ling He's invitation to join the Legion. After all, based on the book Shenrua had read, the comrades in the Legion were, in his view, a relationship fraught with strange, complicated, and hypocritical connections in Eastern history. Of course, perhaps not all of it was hypocritical. After all, there were tales of true loyalty, like a scholar dying for his confidant. However, when that confidant held a higher position, the relationship between the scholar and his confidant was never truly equal. Junhe and Lingyi didn't seem like simple colleagues, they were both hermits. Shenrua didn't believe joining the Legion would guarantee him the same treatment. Moreover, his greatest desire, his original aspiration, remained to travel to more places and experience more things he hadn't yet seen. Having good travel companions on his journey would be even better. Shenrua didn't intend to hand over his extra phoenix feathers to Lingyi to retrieve her Black Soul Necklace, despite being moved by her affection. The reason was simple. While the camaraderie among hermits was genuine, their treatment of others wasn't. Just as they would tacitly allow Hihi to send Shenrua to the rift at the bottom of the Undying Valley for their own candidate, they were prepared for Shenrua's possible non-return. In other words, they didn't care about Shenrua's life or death, only that their candidate obtained the quest item. Similarly, they didn't care about Tianhu Tianshua's life or death, it was just that Tianhu Tianshua's abilities exceeded their expectations, allowing her to survive. Within the great underground palace of Helter, the blood pact between the King of Soldiers, He Shi, and Shenrua wasn't entirely fair. According to historical records Junja knew, those beings only reached the 7th level, clearly limited by the palace's opening times and a bit of luck. Each time the great underground palace of Helter opened, the internal passages changed. Those with good luck encountered downward passages faster, while those with bad luck traversed more ineffective paths. Few people descended solely to see what was inside. Therefore, reaching the 8th level was already a significant limit. King of Soldiers, He Shi himself stated that if there were still passages on the 9th level, he would return alone. Therefore, the fact that Shenrua could choose the items on the so-called 9th floor was inherently unfair. Of course, Shenrua's original purpose in going to the Helter Palace wasn't for the treasures. The voice that suddenly rang in his ears told him it could guide him without taking unnecessary detours, and wanting to see it, he went. He acted solely out of personal interest and enjoyment. Shenrua liked the process of exploration, but this didn't change the fact that his blood pact with the Soldier King Hishi was an unequal contract. Judging from the Hishi people's overjoyed reaction, and even the desire to hold a celebration after Hishi returned to the human settlement, Shenrua knew that the relics on the Hishi clan's ancient elders must be sacred relics, or items with symbolic significance no less than sacred relics. Furthermore, Hishi had also taken 2 divine relics, items that had been used to destroy the Earth Spirit, which Shenrua refused. Therefore, he wouldn't offer up his own phoenix feather, which he had obtained at great personal risk, to Ling He to retrieve the Black Soul Necklace, simply because he was moved by the friendship between Ling He and Junhe. Furthermore, hastily producing the phoenix feathers would arouse suspicion. Although they all knew Shenrua had gone to the crevice at the bottom of the Valley of the Undying, the Hihis had examined Shenrua's storage bracelet, and were certain he had only brought back 2 phoenix feathers. To dig one's own grave to fulfill the sincere friendship of Hishi, who didn't care about others' lives, wasn't being moved, but foolish. Perhaps he would care about his life later, but that would come at a great cost. Hishi and humans were not equal in lifespan or ability, and the outcome of the gods' game after 8 years was unknown. Back in the human settlement, Shenrua didn't continue his conversation with Ling He, but returned to his temporary residence. Time passed quickly, and by the time his eyes had fully recovered, the Soldier King Hishi had reportedly completed their mission. Shenrua wasn't in a hurry to leave the settlement. Firstly, he had promised Soldier King Hishi he wanted to see the items Hishi brought out from the Helter Underground Palace. Secondly, he was very interested in the machinery and forging techniques used by the humans here. Thirdly, he wanted to see if he could recreate the ancient acupuncture needles used on his home planet, Earth. The third task was actually quite difficult, because the machinery and forging here generally required the collaborative efforts of more than one craftsman. During the manufacturing process, people would use external forces such as water power, but they hadn't developed automated production lines like those on their home planet, Earth. Although acupuncture existed on Earth before the advent of production lines, the needles used then were different from those manufactured in modern times. The needles used in ancient acupuncture, due to the limitations of metal, would break when inserted into the body if they were too thin. To avoid breakage, the needles used, while still thin, were not the flexible needles used with later production lines. Those acupuncture needles, even if bent, wouldn't break inside the body during the procedure. Not every technique from the classical era reached its peak at the time of its invention. With finer needles, doctors no longer needed to worry about patients' fear of acupuncture, and they wouldn't leave needle marks. While Shenhua felt it was possible to create genuine acupuncture needles using the techniques and metals of the dust and sand continent, achieving a bendable needle that wouldn't break would require a very long period of research. Another point is that those flexible yet unbreakable acupuncture needles were used as disposable consumables in later Eastern medicine, with millions of fine needles being produced in factories at a time. However, given the time Shenhua could allocate to needle making on the dust sand continent, producing such needles for disposable use was too extravagant for him. He could only settle for the less refined ancient acupuncture needles. The so-called not fine enough of those needles was based on the extremely fine needles produced on later assembly lines. Ancient acupuncture needles were also very fine, but compared to later needles, they left tiny needle holes when removed, and the stinging sensation was more intense. This type of needle couldn't be left in place for too long for ordinary people. However, the advantage was that they could be reused. And Shenhua had another idea. For example, in ancient times there were fire needles. On the dust sand continent, could fire element crystals be used as inlays for the needle tips to create self-heating needles? However, element crystals often require magic arrays to activate them. All crystal-driven machines require intricate magic arrays to be created, with crystals inlaid at the nodes. Using special gloves? That's too troublesome. Not only would it require modifying existing gloves, but it would also affect the stability of the needle insertion. Although human gloves on the dust sand continent are quite sophisticated, and Junja previously gave Shenhua a pair of such gloves in his bracelet, it's better to make a set of ordinary metal needles to carry with you for now. Having such a set of needles would provide an additional solution should you encounter problems, like the water flame lotus again, as it allows you to release excessively powerful energy through special acupoints on your body. Moreover, this device facilitates emergency medical treatment. It can even be used to inject a few thicker, longer needles as concealed weapons. However, different races obviously don't all have the same meridian system as humans. The Stone Elf race, in particular, has no meridians at all, so their acupoints will also be different. If they had meridians, Shenhua could deduce their acupoints by observing the flow of energy, but this would require the other party's cooperation. Furthermore, mastering the acupoints of other races is practically equivalent to understanding their weaknesses, since acupuncture can heal or kill silently. The soldier King Hishi returned to the human settlement, and the hexes gathered for a brief meeting. Besides briefly explaining the mission, the main focus was on Ling He recounting the entire incident after he was attacked. Shenhua gave Ling He a suggestion that the soldier King Hishi contact the Stone Elf Nation as soon as possible, let them know what happened, and express their sincerity in continuing cooperation. Surprisingly, the soldier King Hishi didn't adhere to his usual vengeful nature. He handled the matter remotely using the communication crystal. Of course, he only had a general understanding of the situation beforehand. They were on a mission at the time. Shinha had already been rescued. The Black Soul Necklace was important, but it wasn't something that could be retrieved so easily. Because rushing wouldn't help, the detailed situation was only learned at a brief meeting after returning to the human settlement. What is he doing now? Soldier King Hishi asked after listening to Lingyi's description. I heard he's practicing forging, but I don't know the specifics. Lingyi had been paying attention to what Shenhua was doing, but she couldn't understand why Shenhua was practicing forging. I go see what he's doing when I have time. Soldier King Hishi couldn't think of a way to describe Shenhua's methods and strategies. He's indeed an incomprehensible human. Chapter 92. With the craftsmanship of this world, things can be made very finely through forging, but there are limits to how fine they can be. Therefore, after forging the metal needle, it still needs to be polished. It's not quite grinding an iron pestle into a needle, but simply grinding a thin needle even finer. Then, the handheld tip is welded on. Furthermore, the selection of the metal took Shenhua a considerable amount of time, because to make such a needle, the metal's ductility and elasticity had to be considered. A metal that, after forging and refining, would be thin yet not easily broken. Fortunately, this was originally the settlement of the strongest human craftsmen, with various ore samples to choose from. If Longwei breathed fire here, the efficiency would be much higher, Shinruo thought with a touch of regret. And what level of quality would the Dragonfire needle be? Without the attribute bonuses of crystals and magic arrays, the needle's function would be rather useless to the beings here. Considering everything, would it be rare? Or, with a bit of luck, epic? Shinruo pondered this question with great interest. During this period, Shinruo had been dealing with items of extremely high quality. After all, items from the Help Palace were all of epic quality or higher and worth collecting. However, he didn't care about the quality of the needle he was polishing. The most important thing was that it was handy and suitable for use. After all, the lowest level of the Help Palace, filled with high-quality items, yielded a sword that was just an ordinary sword without any enhancements, right? Actually, calling it an ordinary sword wasn't entirely accurate. After his eyes recovered, Shinruo looked up both the sword and the Star Spirit gem in the encyclopedia. This sword indeed had no special uses. As a combat sword, it was very ordinary. If Shinruo were to wield this sword against a swordsman of superior skill, it would be utterly ineffective in turning the tide of battle. Like famous swords in history, they may be said to be able to cut through iron like mud, but no matter how sharp they are, they can't breathe fire or spray water to clear a path in a fire. However, this sword is special because it is not only a sword without a rank, but also a true sacred relic. The encyclopedia describes it as follows: Entry: short sword. Category: sacred relic. Note: no rank. A sword casually forged by a god unknown to the various races of the Dust Sand continent, but who participated in the creation of the world. Because he had no other possessions, and his will remained on the Dust Sand continent, the god who governs the earth element stored this sword as a keepsake in the deepest part of the Hell Grand Palace. It can be said that the Hell Grand Palace was created because the god who governs the earth element left behind the will to preserve this sword. Well, as the voice in the earring said, it was indeed a souvenir. A souvenir that wasn't a quest item, but a sacred relic. As for the Star Spirit gem, it was indeed a sacred relic, said to exist only 3 times on the Dust Sand continent, left behind by the god who controlled the elements of light and darkness. Shinruo only glanced at the encyclopedia's description before quickly putting the encyclopedia and the item away. His goal wasn't to bury himself in quests, but to see a different world. However, seeing this world came with too many dangers, forcing him to find ways to protect himself. When the Soldier King Hershey came to find Shinruo, he was still using a file to sharpen the needles in his hand, one by one. Shinruo also made a leather sheath to hold the needles. Although the finest needles were needed in the largest quantity, it didn't mean some thicker needles weren't required. It's just that thicker needles require a technique of not leaving them in place, which is slightly different from the function and treatment method of fine needles. But seeing the Soldier King Hershey, Shinruo suddenly felt that for other races on the Dust Sand continent, perhaps thicker needles wouldn't be unsuitable for leaving them in place. After all, the hair in acupuncture needles is used on humans. For other races, perhaps a thicker hair wouldn't matter? If only she could use the Soldier King Hershey to test the needles. This thought popped into Shinruo's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. What a joke. These beings on the Dust Sand continent are all people who fight without warning and cast spells without any warning. What are you doing? The Soldier King Hershey asked in a deep voice. He was actually a little puzzled by Shinruo's act of sharpening needles. If he only needed needles, wouldn't it be easier to just buy ready-made ones? Besides, what did Shinruo need needles for? The Soldier King, she couldn't understand it at all. If he didn't know that this human before him was someone who could help him pierce evil creatures equivalent to spirit rank strength, he would have thought that a human of this size was only good for handicrafts. But now, to imagine Shinruo using needles for handicrafts? What a joke. The Soldier King, she banished this terrifying thought from his mind, unaware that Shinruo herself didn't actually dislike doing such things. Practicing speed and accuracy with needle and thread was one method of cultivating eye perception in time since. The stereotype that a certain skill is only suitable for a certain type of person is actually acquired. While this might allow someone to specialize in a particular area, it doesn't align with the cultivation principles of classical Eastern philosophy. On our home planet Earth, in the East, ancient martial artists who wanted to reach the pinnacle of their skills didn't learn basic stances first, but rather philosophy. Philosophy is like the summit of a mountain, and all professions are like paths. Everything can lead to the Tao, and the Tao can differentiate into all things. Learning philosophy first means learning to 1. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 4. The 4 symbols give rise to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams deduce all phenomena. 1 becomes myriad, and myriad returns to 1. Hearing Soldier King Hershey's question, Shinruo didn't stop what she was doing, answering without looking up, making needles. Of course I know you're making needles. Soldier King Hishi thought to himself, is that what I meant? I meant, what are you making needles for? But Shinruo answered so casually, without any further explanation, leaving Soldier King Hishi with the words he had prepared stuck in his throat. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely awkward, in Soldier King Hishi's opinion. It was awkward because Shinruo was sharpening needles with lightning speed, completely oblivious to the awkwardness. Ahem. Soldier King Hishi coughed, rarely being ignored so thoroughly. Didn't you say you wanted to see the relics of our Hishi clan's elders? Shinruo finally stopped what she was doing, and put away what was beside her. Yes, you brought them? Soldier King Hishi shook his head. No, but I can show you. Shinruo perked up. If that was the case, they could see more than just what Soldier King Hishi brought from the Helter Underground Palace. He was interested in this. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go! Things aren't that simple, said Soldier King Hishi. These things can't be taken out casually in informal settings, because this is, after all, a human settlement. We need to take these things back to Shishui, where there's a temple dedicated to our revered god of dark elements. You don't mean to suggest taking these relics back there for display, and then letting me take a look around, do you? Shinruo emphasized the words take a look around. Yes, that's right. It's not an invitation for you to join our legion, but rather a visit to Shishui. After all, you're partly responsible for these things returning to the temple. Soldier King Hishi's words didn't displease Shinruo anymore. There's one more thing. Okay, go ahead. As long as it wasn't for him to help with armed escort, treating it as a trip wouldn't be bad, because the description of the Shishui branch of the Hishi tribe in the encyclopedia also piqued Shinruo's curiosity. Not far from Shishui, there's an ancient ruin of an Eastern human race. Would you like to go check it out? This question sounded a bit strange. Hishi, the mercenary king, didn't seem like the type to pander to people's bloodlines or try to recruit them into his army. Oh, where is it? Shinruo tried to appear uninterested. Of course, his acting wasn't great, but at least he had the intention to perform. In reality, Hishi had already noticed his slightly excited expression. Shinruo suggested, shall I look at a map? Here. As the leader of a mercenary group, maps were an essential item for Hishi, who always carried them with him. Shinruo looked at the location Hishi was pointing to. That place was actually the source of the rare water. 2 horizontal mountain ranges stretched across the map, converging to form a natural pass. At the pass, a high, man-made wall connected the 2 opposing natural mountain walls. At one end of the pass, the source of the rare water cascaded down from the towering, continuous mountain range, flowing into the dark forest. On the other side of the river lay the settlement of a branch of the rare water people. Except for the side facing the river, the settlement was surrounded by barren landscapes, resembling the ancient Gobi Desert that Shinruo knew. To leave the settlement of the rare water branch of the Hishi tribe, there were 3 routes. One was through the ruins of the Eastern human race, another required traversing the ancient and desolate Gobi-like region, a very long journey. The third route passed through a country called Zhizha. The map of this Zhizha country resembled a bird, its outstretched beak pointing into the vital passage for the rare water branch. Looking at the map, Shinruo seemed to understand something. There's a classic philosophical work in the East called The Art of War, essentially a book on the way of war. Although the author wrote this book, his primary advocacy wasn't for military force, but rather for the temple, that is, the ruler's ability to subdue the enemy without fighting. The island where Shinruo lived had many tools for learning, including a sand table simulating ancient warfare. Although no longer needed in modern times, strategizing on the sand table was one way to understand the philosophy of the way of war. Therefore, looking at the situation shown on this map, Shinruo guessed some of the thoughts of the military king Hishi. Furthermore, he had some speculations about the history of the Dust Sand continent. He wondered if the encyclopedia could reveal the history of the Shishui branch of the Hishi tribe. If it could, Shinruo wanted to know if his speculations were correct. Feel free to ask me any questions during your travels. Soldier King Hishi's words perfectly struck a chord with Shinruo's thirst for knowledge, but he wasn't without conditions. Of course, I also have some questions. Just think of it as a friendly exchange. You can also call me Phone-He. Given Soldier King Hishi's consistent insistence on calling him Hishi, Shinruo suspected that if this were an adventure game, an achievement notification would pop up. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement, calling Soldier King Hishi by his full name. He found his sudden thought somewhat amusing, and then genuinely smiled slightly. Shinruo's somewhat naive, but slightly cold appearance due to his pale complexion changed because of this heartfelt smile. It was as if color had been added to a black and white canvas, This smile made Shenrua appear much brighter. Chapter 93. Although they had decided to travel to the rare water branch of the Hishi tribe, neither the king of soldiers Hishi nor Shenrua planned to set off immediately. Besides finishing polishing the needle, Shenrua also reviewed the various mechanical manufacturing processes. Mechanical manufacturing and forging on the Dust Sand continent were different. Besides skill, they required imagination and extensive knowledge of different species. Like the freezer Shenrua had seen before, which he thought was an ancient refrigerator, it was actually a special mechanical device that used biological cold power to create a freezing effect. These things were very interesting to Shenrua, so he spent a lot of time studying them, and often marveled at the imagination and creativity of the mechanics of this world. However, no matter how much time they spent, they couldn't stay in the human settlement indefinitely. Soon after, Shenrua joined King of Soldiers Hishi's team, and embarked on their journey to the Rare Water Branch. The biggest problem on the way to the Rare Water Branch was that they couldn't take the route through the Zhizha country, which was wedged into the strategic pass, and their location made it impossible to pass through the ruins left by the Eastern humans. Of course, it was said that even there, it wasn't easy to pass through. Therefore, they only had one path left, that boundless, desolate desert, much like the Gobi Desert. Shenrua thought it resembled the Gobi Desert, but on the Dust Sand continent, this desert region had its own name, the Dark Wasteland. It was said that the Dark Wasteland was the dwelling place of the will left behind by the god, who ruled the dark elements, but no one had ever witnessed the manifestation of that will in this desert. However, historical records and bards' poems tell a story of the destruction of the ancient Eastern human ruins, belonging to the god, who ruled over the dark elements. Flying vehicles cannot traverse the Dark Wasteland, nor are birds said to be able to. The only beings capable of flying there are the spirit-rank dragons. The biggest problem for dragons is that they get hungry while flying. The flying vehicle convoy of the Rare Water Branch stopped in a town not far from the Dark Wasteland, a market town of the Herxi race. This market town belongs to no nation, and not far away is the settlement of the Frost Serpent race. The Frost Serpents live in groups on cold mountains, and have a great fondness for a beverage resembling alcohol. They have the appearance of snakes, but when they stand upright, they are as tall as a person. On both sides of their snake-like bodies grow tentacle-like arms. The Frost Serpents are also a race without a nation, but this is not because of their strength, but because of their lifestyle. The frigid mountains where they live were rich in the gold and silver and jade of the Dust Sand continent, a precious metal from the Dust Sand continent that Shenrua had seen before. This wasn't the gold and silver of their home planet, Earth. Calling them gold and silver here was probably a matter of shared language. Similarly, the jade here wasn't the Hatian jade or jadeite favored by the eastern people of their home planet Earth. Instead, it was a stone that had a cooling effect when worn. This stone came in blue, purple, light pink, and light green, and was a popular jewelry material among young women and noblewomen in the hotter regions of the Dust Sand continent. Shenrua always felt that races like the Frost Serpent, the Demon Clan, and the Illusion Clan seemed to exist unique to the Dust Sand continent, rather than within one of the 8 universes built upon the core. The reasons are simple. Demons are said to have historically used humans as food, and their potion-making culture incorporates various human elements. If demons exist in other universes, do those universes have humans? Demons originated in the Demon Abyss, a place unique to the Dust Sand continent. As for the Frost Serpent clan, it's said they originated from the Frost Spirit Mountains, and they only live in cold mountains. Does such a geographical environment exist in other universes? And would it be called the Frost Spirit Mountains? As for the Illusion Clan, their transformation ability requires reference from other races. If their universe doesn't have other races, what is the purpose of this ability? The Illusion Clan is very mysterious, mostly living only in their birthplace, and their reproduction is extremely difficult. Of course, these are just Shenrua's speculations, mostly just boundless ideas from observing the history and racial descriptions of the Dust Sand continent, which he considers immature. He didn't accept these as factual. For example, he previously thought that she and Zhizha might be races created by the same god, but later learned from the stories of the god's history in this world that his understanding was slightly flawed. However, this corroborates another point. Shenrua's galaxy contains only one intelligent race, humanity. She and Zhizha come from different universes. This means that although they are influenced by the will of the gods and have a natural conflict with each other on the Dust Sand continent, they do not coexist in the same universe. Therefore, their universe likely also contains only their intelligent race. Shenrua's speculation that the Frost Serpents, demons, and Illusion Clan might be byproducts of the creation of the Dust Sand continent by the gods originated from this. Shenrua was gazing absently at the Frost Spirit Mountains when he suddenly heard a sound in the distance. This sound made the surrounding Herxi people immediately alert, their expressions turning wary. They quickly dispersed, their movements coordinated and well-trained, leaving only Shenrua, with whom they had no prior training, still standing. The elite Herxi had already entered the town, supposedly to greet the chieftain of the Herxi branch residing there. A squadron of unicorn Zhezhe cavalry appeared in Shenrua's field of vision. The Zhezhe at the head of the squadron saw Shenrua standing there, seemingly bewildered, and pulled his unicorn back. The entire squadron of cavalry then stopped behind him. "Hey, human, what are you doing here all alone?" Zhezhe asked arrogantly and rudely. "Probably taking a walk?" Shenrua glanced around, utterly bewildered by the other person's inexplicable question. Even if it's a matter of who arrived first, he was here first, so why can't he stand in this path? "Wait, this is an Eastern human," said one of the Zhezhe cavalrymen. The Zhezhe cavalrymen orderly parted their mounts to the left and right, and a Zhezhe who looked to be about 34 or 35 years old rode out from among them on a unicorn. He must have been the one who spoke earlier. Judging from the Zhezhe's clothing, Shenrua figured the leader was probably the adjutant or something similar to the one who had just stepped forward, and he gave up the center position after the other person appeared. "Eastern human, sir, are you saying that this might be the key that the king of soldiers he-she found?" "Human medicine?" Shenrua repeated. "The king of soldiers, he-she, wanted to use him to refine medicine? That seemed a bit much. Besides, wasn't he-she already cured? Human, you know nothing of he-she's treachery and cunning. Do you even know where you are?" The high-ranking Zhezhe spoke up. "Is your treachery and cunning just slandering me behind my back?" He-she's voice preceded his arrival. He rode a black monster towards them. Shenrua turned to look. He-she alone stood with his back to the town. If this were their home planet, Earth, with the blood-red sunset, it would have given him the air of a lone hero holding the line. However, on the dust sand continent, there is no sun or moon. Although he-she was alone, facing a group of Zhezhe, Shenrua knew that other he-she were lurking nearby. Shenrua's position inexplicably formed a triangle with the two sides. "I really shouldn't be here as one side." Zhezhe shared the same thought as Shenrua. "Human, come to our rear. Everyone says that Soldier King, he-she's squad is incredibly powerful. We like to experience it for ourselves today." "Soldier King," he-she sneered. "Want to experience it? That's a lie. You come prepared. This is the first time the Holy See has ever appeared here, isn't it? What, Licia, do you intend to massacre the town? Although he-she is treacherous and cunning, which I despise, we have no intention of massacring the town." The one Soldier King, he-she referred to as Licia, was the highest-ranking member of Zhezhe's cavalry. The Holy See exists to uphold the will of God, and their existence is in accordance with the will of God. So what exactly are you thinking? Although the king of soldiers, he-she, asked this, Shenrua felt that he-she actually knew their purpose. "Then please hand over your storage items, so we can see them. If we don't find what we're looking for, we leave. If we do, please give them to us," Licia said. This scene suddenly felt familiar to Shenrua. It seemed that he-she had done something similar to Tianhu Tianxue in the plaza of the Eternal Tower. In other words, there might be a Zhezhe candidate among this cavalry. He-she suddenly raised his clenched fist, making a 2 sign. Although it looked like a common pose for taking photos on their home planet Earth in ancient times, Shenrua knew that he-she wouldn't do something meaningless at a time like this. Without warning, a blinding light exploded between he-she, Shenrua, and the Zhezhe cavalry. This scene felt somewhat familiar. When Shenrua left the Valley of the Undying, he had done something similar with a slingshot and light crystals. At that time, the Herxi didn't know the principle, but now, whether they knew or not, they had not only achieved a similar effect, but it was brighter and more astonishing. Shenrua guessed that they had found human craftsmen to research and create something similar to a cannonball, except that it exploded into light element crystals. Or perhaps they had shattered the light element crystals, and then used some special method to condense them back together, only to shatter them into powder again upon firing. But now was clearly not the time to study how they could decide to create something like a flashbang after Shenrua had only done it once. Moreover, Shenrua had already heard the voice of the king of soldiers, Herxi. "Get on quickly." Under these circumstances, accurately jumping onto the king of soldiers' mount would be something few in the entire Dusan continent could do, but the king of soldiers, Herxi, believed Shenrua could. Compared to Herxi, Shenrua's jump onto the king of soldiers' mount was as light as a feather. However, Shenrua felt the mount gallop away the moment she jumped onto it. She didn't know how it could discern directions in such white light. But in the east of their home planet Earth, there's an old idiom, An old horse knows the way, and this mount's purpose was probably similar. Chapter 94. After the flash of white light, Soldier King He-Shi and Shinruo were no longer where they were. What do we do now? Asked the adjutant in Shinruo's eyes. He took that Eastern human away. Isn't that obvious? He's going to open the Eastern human ruins and reopen that pass. Lijia's face was grim. They had originally split into two teams, one heading to the Valley of the Undying, and the other coming here to intercept Soldier King He-Shi. They had calculated the time of Soldier King He-Shi's arrival, and had indeed encountered him. But what happened? Now, Soldier King He-Shi's team had undoubtedly entered the dark wasteland. The terrain there was complex and naturally amplified dark elemental energy, while suppressing light elemental energy. With one element increasing and the other decreasing, the enemy was in the dark while they were in the light, making it impossible for them to catch up. The mount Soldier King He-Shi was riding was the only mount specifically designed for traversing the dark wasteland. Zhe and his companions couldn't possibly get their hands on such a mount. Just as Lija had anticipated, the elite soldier He-Shi had already rushed into the dark wasteland, and the team members were all waiting there, each riding a mount. I didn't expect Zhe to arrive so suddenly. We each rode a Hiru. Feng He went to pick you up, and Jin He fired a light cannon, so we didn't have time to bring you a Hiru. It seems you have to take turns riding with us, Ling He said to Shinruo. Shinruo didn't mind not having time to bring him a mount, rather, the mount itself piqued his interest. He asked Ling He a few questions and discovered that this mount called Hulu, aside from its appearance and running speed, bore a striking resemblance to a creature extinct on their home planet Earth, a camel. This is also why the Zhizhis didn't pursue them further. The Huruo were prepared by the hexes from a nearby town, and the king of soldiers Hushi went to inquire about them. However, while he was entering the town and the other hexes were waiting near the entrance to the dark wasteland, the Zhizhis cavalry arrived. Their whereabouts were unknown, but it wasn't necessarily a leak. It's possible that spies from the Holy See were waiting outside the human settlement. Because the king of soldiers, Hushi, always returned to Shishui after completing his mercenary group's important tasks. This was to ensure the sacred relics returned to the temple in Shishui. His purpose in retrieving the sacred relics from the held Grand Palace was precisely this. If the Zhizhi candidate was in that cavalry unit, then he obviously didn't know that the quest items could be sensed by the brand regardless of whether they were in storage items. Didn't the Holy See have 3 quest items? Wouldn't he bring them to ask the other Zhizhis to help him test them? Shinruo couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, Shinruo couldn't possibly ask that question aloud. He could ask another question. Why are you avoiding them? Aren't there only 10 Zhizhi? Jinny laughed. Of course we have to avoid them. We can't replace them. Besides Lija, they might have a few other important Zhizhi, but most are clearly expendable. More importantly, it's the Holy See. The initial stereotypes had been peeled away layer by layer. These Hishi weren't as domineering and arrogant as they had initially appeared. Although Zhizhi was their destined adversary, ordained by the will of God, and they might even want to tear a piece of his flesh from him, they clearly harbored no resentment towards the need to avoid the Holy See. At this point, the elite soldier Hishi added, if I were Lija, then launching an attack from the White Tree Kingdom would be far better than chasing him into the Dark Wasteland. While we could defeat them, we wouldn't be without losses. Lija is a spirit rank cultivator, and there's another Zhizhi in our team whom I haven't seen before. His strength is unknown. Even if we win, Lija can still leave whenever he wants. We can repel him, but we can't kill him. Then we enter the Dark Wasteland wounded. They wait until we return to Shishui, then redeploy troops from the White Tree Kingdom from their fortress to cause us trouble. By then, we won't be able to win. The White Tree Kingdom was the one Shinruo saw on the map whose border resembled a bird's shape, its beak extending directly into Shishui, the only relatively easy route out of the country. The tip of the bird's beak was a fortress, and its purpose was obvious. But there's a problem. According to you, they had the ability to completely wipe your branch off from the map before, so why are you still living there unharmed? Shinruo asked. Go answered his question. That's because the Holy See wants to put on a show. The Shishui branch is the origin of the Hishi, the place under the protection of the god of dark elements. They worship all gods, including the god of dark elements. Of course, the protection of the god of dark elements laws has become ineffective since the remaining will of the god of dark elements no longer appears in the dark wasteland. Unless the remnant will of the dark element god returns, Shufu's refusal to cross the Shishui, a place protected by laws inherited from the past, is merely out of respect for the god's remaining will. If they come from the White Tree Kingdom to cause trouble for us this time, they probably just want something. If they want to kill, they kill Feng He and then magnanimously let us go. But we can still retreat to another place, like the dark wasteland where we are now. Shenhua simply stated her opinion from a military perspective. No. Ling He said, the Shishui has the Dark Temple, a place she would never allow Zhizhi to enter. This is terrible. It sounds like you're about to fight a desperate battle. Shenhua commented. Did you overlook yourself? The king of soldiers, she chuckled. Isn't the biggest variable in this battle you? I had no intention of helping. Shenhua refused. Was it too late to turn back now? He was merely an enthusiast who wanted to learn about geography, history, customs, materials, and techniques. Although Zhizhi probably wouldn't send a large force to annihilate the king of soldiers, it wouldn't be a national war. After all, the king of soldiers had only brought back a dozen or so Hishi this time. But getting involved in this kind of battle was troublesome no matter how you looked at it. Perhaps we don't need your help in the battle. What? Haven't you heard the historical legends about that ruin of your eastern human race? The king of soldiers, she spoke. And although the Holy See can take the route through the White Tree Kingdom, they won't arrive so quickly, because the dark forest and the rare water are natural barriers for our branch. Shenhua thought to himself that he wanted to open the encyclopedia to see what the eastern human race ruins were about. He hadn't found a chance to be alone yet, had he? These Herxi weren't like Longwei, a carefree and somewhat arrogant dragon. If they had seen the encyclopedia of the Herxi candidates, it would be tantamount to directly announcing his identity. Not to mention, Ling He had seen a stone spirit candidate pull out an encyclopedia. Seeing Shenhua seemingly lost in thought, and since traveling through the dark wasteland was incredibly boring anyway, the soldier King Herxi didn't mind talking about the eastern human race ruins near Shishui. Actually, only humans with eastern human race blood can enter those ruins. The scenery of the dark wasteland was extremely monotonous, easily causing psychological fatigue. Moreover, repetitive landscapes were most likely to make one lose their way. The light in the wasteland was dim and unclear, with no distinction between day and night. It was darker than the normal daytime on the Dust Sand continent, but not completely devoid of light. It is said that in this environment, Hershey's magic receives divine blessings, making it far more powerful and effective than magic used elsewhere. Humans are the only race on the Dust Sand continent without innate talents, supposedly because the god who created them perished without bestowing blessings, leaving not even a trace of his will upon the continent. Therefore, the remaining gods, whose wills remain on this continent, protect humanity, ensuring the continuation of their bloodline and preventing complete extinction. Before humans developed numerous crystal-powered machines and crystal weapons, there were several significant historical events where the wills of the gods protected humanity. One of these events occurred at the human ruins located near the present-day Hishi of the Rare Water clan. As can be seen from the map, this place is actually on the edge of a barren land. The ancient eastern humans once used the natural mountains to build passes, and within these passes, they cultivated crops and constructed houses. Due to their geographical location, no other race dared to disturb their development. At that time, the will of the god of dark elements lingered in the dark wasteland, and the eastern humans built temples to worship him, hoping to receive the protection of the god's remaining will. Today, the number and distribution of various races on the Dust Sand continent are very different from those of ancient times. In ancient times, there was no White Tree Kingdom. The Hishi of the Rare Water branch were very active. They established towns in Rare Water, and were once very prosperous. This was because the will of the god of dark elements resided in the dark wasteland, and some Hishi in the temples of the Rare Water branch could occasionally sense the will left behind by the god, and communicate with it. The change occurred one night, when the demons discovered the habitat of the eastern humans, their favorite food and medicine. They had meticulously planned their attack. A large number of demons had been deployed without warning. By the time the Shishui branch saw the towering flames, it was too late. The eastern humans in the ruins refused to become the demons' food and medicine. They sacrificed themselves in the temple dedicated to the god of dark elements, pleading with him for revenge. Yes, not protection, but revenge. They didn't want to escape the demons' clutches. They wanted the demons to die here as well. Only a bloody, equal exchange could deter the demons who fed on humans. The will of the god of dark elements, left behind on the Dust Sand continent, heard the eastern humans' plea. The eastern humans who sacrificed themselves gained dark energy. They became dark undead, personally slaughtering all the demons who entered the ruins, just as the demons had slaughtered them. Of course, it's possible these demons didn't intend to exterminate them, but the actions they would take were perfectly predictable to these eastern humans. These demons would keep them captive, turning them into medicinal fields and food sources. Therefore, they chose the most drastic method. From then on, this pass became the abode of the dark undead, said to be accessible only to those of Eastern human blood, capable of awakening some of their memories. Anyone else entering this place would be subjected to indiscriminate mental attacks by the Dark Undead. Chapter 95. Dark Undead permanently entrenched themselves in the ruins of the Eastern humans, while a few drifted along the rare water, traversing the mountains and floating into the dark forest. The rare water was thus known as the River of Souls, and legends about it arose. These Dark Undead brought a dense concentration of dark energy to the rare water, making it shrouded in black mist from its source to the dark forest. However, the Dark Undead floating in the rare water were only a small fraction of those in the Eastern humans' ruins. In the legends of the rare water lineage, they were fragments of the will of the god of dark elements, left behind on the Dust Sand continent, which merged into these undead. From then on, the Hushi people, originating near the rare water, could no longer sense the will of the god of dark elements. Their method of inheriting dark elemental power became going to the dark forest. They could not confide in the god who protected them, for this was the choice left by the will of the god who created them, and whom they revered so deeply. So you want me to try and open a third path for you? Shinrua had actually guessed something while looking at the map, although things now seemed to be different from his guess. Mainly in the parts related to himself. Because Shinrua didn't know that there were exclusive bloodline conditions for entering and exiting this human ruin. He only discerned a part of the ambition of the King of Soldiers, He-She, from the map. If He-She wanted to establish a country, he certainly wouldn't necessarily need to acquire this human ruin. However, if the King of Soldiers, He-She, wanted to establish a He-She race nation, then this human ruin was a must-have. Shinrua had read the encyclopedia and knew about the rare water. The description of the Soldier King He-She in the encyclopedia only gave him a general understanding. However, after encountering the Soldier King He-She in reality, seeing the human settlements he cooperated with, and learning about the He-She who left rare water with him, Shinrua understood one thing. The Soldier King He-She wanted to establish a Hushi nation, and the current rare water branch would inevitably be included on its territory. However, the most convenient route out of the rare water branch had been blocked by the Zhizha Kingdom, the White Tree Kingdom. Even if he could win the war, and seize the key fortresses for import and export, he wouldn't be able to destroy the entire White Tree Kingdom. The Dark Wasteland was vast. If the will of the god who once governed the dark elements existed there, then it was still possible to incorporate the Dark Wasteland, the rare water branch, and the dark forest along the Dark Wasteland's borders into the map. The will left behind by the gods could provide cohesion for the Hushi tribe. But the fact that this will no longer responds to its people is the root cause of the Hushi tribe's continuous migration and fragmentation into multiple branches. Therefore, with the symbolic significance of the Shishui branch no longer existing, the Soldier King He-She wanted to establish a nation that the Hushi tribe would be willing to settle in, and opening up key transportation routes was essential. Otherwise, what he would establish would only be a barren nation, strangled by the White Tree Kingdom, with no potential for development. Just as the Shishui branch withered, this nation would naturally perish. Even Zhizha and the others wouldn't need to do anything further. When did you think of having me do this? Shinrua asked the Soldier King He-She. He didn't have any ill will towards the Soldier King He-She for doing this, because as one of the forces on the Dust Sand continent, it was only natural for the Soldier King He-She to have a plan. This wasn't the initial idea. King He-She's answer somewhat surprised Shinrua. And if you help me accomplish this, we can be considered partners. Why partners? I tell you after we reach the Temple of Darkness. I thought you go straight to that ruin. King He-She's decision surprised Shinrua again. Wasn't it said that Zhizha would use your desperate desire to prevent them from entering the Temple of Darkness to force you into a final battle outside the temple? There are some things we need to discuss with you in the temple. We ambush Zhizha in the Dark Forest and Shishui. The highest combat strength of Zhizha from the White Tree Kingdom is near spirit rank, so if the Zhizha want to come to Shishui, they have to leave Zhizha and bring the Holy Seas Zhizha from the White Tree Kingdom. We still have time. King He-She's voice was confident, as if he had already mentally rehearsed this scenario many times. Although Shinrua didn't understand why the specifics had to be discussed at the Temple of Darkness, she roughly knew that this was probably related to the traditions of the Dust Sand continent. However, this also demonstrates the sincerity of the elite soldier He-She. Entering the Temple of Darkness involves the will left behind by a god, and given Shinrua's understanding of the suppressive power of the god's will in this world, He-She's next words are unlikely to be false. It's possible that the reason for speaking only within the Temple of Darkness is to establish trust. After all, there might be some tacit understanding between them, perhaps even a degree of trust in each other's nature that they themselves hadn't considered, but this trust only exists in theory. For true cooperation to be achieved, mere theoretical understanding and trust are insufficient as a foundation. After all, strictly speaking, Their first meeting was when the king of soldiers, he suspected Long Wei of carrying a mission item, followed by Shenrua taking the heavenly fox jade fragment. Although the king of soldiers, he didn't know it was him, Shenrua felt that he likely already knew, just not saying it outright. Later, the king of soldiers, he kidnapped Long Wei and even stabbed him, all to force Shenrua to risk his life to test the depth of the Rift Valley. After emerging from the Rift Valley, it was the king of soldiers, he who invited Shenrua to join the Legion, but a tacit breakthrough and attempt to hold him back failed, much like Guan Yu guarding Huarong Pass. Finally, they met again at the Hell Grand Palace, briefly cooperating, and even clashing on the way back, albeit unilaterally by the king of soldiers, he. Now they are heading together to the ruins of Shishui and the Eastern human race. Shenrua had no intention of cooperating with any force or gaining their support, but since the conversation had come to this point, he didn't mind hearing what the king of soldiers, he had to say. Although there was no concept of dawn and dusk in the dark wasteland, for someone like Shenrua, who possessed not only a talent for time perception, but could also mentally count time, he knew exactly how long it had taken these snoring creatures carrying he and himself to reach the Shishui territory. Through mental calculations of the distance on the map and the available routes, he knew that King of Soldiers he was right. Even without calculating the time it would take to encounter an ambush, they would reach the Shishui branch settlement before Lixia. The Shishui branch still had Hishi's residences clustered near the Dark Temple. The outer ring of former houses had been reduced to ruins. Because the Herxi had not inhabited the area for many years, many houses had been eroded by the wind, some in a state of partial collapse or complete ruin. However, the Temple of Darkness was remarkably well preserved. This was the first time Shenrua had seen a building truly related to the faith of the Dust Sand continent since arriving in this world. Although the Tower of Eternity was built upon the mystical ruins of a god, it was not a temple. While one could sense the mysteries of spatial shifts within it, one could not feel the reverence of the intelligent races for their deities. On either side of the entrance to the Temple of Darkness stood two enormous stone sculptures. These sculptures depicted two Herxi figures, one holding a scepter, the other a sword, symbolizing the ancient Herxi beings who wielded the power of life and death. The highest-ranking members of the Herxi race were merely the guards of the Temple of Darkness. Their devotion to the god, who controlled the dark elements, was self-evident. The temple and its surroundings were like two different worlds. The heavy stones seemed to isolate time and sound. Entering the temple was like passing through a time tunnel into another world. A colossal totem pole stood in the center of the Temple of Darkness, intricately carved with patterns that, upon closer inspection, corresponded to the markings worn by the Heshi people. The temple had a circular structure, with a recess in each of the four directions of the circular wall. The recesses for the scepter and sword were empty. The scepter and sword held by the massive stone sculpture at the gate. The other two recesses contained a round object, but not a mirror. Shenrua didn't know what it was, only that it looked familiar. The other recess contained a square object, seemingly made of a similar material to the round one. It seemed certain that the sword and scepter were among the items dropped by the ancient Herxi elder. Shenrua also noticed that when the King of Soldiers, Herxi, led him into the Temple of Darkness, the other Herxi remained outside. In other words, besides expressing sincerity and establishing a foundation of cooperation and trust, did the King of Soldiers not want the other Herxi to hear what he was about to say? Just as Shenrua was pondering the King of Soldiers' intentions, Heshi retrieved the sword and scepter from his storage ring. Although Shenrua hadn't consulted an encyclopedia, he could guess that anything the King of Soldiers valued so highly must be a sacred relic. These items had probably been lost for so long that even the Holy See might not know their names, and the Herxi clan, not wanting information about their sacred relics to be leaked, had intentionally concealed them. Now, after traversing countless ages, they had finally returned to their original place. The sword and scepter were returned to their rightful places, causing the entire temple to tremble slightly, and then a golden light seemed to brush across it. Shenrua sensed a change in the temple. Though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, the change was undeniable. Having done all this, the soldier King Heshi stood before the totem pole, his hands moving in a series of gestures, one on his forehead, one on his chest, and one on his shoulder, as if offering the most devout prayer to the totem pole using sign language. Shenrua stood there, thinking of the ancient ruins on his home planet, Earth, weathered by time and documented in historical records. Those megalithic civilizations, though faded and weathered by time, still inspired a desire to explore them. And this temple before him, enduring through the ages, perhaps its enduring nature stemmed from the unwavering faith of the intelligent life on the Dust Sand continent in the immortality of their gods. These are the most important things the ancient elders possessed: the sword and the scepter, Soldier King Hishi began his narration, gazing at the scepter on the wall. I will eventually need no scepter when I become a dragon. I will inevitably become a dragon, but for now, I must first be a dragon slayer. Who is the dragon in my eyes? Is it the arrogant Holy See, who believes they hold the authority of God, or the arrogant Zhezhe, who thinks only the children of the God of Light are qualified to speak for the divine? So, let's talk about what's between us, humanity, the candidate chosen by the gods. Chapter 96. Shenrua disliked lies. He would conceal certain things, but he wouldn't instinctively deny the facts or fabricate lies. This could be considered a quality of his, or perhaps his weakness. However, if the king of soldiers, Hishi, wasn't foolish, then for Shenrua to arrive at a plausible conclusion to this series of events, he would need to fabricate more than one lie. He would need many lies to cover everything up. The fact that the king of soldiers, Hishi, didn't allow the other Hizais to enter the temple indicated that he didn't intend to reveal Shenrua's identity in front of him. Therefore, Shenrua ultimately neither refuted nor admitted anything, but chose silence. However, his silence did not affect the king of soldiers, Hishi. King of soldiers Hishi didn't need Shenrua's acknowledgement or response to say these things. He simply continued with what Shenrua had already guessed in the dark wasteland. You were the one who took the heavenly fox jade fragment, weren't you? At that point in time, the only one with the ability to do so, needing to conceal their identity, and being nearby, was you. So of course, you also obtained the phoenix feather. A human like you, if not an outsider, wouldn't be indifferent to the plight of humanity. You must be a member of that previous settlement. Hishi only voiced his conjecture with certainty in the dark temple, where no one else was listening, a place considered sacred by Hishi. King of soldiers Hishi didn't intend to expose his concealment, Shenrua thought. But if she didn't cooperate, would he continue this act of goodwill? King of soldiers Hishi wouldn't stop his narration, because of Shenrua's thoughts. He continued saying what he wanted to say. Although I don't know why you didn't seek help from the human settlements, and you seem unwilling to let your candidacy be discovered, if you could help me reopen that eastern human ruin, my legion could secretly assist you. There will always be conflict among candidacy candidates, and you need my power, won't you? The king of soldiers, Hishi, found his offer incredibly tempting, and Shenrua had no reason to refuse. In fact, Shenrua felt that compared to the invitation to join the legion, the sincerity and price offered by king of soldiers, Hishi, were far too enticing. However, before that, he needed to clarify his situation to avoid any misunderstanding from king of soldiers, Hishi. Because king of soldiers, Hishi himself hoped to establish the Hishi kingdom, and the other elite, Hishi who left Shishui with him also shared this goal. On the Dust Sand continent, the will of the gods is supreme. His feeling that he was a burden to the gods' arrangements might be incomprehensible to the intelligent races living on the Dust Sand continent, so it was best to explain early on. Do you understand what the candidates for God are supposed to do on this continent? Shenrua asked. Or if I said I wasn't interested in what God wanted me to do, would you find that strange? It would certainly be strange, but some things you can't simply avoid doing just because you're not interested. I think you understand that well, right? Shenrua wasn't sure how much the soldier king Hishi knew about the mandatory mechanism for collecting mission items, but he had to admit that Hishi's words hit the nail on the head. In fact, because of the passive missions, Shenrua felt the pain from the brand at certain times every day, although it was within his tolerable limits. Shenrua sometimes lamented whether he was a peculiar case of experiencing the torment of rheumatoid arthritis while at the peak of his physical condition. However, simply not slacking off didn't guarantee freedom from pain. After all, many of these quest items were unattainable. From encountering quest items to actually obtaining them, sometimes it wasn't simply a matter of whether or not one actively participated in the quest. Take the Heavenly Fox Jade, for example. It was shattered into several pieces. Obtaining even one piece only alleviated the pain, not granted immunity. Speaking of which, you're supporting your Hishi's candidate, right? Wouldn't cooperating with me conflict with that? Shenrua didn't immediately address the topic Hishi, the king of soldiers, had thrown at him, a topic that only brought him pain, but instead inquired about Hishi's attitude. Didn't you almost fight to the death with Tianhu Tianxue before to help her obtain the Heavenly Fox Jade? Now you want to help me? Isn't this a bit too schizophrenic? Shenrua felt that although she didn't know the king of soldiers, Hishi, in a comprehensive way, he didn't seem like Long Wei's father, someone who would make multiple bets and engage in underhanded tactics. King of soldiers, Hishi, looked at Shenrua. The legends and will left behind by the gods require candidates to display a mark representing their identity, and then the beings of the Dust Sand continent will be obliged to help them because of the divine power left behind on it. Of course, helping a candidate of my own race must be on a higher level than helping Zhezhe, right? But I haven't known him for long, and we don't have a basis for cooperation. He needs my help, but I have no need of him. Our relationship is that of kin. It's the relationship of him showing me the mark. You haven't shown me your mark yet, have you? Do I need to make it clearer? But I'm not interested in a destiny ordained by the gods, nor do I want the final wish. Shinruo didn't respond to the gaze of the soldier King Hishi, but looked at the totem pole. I'm very interested in understanding the world, but that's all. Then you need help even more. Soldier King Hishi believed Shinruo knew this. He added, you and I met on the 6th level of the Helter Grand Palace. This is enough to make your strength impossible to hide, and Ling He and the others all know this. You can say you're not interested in a destiny ordained by the gods, nor do you want to fight for the wish that the gods promised to grant, but the other candidates won't think that way, and they don't think you will. You want to escape all of this, but in reality, relying on yourself, just keeping your identity hidden is already extremely difficult. And then, there's intelligence. I didn't inquire why you met Junja, but investigating what happened in Qing's kingdom is quite simple. Did you suffer from a lack of intelligence in Qing's kingdom? If it weren't for strength and luck, wouldn't you be dead by now? With intelligence, you could at least avoid some extremely risky situations, and most importantly, cooperating with me would provide a relatively stable environment where you can do what you want. But right now, I need to explore and resolve the Eastern Human Ruins first, and hopefully, I can take care of Lija while I'm at it, right? Shinruo sighed inwardly. Such generous conditions couldn't possibly come without any cost or sacrifice. The king of soldiers, He smiled. The Eastern Human Ruins were something you wanted to go to anyway. It's just that going at this time is advantageous to me. As for Lija, I don't need you to help me deal with him. Shinruo could only marvel at the conditions offered by the king of soldiers. He, you already made it seem like it only benefits me and has no drawbacks. How can I refuse? The king of soldiers replied, you can't. So now that we're heading to the Eastern Human Ruins, let's see if you can bring some surprises. If Lija breaks through the dark forest and the rare water with Zhezhe, he's definitely after my life. Shinruo raised his hand to stop the king of soldiers' attempt to spread his emotions. Such words would be effective for many, but because of Shinruo's unique experiences, he remained completely unmoved, instead pinpointing the biggest problem in the other's words. We all know that your life is not determined by my actions at the Eastern Human Ruins. The soldier king, she clearly didn't necessarily want to sway Shinruo into becoming a brother-in-arms, like his comrades from the Shishui branch. Of course, he hoped to influence Shinruo and bring him into his camp nominally, but in reality, under the guise of freedom. Shinruo's greatest advantage to Soldier King, was that Shinruo didn't reveal his candidate mark. The candidate mark was actually a form of divine will, used to ensure the candidate's dominance in the cooperative relationship. Shinruo tacitly acknowledged his identity, but consistently refused to show his proof. Was it truly unmoved by the rewards promised by the gods? Even the king of soldiers, Hershey, couldn't be sure. The ruins of the Eastern Humans were built along the unconnected section between two mountain ranges. The walls on both sides were constructed to follow the contours of the mountain cliffs, eventually connecting the walls to the two mountain ranges. Between the walls, level with the mountain peaks on both sides, lies the ancient home of the Eastern Humans. In the center of the walls is a massive gate, said to be mechanically driven, only accessible from within the ruins. With the presence of dark undead, the entire Eastern Human Ruins, including the walls, have become a forbidden zone for magic. All magic is rendered useless here. Similarly, crystal artifacts lose their function. Therefore, to enter these ruins, one can only rely on physical skills to scale the sheer cliff-like walls, or use something like the ancient siege ladders that Shinruo knew of. However, the various races of the Dust Sand continent are accustomed to the presence of magic. Even when using machinery, they rely on the power of crystals. Furthermore, according to He, the king of soldiers, he only conceived the idea of having Shinruo open this place after the Jinha incident. Therefore, things like cloud ladders couldn't be prepared in a short time by the limited number of He tribe members remaining in the Shishui branch. However, climbing the city wall using physical skills wasn't difficult for Shinruo. Although he hadn't learned the Gecko Kung Fu, the ancient Eastern martial art best suited for this situation, his mastery of lightness techniques, if used properly, would make scaling the wall easy. Shinruo circulated his true energy throughout his meridians, concentrating it in his feet, and used his lightness techniques to step upwards as if scaling walls. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Shinruo's movements appeared incredibly light, but in reality, each kick left a shallow indentation in the cliff face as his footing. This is the effortless mastery technique in footwork. Shinruo came to this ruin alone. The soldier king, she stayed behind in the Shishui branch. According to him, Lija was almost there, and Shinrua had to enter the Eastern Human Clan ruins alone. Besides pointing the way from afar, he couldn't offer much assistance. Can he really reopen that pass? Ling He looked at the distant Eastern Human Clan ruins. Are you sure you want him to go alone? Soldier King, she said, therefore, we can't completely rely on him to reunite the fragments of the will of our revered god. The worst case scenario is that Lija brings his Zhizhas into our dark temple to see if he has what he needs. But regardless of whether it comes to that, if we don't teach Lija a lesson, their holy see will truly dare to call themselves the representatives of the gods. Chapter 97. The ancient Eastern humans, living near the source of scarce water, built fortified passes and walls along the mountainside and constructed houses using stones from the mountains. Perhaps due to harsh living conditions, the buildings in this ruin show no distinction in social status. The ruins also contain terrace fields carved upwards along the sides of the mountains, but the crops on them have long since withered and yellowed, barely rising above the terrace level. A gust of wind even stirs up dusty sand from the cracked fields. A dense dark energy surrounds the area, constantly gathering and dispersing, accompanied by whispers like the wailing of the wind. Is this the dark undead? However, Shinrua didn't sense any mental or physical attacks from these whispers. He felt no fear walking alone in this desolate and lonely pass. He simply tidied up the scattered bones along the way. Exposed to wind erosion for so long, many bones had crumbled from the edges, with only some larger pieces retaining their hardness and shape. Shinrua slowly walked along the edge of the ruins, looking at the remains of both humans and demons, trying to reconstruct the night in her mind. The purplish bones on the ground belonged to the demons, while the slightly blackened bones belonged to the Eastern humans. Shinrua finally stopped in front of a different building in this settlement. In front of this building was a totem pole, very similar to those in the Temple of Darkness. The Soldier King, she had told the story of this place. The Eastern humans here, because their settlement bordered the Dark Wasteland, built this building to worship the god who controlled the dark elements, praying for divine protection. On the night of the demonic attack, the will of the god who ruled over the dark elements, left behind on the dust sand continent, responded to the prayers of the Eastern humans, transforming them overnight into undead dark spirits to fulfill their vengeance. A sword's hum resonated in Shinrua's earring. With a thought, the short sword she had obtained on the 9th level of the Hell Grand Palace was now in her hand. In the historical legends of sword forging in the east of her home planet Earth, there has always been the saying of a precious sword resounding like a dragon's cry. Now, as Shinrua held the sword, its blade emitted a soft hum, as if responding to the whispers of the spirits in the wind. The Zhizha who came from the direction of the White Tree Kingdom were a cavalry unit of 300 Zhizha. They arrived at the edge of the dark forest, not to launch a surprise attack, but to serve as backup for the 60 Zhizha magical cavalry in front. The entire Hershey branch currently has less than 60 Hershey's. The 200-plus Zhizha in the rear were there to execute large-scale magic to assist the attacking Zhizha. To break through the dark forest, the first step is to completely illuminate it, leaving the dark spirits within nowhere to hide. The dark forest is perpetually shrouded in gray mist. Dark spirits can merge into this gray fog, constantly taking shape and dispersing, creating an unpredictable and terrifying atmosphere throughout the forest. West of the Rare Water, and east of the Dark Wasteland, the crescent-shaped area where the two meet is the Rare Water branch. To wage war against the Herxi, the Zeshas will naturally choose daytime when light energy dominates in the air particles. And the Dark Forest, like the Dark Wasteland, is shrouded in a gray mist during the day. This mist is inherently filled with dark energy. Those Hurries are laughable. They even attacked us with human machines made of light elemental crystals. Watching the large-scale magic gradually illuminate the dark forest, the dark undead finally coalesced from the mist into black shadows, clinging to the trees. A Zhizha remarked. Strategically despise the opponent, but always remain cautious when advancing. The leader of the raiding party was indeed Lija. This wasn't his first conflict with the elite Hurries. On the Dust Sand continent, spirit rank individuals rarely engage in truly life-or-death battles. Although they may not get along, they will assess the gains and losses and each engage in a retreat with offensive intent. It sounds contradictory, but it's true. Sometimes they encounter each other, exchanging magical attacks and harassing each other, but there have never been any truly life-or-death confrontations. Situations where life-or-death confrontations occur always have special conditions, or are the inevitable result of a series of coincidences. For example, the Zhizha clan's entry into the Dark Temple to verify their beliefs is related to the status of the Shishui branch within the Heshi tribe, and the Heshi tribe's unwavering belief in the divine will and the coexistence of the Dark Temple. Lija's actions are also aimed at forcing the Heshi king of soldiers to fight him to the death. As Shinrua suspected, the Zhezhe clan's candidate was also among the raiding cavalry, though his attire was quite ordinary. What was extraordinary were his weapon, and the necklace he wore. Both of these were divine relics, and the necklace itself was a sacred artifact. The Zhezhe clan's candidate was, of course, a spirit rank being. In Li's view, his side had an advantage in troop composition and numbers of Zhezhe, and also possessed 2 spirit rank beings. Although killing the Heshi king of soldiers would be a fierce battle, it would be worthwhile. The Holy See is an organization that possesses a vast amount of historical data and divinely bestowed poetry. As a spirit-level being within the Holy See, Zhezhe knows far more about the secrets of the Great Cataclysm legend than even the Soldier King Heshi could imagine. Although now is not the time to trigger the Great Cataclysm, it is inevitable and unavoidable. Before the Great Cataclysm arrives, the gods have established basic protective laws for all races inhabiting this land. For example, the birthplace of a race is its sanctuary. As long as a race returns to its birthplace, outsiders cannot kill them there. However, these laws will change upon the arrival of the candidates. The protective laws will cease to apply upon their arrival. Furthermore, the will left behind by the god of dark elements no longer lingers in the dark wasteland. The reason the dark wasteland can still influence Zhezhe and strengthen Heshi is only due to the residual energy of the god's will. Therefore, even if they cross the Shi River and enter the Dark Temple, the will left behind by the god of dark elements will not interfere. Li did not intend to exterminate the Shishui branch directly. The Holy See's control over the sacred temple on the continent stemmed from its foundation in upholding the will left by God. The 8 statues within the sacred temple also included one of the gods, who govern the dark elements. If the entire Shishui branch were destroyed, there would inevitably be accusations that they were using the Holy See's name for personal gain, that because Li was Zhezhe, they were using the Holy See's power to defy the will left by God on the continent and target the Heshi people. While it was true that, since the Holy See's leader and most of the Holy See's spirit rank beings were Zhezhe, they did indeed harbor thoughts of targeting the Heshi people. They could claim that killing the Soldier King Heshi was simply because he hadn't cooperated with the Holy See in collecting the necessary sacred relics. On the surface, it wasn't aimed at the Heshi race, but in reality, if Soldier King Heshi died, the cohesion that the Heshi race had painstakingly regained over the years would vanish once more. The Zhezhe cavalry, riding their unicorns and maintaining their formation as much as possible without the trees affecting them, entered the dark forest. The dark undead had already clung to the trees. After so many years of the Heshi's special ritual of transforming the dark energy from the dark undead into patterns on their bodies, their numbers had dwindled considerably. Against the Zhezhe cavalry, who were arrayed and empowered by light magic, the dark undead posed little threat. However, the lead unicorn suddenly stepped on something in the forest, cried out in alarm, reared up on its hind legs, and nearly threw its Zhezhe off its back. Then, the unicorns all let out screams and hisses in unison. It turned out that the forest floor had been covered with rows of poisonous spikes. The unicorns quickly turned purple, and the Zhezhe noticed this. They leaped into the trees. These Zhezhe weren't just pure cavalry, each possessing strength exceeding the highest rank. Even separated from the unicorns, they were formidable combatants. Dozens of unicorns lay dead in the dark forest. The Zhezhe clearly hadn't expected the Hershey's to set such a trap, because to ensure all the unicorns were completely trapped in the dark forest and their feet couldn't touch the ground, the density of these poisonous stingers would have been extremely high, and the coverage would have been extensive. Did they themselves intend to never enter or leave the dark forest again? Of course not. The dark elemental magic of the elite soldier Heshi is a form of shaping magic. By creating a path on the ground, the Heshi can ignore the poisonous spikes and enter the dark forest. Among the Zhezhe, there are also those skilled in the same type of light magic. White paths appeared on the ground, but these paths seemed to indicate the direction of the Heshi's attacks. A Zhezhe, having just landed on the light magic created path, was attacked from 2 different directions, specifically aimed at his right foot and left shoulder. The companions of the Heshi's rare water branch are mostly archmages, but these Heshi are incredibly cunning in the eyes of the Zhezhe. For example, they like to use weapons crafted by humans, and despite being archmages, they often unleash attacks using martial arts magic. Furthermore, these Heshi don't mind using machinery and weapons in a variety of ways, just like humans. Although the Zhezhe also use them, they are certainly not as proficient as their counterparts. The Hurries even frequently participate in creating new techniques. Didn't you see them even using light elemental crystals before? Right now, as a top-tier cultivator, Zhezhe certainly wouldn't be oblivious to the incoming attacks. The attacked individual dodged both blows with a quick twist, but he only avoided the penetration, not the graze. His clothes and trousers were each torn, and his skin was also scratched. The attacks came from Hers in the forest, their bodies covered in a layer of dark elemental energy, the dark energy coating their skin. The Hers clung to the branches of the trees in the dark forest, making them look like dark undead illuminated by large-scale light elemental magic. The Hers of the Rare Water Branch aren't all mages and warriors. Their actual combat strength here is only about 30. Therefore, Liege's raid with 60 Zhezhes was indeed sufficient in terms of numbers. Furthermore, the role of Zhezhe as backup is also crucial. They are currently continuously supplying light elemental energy towards the dark forest. For Zhezhe, a spirit level being capable of understanding the changes in elemental energy within particles, that is, Liege and the Zhezhe candidate, this provides powerful protection for their surprise attack. Light elemental particles in the air rapidly converge towards the path formed by the light elements, creating a luminous barrier that protects the path's safety. Chapter 98. Drawing the opponent out of their comfort zone and into their own, that was Liege's strategy. Moreover, the Zhezhes weren't passively resisting. The dark forest was one of the natural barriers of the Herxi race's rare water branch. Now, the smaller trees within were being cut down by light magic. Although the Herxi attacked in a section and then moved on, the Zhezhes didn't hesitate to use light magic to cut in the direction of the attacks. Even with the long-term nourishment and enhancement of dark elemental energy, the trees here couldn't withstand the relentless, indiscriminate slicing by multiple top-tier Zhezhes. One large tree after another fell under the Zhezhes' counterattack. The Zhezhes also used magic to clear trees in their path, aggressively expanding their field of vision. As long as the field of vision was wide enough, the Herx's advantage would disappear. Fortunately, the dark forest had a high tree density. Even when fallen, unless a spirit-level light elemental spell burned the trees back into energy, they would support each other, maintaining their obscuring effect on the Zhezhe's vision. Liege knew perfectly well that the king of soldiers, she, was waiting for nightfall. Although the dark forest would be shrouded in a gray haze even without large-scale light elemental magic projecting from its edges, that was an effect caused by the dark undead active within. Of all the geographical environments near the Rare Water Branch, only the Dark Wasteland lacked day and night. This was because it was the resting place chosen by the will of the god of dark elements for his remnants left on the continent, making it a place Liege, even as a spirit-rank individual, was unwilling to easily lead his team into. Even though the will of the god of dark elements left on the continent wasn't currently there. A group of Harry began to ambush Liege's group, using both mid-range and long-range magic. However, not all of this magic was dark magic. Some spells descended from the sky, while others suddenly appeared from the sides of the road amidst thickets of earth. These spells clearly required crystal equipment to execute, and some needed to be pre-planned. Although they didn't inflict much damage, Liege's advance slowed once more. Finally, when they emerged from the dark forest and faced the settlement of the Shishui branch across the Shishui River, it was already dusk. This game of hiding and feigning retreat should end here, shouldn't it? Liege said, gesturing with his hand. With his gesture, Zhezhe changed formation once more. They had lost about 10 warriors, but from now on, they had the numerical advantage. The Harry fought their way back, and most of them had already crossed the Shishui River. Some Herxi with shorter magical ranges, or those responsible for triggering crystal mechanical traps, remained in the river. Liege almost immediately had the Zhezhe arrange themselves into a magical formation, then use magic to attack the Herxi, who hadn't fully crossed the rare water. He knew that these Herxi were far more valuable to the king of soldiers Herxi than their Holy Sea's cavalry Zhezhe. While even top-tier Zhezhe weren't to be squandered, the approximately 30 combat-capable Herxi from the Rare Water Branch were the most important foundation of the king of soldiers Herxi. There's no story of a hegemon-like figure in the Dust Sand continent, but the principle is the same. Without the valiant warriors of Jiandong, even returning to their homeland wouldn't allow them to start anew. Life is the very foundation of a race. With Zhezhe, a spirit-ranked warrior, personally intervened, and soon several Herxi were knocked into the rare waters. However, unlike Zhezhe's inevitable sacrifice after falling into the trap of the dark forest, the Herxi did not give up after falling into the water. The rare waters were, after all, the river of souls that the Herxi worshipped. Every member of the Rare Water Branch living there was a master of water manipulation. Although the water washed over their wounds, they persisted in diving underwater and swimming towards the shore. On the banks of the Rare Water Settlement, a massive magic circle had been inscribed on the ground, and a black magic shield stood there, clearly to defend against possible magical attacks from Zhezhe and his forces. And several Herxi within the magic circle began chanting incantations. This was actually a large-scale dark magic spell that required a precast animation, and more than one Hermione at that. Because the massive black magic shield obscured Liege's vision, and he prioritized attacking the Hermiones, who hadn't yet reached the shore. Only after he had knocked all the Hermiones into the water, perhaps even killing some, did he use magic, the Eye of Flight, to see what was happening behind the massive dark magic shield on the opposite bank. What he saw startled him. But he quickly smiled. A sound prop was placed in the air by Zhuzh, and Liege asked the King of Soldiers Hermiones with a smile, a super spirit level spell. Leaving aside whether you can even finish chanting it, without the protection of the laws governing the dark elements, can this spell succeed? Are you terrified, or have you been without the guidance of the dark element god for too long, leading you to this foolish scheme? Without the blessing of a divine will, you should cease your meaningless sacrifices against your people. Let us go to the Temple of Darkness to see your sacred relics, then offer your lives, and I will guarantee the safety of the rest of your Shishui branch. Who needs your promise? The arrogant voice of the Soldier King Hishi echoed through the air. Look at the sky. Although he felt that Soldier King Hishi was merely bluffing, Liege still looked up at the sky. The other side didn't have the ability to inflict any damage on him from afar, especially with his own magic array fully prepared on the other side of Shishui. The sky had only just begun to darken, yet the stars were already twinkling. The Dust Sand continent had no sun or moon, no clouds or rain, but it had stars. The stars represented. It was a communication and exchange between the will left behind by the gods and the intelligent races. It was divine guidance, a silent prophecy shining in the night sky. At this moment, the stars in the sky aligned, the brightest stars forming intersecting straight lines. Zhuzh exclaimed, an 8-line star chart. An 8-line star chart is a celestial map formed by the brightest stars converging into 8 straight lines intersecting at a single point. Surrounding it are countless stars, adorning this snowflake-like radiating star chart, a manifestation of the god who governs the dark elements. The appearance of this star chart signifies that the will left behind by the god who governs the dark elements is about to descend. Spirit rank Zhuzh. Liege heard a voice vibrate in his mind. Although the great cataclysm will inevitably descend, it will begin by crossing the boundaries of divine laws. My laws use the rare water as the boundary, protecting the last remaining forces of the rare water branch. Are you sure you want to be the one to usher in the era of the great cataclysm? Liege wavered. The other Zhuzh also felt a buzzing voice in their minds, but since they weren't spirit rank, they couldn't understand the meaning of the voice like Liege did. If he won't do it, I will. Finally, the Zhuzh candidate stepped forward from among the Zhuzh warriors. He was also a spirit rank Zhuzh, so he could also understand the meaning of the voice. He wielded a divine relic-level weapon, and the energy of light elements flowed continuously from the dark forest. After they passed through the dark forest, the diffused light penetrating the forest became a beam. This continuous, long-distance transmission of auxiliary light element magic was accomplished by more than 200 Zhuzh warriors using magic arrays. At this moment, a large number of light element crystals flew out of the Zhuzh candidate's bracelet and fell into the rare water. His weapon pointed at the rare water, and the water elements in the rare water changed. With the support of a large amount of light energy, the Zhuzh candidate continuously converted the water elements in the constantly flowing rare water into water vapor, and then rapidly into light elements, achieving an astonishing effect. Separating the rare water. The candidate's mark on his hand became clearly visible, displayed to all the Zhuzh. If passing through here will trigger a cataclysm, I believe I am the chosen one who can stop the cataclysm from destroying life here. Follow me. Believe in me. Submit to me. His voice traveled far through the air amplification device, clearly audible even on the opposite bank. Then you try breaking through here first. The voice of the Soldier King, Hishi, came from the wind. What submission to the Zhuzh? Would the Hishi accept such arrogant words? But the Zhuzhs accepted and believed. Separating the rare waters. No one had ever done such a thing before. This seemingly miraculous feat was now being performed by their candidate, who had led the way by stepping into the separated waters, maintaining the illusion of separation throughout. What incredible power! A colossal black shadow, swift as lightning, swept from the ruins of the Eastern human race towards the shore of the rare waters. A giant black wolf appeared above the super spirit rank magic circle. The rare waters churned, and the separated parts rapidly closed. The Zhuzh candidate was prepared. Another item inlaid with a light element crystal appeared in his hand. The energy of the light element crystal was activated, further enhanced by the candidate's innate elemental power, shaping a massive magical ship that sailed across the waves to the opposite shore. The super spirit rank dark magic was now fully incanted. Here lies the Temple of Darkness, where the colossal black wolf is the avatar of the god who governs the dark elements. Super spirit rank magic can only be completed under these stringent conditions. When an entity violates the protection of the laws, the temple is awakened. 10 beings of the absolute rank or higher are present. The erased core is a spirit rank being, and it requires time to chant. A wall of darkness formed along the surging waves of the rare waters. A magical ship of light crashed into this wall, its prow shattering into starlight and dissipating. The wall of darkness continued to extend, growing taller and larger, eventually encircling the settlement of the rare water branch, its boundary marked by the shore of the rare waters, stretching into the dark wasteland. The settlement of the rare water branch transformed into a massive dark magic fortress, with a transparent magical barrier above it. The existence of this barrier was known, because dark magic arrays flickered in the air, and dark streams of light moved along the transparent dome. The giant black wolf departed from the fortress's skies, and returned to the dark wasteland. This means that the god who governs the dark elements has returned to his originally chosen abode. With 60 zhuzhas of supreme rank strength or higher, plus Lizha and the zhuzha candidates both being spirit rank, Lizha was originally confident of advancing straight to the Temple of Darkness. However, this was contingent on the will of the god who governs the dark elements, left on the dust sand continent, not being in the dark wasteland. Now, the will of the god who governs the dark elements has returned, and the rare water branch has become a dark fortress. With their current combat strength, breaking through such a magical fortress is highly unlikely. After all, this fortress is a product of super spirit rank magic, a magical fortress enhanced by the will left behind by the god who governs the dark elements. However, the formation of this fortress also means one thing. This is no longer the absolutely safe haven for the Herxi race due to the laws of their origin. If the pursuers can breach the fortress's defenses. Chapter 99. Dark undead were originally a small, but exceptionally powerful species on the continent in ancient times, beings who, unwilling to accept their fate, entered the rare waters of the Soul River from the depths of the earth. Their numbers were few. However, the vast majority of the dark undead here today were formed when the god of dark elements separated his will in dark energy, infusing it with the thoughts of the Eastern humans who sacrificed their lives. Shinrua drew the sword after hearing its cry. The fragments of the god of dark elements, due to their separation, had mixed with the unwilling will of the Eastern humans. The Eastern humans' unwillingness, anger, and pain were so intense that even after the god of dark elements will split, it succumbed to these emotions. So much so that after everything ended, his desire to reunite became blurred. The reappearance of the Eastern humans in this ruin, and the diminishing of this anger and pain over the long course of time, allowed the rationality of these dark undead to return. The sword in Shinrua's hand was, in fact, the only keepsake left behind by the god who created humanity. Therefore, it simultaneously resonated with the fragments of the will of the god who governed the dark elements and suppressed the negative emotions of the dark undead. This was the instinctive reverence and submission of an intelligent race on the dust sand continent to the god who created them. Although no intelligent race knew of the existence of this long-deceased god, and even in the most important ruins of the Holy See, among the 8 statues, there was no image of this god. He left no trace of his will on this continent. Eastern humans. I need your help to restore my form. I came because of the prayers of the Eastern humans. Only the prayers of the Eastern humans can separate me from the dark undead. Reassemble. The voices emanated from all around Shinrua, from different dark undead, yet they seemed to be the same being continuously expressing its plea. Shinrua had already read the encyclopedia on his way here. The rare water branch was currently a nearly isolated branch. Just as the Holy See knew secrets that other organizations might not, the rare water branch also had its own records of the changes in the will left behind by the god who governed the dark elements. As a soldier king who had been tormented for a long time by the patterns on his body left by the dark undead, she could guess that the origin of the dark undead's energy was the will left behind by the god who governed the dark elements. When he completely absorbed that powerful dark undead, he also absorbed a small portion of the will left behind by the god who governed the dark elements on the dust sand continent. The legend that humans of Eastern human blood could enter the ruins of the Eastern human race originated from a divinely ordained poem chanted by the Hershey's chosen ones. The idea that entering would allow the ruins to see the light of day again was a conjecture of Zhuzha and the Hershey's. Or rather, it was something Zhuzha feared, and something the Hershey's desired. Because of this, the Hershey's most important ancestral home would no longer be a place they could only leave through the dark wasteland. The Hershey's could use the ruins of the Eastern human race as a base to expand northwestward, eventually gaining a sphere of influence commensurate with their strength. However, they didn't actually know why or how the ruins would see the light of day again. The fragments of the will of the god of dark elements scattered across the various dark undead revealed the method to Shinrua. Although Shinrua felt uneasy about the influence of the divine will left behind on the intelligent races of the Dust Sand continent, he also admired the will of a god who participated in the creation of the world, responding to the pleas of a vulnerable race in death and suffering, and for which his own remaining will was difficult to mend and return to its rightful place. Therefore, he was willing to respond to the request of this divine will. Beneath the totem pole of this eastern human ruin, before the dense skeletons, Shinrua cut his hand. His blood flowed over the short sword forged by an unknown god, dripping onto the skeletons. These skeletons were the remains of the eastern humans who, in ancient times, sacrificed themselves before the totem pole, calling upon the divine will left behind in the dark wasteland. I am willing to appease the anger of my kin with my blood, and I pray that the will left behind by the god who governs the dark elements will depart from their souls, allowing them to rest in peace. Black flames ignited from the blood dripping onto the bones, quickly spreading. At the same time, the flames scorched the flowing blood, burning all the way to Shinrua's wrist, then burning away the wound on his wrist until it disappeared. However, Shinrua felt as if all the true energy in his body had been drained. Although true energy could be regenerated, having all the true energy in his meridians drained in a short period of time was not a comfortable experience. It was as if a person's strength had suddenly vanished completely. If anyone were to harm Shinrua now, he would be completely powerless to resist. However, such a thing was clearly impossible, because a giant black wolf appeared within the ancient ruins of the eastern human race. Wind God, I can sense your presence, come forth. The giant wolf's voice carried the power of law. Clearly, this was the embodiment of the will left behind on the Dust Sand continent by the god who governs the dark elements. A gigantic bird-shaped being flew out of Shinrua's earring, rather flamboyantly standing on one leg atop what was clearly a totem pole dedicated to the god who governs the dark elements. This was clearly the being the dark wolf referred to as the wind god. Is it permissible for the will left behind by a god to appear and speak before a candidate? Shinrua recalled a voice in the earring repeatedly emphasizing the rules permit in the Help Palace. This voice must have come from this bird before him. If it was the will left behind by a god, then it wouldn't be surprising that it could enter the earring and speak. But why would the will left behind by a god be a bird egg? It couldn't have hatched from encountering him, could it? Shinrua considered various possibilities in his mind, repeatedly deducing them. He deduced quickly, and the results were remarkably close to the truth. This bird was the phoenix whose feathers the Hehe tribe needed. The phoenix feathers needed for the Hehe Millennium Festival were from this very bird. The reason the Hehe tribe's Millennium Festival failed, and they held their ceremony before the totem pole in the Thousand Silence Plains, was that the will left behind by the god hadn't manifested. It wasn't because they hadn't obtained the phoenix feathers themselves, but because the will left behind by the god they worshipped had somehow entered his initial equipment upon entering the dust and sand realm. What was this bird thinking? Had it simply abandoned its own kind? You still disgust me, the black giant wolf said. You're cheating, understand? Shinrua believed that communication between gods didn't actually require language. Although these two were embodiments of the will left behind by a god, he believed the same was true. But they chose to appear before him and communicate. Shinrua seemed to understand something. The giant wolf wanted to convey some information to him within the rules, as a form of gratitude. As for why the bird was cooperating with the giant wolf's performance, that was as perplexing as why the bird was included in his initial equipment. At this moment, the soldier King Hershey was still slowing down Jizha and the others' progress in the dark forest. However, the faint connection he had with the will left behind by the god, who controlled the dark elements, brought by the dark undead, allowed him to sense a change in the will left behind by the god. An idea arose in his mind, and he quickly made a decision. A super spirit rank spell. They had a chance to complete it. Originally, he, the king of soldiers, had planned to retreat to the dark wasteland with the items from the dark temple if the Shishui River couldn't stop Zhizha's surprise attack. However, he changed his mind. The dark temple was the spiritual home of the Hehe tribe. If they chose to abandon it, the results achieved by Zhizha's forces would be no different from killing him. The title of king of soldiers, Hehe, held a prominent place in the Hehe tribe's cohesion because he was the youngest spirit rank being in history, and also because he came from the Shishui branch, where the Dark Temple was located. If Zhizha had already entered the Dark Temple, then King of Soldiers, Hehe would no longer be the same King of Soldiers Hehe. The symbolic meaning of this title will forever be erased from the dust and sand continent by Zhizha and the Holy See. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the Eastern human race, the bird known as the Wind God was unfazed by the black giant wolf's disdain, chuckling smugly. Don't worry, Everything I did will be compliant during the final assessment. But you, who are you to talk to me now? You should be careful about the final judgment of the laws. The Black Giant Wolf said, since you already borrowed the candidate's initial equipment to leave the Valley of the Undying, the dark energy I left there is useless. I've been severely depleted these past few years, so now is the time to reclaim the energy. The bird replied indifferently, whatever. Speaking of which, shouldn't you thank me? The Black Giant Wolf stood up, transforming into a gigantic black being with a wolf's head and a human body, then crouched down, placing its hands on the earth. What do I thank you for? The wool left behind by the god didn't hinder his speech even while acting. Without that sword, could you have reformed into your current form? And how do you think you brought that sword out of the dungeon? The bird actually had something to say. Well, thank you very much, but I suspect the root cause of your actions is that damn god of light is behind it all. Although he thanked the bird, the wool left behind by the god of dark elements revealed no genuine gratitude. He's behind it all because of me. The bird's words, combined with his tone, sounded narcissistic. If he hadn't thought I wasn't worthy, why would he have tampered with the candidate's initial equipment, not even giving me a sword, thus giving me a chance? Although my understanding of the world is completely different from the God of Lights, if my will avatar were to act as the guide for the candidates in Universe 8, I wouldn't have a high opinion of him either, the giant wolf said. To express your disapproval of me to my face, of course, I know you favor the candidate of the universe you created, but shouldn't you consider my feelings? Especially since you're only here now, because you practically drained me dry. Isn't that a bit too much? Shinrua protested. I don't mean you any harm. This whole thing is essentially a mess left behind by the guy who created the universe you were born into. The giant wolf, as the remnant will of the god of dark elements, actually responded to Shinrua with words. Shinrua felt that the giant wolf might have been waiting for her to speak, trying to guide her to the topic it wanted to discuss. Chapter 100. Next, the Black Giant Wolf, the embodiment of the will of the god of dark elements left behind on the Dust Sand continent, told Shinrua a story about the creator gods. This story was essentially a supplement to the explanation of the origin of the universe's core given to him by the gatekeeper he encountered. It offered no help in collecting quest items on the Dust Sand continent, but it was something Shinrua enjoyed. He had always loved studying history, legends, local customs, and was fascinated by the existence of the universe, its laws, and the stories of gods. Now, with the will of a god personally recounting the unknown past of creation, Shinrua was naturally eager to listen. Initially, there was no world. The Holy Temple of the Holy Sea contained 8 statues that appeared simultaneously with the Dust Sand continent. But before that, there were 9 gods who jointly created the world. Calling them gods isn't entirely accurate, because true gods, those qualified to become immortal, higher dimensional beings, could independently create a universe. To become true gods, they needed to create a world, integrate into the world, understand the world, and become the world. However, none of them possessed such abilities. Between the dimensions of humanity and divinity, there existed more than one being like them. These beings each sought ways to become gods. Some traveled to the worlds created by the true gods to learn, impersonating intelligent races from those divinely created universes, participating in story after story. These 9 individuals each had their own understanding of a particular law, and since these realms differed, they were mutually distrustful yet maintained a good relationship. Therefore, they agreed to create the current core of the universe through collaborative creation. Because they are not truly immortal gods, their lives are finite. While not merging with the worlds they created could prolong their wills, it would prevent them from truly understanding the world and its laws. None of them had the confidence to become gods so easily, as they lacked the perfect divine nature. Therefore, they collectively left behind an energy legacy sufficient to restore them to their peak state, agreeing that one of their remaining wills would ultimately claim this legacy, while the wills of the others would complete their divine nature. However, none would yield to the other for who would claim the legacy. Although they were not true gods, such beings could not be decided through simple battles or magical contests. They could argue, but if they used the power of the laws against each other, it would still cause a disruption of space-time within a certain area. Therefore, they decided that the life forms generated from their respective created worlds would make this choice for them. Therefore, they prepared the Dust and Sand continent, a jointly created inner world, as a stage for the strongest among their respective worlds to compete. However, one of us, after the formation of the core, was unable to create a universe of his own will, the Black Giant Wolf's voice laced with mockery, that bird before us now. But the god who forged this sword of yours seems indifferent to godhood, and we often wonder what he's thinking. The enormous bird-like being didn't refute the Black Wolf's words, nor did it show anger, its voice even sounded slightly sorrowful. They were beings somewhere between intelligent races existing on Earth and higher dimensional gods, so their emotions weren't entirely aligned with those of intelligent races, yet they weren't beings from a higher dimension either. The thoughts or emotions of such beings would be beyond the comprehension of ordinary intelligent races. The black wolf, and the enormous bird-like being currently experiencing no strong empathy for the intelligent race they had created, but they still shared some emotions that Shinrua could understand. The god who forged the sword didn't seem to intend to create a universe, but seeing that I couldn't, he created one on a whim. However, he didn't bless any intelligent races that would emerge in this universe. After creation, he entered that universe, his will vanishing without a trace. For beings like us, it's like death. He did everything so suddenly. Before deciding to enter the universe, we asked him to leave fragments of his will on the dust sand continent. What did he say then? The giant bird-like voice suddenly became smug. This time, it was the black giant wolf's turn to be annoyed. He said that if a candidate from his universe won, the victory would be attributed to the bird. His nonchalant attitude really infuriated us. Because I had no universe to merge with, my will left on the dust sand continent was particularly strong. To be fair, I also distributed my energy throughout the continent, which is why some native races arose on the dust sand continent. The wills of the two gods, speaking back and forth, filled in some gaps regarding the creation of this world. Because he left nothing behind, and the gate that guided you to this world only appeared because of our remaining wills. Therefore, one of us must fill the various voids he left behind, created by his whims and capriciousness. For example, my main will was trapped underground by this damn dark energy, but the race he created actually used my feathers to summon the energy source I left in the Thousand Desolations plane, so they became he. The bird-shaped gods will refer to the fact that the patterns on he's body turned into red bird patterns. Since he originally had no subjects, and in his remaining will, he was one who had not merged with the universe and had no subjects. Therefore, the sacrifices of the he altered their attributes. The power of the god of wind elements overwrote their original attributes. Because the energy of the wind elemental god is inherently changeable, wind being elusive and without a fixed form, the Illusion clan is indeed a race born from the energy of the wind elemental god scattered across the earth. The demon clan, a race capable of transformation, is also a race born under the influence of the wind element, only their transformation abilities differ in strength. The reason the he summoned the will of the wind elemental god is because they were already seeking a response to the will of a deity. The root cause lies in the departure of the will of the dark elemental god from the dark wasteland. Unable to receive information from the dark elemental god's will, the he people fell into desolation at the dark temple. They believed the gods had changed their abode, and given the barren and desolate nature of the area, the Harry continuously migrated away from the sparse waters, seeking settlements rich in dark energy, thus forming numerous hairy branches. The inaccessible dark energy beneath the Valley of the Undying led the original Harry to believe that the will of their god resided at the valley's bottom, where they found the feather of the phoenix. Ultimately, a Harry of the spirit rank carrying the phoenix feather encountered an energy source left behind by the god of wind elements on the Thousand Desolate Plains, unexpectedly summoning the phoenix that had been residing underground. This person, wielding the will left behind by the god of wind elements, became a Harry. As for the two who were able to exploit loopholes in the rules to tell Shinrua these stories, it was because these were contents that couldn't be conveyed through the heavenly poems for the races of the Dust Sand continent, but telling the candidates wouldn't cause problems. Because essentially, the candidates who came here represented the will of the god, who created their universe. It was essentially a contest of wills among them regarding who was more qualified to become the supreme god. However, other universes possess information about the gods who created them. Those who come to this world also have a clear lineage, and these lineages all have gods who protect them. Their talents are consistently inherited from the laws and power of their protecting gods. But in the universe Shinrua came from, this god vanished without a trace. Upon arriving here, he didn't even know which god's subjects he belonged to. And since humans lack divine blessings, the humans on the continent can only pray for the protection of other races near their dwellings, or the will of the gods who inhabit them. If this were a game, then from the very beginning, the game's balance was poorly designed. However, it's not entirely poorly designed. It's like 8 people playing in an arena. Everyone starts with an SSR card, except for one person who starts with an SR. Appropriate equipment compensation would be reasonable. Since that deity didn't even leave behind any will related to the gate, the remaining deities' wills were decided by drawing lots to determine who would contribute an extra portion to explain the situation and arrange initial equipment for the candidate from Universe 8. The will drawn was that of the god of light, the same god who created Zhizha, the twin brother of the black giant wolf. The god of light's greatest dissatisfaction lay in his belief that the god of wind was unqualified to compete for the position of chief god. He did highly regard the power of the vanished deity, and if that deity had left behind a will, he would be completely convinced of its worth. However, if the candidate from the universe created by this god ultimately triumphs, and the one who reaps the rewards is the god of wind, whom he considers unworthy, then the will of the god of light has already tipped its scales inward. Therefore, Shenruo was given 2 ordinary pieces of clothing and placed in a very ordinary human town. Under these circumstances, the will of the god of wind helping him obtain the sword could be considered initial equipment compensation, and thus within the rules. As for the black giant wolf, recounting the origins of creation and his experiences entering the dust and sand realm, including the story of the gatekeeper, which Shenruo found interesting, as a reward for helping him rebuild his will, this did not affect the balance of power among the candidates, and was also permitted by the rules. Because other candidates would know which god created and protected their race, while Shenruo would know nothing, this was inherently unfair. Although it involved the secrets of creation, candidates should at least know which gods they were connected to. Shenruo's universe is special, so he was told that the gap in this document was within the scope of the rules. Chapter 101. After the wills of the 2 elemental gods finished recounting everything, the black giant wolf asked the bird, "So you're not going to interfere with He anymore? Are you just going to continue watching this competition from inside this candidate's earring?" Before receiving an answer, the black giant wolf sensed a change emanating from the rare water. Zhizha wanted to cross the rare water and head to the rare water branch. The natural barrier of each race's final refuge prevented other races from entering before the candidate arrived on the dust sand continent. When another race crossed this barrier, the dust sand continent would enter the cataclysmic era. Although the opening of the dust sand realm was marked by the candidate's entry into the dust sand continent, and the laws would eventually be replaced by the preset cataclysmic laws, the gods established the crossing of this barrier as the point of change in the laws to provide a buffer period for this competition. Just like many games have a new player protection period prohibiting PvP before a certain level, the laws predetermined by the gods are certainly not simple game rules, but they also fully consider that candidates need time to adapt to everything on the dust sand continent. And now, the candidates have only been on the dust sand continent for less than a dust sand year. The cataclysmic law, in the gods' expectations, is a law that will not activate until at least the middle of the predetermined 8-year timeline. Therefore, the black giant wolf, like lightning, went to the rare water branch and issued its warning to the Zhizhes. The Liege born on the dust sand continent will be awestruck by the will left behind by the gods, even if this god is one who is at odds with the god who created them. Because the will of the gods corresponds to the power of laws in this world, Liege felt a sense of retreat. However, for a civilization in his universe that had never produced a candidate to rule the god of dark elements, he did not fear the will of the god of dark elements. In fact, it would ignite a strong sense of resistance. Therefore, the cataclysmic law was activated. The old and new laws alternated, and the changes occurred without the races living on the continent being aware of them. For example, the single soldier flying machines that Junja had used could not fly over the dark forest and the rare water under the original laws. Now, under the new laws, the laws that protected a race from annihilation on the dust sand continent had completely disappeared. But at this moment, He of the rare water branch completed the chanting of the super spirit rank magic. With the help of the will of the god of dark elements, the rare water branch had its own dark fortress. And Liege, sensing that he could not conquer such a fortress, did not choose to blame the candidate after sensing the change in the laws. At this critical moment, the other Zhizha warriors needed him to boost their morale. They had come well prepared, and the Zhizha candidates had deliberately created a diversionary tactic. If they were to return defeated, the impact on the morale of the entire Zhizha race would be unimaginable. At this crucial moment, when decisive action was needed most, Liege realized a vital truth. That was the will of the god of dark elements, which had come from the eastern human ruins in the form of black lightning. In other words, it was the will of the god of dark elements that had sealed off the eastern human ruins. Now, the rare water branch of the Hishi race is no longer bound by insurmountable laws. If they occupy this ruin of the eastern human race, they will still block the rare water branch's access to the prosperous lands of the dust sand continent, and their strategic objectives will inevitably fail. In a flash, Liege understood what to do. The soldier King Hishi sent the eastern human race to that human ruin to investigate why only the eastern humans could enter it. This information came from Tian Shaoxi, meaning he also didn't know that the other party would unleash the will of the god of dark elements, and the dark undead are very likely fragments controlling the energy of the god of dark elements. Now that the god of dark elements has returned to his position, The only obstacle to overcome in the dark forest is the trap set by the Hershey race. Moreover, the 200-plus Zhezhe waiting on the other side of the dark forest can directly traverse diagonally northwest to the eastern human ruins. With this thought in mind, Li Jie commanded the Zhezhe. The Hershey have built the dark fortress, but the eastern human ruins are currently empty. Let's go and occupy that ruin. Whether this fortress is a powerful defensive stronghold or a prison that traps them is still uncertain. Under his command, the Zhezhe changed direction. Equipped with flying machines, they spread their wings and flew towards the eastern human ruins. Meanwhile, Li Jie also used a communication crystal to send the 200-plus Zhezhe to the eastern human ruins as well. The eastern humans, wanting to settle here permanently without being disturbed by other races, spent generations building this towering pass connecting the two mountain ranges. However, unbeknownst to them, the demons spent a considerable amount of time traversing the mountains after discovering them. Once the demons were positioned above their pass, their defenses became virtually useless. After the black giant wolf departed, the will of the god who governs the wind elements returned to Shenruo's earring, silent as if it had never existed. It seemed that the wills left behind by these two gods used some special power, allowing Shenruo to listen to their conversation without feeling fatigued. But now, after the wills of the two gods had returned to their respective places, the severe dizziness caused by being drained of his true energy and bleeding from cutting his wrist while praying finally arrived. Shenruo forced his eyelids to stay open, his body weak and exhausted, searching for a suitable hiding place among the ruins of the eastern humans. Every intelligent race that had witnessed his power would think, "Isn't this invincible?" But as he had always said, the abilities he cultivated had weaknesses. One of these weaknesses was endurance. To ensure his attacks are accurate and effective, especially against a race far stronger than himself, he must utilize the variations and flow of his inner energy to guarantee speed and deliver a powerful, instantaneous strike. Having his inner energy depleted is extremely dangerous for him. Furthermore, there's the matter of physical strength. Humans are inherently flesh and blood, unable to create magical armor for emergency defense, nor do they possess scales, like dragons, that can withstand damage. For example, if it were Long Wei here, even if he transformed into his dragon form and lay asleep in the plaza, an ordinary person with a sword couldn't even pierce his skin. But now, even a child with a sword could easily kill Shenruo. This is the inherent difference between races. Shenruo was acutely aware of this, so even though he knew he appeared harmless, and other passing races might not even have the desire to kill him, or perhaps there wasn't a single other race present, he was still searching for a hiding place. His current advantage was his relatively slender build compared to other races, making it easier to conceal himself. He had one last self-defense method that didn't require true energy: turtle breathing. In his current state, turtle breathing truly made him appear no different from a dead man. There was almost no exchange of breath, so he wouldn't be detected by other races through breathing or other sounds. In the warehouse of an eastern human family, there was a large sack of grain. Over the long years, the sack had been eroded and broken. Some grains had fallen to the ground and turned to powder. However, because most of the grain was still crammed into the sack, it still retained its shape. Shenruo walked over and, before collapsing, used his sword to slit the bottom of the grain sack on the warehouse platform. The first layer of falling material was powder, followed by a large amount of millet. The millet naturally fell, burying Shenruo's body. The fabric fibers of the bag were already very fragile, so even when the sword was used to pierce it, there wasn't a smooth sword mark. It was as if the last straw that kept the bag from collapsing had broken it. With just a slight pry, the bag naturally ruptured, leaving no trace of Shenruo's intervention. That way, no one will be able to find me, right? Shenruo thought before falling into a deep sleep. His caution was not without reason. The grain had just buried Shenruo's body, when other races entered the ruins of the eastern human race. But it wasn't Zhezhe. The Zhezhes, blocked at the shore of the rare river, began their flight to the ruins of the eastern human race, but they were still a step too late. When Li Jie confidently led the Zhezhes to fly above the pass, they encountered various energy arrows and magical artillery fire during their ascent. A team of Hershey, led by a spirit rank leader, and the human vice captain who cooperated with the king of soldiers Hershey from the human settlement, were already in position within the defensive fortifications established by the eastern human race. King of soldiers Hershey already had his own guesses about why the eastern human race ruins had become inaccessible. He didn't believe Shenruo could definitely make it accessible again, but he also believed that the heavenly poem wasn't unfounded. The appearance of every divinely bestowed poem signifies the gods' wish that the races of the Dust Sand continent receive the information they desire. Therefore, this divinely bestowed poem can also be interpreted as the god in charge of the dark elements, hoping that the Eastern humans will return to that ruin. In fact, Zhezhi also shared this thought, which is why Li Jia asked Shenrua if she was the key to humanity found by the King of Soldiers, she. However, entering the ruin and the ruin seeing the light of day again are two different things. Even if one can enter, it doesn't necessarily mean one can restart this human ruin. Many contents of the divinely bestowed poems are vague, and to guide the divinely bestowed poems to their intended direction, repeated trial and error are sometimes necessary. The Holy See has done this kind of thing quite often. For example, what exactly the Eastern humans should do after entering the ruins is completely left unsaid in this divinely ordained poem. In Li Jia's view, without numerous attempts, the chances of opening it are slim. Even if it were opened by accident, would the King of Soldiers, she, risk his reputation to summon the entire she branch for such a low probability possibility? If he misjudges, future similar requests from the King of Soldiers, she, will likely be rejected by other she branches. But the King of Soldiers, she, dares to do it anyway. This is because Li Jia doesn't know that after understanding Shenrua's strength, even if it's not his full strength in Shi's opinion, the King of Soldiers has concluded that if Shenrua can't do it, then the descendants of the Eastern humans are even less likely to be able to. If they cannot occupy this pass, then the most crucial element of establishing a nation, placing the core of the nation's territory in the Temple of Darkness, will be difficult to achieve. Without a center of faith, this He-Shi nation won't go far. King of Soldiers He-Shi had no better cards to play, as taking this step required immense courage. Therefore, his decision to enlist Shenrua wasn't based solely on her Eastern human ancestry. In fact, humans with identifiable Eastern human blood are now extremely rare. King of Soldiers He-Shi had previously discussed other plans with other He-Shi members. However, at that time, no candidates had yet entered the Dust Sand continent, and the Rare Water branch was still bound by the laws of the historical era. Now, with the activation of the cataclysmic laws, everything is different. However, only those who have reached the spirit rank can currently sense this change. And right now, among the spirit rank beings present, Li Jia, the candidate Zhezhi, and the leader of another branch of the He-Shi clan, there is only one thing to do: establish ownership of this Eastern human ruin. Chapter 102. From the time Soldier King He-Shi invited Shenrua to set off together to the actual departure time, more than 10 days passed. These 10 days were used to buy time for the deputy commander of the Legion to make preparations quietly, and for the operation of another branch of He-Shi's forces. After all, the Holy See's attention had always been on Soldier King He-Shi. Since he announced his intention to bring the ancient sacred relics found in the Hell Grand Palace back to the Temple of Darkness, the Holy See had been monitoring his movements. If Soldier King He-Shi were to do something else, his whereabouts would be difficult to ascertain. The Holy See could, of course, intercept him after receiving the message, but they couldn't predict which direction he would leave in or where he would go. The opportune moment to truly ascertain his whereabouts and completely eliminate any concerns about his guerrilla warfare would be when Soldier King He-Shi returned to the Shishui branch. Knowing that the candidate could invalidate the law that prevented crossing the Shishui River, the Holy See could, of course, also force its way into the Temple of Darkness in Soldier King He-Shi's absence. However, that wouldn't just damage the reputation of the Soldier King He-Shi, but would destroy the very rationale for the Holy See's existence. The Holy See, which proclaims the will of God, forcibly defying the laws set by God to cross the rare water in the absence of the Soldier King He-Shi, solely to enter the Temple of Darkness and humiliate the Rare Water branch. Such rumors would completely shatter the Holy See's cohesion. Only if the Soldier King He-Shi might possess a sacred relic capable of preventing the Great Cataclysm, he had refused the Holy See's request to examine it, and instead held his position at the Rare Water, could the crossing of the Rare Water by Zhezhi and her companions be considered plausible. Of course, from the perspective of the Soldier King He-Shi, he believed that the Zhezhi were able to cross the Rare Water because the will of the God of Dark Elements was currently unable to protect the Rare Water branch. He had previously harbored this conjecture, so he based his assumptions about Li Jia's actions on this premise. What the Soldier King He-Shi didn't know was that the real reason these Zhezhi couldn't cross the Rare Water was the power of the laws jointly established by the gods. And this law had already changed when the candidates entered the Dust Sand continent, but this change wouldn't be immediate. Before the cataclysmic era began, if the Rare Water hadn't been crossed, it would become traversable, but under certain conditions. For example, it couldn't be flown across, one could only swim, or, like the Zhezhi before, part the water surface to walk across, and then use magic to continue forward after entering the Rare Water. But this magic would still maintain contact with the water surface. In short, it would take time. This time was for the protected races to accept the change from an insurmountable legal barrier to a traversable one. Otherwise, an organization like the Holy See, possessing a vast amount of secret, divinely ordained information, could directly raid the ancestral homes of various races. If a race happens to be weak and only exists in its ancestral home, then all of them would be caught off guard and wiped out. It's important to understand that on the Dust Sand continent, the initial strength of each race was unequal. Without this buffer, if the spirit-rank dragon clan were so determined, a single dragon could easily destroy the ancestral home of an entire race just to obtain the quest item. Therefore, although the King of Soldiers, Hershey, hypothesized and considered the possible developments from a different perspective, his assessment unexpectedly aligned with the final outcome. The human vice commander divided the mercenary group into several small teams, each responsible for disassembling a large crystal machine. They were to carry these machines in batches into the mountains near the eastern human ruins, awaiting the signal from the mercenary king, Hershey, before rappelling down the mountains to the ruins. Meanwhile, another branch of Hershey's forces arrived in batches from different directions at the other side of the pass. Once the human vice commander confirmed the ruins were accessible, they would fly in using their flying machines. When this ruin was built, the humans of the Dust Sand continent had not yet invented flying vehicles or similar mechanical devices. Therefore, the ancient Eastern humans believed that the higher the walls of the pass, the safer they would be. However, they underestimated their allure to the demons. When Zhezhe and her companions arrived, the mercenary group's large crystal machines were already installed. The human operators, consuming crystals, used their superior positions to intercept the ascending Zhezhes. Their training was excellent, and their coordination was impeccable. Magical light and shadow danced brilliantly before the ruins of the Eastern human race, possessing a beauty akin to explosive art. However, the participants had no time to appreciate this aesthetic. The Zhezhes knew that the operational lifespan of such large crystal machines was limited, depending on how many crystals the humans carried to power them, and when their coordination faltered. Lizhe and the Zhezhe candidates, on the other hand, needed to deal with the spirit rank leader of another branch of the Herxi race. He was fighting 2 against 1. Once they defeated him, conquering the Eastern human race ruins would be a matter of time. At that moment, behind the Zhezhes, the elite soldier Herxi, leading over 20 Herxi warriors, burst out of the dark fortress. It's important to understand that the Herxi suffered losses while crossing the rare water. The rare water branch originally only had about 30 combatants. If you subtract those who sank to the bottom of the rare water, and those wounded and unable to immediately join the battle, these 20-odd Herxi were likely the last remaining fighting force of the rare water branch. However, the King of Soldiers, Herxi, dared to lead them out of that fortified dark fortress. If before, the title of King of Soldiers was merely a rumor, then now he truly wore this intangible crown, truly deserving of it. The Zhezhe on the flanks were also harassed. While the towering mountains on both sides of the pass greatly hindered marching and large-scale military operations, the human mercenary groups were skilled guerrilla fighters, who had long lived in caves and grottos. Climbing was extremely difficult, and it was impossible to equip them with large numbers of mechanical flying devices. Besides being expensive, mechanical flying devices couldn't be replaced with crystals in the air, and finding landing spots above the mountains would be difficult. This prevented the human warriors atop the mountain from swooping down the cliff face on this side. Despite these difficulties, the human warriors atop the cliff possessed a significant advantage: a commanding view. Above the cliff, on trees growing from the rocks, the human warriors wielded highly efficient crystal-saving mechanical devices, using the energy of wind and fire elements to propel rocks from the mountainside, harassing the Zhezhe forces coming to their flank. Their task was to hold off the Zhezhe, allowing the allies flanking them from the pass and fortress, and the Zhezhe's assault team, to decide the outcome. Shenruo's method of using a slingshot to launch light elemental crystals inspired the Hermes, and this technique, besides being applied to their previous flash cannons, was now being used in this mechanical device. The principle is to propel the stones using wind and fire elements within the machine, while the energy vibrations break the stones, causing them to burst into flames as they are launched, shattering in midair and becoming a rain of firestones. During the launch, an elemental crystal is propelled into the stone by a powerful mechanical magic device, ensuring a second, elementally enhanced impact upon explosion. Since the Zhezhes all use defensive magic, this second impact forces them to increase the area of magic they need to defend, consuming their magic power and crystal devices, while also increasing the destructive power. Furthermore, after the stone cracks and accelerates a second time in midair, it becomes many small fragments. While defending against a large stone is easy, the sheer number of fragments means there will always be areas that defensive magic cannot cover. When the magic circle blocks the fragments launched from above, these fragments will also splash out beyond the area protected by the magic circle. And for these Zhezhe to keep moving, the splash damage would inevitably injure them at times. On the mountain, there were also boulders that had been pushed down. This place wasn't exactly a wide open path for easy advancement, and for the time being, these 200+ Zhezhe didn't have a particularly good way to force their way through, entering the dark forest to go around it. There were poisonous thorns inside, requiring them to use shape-shifting magic along the way. Moreover, the rare water flowed in a winding path, flowing out from beside the human pass, separating the dark forest from the settlements of the rare water branch. Now, a dark wall had been erected there. Lija's instructions were brief, lacking detail about the battle situation. He ordered his warriors to directly flank and support the attack on the eastern human ruins pass, forgetting that their understanding of entering the dark forest and crossing the rare waters remained outdated. Utilizing the terrain and crystal machinery, the relatively small number of human warriors were surprisingly able to hold their own against the far superior numbers of the warriors, something almost unheard of in the history of the Dust Sand continent. Yet, it was unfolding right before the eyes of these proud warriors. Some of these warriors were light guardians from the White Tree Kingdom, others were guardians of the Holy See. They had little experience cooperating, and their understanding was limited. They had come with Lija primarily to assist in the enemy's rapid breakthrough into the dark forest. Their only requirement was to maintain a sufficient number to sustain large-scale light magic, continuously sending light into the dark forest and illuminating this land they disliked. These Zhezhe were all quite powerful. While not all of them were at the highest level like the 60 Zhezhe who raided the dark forest, they all possessed high-level strength. The White Tree Kingdom had always maintained close ties with the Holy See. Through their research of historical records and divinely ordained poems, the Holy See had made conjectures about law changes. To prove that their creator god was more powerful and superior, they would not allow the Heshi race to become strong. Therefore, the fortresses that the White Tree Kingdom built along key transportation routes were specifically designed to target the Shishui branch. The White Tree Kingdom's strength was insufficient to control these borders. Therefore, the Holy See was the primary force bolstering the White Tree Kingdom's fighting power. This is also why Lija was able to bring so many elite warriors. However, this result did not satisfy Lija. It was now night. The dark elemental magic became unpredictable under the cover of darkness, and the clash between it and light magic looked like starlight exploding at different angles in the void. In addition, the glittering lights were generated by the activation of human mechanical devices. These lights, like blooming fireworks in the darkness, made the night incredibly dazzling, and beneath this brilliance lay the beginning of the laws of the Age of Cataclysm. Chapter 103. Lija finally chose to retreat and rejoin the 200+ Zhezhe warriors on the flank. Today, these Herxi seemed to be acting recklessly, and the elite soldier Herxi had retrieved all 4 sacred relics from the Temple of Darkness. Even sacred relics have their advantages and disadvantages on the battlefield. For example, the Black Soul Necklace, although a precious sacred relic, only serves to contain a single dark undead. This necklace can help Herxi, who haven't been able to improve their strength, but in battle, especially in a battle of this scale, a single dark undead is insufficient to influence the outcome. However, the sacred relic that guards the Temple of Darkness amplifies the Herxi's dark elemental power, and allows them to unleash large-scale dark magic equivalent to that required dozens of Herxi to activate, without needing a large number of Herxi. The Holy See certainly possessed divine relics of equal rank, belonging to the God of Light, but such items, incredibly important even to the Holy See, would never be allowed to be carried by Lija. While they might also possess divine relic-level items or weapons, none would have such formidable power. In the relentless attack of the Heshi, led by the King of Soldiers, Heshi, even Lija and the candidate Zhezhe were injured, a once-in-a-decade occurrence for spirit-rank strength. Lija had no choice but to retreat. How could he not know the morale-damaging impact of this retreat? But he couldn't afford not to retreat. The Holy See's affairs weren't about wiping out the Shishui branch, although Zhezhe had always believed the Heshi race could simply disappear from the map. However, the Holy See was not the Holy See of the Zhezhe race, nor did they represent only the God of Light. Having fought this far, they had no choice but to retreat. The Holy See had already provided Lija with a sufficient number of Zhezhe elites as support, and could not send in more troops to escalate the battle into a war that required the eradication of the Shishui branch. That would affect their very existence. Cheers erupted in the dawn, as darkness turned to light. While vigilance was still necessary, the most difficult period had passed. The Heshi branch, that had come to support the King of Soldiers, Heshi, had decided to rebuild fortifications on the existing eastern human ruins and establish tiered outposts on the surrounding mountains. They planned to extend their magical defenses along the Shishui River towards the fortress, encircling it. Several other Heshi branches responded to the news of the victory, one of which had been living a nomadic life. As for conquering the White Tree Kingdom's fortress, and then cutting off their access to the Shishui River, that's the next step in the plan. Inviting those skilled in earth elementalism will speed up the construction of the fortifications. The elite soldier, Heshi, had long been prepared for this day. During the recruitment process for his legion, he had interacted with many members of races skilled in earth elementalism. After the fortifications are completed, the key is to enchant them with magic to ensure their sturdiness, and to consider how to defend against magical attacks. The human mechanics have their own ideas on how to apply the principles of crystal mechanics to the fortifications. After a brief moment of cheers, they began discussing how to build the defensive fortifications, and how to ensure they could be used while under construction. Have you seen that Eastern human? After entering the Eastern human ruins, Go asked the others and other Heshi out of King Hishi's sight. Upon receiving a negative answer, Go began searching the ruins. After a brief celebration, King Hishi realized he hadn't seen Shinruo, nor Go. Go entered another house in the ruins to search, but nothing. Did the humans just run away after doing their job? Hopefully, that's the case. At least this human knows what's good for them. Thinking this, Go didn't stop searching. What are you looking for? King Hishi's voice sounded coldly behind him. Go stopped and turned around. I'm looking for that human. Go met the gaze of the soldier King Hishi frankly. Perhaps, after today, we shouldn't call him human anymore. His actions deserve our name. And then, you plan to kill him, right? Soldier King Hishi bluntly stated Go's thoughts. Yes, because his death now is the best choice for him, for all of us. He will receive our gratitude, our remembrance, and a grand funeral. Go presented what he believed to be the correct course of events to Soldier King Hishi. Perhaps for us, but certainly not for him. You're going to take someone's life, and then presume to think it's good for him, Go. Soldier King Hishi refuted Go's words. After saying this, neither of them spoke again, only staring at each other. As partners who grew up together in the Rare Water Branch, they knew each other very well. Just as the king of soldiers, Hishi, knew what Go he was going to do even before finding him, Go he also understood that Hishi's nature would prevent him from agreeing to his actions. You really want to stop me from doing this? Go he finally broke the silence. No. Hishi's words surprised him. But I want to stop you from doing this now. Also, I think he's probably more concerned about something else than whether you kill him. Is there a difference? Go he asked. Yes. Hishi replied. I can't keep you from killing him forever, not even with a blood pact. That might even make you feel good about yourself. Look, I sacrificed myself to prevent the human from taking advantage of the Shishui branch. I can't kill you first to prevent that from happening. You seem to know me very well. Have you considered that with his strength, the human race will soon make him their leader? Then it won't be about taking advantage of a favor anymore. The entire human settlement might not even prioritize us anymore. Go he explained the situation to Hishi. So, this is both your strength and your weakness, Go. The king of soldiers, Hishi sighed. Our relationship with the human settlements is one of cooperation. We're not the only ones with the need to establish our own nations. I thought you could empathize, rather than just trying to better utilize them. That's also both your strength and your weakness, Go said, unconvinced by Hishi's words. Achieving kingship always requires exploitation and sacrifice, whether you're willing to bring it to the forefront or not. During war and uprisings, your attitude will make them more willing to confide in you, but there will always be a time when the distribution of benefits is necessary. We haven't reached that point yet, and even if we did, your ideas aren't absolute, Go. The king of soldiers, Hishi, didn't raise his voice, but his tone became more forceful. All right, we argued about this more than once, and neither of us can convince the other. Go said, tell me, what do you plan to do? Let's hold a small, brief meeting within our tribe first. The king of soldiers, Hishi, also paused for a moment. At the brief meeting, I will explain what I need you to do. After tallying the casualties, Soldier King Hishi had Go return to the Dark Fortress with him. He too had many questions about Shinruo's disappearance. Sacrifice was impossible. Shinruo was a candidate chosen by the gods. According to the laws, a candidate's death could be accidental or murder, but murder was conditional. If the candidate chose to reveal their mark, then the laws would suppress them. The intelligent races on the Dust Sand continent could not kill or persecute candidates designated by the gods. Therefore, for those on the Dust Sand continent who worship the gods, killing a candidate required the candidate to conceal their mark. As for the laws governing the candidates themselves, they did not appear in the heavenly poems or the legends left behind by the gods. Past research on the Great Cataclysm by spirit rank beings suggested that candidates were not subject to the suppression of the mark laws. However, this speculation only existed in extended research. While summoning the will of a god might indeed require sacrifice, candidates chosen by the gods were there to fulfill the wishes left behind by the gods, and could not possibly be used for sacrifice. Leaving? There were human and Heshi warriors lying in ambush near the eastern human ruins. Shinruo's abilities could certainly allow him to bypass them and leave, but what reason would he have to do so? Although Shinruo stated that his hobbies were traveling and understanding the world, he at least didn't object to intelligence gathering or cooperation, and accepted the communication crystal. The communication crystal didn't respond, and no one saw Shinruo leave the human ruins. The soldier King Hishi was more inclined to believe that Shinruo was in some unfavorable situation, but he wasn't sure how unfavorable it was, or whether Shinruo could handle it. All he could do was fulfill his promise. This is what Go thought was Hishi's imperfection. In Go's view, Hishi's personality was extremely charismatic and unifying when leading a mercenary group or serving as a general on the battlefield, inspiring people to risk their lives for him. But to achieve kingship, he couldn't have true friends. However, while he held this view, he instinctively excluded his childhood companions from the bond he needed to sever. In his eyes, the Shishui branch's comrades were bound together by a shared destiny, sharing both honor and disgrace, life and death, and could not be compared to the humans they cooperated with, whether from the human settlements or Shinruo. However, the king of soldiers, Hishi, did not agree with his thoughts. Although it was supposed to be an internal meeting, because of the sacrifices in battle, and the differing views between King of Soldiers Hishi and Go-He, the meeting lacked the joyful atmosphere that followed the victory over Zhizhi from the Holy See. Although they won, they also lost some comrades. Hishi would never appear at the meeting again. Only the members of the Shishui branch, who had grown up together, attended the meeting. For Hishi, the King of Soldiers, taking Go-He away from the human ruins to prevent Shinruo from being in a vulnerable state if he was still there. Whether Shinruo was still alive, and whether he could handle Go-He's attempt to kill him, was beyond Hishi's control. However, disregarding scheming and trickery, based solely on their strength on paper, 3 Go-He's probably couldn't kill Shinruo. This was Hishi's assessment of the difference in strength between Go-He and Shinruo. Therefore, if Shinruo was indeed still in the human ruins, and couldn't even answer the communication crystal, this was likely Go-He's best opportunity to kill him. If Go-He missed this opportunity, he might never have another chance. It was precisely because of this that Hishi suggested to Go-He that he wouldn't stop Go-He from killing Shinruo, but only stop him now. This compromise would allow Soldier King Hishi and Go to reach a consensus, as it would appear as a mutual concession. Now, Soldier King Hishi proposed, regarding the human who helped us open the eastern human ruins, Go and I have slightly different opinions. Go believes he shouldn't be allowed to remain alive, someone who has shown us kindness, but I think we can be friends with him normally. While I don't agree with Go's idea of killing, that's a matter for you two to decide. I have only one request, which is also part of the promise I made to Shinruo of the human race in the name of Shishui. Having said this, he used dark magic to create a blood pact magic circle. Regarding his affairs, whether it's facts you know or speculation, don't reveal a single word to anyone outside of this place today. Chapter 104. This is his request? Go was shocked. It wasn't what he expected. Moreover, Go hadn't anticipated that the King of Soldiers, Hishi, would actually believe and comply. However, Go didn't change his plans. People change. Many powerful ministers in history started out with sincere intentions. Moreover, in Go's view, the most regrettable thing was that Shinruo was a human. The most outstanding human artisans and warriors who cooperated with them needed someone to help them achieve equal status. The King of Soldiers, Hishi, was the perfect partner for them. But if they had their own spirit rank, even just near spirit rank, everything would probably be different. However, the other party didn't intend to let anyone know his strength and abilities, completely ignoring the appeal of such power to the human race. It should be understood that while humans can live peacefully in many countries, they still face a certain degree of oppression and discrimination. Although this oppression and discrimination are only manifested in details, it undoubtedly fills them with hope for the arrival of a powerful human being. Since Shinruo showed no intention of revealing his strength, Go decided to spare the human for the time being. However, if anything changed later, he would still carry out his plan without hesitation. Go thought this through and, along with the other Hishi, completed the blood pact. Afterward, Lingyi voiced her objection. Actually, I think you've gone a bit too far, Go. It's not that I don't know your thoughts, but if you think like this to everyone, then we always have to find ways to kill those who have helped us. Aren't you really free of any psychological burden? Even if I were to take action, that would be a matter for later. If you disagree, you can do it yourselves later, just don't interfere. Go, of course, knew why Lingi opposed him. As a woman, Lingi's mind was more delicate and sensitive than that of the king of soldiers, Hushi. It was normal that she couldn't understand his actions. Alright, go. Why don't you stay at the Dark Fortress for a while, and study the defenses here? The speaker was Hushi, a member of the branch named Due. He also felt that Gohu was being overly cautious. Shenrua hadn't shown any intention of threatening their position or making any exorbitant demands. Even he, let alone Lingi, felt that Gohu was overreacting. I take charge of the renovations at the human ruins recently, King of Soldiers, Hushi said. After the fortifications are completely complete and any gaps are filled, then we go on missions. This was to ensure that only stopping Gohu for now was carried out thoroughly. In the Eternal Tower on the Dust Sand Continent, the crystal orbs of the 10 absolutes in the underground hall were flashing in turn. The laws are changing, the cataclysm has begun. I heard an 8-line star map has appeared. The rare water branch has become a dark fortress, and the god of dark elements has returned to the dark wasteland. How did he do that? It's still unclear, but I heard that the king of soldiers, Hershey, found an Eastern human, the one who visited our Eternal Tower before. I guess it's because the god of dark elements responded to the Eastern human's call to go to the ruins, so the Eastern human needs to pray for his return to be liberated. That makes sense. Any news from other spirit rank beings? I contacted that dragon from Shi-like Kingdom. Oh, did he give you any information? He said he didn't see any dragon candidates. That's strange. Dragons are so strong, it doesn't make sense that there aren't any candidates. They're not a race that likes to hide their abilities. It's not strange, because the dragons at the beginning were all wilderness dragons. If the candidate is a wilderness dragon, that's terrible. If it's a wilderness dragon, it's definitely sleeping, which is very much in line with the habits of wilderness dragons. The Holy Sea went all out this time, but ended up failing miserably. I don't know why, but I'm quite curious to see the Holy Sea's expression, haha. 10 spirit rank beings are an extremely formidable force on the Dust Sand Continent, but they don't usually meet together. Even when something happens, they communicate through the crystal ball. Changes in the laws are changes that only spirit rank beings can sense, but even they can't immediately confirm them. Therefore, their exchange of information only happened after observing the star map and the emergence of the new heavenly poem. Although the cataclysm had begun, their tone remained relaxed, because with their strength, they were confident that even if the cataclysm ultimately swept across the entire continent and no one escaped, they would be among the last to be affected. Since there were more than 8 intelligent races on the Dust Sand Continent, they were more interested in which 8 races the candidates came from, how many had emerged, and which would ultimately emerge victorious. After all, the Tower of Ian's signature events were competitions and betting. Now that the competitors were chosen, these 10, as the actual controllers of the Tower of Ian's, naturally enjoyed the signature events as well. However, since not all the candidates had yet revealed themselves, placing bets directly would seem somewhat reckless. They generally agreed that several races would produce candidates, such as the dragons, Zhezhe, and Hishi. These races possess exceptionally stable control over elemental power, giving them a clear innate advantage. The stone spirits, individually, are also very powerful, even surpassing Zhezhe and Hishi under certain conditions. If they were to fight in a stone spirit nation, it would be difficult to determine who would prevail between the stone spirits and the wild dragons. However, the stone spirits' biggest problem is that their strength is somewhat influenced by terrain. Furthermore, the frost serpents are also a formidable race, but their seclusion means other intelligent races on the Dust Sand Continent have limited information about them. The remaining races each possess unique talents, but their overall abilities tend to be somewhat unstable and have weaknesses. The 10 absolutes couldn't predict which race would produce the next candidate. As for humans, they were completely out of their consideration. With short lifespans and no magical talent, humans can only become stronger by enhancing their physical abilities. But no matter how strong they are, without elemental power and a long lifespan, the human race's potential is limited. The human candidate, completely ignored by the 10 absolutes, is currently lying under a pile of grain. Shenrua almost never dreams. His current strength is due to his unconscious cultivation state even while sleeping. However, because his internal energy has been drained and he has entered a state of tortoise-like breathing, he is now no different from an ordinary person, perhaps even worse, because he cannot even control himself to escape from this state of suspended animation. It was under these circumstances that he had a rare dream. However, rather than a dream, it was more like his memory. It's just that childhood memories of humans are gradually forgotten with age, so he couldn't recall them. This child is strange. He can hear the sounds from every house in this neighborhood. And sometimes, he can suddenly perform impossible actions. Shenrua heard people talking about him. He knew they were talking about him, but he couldn't quite remember why. Then let's send him to Yongji Island and see how long he can live. The voices talking about him suddenly hesitated. Keeping him with you will make you afraid of his senses. Isn't Yongji Island a good fit? What is Yongji Island? Little Shenrua pushed open the door. Just as his parents had said, he could hear everything around him. At that time, he couldn't control his senses, so too many sounds always made him uncomfortable. Therefore, he wasn't afraid or resistant to the idea of sending him away. Instead, he took the initiative to come out and ask. It's an island where no one lives, but all the facilities are already built. You won't hear any different kinds of voices there. Would you like to go? The guest who came to the house stood up and asked him with a smile. Shenrua looked at his parents. They were two blurry figures. He wanted to see what they looked like, but he couldn't make them out clearly. After all, this was a memory from when he was 2 years old. That night, he heard his parents talking again. Yongji Island, I heard that no one can stay there for more than a month at a time. He can hear you. The man's voice sighed, seemingly urging his wife to stop talking. Even the construction workers have to be rotated every 2 weeks. Those testers and those sent there die if they stay for more than a month. Our child is still so young. The wife's maternal instincts kicked in, and she couldn't help but speak. If he stays here, sooner or later, he either develop mental illness or other problems. You don't really think he can live a normal life like this, do you? The dream ended. Shenrua was too young then to understand the meaning of these words. Although he heard them, he didn't understand or remember them. Now he knows what they're talking about. His senses are different from ordinary people. As a child, he couldn't control them, so he heard every sound and saw everything in great detail, leading to many consequences that affected his life and mental health. For example, without training, his overly sharp vision caused him to lose focus, easily becoming dizzy, and even experiencing vertigo. His hearing was the same. For instance, when he was tracking the Soldier King he only amplified his hearing for a short time, and he already felt eardrum pain and a buzzing in his head. For a small child, constant interference like this would severely disrupt sleep and movement, hindering development. Eternal Knowing Island must be the island he later lived on. How could he not survive a month there? Shenrua didn't have time to ponder this for long, as his memory faded again with the end of the dream. In the eastern human ruins at night, the Soldier King Hishi stood before the totem pole. Traces of divine power left behind by the god, who controlled the dark elements, were present, so the Hishi, another branch of the Hishi tribe, had cleared away the remains of humans and demons around them, leaving behind a few skeletons before the totem pole. Soldier King Hishi bowed before the totem pole, and after finishing his bow, bent down and picked up a skull from among the skeletons on the ground. As soon as Soldier King Hishi held it in his hand, 2 clusters of black flames lit up in the eye sockets of the skull. Chapter 105. Sacred relics are items directly related to gods, or the will left behind by gods. For example, the feathers of the phoenix are the embodiment of the will left behind by the god, who governs the wind element. Feathers fallen from the phoenix are, of course, sacred relics. However, their function is merely to allow the will left behind by the god, who governs the wind element, to temporarily manifest at the source of power. In terms of practicality and the difficulty of collecting them, it is completely disproportionate. Of course, they could be used for forging or inlaying into mechanical devices, but since their specific effects had never been applied, no one would consider such a luxurious practice of using sacred relics to develop new mechanical devices or weapons. And the skull in the hands of the King of Soldiers, Hishi, upon which Shenrua's blood dripped, received a response from the will left behind by the god, who governs the dark element. After being burned by the god's will with dark energy, it also became a sacred relic. Because of his long-standing coexistence with the dark undead, the sacred relic had developed a subtle connection and resonance with his spirit. He could now even wield the skull and act as a sorcerer. The leader of another branch of the Hishi tribe approached. He had noticed Hishi's arrival earlier and sensed his presence when he saw him pick up the skull. He greeted Hishi, "This skull, may I take a look?" Hishi handed him the skull. Upon receiving the skull, the leader's mind flashed back to the scene of Shenrua performing a ritual to the remains. This is a sacred relic. The 2 spirit-level beings, sensing the sacred relic's origin, understood it implicitly in a single sentence. The leader of the Herxi clan branch asked, "And him?" Since the origin of the sacred relic had already been sensed, It was obvious who was being asked this question. I don't know, perhaps this skeleton will tell me the answer. Where did you find this Eastern human? He's quite bold, coming here on his own. You might not believe it, but I brought him back under Zhizha's command. The two Herxi leaders exchanged words, and finally, the other Herxi leader said to the soldier King Herxi, he is crucial to our Herxi tribe's efforts to reclaim the will left behind by the gods. If there's anything you need help with, just say the word. In that case, I want the dark crystal. Soldier King Herxi pointed to the skull. Use this sacred relic in exchange. The dark crystal is a condensation of the energy of the dark element god, capable of communicating with the will left behind by the dark element god. In the past, when the dark element god disappeared into the dark wasteland, the symbolic meaning of this sacred relic outweighed its practical significance. Now, with the dark soul flame within the skull's eye socket ignited by the soldier King Hishi, both the energy fluctuations emanating from the skull and the will left behind by the god, who governs the dark elements, were far more powerful than the dark crystal. This didn't seem like they were asking for his help, but rather bestowing upon him an even greater favor. The Hishi chieftain looked at the skull in his hand and took out the dark crystal from his ring. Soldier King Hishi put away the dark crystal and then asked, "Do you really only want the dark crystal?" Those who had dealt with the king of soldiers, Hishi, more than once knew that he didn't live up to the rumors. However, the fact that he so readily handed over such a powerful sacred relic as the skull still impressed the Hishi chieftain. Although they knew from cleaning the ruins that the scattered bones before the totem poles possessed unusual energy fluctuations, they didn't know how to handle them. Furthermore, since the site was actually opened by the Eastern human summoned by King of Soldiers, only he had the authority to dispose of the items here. Before King of Soldiers illuminated the skull, this chieftain from another branch of the Hishi tribe also sensed the fluctuations of divine will emanating from the bones, but couldn't confirm that they were sacred relics. After all, most sacred relics are passed down from ancient times, not created in history. Witnessing the birth of a sacred relic, even for a spirit-level being, was something he lacked the courage to even imagine. After obtaining the illuminated skull, he finally confirmed that it was a sacred relic, but also understood that its creation was not simple. This is the remains of an Eastern human, the remains of an Eastern human who sacrificed their life to summon the god who governs the dark elements. The god who governs the dark elements answered his prayer and was trapped within these ruins, becoming a dark undead along with the resentful souls of the original owners of these remains. Later, the blood of another Eastern human dripped onto this skull, releasing the will left behind by the god who governs the dark elements through a prayer. Finally, Hershey, the warrior king who had long coexisted with the dark undead, lit it. If that's not enough, then make a pact with me not to reveal the whereabouts of the dark crystal. The magic circle of the blood pact appeared before the two spirit rank Herxi. I swear on my life. If anyone asks, I will say it's integrated into the skull. The Herxi chieftain extended his hand, forming the pact. Although he didn't know why the king of soldiers Herxi valued the dark crystal so much, he readily accepted this request. By the way, didn't you say that this skull might tell you the answer? The Herxi chieftain, having completed the pact, remembered this. Yes, it gave me a hint, although I didn't see the final scene. The king of soldiers Herxi said, walking along a row of houses in the ruins. The Herxi chieftain, also curious about the whereabouts of the Eastern humans, followed behind him. This Herxi chieftain's stance differed from Go's. If the king of soldiers Herxi wanted to kill Shinrua, it would actually make him wary. Although this person is the leader of an entire Hishi branch, he is ultimately a collaborator of the Hishi king of soldiers. If the Hishi tribe establishes a nation in the future, he will inevitably become a lord. If the Hishi king of soldiers had just restarted the ruins of the Eastern human race, and then immediately wanted to kill Shinrua, it would definitely make all those who wanted to cooperate with him feel uneasy. Therefore, even Go only wanted to find and kill Shinrua, while everyone was cleaning the ruins and celebrating, and might even find a way to dump his body on Zhizha's marching route. This way, when the other Hishi find Shinrua, they will only think that Zhizha did it, which will also ignite the Hishi's will for revenge. After all, Shinrua had freed the Eastern human race, who controlled the remnant will of the god of dark elements, from the dark undead. Precisely because, under normal circumstances, most Hercules wouldn't consider killing Shinrua, and this leader certainly wouldn't want to see a soldier like Hercules trying to kill Shinrua. The soldier Hercules didn't object to him following him to find her. The skull showed the soldier Hercules a scene. It was a scene of Shinrua walking alone in this human ruin after the will of the god had left. Based on his impression of the scene, the soldier Hercules walked towards the house Shinrua had last entered. Shinrua's breathing was interrupted by the excruciating pain from the branding. The soldier Hercules had entered the house, but didn't see anyone and was about to retreat to continue searching nearby, but a slight tremor coming from a pile of grain caught his attention. If the sack of grain had already torn open, the grain shouldn't have been in this state. Soldier King Hishi walked over, took out a staff made of wind elemental crystal, and used elemental power to blow away the pile of grain. Shinruo, having inhaled some dust from the grain as he regained consciousness, coughed uncontrollably, and sat up from the ground. "Are you alright?" Another Hishi chieftain approached at this moment, extending a hand to help Shinruo up. Shinruo stopped coughing and shook his head. Soldier King Hishi handed over the dark crystal, saying, "A gift of gratitude." Having already signed a blood pact with the Hishi chieftain, Soldier King Hishi didn't care that the chieftain knew the whereabouts of the dark crystal. However, the Hishi chieftain found it strange, not because Soldier King Hishi had given the dark crystal to Shinruo as a gift. Honestly, the dark crystal was a sacred relic used to communicate with the will of the god who governs the dark elements. Of course, the will of a god doesn't always respond. Shinruo had established a different connection with the will of the god, who governs the dark elements before the totem pole, so the dark crystal was a suitable gift in the eyes of the Hershey tribe leader. Humans weren't a particularly powerful race. If people knew he possessed a sacred relic, he would be in danger. Therefore, having him keep the dark crystal's whereabouts a secret through a contract was also reasonable. The only thing that puzzled him was that this human with Eastern human blood looked to be in very poor condition. Even if the Soldier King Hershey wanted to give him a gift, shouldn't he have taken him out for treatment first? Shinruo was initially a little confused as well. If someone had just emerged from a state of deep breathing, inhaled dust, was covered in a pile of grain, and was in excruciating pain in their right leg and waist, and then someone pulled them out and offered them a gift, it would be quite bewildering. However, after instinctively taking the dark crystal handed to him, he heard the Soldier King Hershey add, "This is a dark crystal." Only then did he realize it was a quest item. Pretending to put the dark crystal into his storage ring, but actually tossing it into his earring, Shinruo's leg pain subsided. Grabbing the hand extended by another Hershey leader, Shinruo used it to stand up. His dantian was still empty, and this Hershey leader was experienced in this situation. He tossed Shinruo several bottles of potions. Both healing potions and mana-replenishing potions were available. Shinruo had drunk the mana-replenishing potion given to him by Junja in the Helter Underground Palace. Giving this to a human was a luxury. As humans couldn't use magic, the potion's only effect was to accelerate stamina recovery. However, Chief Herxie wasn't stingy. He simply tossed the potion to Shinruo, showing that Shinruo had earned his approval. Shinruo didn't stand on ceremony, taking the potion and drinking it. He had already discovered that this potion had some effect on replenishing the true chi in his dantian. "Thank you," Shinruo said sincerely, returning the empty bottle to Chief Herxie. "You're welcome. It's nothing compared to what you've done for us," Chief Herxie said to Shinruo. "But what exactly happened?" "Oh, you mean this place?" Shinruo realized she might have been overly cautious. "I wasn't feeling well at the time because I didn't know what would happen outside. If it wasn't you who ended up here, I was afraid someone would just take advantage of the situation and eliminate me. But was it really necessary to go to such lengths for that possibility? If it had been Zhezhe who entered this human ruin, she probably wouldn't have bothered searching every room for anyone hiding inside, right?" This is what the Chief Hershey thought to himself, unaware that Shinruo's caution had inadvertently saved him from a disaster. After all, he didn't know that among Chief Hershey's comrades, there was someone like Go. "Alright, let's go back to camp first," Chief Hershey said. Although there were many houses in this eastern human ruin, the Hershey and human warriors had set up camps on the mountainsides on either side, and near the water source within the ruin. Chapter 106. The eastern humans were considerably smaller in stature compared to the warriors, making their dwellings quite cramped. Furthermore, the eastern human ruins had been abandoned for a long time, and restoring the houses to habitable condition would require considerable effort. Therefore, the Hercules and human warriors simply set up camp on the open ground. Setting up camp atop the mountains on either side was for easier surveillance, while the camp near the water source was for convenient water access. Although the potion in the mana-restoring bottle would help restore true energy, Shinruo adhered to the principle of not drinking too much medicine and didn't gulp it down. There was hot water in the camp. Soaking in it would probably be helpful, and even if not, it would at least wash away the layer of dust on his body. After cleaning himself up, Shinruo took out the set of metal needles he had previously crafted from his storage ring. Since it was impossible to achieve the elasticity and fineness of the fine needles he knew, pricking himself would require a bit of courage. As Shinruo was considering where to begin inserting the needles, how to open her body's pores while lacking true chi, and how to guide airborne particles into her body at increased speed, someone knocked on the door. The door is unlocked, come in. Shinru responded, and the soldier king, he pushed the door open and entered. He immediately noticed the needle pouch Shinru had spread out on the table. He had been wondering what these needles were for, and now, seeing Shinru putting the needles back, he couldn't help but wonder if he had missed something. What are these needles for? I am a soldier king, asked he. To him, the needles had no needle eyes, clearly not embroidery needles. If you're not afraid of what I might do to you, I can demonstrate on you, but not now. Shinru originally intended to demonstrate directly, but halfway through, he remembered that he was currently lacking true qi. In this state, he wasn't confident he could use needles on he. In fact, even if he were at full strength, he wouldn't actually use needles on he directly. After he found him and gave him the dark crystal, Shinru couldn't treat he the same way he used to. Shinru believed that, at least for now, they could be considered friends. Using needles without understanding the meridian structure of the he race was essentially putting he at risk to satisfy his thirst for knowledge, something Shinru certainly wouldn't do rashly. The other one, He, is the leader of the Maiha branch. He was originally in charge of keeping the dark crystal, but he's bound by a blood pact and won't reveal its whereabouts. He, the king of soldiers, briefly explained the situation to Shinru, adding, and our Shishui branch won't reveal your affairs either, regardless of whether they can deduce your identity. Although what He did was actually different in outcome from Shinru's solo entry into the Eastern Human Ruins, and the return of the will of the god of dark elements, considering the arrogance and malice Shinru had sensed from the powerful figures since arriving in this world, He's achievement was already quite remarkable. After the elite soldier, He demonstrated such sincerity, Shinru remembered the black soul necklace that the stone elf candidate had taken. Actually, I still have a phoenix feather. Have Ling He use the communication crystal to communicate with the stone elf. Tell them you found the human who took the phoenix feather, and that he had 2 more hidden on him, stored in the Eternal Tower. Shinru's plan was to go to the Eternal Tower with the stone elf candidate. The Eternal Tower has a special place for storing items. He would then pretend to take out a phoenix feather, using one to trade for the black soul necklace with the stone elf, and the other for the Eternal Tower's periodic auction. Because He's ritual failed, and the phoenix feather was considered the cause of their failure, the information that the phoenix feather was a quest item would reach other candidates who heard the name. In this situation, auctioning the phoenix feather would lure other candidates to the auction, even if these candidates don't come to bid in person. Since the quest items cause pain from the brand, there will still be people connected to them who will go. This is an opportunity to gather information about the other candidates. Speaking of the phoenix feather, you probably don't know much about what happened afterward. The king of soldiers, Hershey, knew that Shinru was different from the other candidates. Because he hadn't displayed his brand, Shinru hadn't received help or support from any particular force. Even now, it couldn't be said that the mercenary group supported Shinru, it was just that Hershey was willing to tell him some information through personal connections. Although he expressed his willingness to cooperate with Shinru, Shinru's actions at the Eastern Human Ruins exceeded initial expectations, making Go realize that Shinru might pose a potential threat or risk to them. Go's concerns weren't entirely unreasonable. The fact that the leader of the Hexaman branch felt it was appropriate to entrust the dark crystal to Shinru was proof of Go's thinking. This would be a test of whether Shinru would change. Although Shinru currently seemed indifferent to the expectations of these powers and gods, people can change. Therefore, the king of soldiers, He, couldn't expect Go or his other branch partners to trust Shinru as much as he did. After all, the nature of their interactions with Shinru was different from that of the king of soldiers, He. Maintaining the current information exchange with Shinru, letting Shinru do what he wanted, and minimizing contact between the Legion or other He branches and Shinru was his compromise. The Holy See demanded that he open the Thorn Gate to allow them into the Valley of the Undying to retrieve the Phoenix Feather. He eventually compromised, but only allowed 2 members of the Holy See inside, who returned empty-handed. Soldier King He recounted the recent events. After emerging from the underground, the dark energy in the Valley of the Undying vanished not long ago, precisely when the will of the god who governs dark elements was restored. However, the He members are unaware of any possible causal connection. They believe that Zhizhe, a member of the Holy See, violated the will of the god by entering the Valley of the Undying and demand an explanation from the Holy See. The Holy See failed to obtain what it wanted from either side, and instead attracted continuous criticism. This time, they're in for a headache. By the way, how did you know I needed the dark crystal? Shinru was a little puzzled. If the candidate, he had asked the king of soldiers, then the other party might have already gone to retrieve it personally, leaving her with no access to it now. If not, how did King He know? Didn't Ling He use the Black Soul necklace as collateral to give to that candidate from the Stone Elf clan? They have a connection. He told us that the Dark Crystal was what he needed, and what we could obtain most easily. So it was the Stone Elf clan candidate, the person Shinruo would be dealing with next. Having learned most of what she needed to know, King He even took a token from his storage ring and gave it to Shinruo. Weren't you going to the Eternal Tower to retrieve something? You couldn't get it out, could you? This is something I stored there that's not very useful. You can take it first, and then store it back. The King of Soldiers, Herxi, knew that the Phoenix Feather was on Shinruo, but he didn't know where Shinruo had hidden it. Although he didn't know the function of the candidate's initial equipment, he wouldn't question how Shinruo managed to keep the Stone Spirit candidates from knowing that he possessed the required item. The mark would react to the required item. King of Soldiers, Herxi, learned this from the Herxi candidates. However, they wouldn't tell him all the information. Maintaining an air of mystery in the face of the Dust Sand continent was very beneficial for maintaining the identity of the Chosen One. This was the Herxi candidate's thinking. Thank you. Shinruo accepted the token from Soldier King He. I'm about to do something that's not convenient for casual conversation. Of course, I have no objection if you don't mind, but out of politeness, I suggest you excuse yourself for a moment. Soldier King He glanced at Shinruo. I already explained what I needed to say. I have Ling He come to you directly tomorrow. Seeing Soldier King He glanced at the needle case on his desk again. Before leaving, Shinruo felt a little defeated. Why were all the beings in this world concerned with these strange things? If you really want to know, you can take a look, but I don't have the energy to explain it to you. Shinruo picked up a metal needle. You're right, I'm going to use this, but once I start, I can't afford to be distracted by talking to you. Having received Shinruo's permission, Soldier King He stopped leaving and found a chair in the room to sit down. He was indeed very curious about what this needle was for. Although he had a lot to do, capable beings on the Dust Sand continent always had a curious mindset about the strength of the strong. Shinruo was undoubtedly a powerful being, but that wasn't what truly concerned those obsessed with cultivation like Junja and the King of Soldiers, He. What truly intrigued them was how Shinruo, a human without any innate talent, had achieved such prowess. Unlike Junja, the King of Soldiers, He, was already a spirit-level being. His concern stemmed from whether it was possible for humans to reach a stronger, even spirit-level, state through some special method, or whether Shinruo was simply an exception. After all, they also had a cooperative relationship with the human settlements. Of course, spirit-level experts were never commonplace. Even if Shinruo's method could make humans stronger, the spirit level was currently not within the King of Soldiers' concern. Because the essence of the spirit level was understanding how particles in the air transform, applying this transformation, and extending to using the elemental forces within those particles to influence other matter. Humans couldn't use magic or elemental forces, which determined that they would find it difficult to achieve anything significant in this area. Even with Shinruo, the King of Soldiers, he had never witnessed him use magic. Shinruo's displayed strength was mostly manifested in martial arts skills that reached the pinnacle in the eyes of the King of Soldiers, He. No superfluous movements, speed exceeding He's comprehension of limits, and just the right amount of power. But this already significantly overturned He's understanding, at least making him realize that even without using magic, some people could achieve things that even spirit-level cultivators might not be able to do using magic, solely through martial arts. Chapter 107. Shinruo took out a small fire crystal tool, and had the Soldier King He light it. If a human were to perform this operation, gloves would be needed. Since Soldier King He wanted to see how to use the needles, this step could be skipped. After sterilizing the needles by heating them over the fire, Shinruo selected several acupoints for gathering chi, and then inserted the needles directly. After inserting the needles, he used a flicking technique to enhance the sensation. As someone who had practiced ancient martial arts for many years, Shinruo's Ren and Du meridians were already open, and his chi acupoints were also open. However, due to the different environments of the Dust Sand continent and his home planet Earth, Shinruo's body wasn't as free as before when absorbing chi from the Dust Sand continent. This is similar to a human opening their eyes underwater. The impurities in the water affect the sensation in the eyes, and the time they can keep them open varies. The eyes can stay open longer in clean sodium hyaluronate water, which the body is naturally more adapted to, than with ordinary tap water. Don't even compare it to chilly water, that's hell mode. For Shinruo, the air on the Dust Sand continent actually contains more energy than on his home planet Earth to sustain his body, but as a human born on Earth, he is naturally more adapted to the chi there. For over 20 years, Every pore on his body has never rejected the chi from Earth's atmosphere. However, on the dust sand continent, he needs to consciously control his breathing to interact with the chi here within his own body. Both the speed and conversion efficiency were significantly lower than before. Now, by using acupuncture points, he was forcibly opening his own energy channels to allow his body to acquire chi more quickly. However, this approach could be considered risky, because his own true chi was currently weak, making it impossible to use his original chi to guide the chi flowing into his body through the energy channels for circulation. But if he didn't do this, it would take a very long time to slowly replenish his true chi through self-regulation. In this world where all races except humans are masters of magic, being without true chi for an extended period is extremely dangerous. After inserting and flicking the needles, Shenruo began to breathe in and out using his trained breathing techniques. Rhythmic breathing facilitated the flow of chi into his body and its orderly circulation. The chi of the dust sand continent was different from the true chi that Shenruo had cultivated over a long period. As the continuous flow of chi into his body, the elemental energy contained within the particles felt too heavy for Shenruo's original body. If one had to describe it, the chi on Earth was as light as a dry sponge, while the chi on the dusty continent was like that sponge soaked with water. Shenruo felt as if all the extraordinary meridians in his body were filled with molten lead, but he didn't let his breathing become disordered. He possessed an extremely strong willpower to control his body and breathing, the result of countless practices. Despite feeling as heavy as lead, through Shenruo's persistence, the chi eventually flowed towards his dantian in a very slow and orderly manner. As the energy flowed into his dantian, Shenruo used it to circulate an ancient cultivation method, the Kundalini meditation. This method, which he had luxuriously used to dry his clothes and body when he first arrived on the dust sand continent, was now being used to refine the energy constantly flowing into his dantian. The normal needle retention time was half an hour. After counting the time in his mind, Shenruo removed the needles. Even the well-traveled king of soldiers, He had never seen such a strange phenomenon. The slow inflow of air particles from the surrounding air into his body after the needles were inserted. So what kind of cultivation method is this? King of Soldiers asked. He was thinking, if Shenruo had to do this every day, wouldn't it be even more time-consuming than the dark spirit haunting him before? Could he stop halfway through? This isn't a cultivation method, Shenruo shook her head. The will left behind by your god completely drained the chi I cultivated over the years. Perhaps it was necessary for him to complete the ritual, which left me with no choice but to do this. Cultivation can generate chi within the body? Although the soldier king, he wasn't a cultivation fanatic like Junja, becoming stronger held a natural attraction for the powerful beings on the dust sand continent. Explaining that would be too troublesome. True chi requires starting cultivation from scratch, and I haven't even replenished the lost true chi yet, so I still have to put effort into this. You don't need to, you're magic users. The beings on the dust sand continent were all so similarly interested. Had they finished researching those strange plants? Wasn't something like the mother-child flower even rarer than this chi-circulating martial art? The important point is that different races have completely different cultivation systems. Even if their aim in learning about the human cultivation system is to improve their own cultivation, their efforts are misdirected. After muttering a few complaints, Shenruo ignored the soldier king He, adopting a take-it-or-leave-it attitude, and directly closed her eyes to meditate and regulate her breathing. This posture had always bothered Junja, a cultivation fanatic, and naturally piqued the interest of soldier king He as well. Because this sitting posture looked uncomfortable and strange, yet Shenruo seemed quite comfortable with it. This posture was very unsuitable for a warrior. Just like a cat with its paws tucked in cannot react immediately to a sudden attack, so cats only tuck their paws in when they feel safe. Shenruo's sitting posture was even more contorted than a cat tucking its paws in, and it was her lower limbs that were contorted. If attacked, this posture would make it impossible to dodge the attack immediately. Soldier King, he mentally simulated how he would react if attacked while sitting in this posture, and discovered that because he specialized in shape-shifting magic, he had many ways to interrupt attacks without needing to move. However, Shenruo wasn't a mage. His strength primarily lay in his solid martial arts skills. If he couldn't maintain a perfectly advantageous posture for both defense and attack while sleeping, then an ambush would be easily succeeded. The elite soldier, he had unconsciously been considering how to launch a sneak attack and how to respond from different angles, and had unknowingly sat in his room for most of the night until dawn broke and Shenruo stretched, bringing him back to his senses. Huh? You haven't left yet? Because she was focusing all her senses inward to adjust to the difference between the newly generated true energy and the original, Shenruo hadn't noticed whether the king of soldiers, he had left the room. You don't know? In this situation, if I wanted to kill you, wouldn't you be dead instantly? King of Soldiers, she, was even more surprised. Was she completely defenseless? In his common sense, any strong person, unless unconscious, shouldn't be so careless. If you wanted to kill me, wouldn't it have been easier to kill me when I was lying under the grain? Shinruo retorted, you didn't kill me then, and now you're going to bother? Aren't you being a bit strange? It's like if I wanted to harm you, you would have been a corpse long ago, with the heavenly fox jade fragment or at the bottom of the valley. Isn't that why you think cooperating with me isn't so bad? Shinruo's words made sense, but something was off. To be precise, they didn't fit King of Soldiers, she's imagination of martial arts masters. A true martial arts master, shouldn't they be able to sense even the slightest change in the air's breathing during their training, whether someone is about to attack, and then counterattack with a single move? The elite soldier she, who had overcomplicated things for Shinruo, could only cough lightly to cover his embarrassment at having thought too deeply about Shinruo, and suggested, it's dawn. I call Linghe over for breakfast. We can discuss the details over breakfast? Shinruo was familiar with this. It was said that thousands of years ago, people in the eastern cultural sphere of their home planet Earth enjoyed discussing matters at the dinner table. Good morning, Linghe, who had been called over by she, greeted both she and Shinruo. Linghe, Shinruo. Soldier King she knew they already knew each other, but he hadn't formally introduced them in this private setting. Many of his fellow members from the Shishui branch still referred to Shinruo as that human, the one with Eastern blood, which was very impolite. While it was fine to talk about him behind his back as long as they knew who he was, and the matter was clear, it was far too arrogant to address someone of Shinruo's strength as human to his face. We rode in the same flying car before, Linghe said. I heard you're willing to help me get the Black Soul necklace back. That's expensive. It's alright, I already agreed on the specific payment with Fenghe. Soldier King, she had said Shinruo could call him by his real name, but when he actually did, Linghe still looked at him with some surprise. Soldier King she simply smiled, tacitly accepting Shinruo's address. If possible, I'd like to go with you. It's not that I don't trust you, but I want to get the Black Soul necklace back as soon as possible. It's a keepsake my father left me. Although she knew that sacred relics held immense symbolic significance for the races of the Dust Sand continent, Shinruo hadn't expected the Black Soul necklace to hold such a deep emotional weight for Linghe. She was willing to use the necklace to bring Jinhe back, and she didn't resort to the mercenary group for revenge against the Stone Spirit clan. She truly deserved to be called a person of principle. I understand how you feel, but I can't leave right away, Shinruo said. If I go with you to retrieve the necklace, I have to go on a trip after I get it, and won't be able to come back here with you. Before that, I need to adjust my condition. It's okay, I didn't expect to get the necklace back so quickly either, Linghe said without urging Shinruo. You can tell me roughly when we're leaving so I can make time for this. It'd probably take about 10 days. Shinruo mentally assessed the effects of the acupuncture and meditation she had received the previous night. If she combined it with mana-restoring potions from other races, she estimated she could recover even faster. Then let's set it for 10 days from now. Linghe readily agreed, setting a departure date. Chapter 108. Since the Eastern Human Ruins are no longer an impassable passage, the Hershey branch can now open the gates on both sides of the pass from within the ruins. While the flying vehicles can fly, their range is limited, preventing them from traversing the towering, continuous mountain ranges flanking the Eastern Human Ruins. Flying vehicles require replacing crystals after each flight. This is manageable for short distances over obstacles, but crossing treacherous terrain is difficult. Therefore, the mercenary group used wind elemental crystals to first fly and land on a slightly sloping section of the mountain range, then marched for over 10 days to reach the top of the Eastern Human Ruins. Although the Eastern Human Ruins have constructed as high a fortified pass as possible, the edge of the wall is the lowest point of the surrounding mountain ranges. Now that the Human Ruins are no longer impassable to birds, and the lower gates have been repaired and opened, flying vehicles can naturally leave from below. When the flying vehicle isn't flying, and is simply using crystals to power its axles, it consumes very few crystals. Therefore, its flight function is primarily for obstacle avoidance. There are also short journeys where flight mode is used the entire time to save time. For example, the rescue mission to Jinhe only required a few hours of flight. The terrain there is different. The mountains are rocky, with open peaks, making it easier for the flying vehicle to stop and change crystals. Currently, Shinruo and Linghe are clearly not using the flying vehicle under these conditions. Therefore, Linghe isn't using the flying vehicle's flight function, but is instead driving it along the ground roads towards the Eternal Tower. Although she didn't understand how Shenruo and Feng He, also known as the King of Soldiers He, had agreed on the deal, or why they had made a simple exchange so complicated, and why they had chosen the Eternal Tower as the location, Ling He was already very happy to get the Black Soul Necklace back. Ling He's good mood made Shenruo feel like she was benefiting from it. Because along the way, Ling He had chosen human restaurants with excellent food, and she answered all of Shenruo's questions, such as how they identified the stone spirits after they changed their appearance. Of course we won't remember all the stone spirits, Ling He said, but we will remember those we interact with. Shenruo hadn't forgotten the time at the entrance to the human settlement, when the person in charge of the inspection immediately recognized unfamiliar faces among the stone spirits and asked, "How do you remember them? Don't they change their appearance?" No two natural gemstones are exactly alike, Ling He explained. They have their own natural patterns and varieties. For example, a stone spirit with the texture of a ruby won't turn the color of an emerald. They also have a special fire. Special fire? Shenruo knew about fire, but what was special fire? Special fire is the light refracted by the core of a stone spirit's life source under different light. Each stone spirit's special fire is different, and of course, their stone patterns are also different. Ling He thought for a moment after speaking, then added, the brilliance of the special fire is directly proportional to their strength. Generally speaking, stone spirits are a race that uses earth magic. She understood Shenruo's question. Although both lived on the dust and sand continent, ordinary humans often went their entire lives without ever encountering a stone spirit. The earth solidified into rocks, rocks into veins, veins into gems, and gems into stone spirits. Stone spirits were intelligent treasures born from the source of power of the god, who governed the earth element. A candidate for the spirit rank stone spirit was a stone spirit formed within a completely transparent gemstone. If Shenruo were to describe it using images of gemstones she had seen in her home planet Earth's knowledge base, it would be a rigid, glassy, white moonlight jade. The color of jadeite does affect its value, but that was merely the value standard of ancient humans on her home planet Earth. In terms of the gemstone's internal fineness, purity, and hardness against cracks, glassy white moonlight jade was of the highest quality. Moreover, its transparency allowed stone spirit candidates to conceal themselves more easily. As an opponent, it would indeed be very difficult to deal with. This thought flashed through Shenruo's mind. Taking into full account Shenruo's recovery needs and the travel time, Ling He scheduled a meeting with the Stone Spirit Clan candidate for about 20 days later. However, there were still more than 10 days between their departure and the agreed meeting time. The Stone Spirit Clan candidate, on the other hand, arrived at the Eternal Tower much earlier. The reason for his early arrival was simple. After leaving the human settlement, he had gone to the Valley of the Undying, and the distance between the Valley of the Undying and the Eternal Tower was not far. Outside the Valley of the Undying, the Stone Spirit Clan candidate encountered a spirit rank being from the Holy See, who was debating who should be sent to retrieve the phoenix feather from the crevice at the bottom of the valley. The Stone Spirit volunteered. Even without demonstrating his spirit rank strength, the Stone Spirit race was the most promising race in this environment. Of course, he feigned a demand for an exorbitant fee, claiming to be a near spirit rank stone spirit who, having reached the limit of his progress in his own country, was leaving to gain experience. The Stone Spirit candidate had his own plans. If the Holy See disagreed with his help, he would follow their candidate into the Valley of the Undying and explore the valley for himself. The Holy See's spirit rank entity had a clever plan. They allowed him to enter, but as a reserve, only if their own people couldn't enter. The final result was predictable. The Stone Spirit candidate successfully entered the depths of the crevice and quickly searched the entire area, but found not a single feather of the phoenix. If he could obtain the phoenix feather, he could exchange it for other quest items using the Black Soul Necklace. However, since Ling He was offering the phoenix feather in exchange, he could only accept. Furthermore, a fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade was being held captive in the Eternal Tower. 2 known quest items could potentially be obtained there. Having heard that the Eternal Tower was a hub for various quests and information across the continent, the Stone Elf candidate didn't want to waste any more time. After his call with Ling He went directly to the Eternal Tower. In his original universe, the Stone Elf race was the only race. In the Eternal Tower, the various inter-race battles and all sorts of strange quests dazzled and overwhelmed him. So his days waiting in the Tower of Eternity were far from boring. In fact, they were incredibly fulfilling. He signed up for all the competitive events that interested him, and when there were no matches, he would do quests posted in the Tower of Eternity questline. Unlike Shenruo, he didn't hide his strength too much. His self-description was simply a near-spirit rank stone elf trainee. His strength quickly attracted the attention of the 10 spirit rank figures behind the Tower of Eternity, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. The crystal ball flashed incessantly as the 10 spirit rank beings discussed this newly emerged stone elf powerhouse. Judging from his strength, he has the potential to be a candidate, but why doesn't he utilize the power of other stone elves? You said it yourself, it's only a possibility. Besides, it's normal not to rely on the power of other stone elves, isn't it? Stone elves love to stay at home too much. The spirit rank figure who spoke was clearly not a stone elf in his true form, but judging from his tone, he seemed very familiar with the stone elf race's habits. Actually, we could test him. Don't we have a few high difficulty team quests we haven't cleared yet? Find a somewhat renowned high-level player to team up with, then persuade him to form a team. That reveal the truth. What if he doesn't fall for it? We have a fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade, haha. This item has been confirmed as something even the chosen candidates desire. Normally, in situations like this, the His would simply pay a sum to the Heshi who helped them, and then let them dispose of the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment as they see fit. You exploited a loophole in the agreement's language, taking advantage of the His disappointment at the failed festival, their lack of concern for the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment, and their unwillingness to compete with the Heavenly Fox for the 1,000 desolate plains, to withhold the fragment. It's truly a twisted sense of humor, but I like it. The Heavenly Fox Jade fragments don't necessarily need to be used as a reward for the mission area. Wouldn't that make our actions too obvious? I suggest we auction them off. That way, we can quickly identify a few candidates, and it'd definitely fetch a sky-high price. A win-win situation. One of the 10 absolutes shared a similar idea with Shinrua's plan to auction off the Phoenix Feather. That's why I say you're full of cunning schemes. Haha, I take that as a compliment. It was a compliment, wasn't it? After the 10 absolutes finalized their plans, they chatted for a few more minutes, and finally, the crystal balls all went dark. As spirit rank beings, they rarely showed themselves. Even among the other members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization, few had ever seen them. It's said that these 10 spirit rank beings of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes rarely gathered. They had another identity outside the Eternal Tower. If they gather in their true forms, then besides the possibility of a major event occurring in the Tower of Eternity, another possibility is that the membership of the 10 Absolutes is about to change. Only those who have become members of the 10 Absolutes at the spirit rank know the circumstances under which the membership changes, how the changes occur, and what verification is required to become a member. It's even possible that a change in the membership of the 10 Absolutes might not guarantee their full attendance, because all the legends surrounding these 10 are merely speculation. Only the 10 Absolutes themselves know who is who, whether they know each other, and how they decide matters. The Stone Elf candidate was completely unaware that he was being given special attention by the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, the true controlling force of the Tower of Eternity. His focus remained on the competition and his current mission. The mission area treated him relatively well. After effectively verifying his strength and completing some D and C level missions that could be completed within the vicinity of the Tower of Eternity, his mission-accepting aptitude was directly raised to A level. What the Stone Elf candidate didn't know was that this preferential treatment was the result of subtle manipulation by the spirit rank members of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand. However, the Stone Elf candidate soon discovered that although he possessed the aptitude to accept A-level missions, he couldn't actually take them on. The reason was simple. A-level missions almost always required a team. Moreover, almost none of the A-level missions required long-distance travel, and couldn't be completed within the vicinity of the Tower of Eternity, and he was currently waiting at the Tower of Eternity for Shinruo and Ling He to deliver the Phoenix Feather. Therefore, while waiting, he could only search for suitable solo fighters to team up with, while continuing to participate in martial arts battles to build his reputation. The Stone Elf candidate's idea of forming a qualified mission team didn't take shape overnight. It gradually solidified during his time at the Tower of Island. During this period, he came to understand several things. These understandings gave him new ideas about what to do in the near future. Chapter 109. More than 200 days have passed since the Stone Spirit Clan candidate arrived on the Dust Sand continent. During this time, he has made absolutely no progress in the main quest item questline. According to the Dust Sand calendar, 1/32 of 8 years has already passed. Aside from the quest items yet to be discovered, the known quest items, besides the 11 listed in the book, include the Phoenix Feather. That is to say, there are already 12 quest items that all candidates can perceive. And apart from the Phoenix Feather, which he is about to obtain, he has made no progress. Of course, this is partly because the other 11 quest items are extremely difficult to obtain, and are regarded as sacred objects or important magical artifacts by different countries and forces. However, the Phoenix Feather is not such an item, which means that there are still quest items not recorded in the book waiting for them to discover. The Stone Elf candidate could roughly imagine that the items in the book could likely only be obtained from their own race's beings after a candidate displayed their mark, while other candidates would have to fight to the death to acquire them. In the Stone Elf candidate's view, it was still the early stages of the mission competition, and engaging in life or death battles with other candidates at this point would be unwise. Therefore, he should spend more time focusing on the unknown mission items. How could he encounter these unknown mission items? The Stone Elf candidate considered his luck quite poor. However, the rule established by the Dust and Sand Realms laws, that mission items could only be detected nearby, was practically a matter of luck. Therefore, to have good luck, it's best to rely on the strength of a team. His luck was bad, but if someone in the team was lucky, wouldn't that balance things out? Although these things are hard to explain, there's no better way, is there? Speaking of which, the human who came with Ling He this time had a lot of luck finding quest items. Thinking about his own terrible luck, the Stone Elf candidate couldn't help but think this. It's said that the King of Soldiers, she, encountered this human while searching for the Heavenly Fox Jade fragments, and later encountered him again, when someone needed to enter the rift in the Valley of the Undying. All of this was told to him by Ling He through the communication crystal. Of course, in a fair comparison, the King of Soldiers, she, had more luck finding quest items. But how could someone like the King of Soldiers, she, possibly have time to do any Eternal Tower quests with him? Besides, he kidnapped Jin He and even had murderous intentions. No matter what, he and the King of Soldiers, she, were no longer truly in a cooperative relationship. Otherwise, it would be too good to imagine two spirit-level beings doing the Tower of Eternity quest together, encountering various quest items needed by other candidates along the way, but reality is rarely that kind of dream. He could only settle for second best, wondering if he could bring this human with Eastern human blood into his team, hoping to borrow the other's luck. Of course, this setback was actually quite significant. The King of Soldiers, Hershey, was a powerful spirit-level being, and the Eastern human who came with him was said to be quite skilled, otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen to go to the rift below the Valley of Undying. But the comparison between the spirit-level Hershey and the skilled Eastern human sounded rather stark. Borrowing resources is one of the reasons why the Stone Elf candidate wants to form a team. Another reason is that he realizes the Stone Elf race has a natural disadvantage, limiting the Stone Elf community's ability to help him. This disadvantage was already analyzed by 10 absolutes in the Crystal Ball conversation, staying within their own territory. Due to their unique attributes, the Stone Elf race naturally dislikes leaving their nation, but the quest items the candidate needs to collect are scattered throughout the continent. This is only one point. Other candidates have received support from their own race's forces. Currently, since the exact nature of the quest items hasn't been fully revealed, and only 200 days have passed in 8 years, there hasn't been any intense competition yet. But what about the future? When intense competition arises, won't he need partners with whom he shares a high degree of trust, and can mutually support him? The Stone Elf Nation is merely his last line of defense, but given his progress in collecting quest items, even if he wanted to defend, other candidates might not even give him a second glance. Therefore, he still needs to take the initiative. If he could build a team with strong bonds, that would be his trump card on this continent. Compared to directly using marks to compel other beings to assist him, wouldn't a relationship built through genuine cooperation be more stable? Therefore, establishing such a quest team would be highly beneficial in the future competition for quest items. With this in mind, the Stone Elf candidate intentionally made some friends in the Tower of Eternity, and secretly selected members for his future team. Amidst his busy schedule, Ling He and Shinru arrived at the Tower of Eternity. "We're a day earlier than we agreed upon," Ling He said to the Stone Elf candidate through the communication crystal. "It's quite late today, we need to eat, wash up, and rest. We retrieve the items stored in the storage area tomorrow. You can wait with me outside the storage area then." "Okay, in that case, I won't schedule anything else for tomorrow." After agreeing with Ling He, the Stone Elf candidate checked his schedule. He didn't have any competitions tomorrow. Recently, his focus had shifted towards developing his mission team, and the frequency of competitive matches had significantly decreased. When going on missions, he intentionally chose to cooperate with qualified teams or individual fighters, making scheduling relatively easy. Early the next morning, the Stone Elf candidate arrived at the Tower of Eternity's storage area, as agreed with Ling He. This area offered storage services for valuable items. With the backing of the 10 great masters of dust and sand, security was very guaranteed. After a brief chat with Ling He outside the storage area, the stone elf candidate felt a sharp pain shoot through the brand on his body. Looking up, he saw a black-haired, black-eyed human emerge from the storage area. He recognized this human from the human settlement in the canyon. Back then, the human's gaze seemed somewhat unfocused. But now, those black pupils were bright, like obsidian. "Alright, this is a phoenix feather," Ling He said, taking the feather from Shinru and handing it to the stone elf candidate. "As agreed, you should return the black soul necklace to me." The stone spirit candidate didn't hesitate either. He took out the black soul necklace from his storage bracelet and stored the phoenix feather in his initial storage accessory. Instantly, the pain disappeared. He had finally collected his first quest item. "What are your plans now?" The stone spirit candidate knew he and Ling He weren't in a position to concern themselves with this, but he still asked. "Neither you nor Zhezhi collected the phoenix feather." "I asked him, he secretly kept 2. I was forced to reveal them this time, so I plan to register the other one for auction. I'm sure it'd fetch a sky-high price." Ling He's answer was a pre-prepared explanation. As for forcing Shinru to reveal it, Ling He found this pre-arranged explanation utterly despicable. They could actually force Shinru to reveal it. However, Shinru was so shameless, readily playing the role of the one being interrogated. And this image of being interrogated actually fit the Soldier King character that she had always cultivated, so Ling He didn't bother to argue. Looking at Shinru's pale, bloodless face, the stone spirit candidate began to reconsider the term interrogation. While the lack of color was simply because Shinru hadn't yet adapted to the particle-infused true energy of the dust-sand continent, causing its circulation to be somewhat sluggish, the stone spirit candidate was currently more concerned with Ling He's task, auctioning off the quest items, and confirming that the Undying Valley had ceased producing any more phoenix feathers. The stone spirits could immediately imagine the astronomical price these feathers would fetch, not to mention that the candidate, or the faction that had decided to support a particular candidate, would undoubtedly be present at the auction, staying in the Tower of Eternity, as an observer offers a chance to learn what kind of beings the other candidates truly are, having obtained the phoenix feather beforehand. He can secretly observe the other candidates, and this unequal gap in recognition could be a crucial advantage. Indeed, beings like the Hercules or the Eastern humans have the luck bonus of divine missions. The stone elf candidate couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yes, it will definitely fetch an astronomical price. The stone elf candidate confidently wished Ling He well, but then pressed on. "And then what? Will you split the money and go your separate ways, or do you have some other plans?" The stone elf candidate was prepared for Ling He not to answer. However, Ling He seemed to be in a good mood, perhaps because she had retrieved the black soul necklace and was about to receive the astronomical auction price. She answered his question directly. "I store the money in the Eternal Tower after I get it. Although I'm confident in my strength, there's no need to take so much money back. We're not going to stop coming to auctions here in the future. As for him, I go back to my branch's settlement after this. He's not on my radar." She spoke as if Shinru was nothing more than a lowly human who had secretly hoarded a phoenix feather, unworthy of her even a second glance. Shinru greatly admired her acting skills, because he simply didn't possess such acting abilities. If he did, he would want to experience the feeling of lying to someone without a single flaw. Ling He's words were exactly what the stone elf candidate wanted to hear. He extended an invitation to Shinru. "Since you're going your separate ways after the auction, how about teaming up with me for a quest? My team really needs a human member." Shinru was puzzled by the invitation from the stone elf candidate. "Me? Are you sure?" Had he overlooked some detail, or was his acting so poor that a spirit-rank stone elf had proactively invited him to join a team? The stone elf candidate earnestly replied, "That's right. I plan to organize a qualified team. I'm now qualified to take on A-rank missions, but all A-rank missions in the Eternal Tower's mission area require a team to complete, so I'm currently assembling one. The Hermes told me you were quite skilled. Didn't you prove yourself in the Valley of the Undying? Oh, I also watched your competition recording in the Eternal Tower. You were very fast, although your strength might be a little lacking. Is that why you chose the puzzle pieces? Avoiding direct physical confrontation, a very wise choice. Look, your intelligence and speed are proof of your strength, aren't they? Team members always need to complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. Besides, I don't actually have a particular idea of completing any particular task, so if you become a member of my team, you also have the right to choose your tasks. I can promise you, you get priority in choosing the tasks that interest you." The stone elf candidate's last sentence was his true purpose, to let a human with the luck to encounter quest items choose team tasks, thereby increasing his chances of encountering quest items from the Dust and Sand realm. His revealed map of the Yen Kingdom was unusually long, and he had also cleverly concealed his true intentions by prioritizing Shenruo's interests. Chapter 110. This is my communication crystal. Take your time to consider it, there's no rush. Knowing that Shenruo and Ling He wouldn't leave the Eternal Tower immediately, the Stone Elf candidate gave Shenruo his communication crystal and introduced himself. By the way, I haven't told you my name yet. My name is Steel Stone. What are your names? During questioning in the human settlement, the caravan had said the Stone Elf candidate was named Walisher, which now seemed to be a false name. Ling He turned her head away, clearly not intending to reveal her name. She had acted before entirely because it was a script Shenruo had given her, and Shenruo's actions for their Shishui branch were genuine. It wasn't an unreasonable request. As for Go's idea, Ling He had always disapproved of it. But exchanging names meant making friends, and asking her to befriend a stone elf who had kidnapped Shen He and threatened them was impossible. However, Shenruo didn't share her reservations. He nodded to Gangshur. Shenruo, this is my name. Gangshur had no objection to Ling He's attitude. This was the kind of reaction Ling He should have. His goal was simply to use Shenruo to change his luck, which he himself found utterly pathetic. However, if his purpose was too obvious, it might arouse suspicion, which was why he even asked for Ling He's name. Actually, as an important partner of the elite soldier Gangshur already knew Ling He's name. After parting ways with Gangshur, Shenruo and Ling He went directly to the auction registration office of the Eternal Tower. The Phoenix Feather was registered for the next auction, and the holder's name was listed as Ling He. Just like the previous auction of the War Lance, the Tower of Eternity gave Ling He and Shenruo VIP box tickets, allowing them to watch the auction and even participate. With some time before the auction began, Ling He knew Shenruo was very interested in the artisans' crafting of machinery and forging of weapons in the human settlement, so he took her to the trading area. Human artisans guilds all had shops and work areas in the Tower of Eternity. It was expected that the human settlement, a hub for the strongest human warriors and artisans, would have its own shops in the Tower of Eternity. By the way, you forged the Dragonfire War Lance, didn't you? Ling He suddenly asked on the way. Yes. Knowing that the King of Soldiers, He and the He of the Shishui branch had agreed not to reveal his affairs, Shenruo no longer concealed what he had done. But how did you find out? Feng He guessed, Ling He said. Don't we know the strength of the War Spear Guild? The materials used in that war spear are far from achieving legendary quality. Before understanding Shenruo's strength and seeing him constantly forging in the human settlement, they naturally hadn't considered that it was forged by Shenruo. But after understanding Shenruo's strength, with a little thought, it wasn't difficult to conclude where the Dragonfire War Spear came from. Shenruo nodded and walked into the shop with Ling He. Although the items were all crafted in the human settlement, Shenruo's time there was relatively short compared to the time the human settlement had been producing weapons and machinery. This shop sells exquisite items crafted by human settlements over the years. While they keep most of these for their own use, they also reserve 1 or 2 pieces of each type to display as a symbol of their strength. Shenruo had glanced at the shop's contents from the outside when he first visited the Eternal Tower, but due to his limited funds, he didn't go in. This time was different. Firstly, he had over 20,000 gold coins in his storage ring. Secondly, Ling He was leading the way, and the shop assistants clearly recognized him, allowing Ling He to browse and choose freely. Shenruo picked out a storage necklace. His rings and bracelets both affected his grip, and he also felt that storage necklaces hindered his performance. However, he could choose a shorter cord, and the more expensive styles were inlaid with more than one storage gem. This would allow him to store everything currently in his rings and bracelets. After selecting a storage necklace that wouldn't cause noticeable movement, Shenruo immediately converted his rings and bracelets into cash. His hands, which had been feeling uncomfortable for some time, finally returned to their familiar feel. Aren't you going to pick out some crystal weapons? Ling He suggested. Or prepare some of various elemental crystals. They're very useful. While Shenruo was checking his belongings into his necklace, Ling He noticed that the thing this guy carried the most was money. Besides that, there was a wind elemental crystal dagger and a pair of gloves. These were the wind elemental crystal daggers that Junja had given Shenruo as a set. In reality, he had never used the crystal's effects. The food that had been in his storage space was all eaten in the underground palace. As for the short sword, Shenruo placed it in his earring. He currently appeared to be a frail-looking Eastern human. If he carried a short sword classified as a sacred relic, even if it had no special effects, It would be a serious offense if recognized as such by a knowledgeable individual. I should buy some, but there's something I tell you, even if it makes you laugh. Shinruo looked at the elemental crystal weapons in the shop. Actually, I don't know how to use them. First, he couldn't use them, and second, gloves affected his grip. When Junja gifted him the weapon, he was unusually patient in explaining that using elemental crystal weapons required gloves. However, Junja only mentioned this to Shinruo, without providing detailed instruction. Now it's different. Shinruo realized that for the powerful beings of the Dust Sand continent, the fact that he could defeat other races without using crystal weapons would only attract unnecessary trouble. Junja and Longwei's father were good examples. The king of soldiers, He-Shi, is another example, although the outcome wasn't bad. Shinruo knew he should act according to the philosophical principle of concealing one's strength and biding one's time, which would be beneficial for survival. However, because he lacked a direct understanding of his own strength and the perception of other races in this world regarding strength and weakness, his implementation was always very theoretical. This was consistent with his poor acting skills. Fortunately, everything was still under control. Junja seemed to have agreed not to reveal his strength to others, and the king of soldiers, He-Shi, directly expressed his sincerity through a blood pact. Shinruo felt quite lucky. Oh, you don't know how to use it? He couldn't help but look at Shinruo with even greater respect. Although the fact that the king of soldiers, He-Shi, encountered Shinruo on the 6th underground level of the Helter Palace was enough to demonstrate Shinruo's extraordinary abilities, and he had personally witnessed Shinruo using ventriloquism to persuade Gang Shi to negotiate. Both of these events were sufficient to prove Shinruo's strength. However, the reason why the king of soldiers, He-Shi, could meet Shinruo on the 6th underground level, and what had happened in the Helter Palace, remained a deep secret. Therefore, he couldn't be sure whether Shinruo was there solely due to her strength, or if there was some other reason. If Shinruo could reach the 6th underground level of the Helter Palace without using crystal weapons, then it could only mean one thing. In terms of pure martial arts, even the king of soldiers, He-Shi, might not be Shinruo's match. I don't know how to use it. Can you teach me? Shinruo was always the type to ask for help when she didn't understand, completely without any arrogance. It would be better to have a human warrior teach you. Do we have any craftsmen at the Eternal Tower right now? He's first sentence was directed at Shinruo, but the second was addressed to the shop assistant. It depends on what level you want him to learn, the shop assistant said. After all, martial arts require constant practice and refinement. With his physical condition, he'd probably need to practice weapon handling first before learning how to apply crystal energy. This statement silenced He. No need, just teach me how to trigger the crystal weapon's effect, Shinruo quickly told the shop assistant. I just want to use it, so I don't get in the way. I usually can't participate in battles. Find him a master, just like he said. He couldn't stand it anymore. She could imagine that if she didn't say something, the shop assistant would definitely warn Shinruo that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Without practice, she might not even be able to draw her sword. Was that what this person needed to practice? Each crystal weapon has different characteristics. If you have no foundation at all, it's difficult to master different crystal weapons. Moreover, when elemental power is released, some weapons will produce a reaction force. If your physical fitness isn't up to par, it might even backfire in self-defense. Since He was a Herxi, the shop assistant thought that the Herxi race didn't have the same problems as humans when using crystal weapons or crystal machinery. These races with the talent to use elemental power didn't need repeated training to use crystal weapons. How could she understand that it was dangerous for this frail human to operate a crystal weapon? Well, anyway, let's find a master to guide me first. Any kind of master will do. Shinruo finally decided to let the shop assistant recommend someone at random. The shop assistant nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Humans need a clear sense of self and an understanding of their own abilities. Only then can they become powerful. So, the days leading up to the auction were spent learning to use crystal weapons. During this time, He watched with great interest as his master instructed Shinruo, observing his master's comments such as, "Your movements are accurate, but unfortunately you lack strength." Clearly, Shinruo didn't need to act. His Eastern human bloodline and slender physique were the best acting he could do. After his master finished and left, He jumped off the mat with a smile. "Want to spar with me?" Shinruo put away her weapon and shook her head, saying, "No, sparring with him is different from sparring with you. His skill level is too low. Someone like you needs a high level of training to maintain your form, right?" He was genuinely interested in sparring with Shinruo. However, Shinruo still refused, saying, "My cultivation method is different from yours. Fighting you won't help me improve or maintain my strength. Ling He was a little unconvinced, but I saw you training quite diligently with the human master here. Why can't I do it? Since there was no need to hide anything from Ling He, Shenruo didn't mind explaining, that's because I'm sparring with this human master using a method that completely conceals my true energy. Apart from the combat awareness I cultivated in the past, I'm no different from an ordinary person when sparring with him. According to your level classification, I don't know if I reached the low level. Shenruo wasn't very familiar with low-level beings on the Sand continent. The weakest being he was familiar with was at the Dragon Might level. Not to mention the beings he had encountered along the way who had actually fought, whether it was Tianhu Tianxue, Junjie, or the King of Soldiers He Shi, these were beings specifically described in encyclopedias. Even the matches broadcast by Ion are carefully selected, featuring matches between unknown players, which brings no benefit to Ion. Chapter 111. Shenruo was unwilling to spar with Ling He, and Ling He didn't force her after hearing her explanation. Shenruo had already mastered the use of crystal weapons. The methods for activating the crystal energy on weapons were quite similar. What human warriors truly needed to solve was how to control the weapon after the elemental energy was released, achieving the desired effect. Due to the added energy, the feeling of wielding the weapon and the resulting reaction force varied depending on the weapon, and the magical effects corresponding to the magic arrays forged on the crystal weapons. Therefore, each weapon had different requirements for its use. However, mastering this application was not difficult for Shenruo at all. He was sparring with his master here after gathering all his true energy into his dantian, pretending that he had never cultivated true energy circulation before, relying solely on muscle strength and memory. Of course, this was no match for the master's strong muscles. One reason for this was that, while Shenruo wasn't afraid to engage in martial arts duels with other beings, provided he could adjust his perception and his true energy flowed smoothly, he had recently experienced having his true energy completely drained. Therefore, he naturally wanted an additional means of survival. Without relying on true energy, it was impossible for him to fight Ling He. However, if he did rely on true energy, based on Shenruo's observation of Junjie and the elite soldier He Shi's strength, and his assessment of Ling He's strength, frankly, a full-force battle might be very discouraging for Ling He. Therefore, Shenruo didn't intend to spar with Ling He. Moreover, the auction was scheduled for that evening, and Shenruo had just worked up a sweat. A quick shower and a meal with Ling He would take up most of the time. Ling He probably didn't insist on competing with Shenruo for this reason as well. These past few days, the hype surrounding this auction had been incredibly intense. 2 sacred relics. The appearance of sacred relics at an auction was unprecedented, as they were symbols of the will of the gods left behind by the inhabitants of the Sand continent. If an inhabitant of the Sand continent obtained a sacred relic, they would often collect and enshrine it, or inlay it into the most important artifacts of their race. Not long ago, in the kingdom of Shilai, Longwei's father handed him a VIP invitation to an auction. This is something your human friend orchestrated, right? Want to go and see? Longwei took the auction list, his eyes flashing, clearly eager to see the spectacle, but then he quickly changed his mind. Forget it, it seems he's already dealt with that Shizhi himself. With my current strength, even if I went, I'll only be a hindrance. It's just an auction, I won't go. Then let that stupid dragon next door steal the show, if he can win the bid. Longwei's father remained non-committal. The stupid dragon he referred to was another lord of the kingdom of Shilai. The kingdom of Shilai had a system of lord councils. Since Longwei's father was the only spirit-ranked dragon, if he wanted to go, all the other dragons, even if they wanted to, would have to give him the opportunity first. Longwei's father wasn't particularly enthusiastic about going to the auction in person. If he wanted to see the whole thing, he could easily find a way to watch the live video feed. Father, speaking of which, you said these 2 sacred relics at this auction were what the candidates wanted, right? Although he didn't plan to go to the auction, Longwei worried that seeing Shenruo would tempt him to run off with her again, thus hindering his determination to become stronger and surprise his friends. To become a powerful dragon, one must first not suppress the urge to go out and play, regardless of whether others agree. That's Longwei's own belief. However, not going to the auction didn't mean he wasn't interested or curious. Longwei's father smiled at first, but then, as if remembering something, his expression turned serious. That's true, but if our dragon race's candidate doesn't appear at this auction, then things might turn out as I fear. Father, what are you worried about? Longwei didn't understand. His father was a spirit-ranked dragon, and because dragons have very long lifespans, spirit-ranked dragons are among the strongest on the entire continent. I'm worried about the dragon race's candidate. It's a wilderness dragon. Since ancient times, the laws of the gods have emphasized balance. Listen carefully. The dragon race is very powerful, but this doesn't come without a price. As wilderness dragons, we were once on the verge of extinction. Do you know why? Lungwei's father asked. Because wilderness dragons have difficulty reproducing and require a considerable amount of resources to survive. To reduce consumption, wilderness dragons need long periods of sleep, which makes it difficult for them to meet, and even more difficult for them to reproduce. These were all knowledge that noble dragons should possess, and Longwei was naturally very familiar with them. Not only that, Longwei's father said, as dragons increase in rank, the difficulty of reproduction also increases. Therefore, it was not easy for your mother and me to have you as our child, and your mother's health was already very poor after giving birth to you. I understand all of that, but what does that have to do with father's concern that our dragon race's candidate is a wilderness dragon? Longwei didn't understand what his father was worried about. A candidate, chosen by the gods, representing the will of the gods to come to the continent to complete the tasks left by the gods in ancient times. Such an existence must be of the spirit rank. Longwei's father looked at Longwei, who was still a dragon that hadn't truly reached adulthood. For the long lifespan of a dragon, Longwei was still too young. Spirit rank wilderness dragons consume terrifying amounts of resources, so the laws wouldn't allow two spirit rank dragons to exist simultaneously. Of course, the candidates are exceptions, but due to their habits and enormous resource consumption, the wild dragons are born with an instinct for plunder and warfare, which is why they find it difficult to reproduce. Currently, no dragon candidates have appeared. Given the dragon's prominent existence, there's only one reason why candidates could remain hidden on the continent. They've fallen into slumber. This is something only wild dragons would do. Dragon Might's father surmised that the competition among candidates must involve elements of combat. Perhaps the dragon candidates are waiting for the other candidates to have nearly completed the gods' tasks. Then they seize victory by directly eliminating their rivals. It must be said that Longwei's father, being a spirit-level dragon himself, was remarkably astute in his understanding of another spirit-level dragon's psychology. If he were the wild dragon, Longwei's father thought he would probably choose to eliminate him first. However, the reason for this wasn't suitable to tell Longwei directly yet. While he might not necessarily lose to the wild dragon in terms of strength, the wild dragon possessed an absolute advantage: the candidate mark. Showing the candidate mark imbued the beings of the Dust Sand continent with the power of laws left by the gods. The beings of the Dust Sand continent could not resist this power, and could not harm or kill the candidate. If the wild dragon candidate decided to kill him, and use the display of its mark to duel, then he would inevitably die. Hopefully, before that happened, Longwei could fully inherit his power, and leave the kingdom of Shilai. The gods who created the dragon race bestowed upon them the greatest power, yet also gave them the fate of fighting among their own kind. Is this also a law of balance? Is it a law that even the branching into the dragon race cannot resist? Alright, let's not talk about heavy topics anymore. Longwei's father proactively changed the subject. There will be live footage coming over. You can watch it if you want. And now, the foolish dragon that Longwei's father spoke of has arrived at the Tower of Eternity. In his human form, he has his signature light blue hair. Invitations to the Tower of Eternity auction have been sent to dignitaries from various countries, and influential organizations outside of nations have also been invited. The Kingdom of Shilai was also among those invited by the Eternal Tower. However, the legendary spirit-rank dragon, who had previously visited the Eternal Tower for a legendary Dragonfire Spear, did not appear this time, much to the disappointment of many among the 10 absolutes. The Holy See, of course, said Zhezhe. The presence of Zhezhe, a candidate for the Holy See, was no secret among the powers of the Dust Sand continent, but very few had actually seen his face. After obtaining a fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade in the 1,000 Desolate Plains, the candidate He-She recently returned to the Eternal Tower, seeking to gather more information. He-She was primarily known by He-He, but due to his impressive strength displayed in a battle in the 1,000 Desolate Plains, and his previous association with the King of Soldiers He-She, it was as if He-She had suddenly appeared in He-She's team and then left. The weapon He-She wielded was that Dragonfire Spear, so those who had seen him or heard the rumors had a general idea of his identity. However, he hadn't been on the Dust and Sand continent for long, so his image was only preserved in the Eternal Tower, aside from those who had seen him and knew his background. Each member of the 10 Dust and Sand Masters had different concerns and priorities, including wanting to understand all the candidates' information. Therefore, when the King of Soldiers, He-She, and the other He-She members of the Legion appeared in the Eternal Tower with a stranger, they recorded his image. Of course, this record wouldn't be circulated, otherwise the Eternal Tower's reputation would be ruined. The 10 Dust and Sand Masters had their members do this purely to satisfy the intelligence control desires of certain members. In addition, this auction had some unusual guests. For example, the Cold Serpent clan, known for their mysterious ways from the Cold Spirit Mountains, sent a group of about 5 cold serpents to the Eternal Tower. The Celestial Fox clan had recently held an internal war, and the victor was a very beautiful male Celestial Fox. This male Celestial Fox was also a blank in the Eternal Tower's records. It is said that he has already fused 2 fragments of the Celestial Fox Jade. Although the remaining 3 fragments are said to be in the hands of a candidate of the Hishi clan, in the Tower of Eternity, and shattered into dust during the battle between the King of Soldiers Hishi and the Celestial Fox Tianxue, most of the other beings of the Celestial Fox clan have already submitted to him. Chapter 112. The Cold Serpent clan, the Celestial Fox clan, and the mysterious Plant Spirit clan were the only rare guests at this auction. Although he desperately wanted the Celestial Fox Jade fragment, due to the numerous competitors, Steelstone didn't believe he could ultimately win this sacred relic, so important to the Celestial Fox clan. Therefore, his most important task was to assemble a mission team. After all, obtaining the mission item now didn't mean anything, only those who could hold onto it until the end and collect it all would achieve final victory. Besides the rare guests clearly there for the sacred relic, several noble Zhezhe from the nearby Qingze kingdom also arrived. Among these Zhezhe, 2 stood out as distinctly different from the others. One was Zhezhe, an anomaly whose noble and aloof demeanor seemed completely unrelated to the Zhezhe's aristocratic air. Shenruo and Long Wei had actually met him briefly at the inn on the Ishio Highway. The other was not merely aloof, but rather icy, Junja, who showed no interest in anything other than cultivation. Shenruo. A clear, melodious voice called out to Shenruo and Ling He as they headed to the auction. Shenruo turned to see Tianhu Tianxue standing discreetly in the shadows of a street corner. This was the first person of her race, with whom she had no prior acquaintance but had only encountered her a few times, who had correctly recognized her name on their very first meeting since arriving here. Even Long Wei only changed his form of address after Shenruo defeated the demons, and the 2 of them, though hungry, had gotten along quite well on their journey to the Eternal Tower. Tianhu Tianxue and he only met by chance, each time just a fleeting glance. On the Ishio Highway, they only exchanged a brief introduction before going their separate ways. She suddenly called out his name accurately, which surprised Shenruo. A beautiful Tianhu like her shouldn't remember someone as insignificant as him. It's you. We met again. Is there anything I can help you with? Shenruo asked. Are you going to the auction? Tianhu Tianxue asked softly. If possible, I'd like to ask you to bid on the Tianhu Jade fragment. Ask me? Shenruo asked, puzzled. She looked at Tianhu Tianxue, then at Ling He beside her. I think you should ask this person beside me instead of me. If I remember correctly, you 2 know each other, don't you? Yes, as long as you help me bid on the Tianhu Jade fragment, I do whatever you want after that. Tianhu Tianxue closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, looking pitiful. I know the phoenix feather was one of your submitted items, and I also know that, given the Legion style, they won't take away the ownership of the extra feather you received. Stop. Shenruo interrupted Tianhu Tianxue's performance. Although you are beautiful, please don't act like you're ready to die for me. Ling He chuckled. A stunningly beautiful Celestial Fox was using her powerful charm to try and get financial assistance from the human before her. Moreover, this was clearly a plea that perfectly captured the essence of being alluring, hesitant, coy, and pitiful. What was Shenruo thinking to utter such a bizarre adjective as ready to die for one's country? What can I do to get you to help me? Tianhu Tianxue sighed. Are the Tianhu of the 1,000 desolate plains truly powerless to resist their fate? What exactly happened? It's just a fragment of Tianhu Jade. Aren't there 5 in total? Ling He also felt that Tianhu Tianxue was putting on an act. After all, Tianhu Tianxue had lost a fragment of Tianhu Jade, but that only affected her chances of competing for clan leadership. What did it have to do with the fate of the Tianhu of the 1,000 desolate plains? Were these Tianhu truly in dire straits without her leadership? It'd take a while to explain, and the auction is about to start. Tianhu Tianxue's face showed a hint of anxiety. The VIP rooms can accommodate guests. I go and coordinate. Let's go in first. Despite being a top-tier Hishi, Ling He was still somewhat influenced by Tianhu Tianxue's captivating talent and felt a pang of pity. He decided to take her into the auction room, giving her a chance to confide in him. Because of the large number of bidders at this auction, all of whom were of exceptional status and position, early arrival was required. The VIP rooms could accommodate 6 people, and since Ling He was a regular at the Eternal Tower, getting Tianhu Tianxue to her and Shinruo's VIP room wasn't difficult. The VIP rooms were packed immediately after the auction items were announced. If it were simply a matter of submitting a legendary weapon as an item, as last time, it wouldn't be enough to secure a VIP room seat. However, Shinruo and Ling He submitted a sacred relic, a phoenix feather, no less. While the phoenix feather was originally a consumable item from He's rituals in the Thousand Desolate Plains, it wasn't considered a particularly sought-after relic by many, though it was sure to fetch a high price. However, the situation has changed drastically. Given Chen Xiaoshi's absolute intelligence capabilities, the fact that both the Celestial Fox Jade Fragment and the Phoenix Feather are needed by the candidates is no secret within the Eternal Tower. Moreover, the subsequent intervention of the Holy See proves that there are no more Phoenix Feathers to be collected below the Valley of the Undying. The price of Phoenix Feathers is bound to rise sharply as its scarcity and necessity increase. Therefore, the Eternal Tower astutely arranged a VIP room for them, and Ling He was even able to bring Tian Shui in. With the unexpected arrival of Celestial Fox Tian Shui, Shinruo was no longer able to spend her time studying the auction catalog as she had last time. Instead, she listened with Ling He to Tian Shui recount the recent events involving the Celestial Fox clan. Ling He even activated the communication crystal, allowing the Maya chieftain of the Hishi clan and the soldier King Hishi to listen in. This all began with the arrival of the Celestial Fox clan candidates in the Thousand Desolate Plains. The candidate from the Celestial Fox clan was the male Celestial Fox, who had come to the Tower of Eternity to participate in this auction. The male Celestial Fox's name was Gisilfa. Shinruo, engrossed in practicing the 18 kinds of crystal weapons from the Dust and Sand Continent version, was completely unaware of this. However, the sheer scale of Gisilfa's arrival at the Tower of Eternity had attracted the attention of various beings, including Ling He. Celestial Fox Tianxue opened her image album, and Gisilfa's image appeared in it. He was a male Celestial Fox with an androgynous and stunningly beautiful face, but an incredibly strong and muscular physique. He possessed the Celestial Fox clan's signature fiery red pupils, long, slightly wavy fiery red hair cascading down his sides, and honey-colored skin. Power and sensuality unexpectedly blended harmoniously within him. His eyes, both alluring and captivating, seemed to possess a bewitching allure even in photographs. Despite his bewitching appearance, Gisilfa was an absolute tyrant due to cultural customs. The Celestial Fox Jade was a very special sacred relic for the Celestial Foxes. Within a Celestial Fox's body, it could aid in cultivation and breakthroughs, and even force Celestial Foxes without the Jade to submit to it. Of course, this effect only worked when both the holder and the non-holder were Celestial Foxes. The shattering of the Celestial Fox Jade profoundly impacted the cultivation of the Celestial Foxes. The Celestial Foxes split into different branches following the Jade's fragmentation, and the struggles between these branches were a form of internal strife. Furthermore, the power of the fragments was inferior to that of the complete Jade. In fact, the strength of a fragment was also related to its size. Therefore, for hundreds of years after the Jade's fragmentation, the Celestial Fox clan rarely produced any spirit-rank beings. Tianhu Tianxue is now one of the top fighters in the Tianhu clan. However, this Tianhu clan candidate is a spirit-rank cultivator. Not only is she spirit-rank, but after displaying her mark, beings on the Dust Sand Continent cannot harm the candidate. Of course, this prohibition means they cannot directly attack her or commit acts like poisoning. It doesn't mean they condone or won't consider harming her. Shinruo has also considered this issue. If a being on the Dust Sand Continent wants to kill the candidate, and she sends someone who hasn't seen the candidate's mark to carry it out, for example, through assassination or poisoning, would that not violate any laws? Because the coercive power of the laws is extremely strong, but circumventing them is possible, something the divine will remnant within his earring had personally demonstrated. Although Shinruo only received a sword without any special effects, one that even the elite soldier Hershey felt was too unfair and might cause him to regret his decision, Shinruo himself didn't feel cheated. Clearly, the Celestial Foxes might not yet realize this loophole in the laws concerning the candidates, and of course, the Celestial Fox Jade fragments might also be a factor. Because in Celestial Fox Tianxue's account, initially, this Gisilfa only sought to negotiate with a Celestial Fox clan leader on the Thousand Silence Plain. The content of their negotiations remains unknown, but it's clear that the assistance offered by the Celestial Fox clan branch leader was unsatisfactory. Therefore, this candidate did something that no other candidate had ever done before. He directly crushed the head of a near-spirit-level Celestial Fox branch leader with a single hand. Fragments of the Celestial Fox Jade leave the body upon the death of their holder. When a celestial fox obtains the celestial fox jade or a fragment of it, they receive a unique inheritance from the celestial fox clan, a tradition specific to the Dust Sand continent. Thus, after learning of the celestial fox jade fragment's ability to subjugate non-holders, Gisilfa began hunting down another branch leader of the celestial fox clan. Not long ago, he had already acquired a second fragment of the celestial fox jade, while celestial fox Tianxue, having already lost her fragment, narrowly escaped. Having fused 2 fragments of the celestial fox jade, Gisilfa's strength increased significantly, and he unified all the branches of the celestial fox clan. Doesn't this sound like a good thing? Even the heavenly poem prophesies the celestial fox clan's reunification, and their becoming the sole masters of the 1,000 desolate plains. However, after gaining absolute power over the celestial fox clan, Gisilfa implemented an unreasonable hierarchical system. This hierarchical system did not base the celestial fox's original abilities or power levels on anything else, but solely on Gisilfa's whims. After listening to Gisilfa's explanation of the class system currently being implemented among the celestial fox clan, Shenrua felt that it wasn't entirely without rules, just a bit too outdated. Isn't it just similar to the ancient slave system on their home planet Earth? It happened over 10,000 years ago, it's nothing new. Chapter 113. This time, Gisilfa also selected over a dozen celestial foxes, who displeased him to be enslaved, intending to exchange them at the auction for money to raise more funds. Celestial fox Tianxue continued recounting recent events, a sorrowful expression on her face. From Tianxue's perspective, how could this happen? In the past, other races had sold slaves, but never had one's own race sold its own inhabitants to another race as slaves. Unlike Tianxue, Shenrua offered what she considered the most probable conclusion. This is probably because the place Gisilfa came from only had the celestial fox race, and their society has always been governed by a system of power. Gisilfa was a ruler there. So, ultimately, Gisilfa simply changed places to do what he was used to. He followed local customs, not adapted to local customs. Someone who lives in luxury every day wouldn't find this extravagant. They would only wonder how someone could be without clothes. The universe in which Gisilfa originally resided was likely not a civilized society to begin with. Decadent lifestyles and class oppression were the norm, and Gisilfa, as a member of the aristocratic class, naturally didn't find anything wrong with it. The universe only had one race, the celestial foxes. If slave trading were to occur, it would naturally only take place within the celestial foxes. However, the Dust Sand continent had racial divisions. The celestial foxes were not a particularly powerful race, possessing only moderate strength. Therefore, they developed a sense of belonging and cohesion when facing more powerful races. Tianxue had never been exposed to cultures outside the Dust Sand continent, and the history of the Dust Sand continent lacked comparable examples. This explains the pessimistic sentiment that the entire celestial fox race's fate was already in mortal fire. But speaking of which, why didn't you submit to him? Shenrua asked curiously. Or is it that the suppressive power of the heavenly fox jade fragment only works when you're face to face? The heavenly fox jade's effect of submission decreases with distance, the length of time spent together, and the time elapsed after separation, heavenly fox Tianxue said. Right now, the entire heavenly fox clan is mostly intimidated by his tyrannical methods. Of course, if we were face to face, that power of submission wouldn't be easily resisted, but I have a special case. Is it because you have the He bloodline? Ling He suddenly asked. This matter concerned the secrets of the heavenly fox clan and the He clan. Heavenly fox Tianxue remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. However, Heavenly fox Tianxue clearly had no intention of sharing what happened nearly 1,000 years ago on the Thousand Silence Plain. Acknowledging her identity was already her limit. I still think it wasn't wise of you to come to us, Shenrua said. Our financial resources are definitely not the strongest today, and we're not capable of fighting against Gisilfa. But the higher-ups of other races either came to bid on the items, or they simply don't have that much money, plus we have a history. At this point, Tianxue looked at Shenrua, and Ling He with her beautiful eyes again. She didn't really have a good way to stop them. As Shenrua had read in the encyclopedia, Tianxue rarely left the 1,000 desolate plains and had little interaction with other races. As for money, Shenrua believed she wasn't lacking, but this not lacking only meant she had enough for her own life, perhaps even enough to live comfortably. To say she could compete for sacred relics at an auction was probably a long shot. The 1,000 desolate plains are probably not a good place now. Has Gisilfa really let her go? Therefore, Shenrua believes that the reason Tianxue chose her and Ling He, besides the friendship she mentioned, is primarily because Shinruo and Ling He are relatively harmless. Among the guests, who have the ability to enter the auction hall and obtain VIP rooms, the only ones Tianxue doesn't need to worry about posing any real physical threat to her are Shinruo and Ling He. She can use her charm to soften their hearts, but she doesn't need to worry too much about them unleashing their bestial instincts. Moreover, Shinruo has twice remained unmoved by her charms. Although Shinruo appears to Tianxue as just a frail figure, his previous travel companion was a dragon, and now it's Ling He. He even brought the phoenix feather with him. Considering all these factors, Tianxue won't underestimate him. After all, Tianxue was forced to leave the 1,000 desolate plains. She was unwilling to submit to Gisilfa, and her strength and influence were no match for him, who had fused with 2 fragments of the celestial fox jade. Gisilfa declared that if Tianxue was willing to become his maid, he would not harm her once her branch submitted to him. However, Tianxue had heard rumors about what this maid's role entailed in the 1,000 desolate plains. Therefore, she had no choice but to flee the 1,000 desolate plains. Few of the celestial foxes, who had openly supported her, remained, and some had also left, but they dared not even travel together, fearing that attracting attention would lead to Gisilfa's pursuit. Of course, the Eternal Tower was a good place of refuge, but it was a gathering place, not necessarily a good place to settle down. With the added effect of submission, even if they escaped to the Tower of Eternity and encountered Gisilfa, who ordered the celestial foxes to return with him, could the celestial foxes refuse? The best approach was to disperse and find relatively suitable places to settle down. This is the situation in each VIP room tonight, Ling He said, producing a booklet provided by the Tower of Eternity. Shinruo hadn't received this treatment the last time she visited. However, the booklet didn't show who was in each VIP room. For example, their VIP room, number 6, was simply labeled Hashi, while VIP room 3 was labeled Shi-like Kingdom. All 10 VIP rooms were full. The celestial foxes were in room number 7. During each auction, lights would illuminate above the auction platform. Bidders wishing to place bids could press their assigned number. The VIP rooms were numbered directly from 01 to 10, corresponding to 10 rooms. The auction center didn't concern itself with who placed the bids within each room. The ordinary bidders below were numbered according to their seats, starting from number 11. After Shinruo and Ling He showed no intention of helping her when the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment, Tianxue had already lost hope, although she had initially thought it was slim as well. She stopped Shinruo and Ling He on the way, firstly because she had no better option, and secondly because she hoped to at least be brought into the auction hall, so she could find out if Gisilfa ultimately obtained the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment. Most importantly, there was a third reason. That was because among the Heavenly Foxes Gisilfa was planning to auction was her good friend, one of the other 2 female Heavenly Foxes Shinruo had met, Tianxiao. She first asked Shinruo and Ling He to bid for the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment, but they refused. However, she knew her advantage, her allure. She reasoned that while she couldn't win the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment herself, she could ask them for help again when bidding for the Heavenly Fox itself, greatly increasing the chances of them agreeing. This was probably like suggesting tearing down the roof before trying to open a window. Although Tianxue's approach and pleading seemed more tactful than tearing down the roof. After observing the VIP room, the auction officially began. Spotlights shone on the stage, and the beautiful female host walked onto the auction platform to give her speech and explain the items for auction. Since there were 2 sacred relics up for auction this time, after setting the start time, the Eternal Tower's auction center began screening the other items. Items below the legendary level were not included in this auction catalog, a first in the history of auctions at Eternal Tower. Shinruo and Ling He hadn't originally planned to bid on anything. They were there to gather information and see what price the Phoenix Feather would fetch. Speaking of which, how did you become the leader of a branch of the Celestial Fox clan? Ling He asked Celestial Fox Tianxue. Although you can't harm a candidate when they display their mark, there are still ways to deal with them, aren't there? Celestial Fox Tianxue was a little stunned. She was indeed lacking in this area. The reason she could become the leader of a branch of the Celestial Fox clan was because, in the Celestial Fox clan, the higher the cultivation aptitude of a Celestial Fox, the more beautiful they would be. Furthermore, the Celestial Fox clan had very few spirit rank members in recent centuries. Even the 2 Celestial Fox clan branch leaders, who died at the hands of Gisilfa not long ago, were only near spirit rank. The Celestial Fox clan wasn't originally a race adept at strategic combat. Although the ancient eastern cultural sphere of Shinruo's home planet Earth often glorified the cunning of foxes, even creating many fox-related stories and legends, foxes were in fact not as intelligent as humans. Otherwise, the intelligent race that arose on Earth wouldn't be humans, but foxes. The celestial fox clan essentially relied on intuition for cultivation, combat, mating, and reproduction. If Shinruo were to summarize it using Earth's cultural standards, they favored a beastly instinct approach to action. They certainly used methods other than force to resolve problems, but these methods were primarily psychological influencing. Upon hearing Ling He's explanation, Shinruo wholeheartedly agreed with her assessment. These candidates aren't without weaknesses. If you're not affected by submission when they don't show you their mark, you can deal with them without giving them a chance to display it, Shinruo added to Ling He's point. Of course, if you're strong enough, blindfolding yourself is a good method, as long as you're not affected by submission. However, Tianhu Tianxua's strength is inferior to Gisilfa's. Shinruo wasn't saying this to encourage Tianhu Tianxua to close her eyes and fight someone stronger than herself. It was simply an instinctive reaction. She put herself in the other person's shoes and imagined how she could have a chance of winning without being able to see her opponent. In fact, both Ling He and Shinruo knew about a weakness of the candidates. The appearance of a certain item would cause excruciating pain, but Tianhu Tianxua hadn't had the opportunity to learn about this weakness. Therefore, in Ling He and Shinruo's view, it would be better for Tianhu Tianxua to find an opportunity to assassinate Gisilfa rather than seek their help. The opportunity lies in the moment when the opponent is momentarily stunned and in pain upon encountering a specific item. Because Tianhu Tianxua is unaffected by the subjugation effect, Gisilfa and Tianxua haven't truly faced each other yet, so he won't discover it. According to Tianxua's account, Gisilfa's personality is such that he wouldn't spend time learning about the traditions, customs, and history of the celestial foxes on the Dust Sand continent. Under these circumstances, even if Tianhu Tianxua's illustrious bloodline wasn't entirely a secret, Gisilfa wouldn't expect that any celestial fox could be unaffected by the subjugation effect of the celestial fox jade. Tianhu Tianxua only needs to feign obedience and serve him. Someone like Gisilfa would easily assume that since she is a celestial fox, she must be subjugated to him, and he wouldn't worry about her harming him. Under these premises, if Tianhu Tianxua can seize the moment when he is in excruciating pain due to the special item, and avoid looking at his candidate mark, she will have a chance. After all, Gisilfa didn't need to constantly display his mark on Tianhu. Submission was enough. However, Ling He and Shinruo, for their own reasons, didn't intend to tell Tianhu Tianxua in detail how to deal with Gisilfa. Shinruo, based on her persona, shouldn't know such high-level information as the weaknesses of the candidates, while Ling He felt it was unnecessary to share this information with those with no vested interest, especially since their mercenary group hadn't chosen any candidates yet. Not choosing now didn't mean they wouldn't in the future. Revealing the weaknesses of the candidates was a double-edged sword. Tianhu Tianxua's predicament wasn't worth sharing so much information with her. Chapter 114. This time, the auction only had 10 items in total. As the first item was brought to the display stand, Shinruo began to browse through the auction catalog sent by the auction center. Among these items, there were more than one that Shinruo recognized. First, there was the Star Scepter and the Wind Spirit Belt, items he had helped loot. These were drops from the evil creature transformed from the deceased Archmage Shelit in the Hell Grand Palace. The Star Spirit gem from the Star Scepter was still in his earring. Then, a dozen or so celestial foxes, auctioned as a package. Shinruo looked at the portraits of these dozen or so celestial foxes and sighed inwardly. Was this celestial fox Tianxua's real purpose? If it were just one celestial fox, the price might be acceptable, but a dozen or so, it seemed impossible. Moreover, since the effect of submission was time-limited, it meant that the influence would last for a period of time. If Gisilfa had any ideas, there were too many ways to manipulate things. After all, the celestial foxes possess the talent for allure. If the party that bids for a celestial fox happens to be the very force that Gisilfa wants to eliminate, these foxes can not only bring him money, but also do his bidding. Because the auctioned items aren't handed over until the next day. Although Gisilfa seems to act like a tyrant, and isn't a celestial fox relying on intelligence, his actions aren't necessarily thoughtless. For example, auctioning these dozen or so celestial foxes together might actually lower the buyer's guard. While it might seem less profitable than auctioning them individually, and while separate auctions allow the foxes to control more bidders, given the foxes' talents and the fact that powerful buyers likely have intelligence networks, they can't be completely unaware of the celestial fox clan's affairs. Under these circumstances, auctioning them together gives the impression that Gisilfa acts arbitrarily and unreasonably, disregarding the celestial foxes and genuinely seeking to acquire as many chips as possible to participate in the subsequent bidding. In the past, there had never been such absurdity, as selling celestial foxes as slaves, yet he was offering over a dozen at once. The beauty of the celestial foxes is well known. Turning them into pet slaves might satisfy the dark desires of certain beings. Of course, these are all Shinruo's speculations. He might simply be overestimating his opponent. In Shinruo's view, anticipating the enemy's moves in unforeseen circumstances is a basic survival skill. The first item auctioned was a legendary level piece of jewelry. Such an item would be considered quite good at a normal auction, but in today's auction, it was merely an appetizer. Soon, this item sold at a generally accepted market price, without any fierce bidding. The second item up for auction is the Star Staff, which Shinruo helped to obtain in the Helter Underground Palace. Distinguished guests, let's now look at our second item, a divine relic level spellcasting artifact, the Star Staff. The host's excited voice echoed through the auction hall, stirring the emotions of the audience. This staff is a precious artifact left behind by the ancient Grand Magister Shilit in the Helter Underground Palace. Although the Star Spirit Gem was likely lost within the palace, all the materials used to forge this staff are divine relic level. Even without the Astral Gem, this scepter is a spellcasting tool coveted by mages. Moreover, the missing Astral Gem slot can be filled with other divine relics to replace it. The starting bid for this scepter is only 9,999 gold coins. Also a weapon, the legendary Dragonfire Spear, while having a premium, still had a starting bid of 8,888 gold coins. Although the Astral Gem on the Star Scepter is missing, there are 3 Astral Gems on the Dust Sand continent, not just one. Furthermore, even without the Astral Gem, the Star Scepter's level hasn't dropped below Divine Relic level, demonstrating its high quality. Upon hearing the words Astral Gem, the candidates' marks reacted, and another quest item was confirmed in their minds. Steel Stone. He didn't choose to watch the auction from the VIP room. Although he had sneaked in, he didn't intend to press his bidding number. At this moment, he felt his trip had been worthwhile. At least, he had acquired the name of another quest item. While the description of the Star Scepter caused a minor stir among the candidates, since the most crucial item, the Star Spirit Gem, was no longer on the scepter, they still didn't bid on it. Without wealthy and powerful figures bidding to drive up the price, the scepter ultimately sold for a lower price than the Dragonfire Spear forged by Shinruo and Long Wei. The bidder who won the Star Scepter could be considered to have gotten a small bargain. The third item brought the first minor climax of the auction. Because this was the first time a Celestial Fox had been auctioned on the entire Dust Sand continent. Before this, the Celestial Fox clan disliked venturing outside the 1,000 desolate plains. Occasionally, a being would form a relationship with a Celestial Fox across species, but due to the Celestial Fox's special talents, the fox would become completely obedient to its lover. Of course, on the Dust and Sand continent, apart from the Illusion clan, interracial relationships between different races are forbidden. Therefore, although the Celestial Foxes are very beautiful, for other races, possessing both a Celestial Fox and offspring is a contradictory matter. Now, the Celestial Foxes are being auctioned off, but what if, after being won, they use their allure to turn against their master? Many bidders at the scene had this thought in mind. The host invited the Celestial Foxes to be auctioned onto the display stage. Each of these Celestial Foxes wore a specially made collar around its neck, one end of which was connected to a chain. The Celestial Foxes were already very beautiful, but this cruel treatment made them appear both beautiful and fragile. After being brought to the stage, the Celestial Foxes pushed and shoved each other before kneeling down. Even Shinruo felt her breath catch slightly. If anyone was completely unaffected, it would be the only stone spirit present, Steel Stone. Because they were the only inorganic, intelligent life form, Steel Stone experienced no physiological discomfort. As for allure, the idiom Heart of Stone, familiar to Shinruo, was used to describe those among the human race who showed no compassion, and Steel Stone was simply stone. However, Shinruo's momentary lapse in concentration was brief. He quickly realized that the allure of near-spirit level Celestial Foxes, like Heavenly Fox Tianxue, had no effect on him, while the mere presence of these Celestial Foxes on the auction stage caused a brief change in his heart rate and breathing. This indicated one thing. These Celestial Foxes possessed a more effective allure than Celestial Fox Tianxue. However, Celestial Fox Tianxue was already a near-spirit level Celestial Fox, and based on the current state of the Celestial Fox clan described by Tianxue, these other Celestial Foxes couldn't possibly possess a higher level of allure. Shinruo looked at Celestial Fox Tianxue and found her expression one of disbelief, meaning this was also unexpected. It seemed to be a technique mastered by Gisilfa in his world, a technique requiring multiple Celestial Foxes to activate simultaneously for an exceptionally powerful allure. While she herself had escaped the allure's influence, what was Gisilfa trying to achieve by creating such a commotion? Master, please take us away. At this moment, the host handed the megaphone to one of the celestial foxes, whose voice was both tearful and cloyingly sweet. Ling He had already picked up the VIP room number button, ready to bid. Ling He! Shenrua called out in a low voice, using a very special technique from the Eastern cultivation system of her home planet Earth. This method originates from the Brahmanical practice, in which sound is the key to communicating with all things in the universe. All things in the universe are born from vibrations that can or cannot be perceived by the human ear. Therefore, this practice believes that vibration is the origin of all things. By adjusting the frequency of the sound and uttering it in sync with one's visualization, extraordinary effects are achieved. Based on this, other methods such as the secret oral practice and the Vidra lion's roar technique have also emerged. Shenrua's call to Ling He employed a technique similar to the lion's roar, bringing Ling He's disturbed mind back to normal. As you can see, these are 11 exquisite celestial foxes awaiting your rescue, ready to serve you with their bodies and souls, fulfilling all your fantasies and desires. These 11 celestial foxes will be auctioned off starting at 80,000 gold coins. A starting price of 80,000 gold coins, an amount an ordinary person on the Dust Sand continent might not earn in a lifetime, had already sent the bidders into a frenzy. 160,000 gold coins. 160,000 gold coins. Any further bids? Oh, new price, 190,000 gold coins. This was a record-breaking price. In the non-VIP seats below, some bidders eager for the celestial foxes began negotiating with others, exchanging financial information, attempting to crowdfund the bids, and then distribute the spoils. The bidding was incredibly fast. Bids rarely increased by a few thousand at a time, each increase exceeding 10,000 gold coins. If you want to save your friend, Shenrua looked at Celestial Fox Tianxue, there's no chance tonight. Celestial Fox Tianxue sat there listlessly, as if all her strength had been drained away. Don't be discouraged, see who wins in the end. You have another chance after the auction ends, Ling He comforted Tianxue. The auction had already reached a fever pitch. 430,000 gold coins. 430,000 gold coins. Any more bids? Any more bids? A bidder reached 430,000, and for a moment, no new bidders appeared. The host repeatedly asked, but since many of the VIPs present today possessed strength at the near spirit level or higher, although they were also influenced by the allure, those with a clear goal of bidding for the Phoenix Feather or the Tianhu Jade Fragment controlled themselves. In the end, those VIPs who hadn't bid remained silent. The frenzied atmosphere had raised the host's expectations considerably, and when the bidding stopped, she was momentarily taken aback. However, rules are rules, and the host announced the sale with a hint of regret. 430,000. This figure had already made history at the Eternal Tower Auction Center, and the sacred relic hadn't even been brought out yet. Chapter 115. After a brief surge of excitement, the subsequent item seemed rather unremarkable. However, the initial sale price of 430,000 gold seemed to have raised the participants' expectations, and the following items all sold for significantly higher prices than their market value. The auctioneer was very excited, as this meant that Ion's commission would be substantial tonight. Next, we will be auctioning one of our 2 sacred relics for tonight's auction, the Phoenix Feather. I won't go into much detail. The starting price is 150,000 gold. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bids. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, lights began to illuminate. This time, the auctioneer didn't even need to ask repeatedly, he even had to rush to read the bids. 180,000. Oh, that's already 200,000. It's refreshed again, 260,000. Truly a sacred relic. 350,000, 380,000, 400,000. The auctioneer had become a bidder, a first in his auctioneer's career. 490,000, another bid. 520,000. The price finally slowed down when it reached 800,000. 808,000. Any more bids? For the first time, the auctioneer regained a normal bidding rhythm during the auction of this item. 801,000. Any more bids? 820,000. 825,000. After the bidding frequency decreased, and after a final round of competition, the Phoenix Feather ultimately sold for a sky-high price of 890,000. The auctioneer clutched his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. The Tower of Ion adjusted the auction's pace, arranging another divine relic-level item between the 2 sacred relics. However, all the items up for auction tonight were of very high quality, So after the phoenix feather was sold, neither the host nor the audience felt any excitement. An auction where a divine relic level item was relegated to the background was something even the most famous host at Island's auction house had never heard of or seen before. Hosts of such grand events could boast about it for a long time. But this auction wasn't over yet. It could make history again. The final item to be auctioned was a Celestial Fox Jade Fragment. This didn't mean the Celestial Fox Jade Fragment would necessarily fetch the highest price. The highest priced item at an auction isn't always placed at the end, but the final item is almost always exceptional. The final price at an auction sometimes doesn't depend on the intrinsic value of the item, but rather on the participant's determination to acquire it. The auction center uses certain techniques in arranging the order of items. For example, after the Celestial Fox Jade Fragment was auctioned, the subsequent items generally fetched higher prices. This is a way to raise the psychological threshold for bidders. 2 sacred relics were auctioned simultaneously. After the phoenix feather was sold, a regular sacred relic was auctioned off, followed by the Celestial Fox Jade Fragment as the grand finale. This way, regardless of whether the Celestial Fox Jade Fragment ultimately sold for more or less than the phoenix feather, the auction would conclude perfectly. Yes, in this auction, sacred relics were relegated to the status of regular. Today, our auction concludes with another sacred relic, the Celestial Fox Jade Fragment of the Celestial Fox clan. The starting price is also 180,000. Please place your bids. The host's voice was already slightly hoarse, but she once again raised her voice, energizing the entire audience. Of course, it's quite possible that she wouldn't have needed to lead the bidding would have already started again. This time, Shinruo placed a bid. He didn't intend to acquire the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment now, because even if he got another fragment, it wouldn't be useful. He needed to find a Heavenly Fox to fuse all the fragments to complete his task. However, he knew that one being was determined to obtain the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, and this being possessed at least 430,000 gold coins. Raising the price to 430,000 directly, wasn't that unreasonable? Shinruo found it amusing. Having come all this way, wouldn't it be reasonable not to participate? Heavenly Fox Tianxue had said that this Gisilpha was a tyrant, and Gisilpha's actions could be explained regardless of whether he had any sense or not. Then I test his personality, Shinruo thought. Anyway, Tianxue and Lingyi are in the room. Surely Gisilpha wouldn't suspect me. Thinking this, Shinruo pressed the auction button in her VIP room and entered a number. 430,000. A bidder has actually offered 430,000. The host exclaimed in surprise. This bidder not only had the fastest hand speed, but also jumped the price by a whopping 250,000. Gisilpha was enraged. 430,000. This was the price offered by the Tianhu he brought. It looked like a provocation. Without hesitation, Gisilpha raised the price to 860,000. You offered 430,000? I double it. 860,000. 860,000. A bidder has doubled the price. Are there any other bidders? Gisilpha was very pleased to hear the host's exclamation, believing that this doubling of the bid was enough to intimidate the other competitors. However, it was actually close to the limit of the money he had brought. The Celestial Fox clan was internally divided and hostile to He. Furthermore, their main focus wasn't on acquiring gold coins, and they rarely traded with the outside world. In addition, the Celestial Fox clan preferred to live for the moment, all of which resulted in 1,000 Silence Plains having very limited reserves. Shinruo smiled. The Phoenix Feather was priced at 890,000. He still had tens of thousands more to play along with. But just then, another VIP room placed a bid. 900,000. The host exclaimed. She hadn't expected that a bidder would be able to increase the price by 40,000 in one go under these circumstances. The reason was that the total amount of currency on the Dust Sand continent was finite, a gift left behind by the gods. Therefore, no matter how wealthy a being was, 900,000 gold coins was already an extremely extravagant figure. Shinruo smiled slightly upon hearing this price, and didn't raise it any further. He actually had over 20,000 gold coins left, and could have bid higher, but there was no need. The other party had clearly noticed the number of the VIP room he was in. Anyone with a discerning eye would know it was him, and Ling He who had submitted the Phoenix Feather. After all, even Tianxue knew, for other beings here, obtaining information would likely be much easier than for a near-spirit level Tianhu like Tianxue, who was currently on the verge of collapse. The Phoenix Feather had sold for 890,000, and the other party had bid 900,000, a test for him. If he stopped bidding now, the other party would see him as playing around, but if he continued bidding, things would get complicated. Gisilpha gritted his teeth and added another 20,000. Just as Shenrua had thought, in his world, buying and selling celestial foxes, and the lives of the lower-level celestial foxes, were similar to those of pets or beasts. So, Gisilpha's idea for dealing with running out of money was simply to sell more celestial foxes. However, he needed enough money to cover the costs of this auction, otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to take the celestial fox jade fragment with him. The celestial fox jade fragment was of paramount importance to him, which is why he didn't participate in the bidding for the phoenix feather. His beast-like intuition told him that a significant number of the quest items would ultimately have to be obtained through battles with other candidates. Therefore, improving his personal combat power was more important than anything else. The celestial fox jade fragment carried the celestial fox cultivation inheritance of the Dust Sand continent. Although he was already at the spirit rank signified crossing the threshold of understanding the laws of cultivation. Above the spirit rank, the difference in combat power could only be determined through combat. 9,200,000. The host shouted. Any more bidders want to raise the price? The corresponding number light illuminated. 9,300,000. Perfectly timed at Gisilpha's limit. Gisilpha's hatred was now entirely based on the person who later competed with him for the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment. VIP Room Number 3, the Frost Serpent Clan. Shenrua had actually been observing the frequency of the lights illuminating for each number, the bids, and who ultimately won the auction during both quest item auctions. The Phoenix Feather was bought by the Holy See. Without a doubt, Shenrua felt this was an organization whose name alone suggested they were flush with cash. As for why they didn't compete for the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, it's possible they, like Shenrua, believed the Heavenly Fox Jade itself was the quest item, and the fragment wasn't. Even if they obtained a fragment now, it wouldn't be of much use. Another possibility is that they believed there were other ways to obtain the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment. The highest bidders for the Phoenix Feather were the Frost Serpent Clan, the Plant Spirit Clan, and the Holy Church. Those competing for the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment were the Frost Serpent Clan, Gisilpha, and himself. Based on the Herx's descriptions of the Frost Serpent Clan, they were unlikely to be the kind of beings who would bid for a quest item for other candidates. Therefore, his conjecture that the Frost Serpent, Illusion Clan, and Demon Clan were races born from the energy scattered across the Dust Sand continent by the Wind God was somewhat flawed. At least the Frost Serpent Clan was likely a race created by another god, because they were clearly there for the quest item for their own candidate. During this time, living in the Herxi clan's territory and experiencing too many things, Shenrua's original pace of exploring the world was disrupted, and he forgot to take advantage of the absence of others to learn about the Frost Serpent Clan in the mountains not far from the Dark Wasteland. The main topic was the Frost Serpents, which the Hermiones had introduced to him before. However, the Hermione's introduction to the Frost Serpents mainly focused on their appearance and the products of their habitat. If Shenrua remembered, he could have consulted an encyclopedia at night, when no one was around, and discovered that the Frost Serpents were a race that used water elemental talents. But now that he realized his guess was wrong, he would naturally fill in the gaps. After all, besides understanding what talents and abilities the Frost Serpents possessed, Shenrua was also curious about why they had such high requirements for their living environment, and why they could possess such great wealth even though their living area was far from the prosperous countries and towns of the Dust Sand continent. Judging from their bidding for the Phoenix Feather and the Celestial Fox Jade Fragment, they likely initially intended to acquire both sacred relics. Furthermore, there's good news for Celestial Fox Tianxia. The bidder who purchased all the celestial foxes for 430,000 gold was a wealthy human merchant. This merchant, due to limited resources, was completely unable to resist the celestial fox's powerful allure. He had spent his life savings to acquire them. The bad news is that this merchant's business is located in the Eternal Tower. He knows that for a human, accumulating vast wealth is risky. He needs reliable protection, and the Eternal Tower is a good option. Can I leave you a communication crystal? Celestial Fox Tianxia tentatively asked. Sure, Shenrua readily agreed. No need, Ling he refused. The auction was over, and after handing over the gold coins tomorrow, she would be leaving. For a long time to come, the Hermiones of the Rare Water Branch will need to use their branch as a base to knock down the beak pointing towards them on the White Tree Kingdom's map. They will also use the human ruins as an outpost to expand their sphere of influence northward. Gathering the Hermiones scattered across the Dust Sand continent, who are willing to return, is crucial for building fortresses, towns, and cultivating fields. While they don't need to do many things themselves, their collaborative participation is essential. Chapter 116. Shenrua accepted the communication crystal from Tianhu Tianxue and left the auction hall with Ling He and Tianhu Tianxue. They were among the earlier arrivals, but someone, or more precisely, Zhezhe, was even faster. Zhezhe, the nobleman Shenrua and Long Wei had met on the Yishio highway, was currently talking to himself. His personality was different from the other Zhezhes. While the other Zhezhes would speak to Junzhe on necessary occasions, they wouldn't go looking for trouble unnecessarily. Zhezhe was different. He didn't stop his self-absorbed monologue despite Junzhe's cold expression and apparent lack of interest in acknowledging him. So, shouldn't you have been prepared that the items you brought wouldn't fetch a good price tonight? The point is to broaden your horizons. Auctioning sacred relics. Have you ever heard of such a thing? You don't need to be so upset about the money, do you? Or are you actually saddened by my upcoming appointment to the Holy See? Most of Zhezhe's countries have ties with the Holy See, and their nobles visit the Holy See's territory annually to observe divine relics. Since the Holy See was originally established by Zhezhe, it prioritizes recruiting Zhezhe members, especially Zhezhe nobles. This situation means that despite the Holy See claiming to preserve and promote the will of the 8 gods, who created the Dust Sand continent, it is naturally estranged from He. This has led some to question the Holy See, but the Holy See states, "We invited He, but they declined." Hershey scoffed, "Your pretentious invitations make Hershey want to vomit." Zhezhe was a nobleman from Qingze Kingdom, and the Holy See valued his self-assured nature. This trait often annoyed other Zhezhe, as most Zhezhe valued politeness. Even ordinary Zhezhe believed their words and actions represented the will left behind by their creator god. However, this also made the Zhezhe race unpopular with some other races. In Hershey's words, they were pretentious. Although the Zhezhe considered it an innate trait, other races inevitably shared Hershey's assessment. Zhezhe's cheerful, outgoing personality was quite unusual among the Zhezhe, but the Holy See believed it would help change the stereotypes other beings held about them. After all, the Holy See occupied the sacred temple, a famous divine site, where 8 colossal statues stood, symbols of the will left behind by the gods on the Dust Sand continent. The significance of such a ruin to the Holy See is self-evident. Therefore, they also need to project a more approachable image, and Zhezhe perfectly fits their needs. However, this is the Holy See's business. For Junzhe, coming to the Tower of Eternity with Zhezhe is simply finding a source of noise to accompany him. But Zhezhe is his teacher, the son of the Archmage of Light, which forces him to tolerate it. Right now, Zhezhe sees Junzhe and the other companion, Qingze Guozhezhe, about to leave, and is pulling him back. "Junzhe, your life is usually so boring. You finally come to the Tower of Eternity. Won't you come with me to explore? Let's gamble on the arena. You're wasting your talent on cultivation. Don't drag me into this." Junzhe gave him a cold look and turned to leave. "Hey, it's that interesting little kid." Zhezhe suddenly seemed to have noticed something. Wasn't he at odds with He? How come he's with Ling He now? Junzhe found Zhezhe incredibly boring. But Ling He, the female He who was the strongest in the same army as the king of soldiers? Zhezhe continued in surprise. "Hey, Tianhu Tianxue is here too. Really impressive. A dragon from Shi-like Kingdom, a near spirit level Tianhu, and Ling He. TSK, I have to go see what kind of magic he possesses." Having said that, Junzhe couldn't help but glance in the direction of Zhezhe's gaze. After all, Tianhu Tianxue was near spirit level. Junzhe was just that practical. He didn't want to give a second glance to those below the near spirit level, but he would spare some attention for those with higher strength. However, at first glance, he saw a child in Zhezhe's eyes. Although according to the calendar of the Dust Sand continent, Shenruo looked to be about 10 Dust Sand ages old, the age of adulthood for humans was different from Zhezhe's. Most importantly, this person might be a spirit rank, but Shenruo certainly didn't possess the methods of the true spirit rank mentioned by the king of soldiers, He, influencing particles, and converting elemental power, which was something that puzzled Junzhe. Having promised not to reveal Shenruo's existence, Junzhe, a type of Zhezhe, naturally had his pride as a Zhezhe, or perhaps what other races would understand as arrogance, but that didn't prevent him from keeping his promise. Therefore, he didn't intend to say much to Zhezhe, but instead walked directly toward Shenruo. Troubles brewing. Shenruo's eyesight was far superior to Junzhe's. He had a habit of observing his surroundings from every angle. Initially, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Junzhe was about to leave, but then the overly friendly Zhezhe next to Junzhe said something to him, causing Junzhe to notice them. Zhezhe was a beat slower to react to Junzhe's action, but he immediately realized what Junzhe was doing. The thought of a good show immediately took hold in Zhezhe's mind. Ling He belatedly realized that Junzhe was actually walking towards them. Seeing Junja stop in front of them, Ling He frowned, remembering the lie told by the king of soldiers, He. Seeing Zhezhi using humans to lure evil creatures, he intervened and brought the humans out. Could the Zhezhi he was talking about be Junja? Seeing Ling He take a step forward, his eyes clearly wary, Junja suddenly realized he might have made a mistake. He had been reflecting on his experience since parting ways at the Great Palace of Earth. Based on his analysis with Shinruo on the 6th floor regarding the relationship between his elemental power application and his spirit rank, he had repeatedly pondered and practiced these points, making significant progress. Therefore, upon seeing Shinruo, his first thought was to share his cultivation achievements since their separation. This was as simple as eating and drinking for Junja. It was perfectly normal. After all, his experience in cultivation meant that he would promptly seek feedback and exchange ideas with a suitable person, usually the Grand Magister of Light. However, his advancement in the Great Palace of Herd was based on ideas provided by Shinruo, and he couldn't very well discuss Shinruo's situation with the Grand Magister of Light. After all, he had promised to keep it a secret. He had originally planned to wait for Shinruo to emerge from the Helt Underground Palace, but she didn't appear even when closing time arrived. Later, he heard that the King of Soldiers, He, had brought out relics of the ancient elder He from the Helt Underground Palace, leading him to believe that Shinruo had likely left through another exit. Of course, in his view, the cooperation between Shinruo and the King of Soldiers, He, was merely a temporary arrangement. However, when Ling He appeared and showed signs of wariness, Junja realized something. His cooperation with Shinruo might be even more temporary than that between Shinruo and the King of Soldiers, He. What do you want? Ling He questioned. To Ling He, Zhezhi was definitely not a good person. Of course, I want to spar with Tianxue. Shall we have a match? Zhezhi had caught up by now. Looking at the situation, based on his understanding of Junja, he made a bold guess, then cautiously sought confirmation from Junja. No, it's... Junja thought for a while before finally finding the right words. I have something I want to discuss with Shinruo. Discuss what? Ling He's wariness intensified. I heard you use humans as bait to lure evil creatures? I think your Zhezhi are the most evil creatures. These words, while infuriating, also reminded the Zhezhi present of something. Junja had once led a large entourage of guards to capture an Eastern human, and later it was said that he even took that Eastern human to the Helter Underground Palace. In the end, Junja left the Helter Underground Palace on his own. The whole story remained a mystery, but now Ling He seemed to have provided the answer. This Eastern human was bait chosen by Junja for his trip to the Helter Underground Palace, but something's not right. The opening hours of the Helter Palace aren't predictable, and what evil creature would require an Eastern human to lure it away? Speaking of which, the human before him has black hair and black eyes. So, this is the Eastern human from the center of the rumors? Shinruo felt a headache coming on. Junja was the most difficult person to deal with since arriving in this world, bar none. The key point is that Junja stated, exchange. It's a private matter, what does it have to do with you? Ling He turned to look at Shinruo, seemingly seeking his opinion. Zhezhi, on the other hand, had already prepared to watch the show. Junja wasn't actually here to spar with Tianxue, he could actually misjudge someone. Unexpectedly, things didn't develop in any outrageous direction, because Shinruo shook his head. He's just my temporary employer. Actually, we already settled the payment, and I can't really help with the rest. His statement made the Zhezhi, who were unwilling to believe He, feel a little better, but it was also extremely boring. This is probably what kind of agreement Junja reached with this human. Perhaps the bloodline of the Eastern humans has a special effect on a certain material Junja is looking for in the Hell Grand Palace, thus forming an employment relationship. However, in Ishi's words, it became that Zhezhi was using humans as bait to gather monsters, so he could obtain more resources from the Hell Grand Palace. So, these Ishi are really good at making things up and spreading rumors. Ling He is well aware of Zhezhi, and his ilk's consistent views. The Ishi generally feel the same way about Zhezhi, except they probably think these Zhezhi are all hypocritical, arrogant, and pretentious. So she didn't care what Zhezhi and the others thought at all, and just nodded. Junja, you heard it too, we probably don't have much to talk about with you. Even when issuing a mission, there should be a mutual selection process. Junja wanted to say something more, but at this moment, more and more bidders came out of the auction center. Among them was a male celestial fox with fiery red hair, fiery red pupils, and honey-colored skin. He made no attempt to hide his use of his innate charm skill as he walked, causing a commotion. Chapter 117. The male celestial fox was naturally Gisilfa. He used his innate charm skill without a second thought, because that was how he was in his original world. indulging in unrestrained behavior, displaying his power and beauty through his animalistic instincts. In a world inhabited only by celestial foxes, unleashing charm was a means of demonstrating one's strength. Charm was a symbol of status, power, and position. After arriving on the Dust Sand continent, the celestial foxes there had interacted with other races, so their habits differed from those in Gisilfa's world. However, Gisilfa had no intention of changing himself. In his original world, Gisilfa was a celestial fox at the pinnacle, possessing innate abilities and talents. His beauty and strength commanded the willing submission of other celestial foxes. While the celestial foxes of this world might be somewhat ungrateful, they possess sacred relics, like the celestial fox jade, which happened to be a quest item. Gisilfa's plan was simple and brutal. First, become the king of the celestial fox clan, then, expand their territory, conquer regions possessing quest items. Oh, and of course, first, destroy the Hehe. The reason? Because the Hehe clan caused the celestial fox jade to shatter. Otherwise, upon arriving on the Dust Sand continent, he could directly obtain a complete piece of the celestial fox jade. With this sacred relic, he could instantly increase his strength, saving himself the trouble of killing and stealing. The celestial fox clan now has more than one branch. Although the celestial foxes cannot harm or kill him when he displays his mark, those two ungrateful leaders before fought back fiercely, didn't they? As for the remaining 3 fragments of the celestial fox jade, one of them was supposedly used and shattered by celestial fox Tianxue and the king of soldiers, Heshi, in their final battle, but Gisilfa didn't believe it. However, it's a fact that the heavenly fox jade fragment of Tianxue disappeared after her battle with the soldier king Heshi. Since the heavenly fox jade fragment has the effect of making other heavenly foxes submit, whether Tianxue still possesses it or not cannot deceive the other heavenly foxes. This female heavenly fox is quite cunning. She fled before even meeting him. If they had met, Tianxue wouldn't have possessed the heavenly fox jade fragment, or even if she did, it wouldn't compare to his possession of 2 fragments. Gisilfa could naturally use submission to force Tianxue to tell the truth. Originally, Tianxue had already left with Ling He and Shenruo and wouldn't have encountered Gisilfa, but Junja delayed them, and Gisilfa is now quickly approaching them. The Heavenly Fox clan's charm can be divided into passive and active types. Besides using passive charm skills, Gisilfa's active charm is as natural as eating and drinking. His active allure differed slightly from that of Tianxue. Gisilfa believed himself to be a born king, so his active allure instilled in others a sense of reverence, a willingness to sacrifice themselves for him, even to the point of death. In short, it was a manifestation of royal aura, without embellishment. Throughout his journey, those with weaker strength, such as those only at the mid or low level, were already unable to resist his charm. Some even prostrated themselves on the spot, raising their hands in praise of Gisilfa. This was the rhythm he was familiar with. Gisilfa was quite satisfied with the effect of his charm, and thus he walked all the way to Tianxue. To his slight surprise, the other beings beside Tianxue, while not entirely unaffected by his charm, all maintained their rationality. Unlike Shenruo, who enjoyed browsing encyclopedias in his spare time, Gisilfa rarely consulted the encyclopedia given to him by the gatekeeper. He mostly just grabbed a random celestial fox to ask questions, or had other beings under his charm answer, thus obtaining the answers he desired. Because of this, Gisilfa's understanding of the Dust Sand continent was basically limited to what interested him. Before heading to the Eternal Tower, he focused on consolidating the Celestial Fox clan's power. This so-called consolidation was essentially using the Celestial Fox Jade's effects to first subjugate the Celestial Fox warriors to him. Then, he deployed these subjugated warriors to capture Celestial Foxes in batches across the 1,000 desolate plains who refused to accept his leadership and the idea of the Celestial Fox clan becoming a tyrant's playground, and then used the Celestial Fox Jade's effects to subjugate them as well. He had yet to develop any interest in or learn about the human race. Therefore, Shenruo was unaffected by his charm. In Gisilfa's eyes, it was no different from Zhuzhe and Ling He losing their minds because of his charm. However, seeing the commotion Gisilfa had caused along the way, Shenruo knew that if he appeared too calm, he might seem abnormal. But now, he was very aware of his acting skills, so he chose to silently stand behind Ling He, trying to minimize his presence. "Let me see, isn't this Tianxue from our Heavenly Fox clan?" Gisilfa spoke up. As expected, the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment is gone, but our sacred relics so easily destroyed. What exactly happened that day? Shouldn't you tell me? Such crucial information was casually revealed to everyone in public. Everyone present, regardless of race, strength level, or affiliation couldn't help but prick up their ears. Tianhu Tianxue spoke tremulously, "Your Majesty. The Tianhu Jade fragment is truly shattered, and the battlefield is nearby. Why don't you go and see for yourself?" He already possessed the Tianhu Jade fragment, but the mark still reacted when the Tianhu Jade was mentioned. Gisilfa certainly didn't believe the fragment was beyond repair. "I will go, but before that you come with me," Gisilfa commanded Tianhu Tianxue. Tianhu Tianxue hadn't wanted her lack of submission exposed, but now she seemed to have no choice. "This is the Eternal Tower, with so many powerful beings here. I think you better be more discreet." It was Zizha who spoke. He was surprisingly fearless. Gisilfa stared at Zizha and his group for a moment, then sneered, "Did I force her?" Seeing that Tianhu Tianxue didn't move, he emphasized, "Or you should tell them you did it voluntarily, She can't go with you, because she's already formed a mission team contract with another being." Shenruo, seeing Gangshi walking out of the auction house, suddenly thought of a way to get Tianhu Tianxue out of there. Gangshi needed a partner for the Eternal Tower mission. Someone too weak wouldn't do. Tianhu Tianxue's strength was definitely within Gangshi's requirements. "Oh! What level of contract?" Gisilfa turned to Tianhu Tianxue. "The Blood Pact." Tianhu Tianxue's eyes welled with tears. "So I can't." "Your Majesty, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's that I die if I break the contract." She trembled all over, looking helpless and pitiful. Gisilfa had already learned the rules of the Eternal Tower before coming. Although he believed that as long as he displayed his mark, no matter how powerful the native beings of the Dust Sand continent were, they couldn't do anything to him. However, if they united, it would take Gisilfa a lot of effort and time to defeat them. Most importantly, other candidates might also be here, and he didn't want to give them an easy opportunity. "I wait and see who forms a contract with you," Gisilfa said. "You won't leave the Eternal Tower until then." The beauty, allure, and vitality of the Tianhu were directly related to their strength. Therefore, the Tianhu clan admired beauty. Although Gisilfa openly believed his beauty was unparalleled, he probably considered Tianhu Tianxue's beauty second only. Gisilfa had, of course, crushed beautiful celestial foxes before, but the two leaders weren't as beautiful as Tianhu Tianxue. Perhaps Gisilfa felt his own beauty didn't need the contrast of these unremarkable beings, and that Tianhu Tianxue's beauty only served to highlight his power. Or perhaps he felt that unparalleled beauty was lonely, so he spared Tianhu Tianxue's life for the time being. Tianhu Tianxue couldn't immediately ascertain Gisilfa's thoughts, and could only lower her eyes to look at the ground. While she remained silent, Gisilfa, ignoring the gazes of the others, had already strode away alone. Following the minor chaos caused by Gisilfa, Shenruo noticed that some beings, while not closely observing the events, were watching from a distance. He also noticed that these beings appeared quite peculiar. Whether it was the serpentine creature with a thin veil encircling its body by a metal ring, and its tentacle-like hands, or the strange race whose branches resembled soft vines, yet whose bodies were like trees, Shenruo had never seen anything like them before. These were clearly the Frost Serpent clan and the Plant Spirit clan. As for who the candidates were, testing them here would certainly not lead to the same result as in that cave-dwelling human settlement. Simply because many people have ears. Just as an encyclopedia could appear in one's hand without touching the earring, the initial storage item, or rather, the quest item-specific storage space, of the first level of the God's Law upon entering the Dust Sand continent possessed abilities that ordinary storage space gems on this continent could not achieve. It allows items placed within it to appear anywhere they come into contact with the holder's body, and it can also acquire an item through thought when the distance is close enough, such as when the holder's aura touches the item. Shenruo had already tested this when no one was around. The conclusion that the distance between the holder's aura and the item could achieve this was reached after Shenruo deliberated and experimented with the item in her earring. Looking back, Shenruo felt that her initial attempt to obtain the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment was a huge adventure undertaken without sufficient information. When Shenruo first arrived on the Dust and Sand continent, although he possessed the encyclopedia, his inertia meant he held the book in his hand whenever he wanted to consult it, and mentally summoned it. The gatekeeper demonstrated the same thing, so Shenruo initially didn't realize the distance could be extended. However, when he seized the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment, he felt that the fragment was already stored in his earring before his hand even touched it. Later, he carefully considered how the earring determined the distance for collecting the quest item, and finally realized it was the distance of chi. To ensure his descent speed, and to vertically break through the ground into the flower-haired rat tunnel below, he enveloped his body in true chi, using the chi surrounding him as a sharp blade. At that moment, he briefly separated the magical fluctuations of Heavenly Fox Tianxue and Soldier King Hishi, so his chi contacted the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment before his body. Having confirmed this information, there were many things that could be done. For example, Shinruo now had her hands in her pockets, but her hands were already gripping several quest items that had been in her earring. Phoenix Feather, Star Spirit Gem, Dark Crystal, and Celestial Fox Jade Fragment. With such a powerful combination of information, Shinruo couldn't believe that she couldn't discern the true candidates with her own discerning eyes. Chapter 118. Shinruo took out the quest item, and then put it back in a split second. Several suppressed cries of pain echoed across the plaza. Shinruo memorized their distinctive voice prints from these sounds, while simultaneously scanning the area with his eyes. Even Gisilfa, who had left but hadn't gone far, wasn't spared the quest item, or rather, he was the most severely affected, because he had actually branded himself on his forehead. Gisilfa was still clutching his head. Although the time between the excruciating pain and its relief was short, the lingering pain was terrifying. This level of pain was completely different from the level experienced when the Phoenix Feather and the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment were displayed at the auction. Those candidates were all incredibly powerful, and their pain tolerance was extraordinary. It could be said that the law of sensing pain from quest items inherently took into account the pain tolerance threshold of each race. Shinruo also realized that if candidates were to memorize and consciously recall the pain level associated with a specific task item, for example, the pain level when it appeared, in order to better endure and cope with it, they would gradually become better able to handle such unexpected situations. For example, he himself could now tolerate the pain of a certain task item appearing without showing any outward expression. Although there were loopholes in the laws of the imprint, the greatest threat to his life still lay with the other candidates. That's what Shinruo believed. Therefore, understanding who these beings who might be chasing him in the future were was a rather important matter for Shinruo. Today, all these beings have gathered. If not all of them, at least 5 out of 7 have shown up. The absence of the Hashi candidate was expected. He already possessed the Phoenix Feather and the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment. There was no reason for him to waste his fortune on this extravagant gathering. Besides them, one other being was missing. Who it was, Shinruo didn't know. He was simply gathering as much information as possible, but it was impossible to miss anything. After tonight, except for the one candidate who hadn't shown himself, Shinruo remembered the appearances and voices of the other candidates. Of course, the appearance of the cold serpent greatly affected his memory. Just like rabbits and orange cats appear very similar to humans, most Westerners appear similar to Easterners, and most Easterners appear similar to Westerners. Compared to humans and humanoid races like Zhezhi and Heshi, the cold serpent appeared very similar to them. The spirit plant race did have differences, but these differences were difficult for humans to remember and distinguish. Furthermore, plants can grow and change, even flowering and branching, so Shinruo couldn't determine whether they would undergo morphological changes like the stone spirits. Even with his enhanced visual and auditory senses, combined with his memory, Shinruo couldn't guarantee he recognized them immediately upon meeting again. However, Shinruo would try his best. He would repeatedly recall their distinctive appearance and voice print to ensure he had a varied and accurate impression. The plaza changed repeatedly in a short time. This was the Eternal Tower. No one could stop anyone else. So Ling he said to Shinruo, "Shall we go?" She wasn't really asking Shinruo's opinion, because she left immediately after speaking, and Shinruo quickly followed. At this moment, he was still grateful for Ling He's decisiveness, and Ling He had played the role of leader very well in their strange group. After all, neither he nor Tianhu Tianxue wanted to attract any more attention at this point. "Why are you still following us?" Upon reaching the inn, Tianhu Tianxue was still closely following Ling He and Shinruo. Although Ling He didn't dislike Tianhu Tianxue, after all, the passive charm of a near-spirit rank Tianhu made it hard to feel repulsed by her. It didn't mean Ling He could provide her with protection. Just kidding, a supreme rank expert providing protection to a near-spirit rank expert? Who would believe that? I still don't know who my contract partner is. Tianhu Tianxue bit her lower lip. There's a powerful stone elf who's looking for people to form a team to challenge A-rank or even S-rank missions in the Tower of Eternity. Do you want to contact him? Shinruo believed that after Gisilfa's actions, Tianhu Tianxue's troubles were already common knowledge. Whether Steelstone would accept Tianhu Tianxue into his team was a two-way street. How strong is she? Tianhu Tianxue hesitated. We find out when we meet her. Shinruo took out her communication crystal and contacted Steelstone. A stone elf candidate, and the first female Tianhu, you really came up with something. But one thing is certain, stone elves can't be charmed. Ling He laughed. She thought Shinruo was truly a clever person. How could she come up with such an idea? After all, if you were to ask what race the Tianhu clan least wanted to deal with, it would definitely be the stone elves. Because the stone spirits are heartless, they are completely unaffected by the allure of the celestial foxes. The celestial foxes are accustomed to using charm to establish their advantage in social interactions, but the stone spirits render their advantages meaningless. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one on the Dust Sand continent would associate these two races. But what's causing Tianhu Tianxua's trouble now? Gisilpha. Gisilpha possesses unparalleled charm and is a candidate. Ordinary beings cannot harm him because of his mark, allowing him to fight recklessly in direct combat. Plus, he has the mark on his forehead, clearly confident in his beauty, believing no one can resist looking at his face. As a result, the stone spirit candidate is first and foremost a stone spirit, emphasizing unmovedness, and as a fellow candidate, Gisilpha must carefully consider whether he might be counterkilled. This is clearly an option specifically designed to counter Gisilpha. Tianhu Tianxua was initially stunned upon hearing the word stone spirit candidate, but quickly understood. Following the stone elf candidate would indeed make Gisilpha somewhat cautious for the time being. How can I thank you enough? Tianhu Tianxua sincerely expressed her gratitude. I might also join his team. Just think of me as a human with too little strength, who would be a burden, and you're doing this to raise the average between us, Shenruo replied without hesitation. Ling He couldn't help but glance sideways. Too little strength would be a burden. Was that even human language? But she didn't intend to expose Shenruo. After all, it was an agreement. During the communication, Gangsha readily accepted Tianhu Tianxua's offer. First, there's the matter of strength. Tianhu Tianxua's strength is undeniable, and her addition will undoubtedly elevate the team's reputation. Second, there's Gangsha's desire to make the team his own asset on the Dust Sand continent. Tianhu Tianxua, a female Tianhu who seems unlikely to return to the Tianhu clan and appears to have a hidden story, is exactly what he needs. His acceptance of Tianhu Tianxua now means she owes him a favor, and Tianhu Tianxua seems to have no sense of belonging to the Tianhu candidates. Gangsha is unaware of the effects of Tianhu Jade's submission, so he hasn't considered how to handle Tianhu Tianxua's submission. Of course, in reality, Tianhu Tianxua wasn't affected by the submission effect. After some discussion, a mutually agreeable result was reached. The next day, after processing the gold coins obtained from the exchange, Ling He bid farewell to Shenruo and left the Eternal Tower. After this auction, Shenruo could now be described as richer than a country. Of course, country refers to the weaker small countries on the Dust Sand continent, but regardless of size, as long as he didn't lose his storage ring, he had already achieved financial freedom. Carrying such a large sum of money around the Dust Sand continent was clearly not a good idea, so Shenruo opened a storage slot in the Eternal Tower and deposited most of his money into it. The storage slot was a large storage gem, almost the same size as the space inside, capable of holding a great many items. After depositing the money, Shenruo went to the shop in the human settlement they had visited every day before the auction started, and bought 2 of each of the crystal weapons he felt he needed. Only after doing all this did he contact Tianhu Tianxua and Gangsha using the communication crystal. He could certainly accept Steelstone's invitation and join his mission team. These mission teams were relatively free, much like the mercenary group of the legendary soldier Hercule, which, despite having many members, only deployed a small squad for each mission. Of course, Steelstone's team was still small. During the time Shenruo was engrossed in researching crystal weapons until the auction began, Steelstone's team building progressed. Firstly, before Shenruo introduced Tianhu Tianxua and accepted his invitation, Steelstone's team already had 8 members. These 8 members included Steelstone himself, some renowned in the arena of Ion, and others he had met while accepting and completing missions and watering the mission area. Secondly, Steelstone's team had already passed Ion's A-level team qualification certification. This smooth progress was due to Steelstone's strength attracting attention from various parties. Ion already had some lone wolves looking for teams, and the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand also found it interesting and wanted to help Steelstone, without his knowledge. Under these circumstances, the members of Steelstone's team were naturally all quite capable. One of Steelstone's most admired teammates was a member of the Horn tribe, who reportedly considered issues Steelstone, as a stone spirit, would never have considered. For example, the team needed a healer. The other members were also formidable. For instance, there was a frost serpent who rarely left the Frost Spirit Mountains, a demon, 2 Zhezhe, and 2 human warriors. As for He-Shi, with Zhezhe present, would any He-Shi still be willing to join the team? Actually, given Zhezhe's proud personality, she wouldn't have wanted to join a team like the Steel Stone organization, what Shinrua knew as a random group in an old online game. But after seeing these two Zhezhe, Shinrua understood why. These were twins with a different build than ordinary Zhezhe. For ordinary Zhezhe, these two were significantly different in size. Besides their fair skin, the golden markings on their skin were much lighter in color than any Zhezhe had ever seen. Was this similar to albinism, a condition prevalent on Earth before the advent of genetic technology? However, albino individuals are still of normal height. While these two Zhezhe were still a bit taller and stronger than Shinrua, they were still quite small compared to the average Zhezhe's height, which was only about shoulder height. However, these two Zhezhe had a considerable number of markings, though one's markings were concentrated on the left and the others on the right. Maybe being together makes them incredibly strong, like being able to use magic that Zhezhe alone can't use. While Gangster introduced the team members, Shinrua's thoughts wandered aimlessly. This human can join the team? Some members disagreed. Although Gangster had mentioned that a human had come with a well-known near-spirit rank celestial fox before they met, Shinrua didn't seem like someone who could join an A-rank mission team. He can, a human warrior spoke up. He won a championship in a niche category in the arena, and I heard the celestial fox was with him. I can forego the commission, Shinrua said casually, and I take full responsibility for my own life. Chapter 119. No commission, risk your life. These 8 words would be outrageous in any team. However, that's not the most outrageous part. Because Shinrua continued, since I already said I don't want commission and I'm risking my life, then there's no need for me to register. I can just join the group. As for the specific work, I choose what I like to do. I hope you won't mind if I slack off. Then what are you here for? Another member questioned. I'm a bound member of Tianhu Tianxue. You either don't want any of them, or you want both. Shinrua stated the conclusion. Alright, he doesn't want commission either. Just treat them like our two Zhezhe brothers, okay? Hanshi stepped in to smooth things over. Judging from her voice, she was actually a female Hanshi. Although Shinrua's words were quite irritating, the logic was sound. They didn't ask for commissions, and even introduced a near-spirit level beautiful celestial fox to the team. What's wrong with just joining the team as a fellow traveler? If there's anything unpleasant, it's that Shinrua's expression was a little problematic. Being picky and dawdling is fine, but don't be so explicit from the start. It affects other people's perceptions. However, Shinrua was oblivious to this. In his view, clearly explaining his situation first was a sign of respect for the team's operation. After Tianhu Tianxue registered and joined the team, she underwent a strength verification. Once these procedures were completed, the team was officially formed. A team with 9 registered members, but actually 10 members is sufficient for all team quests issued by Island. Speaking of which, we've been upgrading our team's qualifications lately, all for A-level missions, right? A-level missions, even ignoring the extra rewards, all have a gold coin reward of at least 10,000. Are you sure you don't want the reward? Jiao Tiao confirmed with Shinrua. Yes, I don't need it, Shinrua confirmed. I haven't even registered. Even if I go to arbitration, it doesn't prove I contributed during the mission. You don't need to worry about that. Then, let's see what A-level missions are available, Gangster said. Before that, I want to post a mission, Tianhu Tianxue said. You guys choose, I don't have any requirements for the mission. She then went to the front desk of the mission posting area. What kind of mission is she posting? Hanshi asked Shinrua. Probably to find someone to pay attention, and try to get her friend out of the buyer's control. Shinrua answered uncertainly, because Tianxue hadn't been able to save Tian Xiao, whom Shinrua had met at the auction, so Shinrua guessed this. The female celestial foxes who were previously with Tianhu Tianxue were named Tian Yao and Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao appeared among the celestial foxes being auctioned, but Tian Yao's whereabouts were unknown, and Tianhu Tianxue didn't mention it either. Shinrua didn't ask further. Do you have any missions that interest you? Gangster asked Shinrua, not forgetting why he had invited her to join the group. However, his behavior drew another round of puzzles from the other members. Although this person of Eastern human blood might be considered somewhat powerful among humans, after all, he had been a champion in a jigsaw puzzle competition. Shouldn't a powerful stone spirit like you, putting in so much effort to form a group and strive for A-level aptitude, choose your own missions? This human, showing no sense of humility, actually started choosing. Shinrua looked at the A-rank missions. The difficulty of most was obvious. For example, missions like collect 100 dragon bone soul stones from the former territory of the wilderness dragon king in the ice plains, or take the head of a general from a certain country, and this general is a spirit rank. How about this one? Shinrua's finger moved to one of the missions. Find the ruins of Tenero-Hitisja and bring back the golden mask from the temples underground. Steelstone read out the mission requirements. Sounds less dangerous and more interesting than other missions, not bad. What are the ruins of Tenero-Hitisja? Never heard of them. A member muttered. Why don't we ask at the front desk? I remember A-rank missions usually allow detailed inquiries, and often require meeting the employer first, although employers usually pay for the team's travel expenses to their location, Cold Serpent said. As Cold Serpent knew, the front desk provided them with detailed information about this A-rank mission. Firstly, 3 teams have accepted this A-level quest so far. 2 of these teams are currently out of contact, while 1 team has just arrived at the employer's castle. The employer is a lord from the Sanshin Kingdom, a vast continent that is extremely far from the Eternal Tower, a distance that would take even a dragon 20 days to reach without stopping. According to the employer, the Tenero-Hitisja ruins are a legendary site in the Sanshin Kingdom. He only has speculations about the ruins, and has never actually found or entered them. He also left a communication crystal ball in the Tower of Eternity, so that teams needing to accept the quest could communicate with him. This was because clues might need to be found before heading to Sandkar. If the team felt it was feasible, the employer would pay 200 gold coins upfront as travel expenses after accepting the quest. The travel expenses alone indicated how far they would have to travel to Sandkar. The communication crystal ball was connected, and the employer personally explained to Steelstone the preparations needed before going to Sandkar, and that upon arrival, they would need to obtain necessary items from the employer before setting out to search for any chance of success. The employer also reiterated the reward. Besides the promised 60,000 gold coins, any other items they obtained from the ruins would belong to them. He only wanted the golden mask. How is it? Steelstone asked the other members. The preliminary preparation is to go to the Holy See to find relevant information to obtain relevant data. Is there any information that can't be directly told to us? The human warrior asked, confused. But it doesn't sound too difficult. Actually, the Holy See's database can be accessed for a fee. Compared to some quest prerequisites, it's not dangerous, and I already paid for the travel expenses. I can go, said Cold Serpent. The other members also felt that going to the Holy See wasn't out of the question, since the Holy See's database was near the Holy Temple. For the various races living on the Dust Sand continent, most of them would periodically visit the Holy Temple to worship the god who created their race. After accepting the quest and handling their respective matters at the Tower of Eternity, the team set off along the Issue Highway towards the Holy Temple. On the way, Shinruo and Tian Shui finally got to know the other team members. The Frost Serpent's name was Saintsin, and she was female. Although she was a Frost Serpent, her cold resistance wasn't particularly good, making her an anomaly for a race that had long inhabited the Frost Spirit Mountains. Her eyes were blue, and she had 8 tentacle-like arms. According to the Eternal Tower's evaluation system, she was a top-tier Frost Serpent. The 2 Zhizha, significantly shorter than the average Zhizha, were named Igari and Igarko, both males. Individually, their strength was assessed as high tier, but when they used twin magic, its power could reach near spirit tier. The Horned Sparrow's name was Sleal, male. According to Steelstone, he was very experienced in teamwork and mission completion. He used to be the leader of a mission team, but due to the team's disbandment, he became a straggler. The demon in the team kept giving Shinruo a malicious, predatory smile, as if he were looking at food. Shinruo chose to ignore this. The demon was named Geralt. He appeared before them as a humanoid figure with a giant, lizard-like tail, about the same height as the 2 Zhizhas, but with purple skin and eyes. Besides him were 2 humans, both possessing impressive physiques for their race. One, named Gaika, wielded a round-headed heavy hammer. The other human's primary weapon was a hand cannon-like weapon, inlaid with numerous crystals, indicating that each strike he made was extremely valuable. His name was Gu Li. He was said to be the son of a human crystal mine owner, but this mine owner had many sons, and he wasn't skilled in crystal mining. Therefore, he came to the Eternal Tower seeking quest opportunities, hoping to use this opportunity to help his mother gain a better foothold in the family. It sounded like his father had more than one wife, a marriage system from the patriarchal era of his home planet Earth that Shinruo found overly archaic, but that wasn't necessarily true. He knew too little about this. Shinruo had just entertained this thought when he immediately considered that perhaps polyandry also existed among humans. Both humans were high-ranking warriors. This was already top-tier combat power among humans. The fact that Steelstone had found so many high-level members in just 30 or 40 days could only be attributed to his high rating and considerable effort. The Holy Temple was located in the center of the continental map. From the air, The ground formed in natural concentric circle topography, actually composed of folded mountain ranges that appeared out of nowhere on the plains. These mountain ranges, however, appeared remarkably regular from the air. The mountain ranges stretched in arcs, forming 3 discontinuous circles, the discontinuities being areas without mountain peaks. At the center of the concentric circles lies a vast, flat plain. At the heart of this naturally formed, or perhaps directly constructed by the gods using their own laws, massive stone ground stands 8 divine statues. Each of these 8 statues is tens of meters tall. Judging from their postures and expressions, they seem to be gathered together discussing something. Perhaps, this is the scene at the beginning of creation, when the gods discuss the creation of the dust and sand continent. Around the sacred site, the Holy See has built numerous megalithic structures along the stone ground not far away, their heights gradually increasing. The closer the structures are to the statues, the lower they are, the closer they are to the distant mountains, the taller they are. This gradual distribution is to ensure that the sacredness of the 8 statues is not diminished. The natural circle at the very center of the sacred temple is a true no-fly zone. Even spirit-level dragons cannot fly over it. All races here can only gaze upwards at the statues, feeling the awe-inspiring power of the colossal stone statues. In the open space between the 8 statues, no race can use magic here, but they can look up at the statues. Chapter 120. The mission team members observed the ceremony before their respective deities' statues, after which they dispersed to explore freely. Some members researched relevant divinely ordained poems, others perused history, and still others ventured to other ruins to sense the will left behind by the gods. Shinrua did not leave. He remained in the open space between the 8 statues, quietly observing the ruins. For the first time, Shinrua vividly felt the power of the laws left behind by the gods of the dust-sand continent. Because the power of these laws was a concept frequently mentioned in Eastern metaphysics, which Shinrua was familiar with. Nothingness. Nothingness seems simple, but it is actually a very obscure and difficult concept to understand. The most profound yet also the most simplistic word in the past Eastern metaphysics was nothingness. Air appears colorless and odorless, yet it still exists. A vacuum seems to have no air, yet it still exists. The existence of a vacuum, in ancient times, was said by philosophers on their home planet Earth to necessarily exist within it, called ether. What is ether? Scientists on Earth have relentlessly searched for and redefined it, ultimately discovering dark energy and dark matter, and creating technological constructs that touch upon the realm of laws. The nothingness here is not true nothingness, but rather a wondrous experience of transformation, a profound and indescribable awareness that can be felt by closing one's eyes and entering a meditative state. Here, Shinrua can more clearly observe the circulation of his meridians and internal energy. Since his true energy was completely replaced by the particle energy unique to the dust-sand continent, Shinrua had always felt a slight constraint in the circulation of his true energy. Now, he truly felt as if he had opened his Ren and Du meridians for the second time. Shinrua stood on the ground amidst the 8 statues until dusk before finally letting out a long sigh. Leaving the statues, he used his communication crystal to contact Gangshur. The team's data collection had made some progress, but Gangshur felt that, given the 2 other mission teams had lost contact, this mission was definitely not simple. As a precaution, he decided to stay at the Holy See for 2 more days to gather as much information as possible related to the Sand City Kingdom. Shinrua, of course, wouldn't refuse to read books and study history and culture. Moreover, he was confident that in the remaining time, he could not only review the materials that the other team members had read, but also absorb as much other relevant material as possible. The Sand City Kingdom was a land mostly covered by yellow sand. But miraculously, although its surface was yellow sand, beneath the thick sand lay abundant groundwater, and below the groundwater were large chunks of water elemental crystals. It was as if all the moisture in the surface soil had been deposited underground. This was a kingdom that would take a dragon 20 days to reach from the Tower of Eternity, even flying day and night without stopping. The team had already wasted 3 days at the Holy Temple, and the route through the Holy Temple was somewhat circuitous, so it had taken them nearly 50 days to reach their employer's castle. The cities of the Sandshin Kingdom were all built by first digging underground to extract water, then bringing the water to the surface, and finally constructing the city around the water source. Therefore, the cities of the Sandshin Kingdom were like oases in the desert, with water systems visible throughout the city. Water circulated throughout the city, cooling it and maintaining its humidity. The Horn tribe is the ruling race of this country, and the Kingdom of Sand City is a nation where the Horn tribe and humans coexist. The reason why the location of the Tenairohisha ruins is unknown is obvious. The yellow sand moves, and the positions of the sand dunes change constantly. Currently, cities in the Kingdom of Sand City are connected by specialized location sensing machines. These devices were invented by human mechanics. They are not something that has existed naturally since ancient times. With these location sensing devices, both the Horn tribe and the humans living in the Kingdom of Sand City have gained considerable convenience. In ancient times, transportation in the Kingdom of Sand City relied heavily on maps and biopointers. In ancient times, once a city was abandoned, it could easily become a ruin buried under the yellow sand. Even if ancient maps remain, it is easy to lose one's way in the vast yellow sand. The same colors and landscapes cause visual fatigue, and the shifting sand dunes cannot form effective landmarks. Under such circumstances, searching for an ancient ruin, especially when ancient maps are not very accurate and the yellow sand coverage is so vast, undoubtedly makes it a level A challenge. The employer was a noble lord of the Horn tribe, also known as a city lord, since the effective territory of the Sand City Kingdom extended to the area covered by the Watersource City circulation system. The city where the employer resided was called Neo-Tronatia. In other words, the ruins the employer needed them to reach were ancient Tronisha, the ancient city corresponding to the present-day Neo-Tronatia. After reviewing historical materials, the team members had a written understanding of ancient Tronisha. This was an ancient capital city, once renowned as a pearl on the sands, abandoned due to a contagious disease. At its peak, the city boasted tens of thousands of inhabitants. However, due to the spread of the disease, countless residents fell ill overnight, and death swept through the city. The survivors decided to abandon this city, abandoning everything within it, for everything could potentially carry the contamination. Even so, on their journey away from the city, residents continued to show symptoms of the disease, abandoned along the way, dying in the desert sands. Few of the original inhabitants of Neo-Tronisha survived the desert's devastation. Of the tens of thousands of residents, less than a third remained when the survivors decided to abandon the city, and of those, only a few hundred truly survived the desert journey. These few hundred were the Horn children, who later founded Neo-Tronisha. Their blood possessed the ability to resist that ancient infectious disease. Therefore, one reason the team came to Neo-Tronatia was to receive this disease-fighting serum, before setting off to search for the ancient ruins of Tronatia. Because no one knew whether the pathogens of the infectious disease still remained in the current Tronatia ruins. Another reason was that the place where the golden masks were kept in the temple of the ancient Tronatia ruins was sealed when the survivors left, requiring a special key to open. And this key, after research, can now be replicated by human mechanics. However, replicating such a key is extremely complex, and the key itself is very expensive. Therefore, the employer wants to contact the team members and confirm their abilities before handing over the key to the mission team. The three teams that previously accepted the mission were a Zhizha team, a Hishi team, and a Demon team. A mixed team like the one formed by Gangshur, which combines different races, is rare among mission teams. However, such a team has more and more options for skill and talent combinations. This is the advantage that Zleel, a member of the Horn tribe, presented to the Lord. Although also a Horn tribe member, Zleel's country is far from Shachin Kingdom. He comes from the Wishin Kingdom, which possesses the quest item, the ancient stone hairpin. The relatively natural mutual trust among people of the same race led the Lord of Neo-Tronatia to accept Zleel's explanation and host a banquet for the mission team that arrived in Neo-Tronatia. After a short rest, the team prepared plenty of food and water nearby. Shinruo bought a backpack and filled it with a storage gem. This was much better for him than carrying a bunch of jewelry. At least it wouldn't affect his hand dexterity, nor would it make his clothes look cumbersome. Neo-Tronatia also had some essential desert travel items. For example, a special water bottle that could generate water for travel through the energy conversion of crystal elements. Sains, a member of the Frost Serpent clan in the team, was a relatively unusual member, but her cold resistance was poor compared to other Frost Serpents. Upon arriving in the desert, the Frost Serpent clan, a race whose innate talent lies in water elemental power, found the heat and dehydration overwhelming. If she couldn't ingest enough water, the power of her water elemental magic would likely be significantly reduced. Of course, this was Sains' own assessment. The other members couldn't verify its veracity. In any case, to be on the safe side, Shinruo filled all the pockets in his backpack. He alone carried more food and water than the entire team combined from their storage accessories. He only wore a storage necklace, primarily for easy access to weapons and money. Space crystals weren't cheap. Shinruo's backpack alone cost nearly 1,000 gold coins. This was even because his backpack wasn't large and had multiple pockets that could hold space crystals. Despite this extravagance, the other team members were astonished and realized there was a reason this human had said he wouldn't accept payment for joining the group. For mission members like them, whose livelihood depends on completing tasks, their biggest expense is their weapons. They usually only carry 1 or 2 storage items. For this desert expedition, their employer provided an extra storage item filled with food and water to ensure their endurance. 3 storage items were already their maximum usual travel limit. Buying dozens of space crystals at once, like Shinruo did, seemed utterly inconceivable to them. After preparations were complete, the team calibrated their biocompass according to the approximate directions drawn on the ancient map and began their journey through the desert. The mode of transportation used in the desert was a special kind of vehicle that didn't require wheels. The vehicle's structure resembled a sled, hence the name sand sled. The vehicle was propelled by jet propulsion from the rear of the sled using wind elemental crystals. The driver only needed to control the direction. Skilled sand sled drivers could navigate sandstorms at high speeds across moving sand dunes using a method similar to that of surfers in the oceans of Shinruo's home planet. Since their target was not another city, the sand sleds could only take them to a general area. The coordinates drawn on ancient maps were not as precise as they are now, and the ruins of the city must now be buried under the yellow sand. Chapter 121. Based on the known information, after reaching the approximate location of the ruins, the team must leave the sand sleds and search for the ancient capital on foot. If the sand sleds remain in place, they are likely to be swallowed by the sand before they find the ruins. Therefore, if they can find the ruins and leave with the golden masks, they can only use the communication crystal to have their employer send sand sleds to the location of their tracking devices to pick them up. The first 2 teams that lost contact were said to have had their tracking devices unresponsive. The third team also lost contact with their employer after Shinruo's group arrived in Neotronatea. In other words, there might be some kind of magnetic field used by interference devices within the ruins of this ancient capital. Let's assume it's a magnetic field, but it's definitely not the kind of magnetic field found on their home planet, Earth, because the structural logic of the 2 different worlds is quite different. Leaving the sand sleds, the team began a thorough search. Although it was a thorough search, it wasn't aimless movement. Because the tracking devices could malfunction at any time, the team didn't split up, but instead formed a V shape and searched the desert. Regarding how to bring the Tronisha ruins back to light, the divinely inspired poetry collection contains relevant clues. When direction is lost, travelers hear songs from the earth. This is a line from the divinely inspired poem, The Reappearance of Tronisha. Sometimes divinely inspired poems contain hints or metaphors, and don't always explicitly state what is about to happen or has already occurred. Therefore, after discussion, the team believes this line refers to the existence of living beings beneath the Tronisha ruins, or perhaps, for some reason, when they could hear sounds emanating from underground while standing on the sand, they arrived above the Tronisha ruins. So what they were doing now was moving within a specific area until they heard the song from the earth. The mission team continued searching through the desert until evening, when they spotted the hurricane in the distance. Should we avoid it? Asked the human warrior, Gu Li, because the hurricane looked terrifying, and desert hurricanes move. Wait a minute, Gangsher said, looking at the massive hurricane. Its base doesn't seem to be moving. It's just the top of the hurricane that's swaying, and listen. The howling of the wind, was that the song from the earth? That was too unorthodox. However, upon closer listening, the sound was indeed different from that of a normal hurricane. Is it because the eye of the hurricane is hollow, making it sound different from a normal desert hurricane? Asked Jai Jiali. Because one of them had markings mainly on the left side of his body, and the other on the right, they were easily distinguishable despite their similar appearance. Shinruo didn't participate in their discussion, because the hurricane over the distant sands was outside his area of expertise. There were no such hurricanes in the deserts of his home planet, Earth. Without comparison, he had no way of knowing whether the sound of the wind was ordinary wind. It seems that the center of this hurricane might very well lead to the ruins of Tenerosha, said the Frost Serpent Sains, agreeing with Steel Stone's assessment. Then getting in will require some skill, said Zleel of the Horn Tribe. I can glide across by skimming along the ground. Steelstone proposed his plan. As a stone spirit, he could change his shape to lie flat on the ground, unaffected by the wind in areas where it hadn't yet picked up speed, a significant advantage. If possible, we hold one end of the rope. You slide across with the rope, and then we have someone hold the rope for support. Then, everyone will climb over one by one, but this will require a lot of strength. Zleel. The Serpent Sains offered his opinion on a suitable person to hold the rope. Finally, Zleel will hold the rope as he moves forward, while we pull it up, and everyone can get in. Gu added to the plan. If everyone's okay with that, let's begin, Steelstone said, glancing at Shenrua. If anyone was most likely to lose their grip on the rope and be blown away, it was clearly Shenrua. I have no problem, Shenrua stated. Then I go, Steelstone said, gripping the rope. Zlil wrapped the other end around his arm and held it tightly, causing Steelstone to flatten completely. He pressed himself against the ground, burying part of his body in the sand, leaving only his eyes exposed. Using earth elemental magic, he created a surge of sand, propelling him towards the eye of the hurricane. Using magic to glide, Steelstone successfully passed the outer edge of the wind zone. However, once he entered the area with the strongest winds, his flat form offered no advantage, as the sand was being whipped up into the air. Steelstone instantly changed his form. His limbs lengthened instantly, embedding themselves in the sand. Even with the strongest winds, it was impossible for such a thick layer of sand to be blown up at once. Then Steelstone moved forward in a constantly shifting, mimicking motion. He first retracted his two hind legs, then lengthened the front half of his body, and then grew two long limbs to anchor himself deep in the sand, before retracting his previously anchored legs again. He continued moving forward in this manner, the sandstorm completely obscuring his vision. He could only rely on intuition to determine direction. Suddenly, Steelstone's feet lost their footing, and as he fell, he felt the wind vanish. There was no wind in the eye of the hurricane. Steelstone tugged at the rope, and then cast an earth elemental spell. The spell vibrated along the rope, appearing to the waiting members on the other side of the hurricane as living dust climbed up the rope, blooming into a flower of dust at the end where Zlil held it. However, this dust was inherently sand-like. Using the dust in the surrounding environment to create the earth magic signal was the most energy-efficient method. Having received Steelstone's signal, the members gripped the rope one by one and crawled on the ground towards the hurricane. The one who crawled with the most ease was Saintson of the Frost Serpent clan. Her serpentine body coiled around the rope, spinning forward as if she didn't need to resist the hurricane at all. The other members had roughly the same difficulty climbing over. When Zlil finally crossed, he was blown into the air, but he didn't loosen his grip on the rope. And if Steelstone didn't have the ability to pull a horned child across in a hurricane, he wouldn't be a spirit rank. Although Steelstone's registered strength in the Eternal Tower was near spirit rank, Shenrua knew very well that he wasn't. A spirit rank being was Ling He and the other hermit's assessment of Gangshur. Once all members arrived safely, they began to study their location. They were currently standing on the roof of a relatively high stone building somewhere within the ruins. Most of the capital city below was buried in sand, making clearing and excavation difficult. The formation of this hurricane was unknown, but the gap between the roof and the surrounding desert must have been blown open by the hurricane. Otherwise, the roof should also be buried under sand. The members had different ideas about how to enter the ruins. For example, Gu Li, whose hand cannon was a wind cannon, suggested firing it to blow away some sand to assess the situation, but this was immediately rejected. Because they were currently in the eye of a massive hurricane, although the wind was blowing outwards, sand was still constantly slipping through and falling from above. The hurricane's energy was so immense that it had only blown out such a small area. The ruins must be vast. Relying on this method to assess the situation would likely be ineffective even after using up all their crystals. This hurricane might have been caused by the ancient Horn tribe who left this place. Steelstone took out his encyclopedia. He hadn't wanted to show this unusual item to others, but the hurricane situation was very different from what he knew about hurricanes. To understand it, he probably had to rely on the encyclopedia. Seeing Steelstone take out the encyclopedia, Shenrua moved closer. He had really wanted to use the encyclopedia the whole way, but Shenrua knew very well that if he did it, Steelstone would definitely discover his identity, something he desperately wanted to avoid. Now that Steelstone had brought out the encyclopedia, he could conveniently gather around and observe, then have an excuse to ask Steelstone to look up the entry he wanted to know. Steelstone's fingers traced the pages. He clearly wasn't going to search for hurricane, but rather for the hurricane before him. The encyclopedia displayed the relevant entry. Entry: Hurricane at the ruins of Tenalodia. The ancient Horn tribe of Tenalodia worshipped both a god, who controlled the wind element, and a god, who controlled the earth element. Their choice to establish their nation in the Sand Kingdom, a land covered in yellow sand, stemmed from this belief. Sand only forms, and thus deserts, when the wind element constantly alters the form of the earth element. The ancient Horn tribe found powerful wind energy left behind by the god, who controlled the wind element here. They used sacred relics left in the world by the god, who controlled the earth element to seal the wind energy left behind by the god, who controlled the wind element, and then harnessed it. Of course, the energy left behind by the gods was not easily controlled. It required the combined efforts of several priests. They used this energy as a wind drill to find water deep within the sand, and guided by the divine poem, built their capital at the site where the wind elemental god had left behind such energy. When the ancient Horn tribe finally left the city, their priests released the energy left behind by the wind elemental god, which they had then sealed away. This energy eventually formed the wind source of the entire Sand City. The strongest wind energy lingered, forming the hurricane above the ruins of Tenerosha. The original purpose of releasing this energy was to prevent their capital from being completely buried by the sand, but the ancient Horn tribe never returned after their departure. Sand was constantly being swept into this massive hurricane. Although the amount of sand falling below the eye of the hurricane was small, over time, the sand gradually buried the areas of the capital protected by the hurricane. There are no other signs of anyone else having been here. Those three teams, especially the third one, entered not long before us, so the ruins they found aren't here. Seeing Steele put away the encyclopedia, Shinruo finally spoke. Chapter 122. Shinruo summarized the current situation and presented her deduction to the other members. Since the other teams have all lost contact, if we assume that entering the ruins leads to loss of contact, then the underground singing clearly doesn't refer to the wind here. But we stumbled upon this place by accident. It's also above the Tenelodia ruins. Of course, I highly doubt that as long as we enter the general area, digging downwards in most places will eventually lead to the ruins of Tenelodia. But that would be too random, and we don't have the necessary conditions. This place is protected by the wind, not blown away, but only the roof beneath our feet hasn't been buried yet. In the sand. But I think we're lucky. Because there's a roof, it means we can go inside. Clearing the sand out of the house is impossible, but there's one place that must connect to different rooms, and thus to the temple. That's the water system and drainage system. The water system might be above ground, but the drainage system is definitely underground. When the drainage system was built, there was usually a road above it, meaning that even if sand fell into the drainage system, it couldn't completely fill it. We can use this passage to find the temple's location. But it will take time, and they don't know the condition of the sewers. I didn't realize you had any brains, the demon gorilla said. If he wasn't sticking out his tongue as if recalling delicious food, Shinruo would have taken it as a compliment. Shinruo didn't want to waste time arguing with him, so she turned to Gangshur. If you think my suggestion is good, we can have one of the team members cut a piece out of the roof. It shouldn't be too big, just big enough for us to get in. I do it, said Tianhu Tianxue. After all, I need to do something for the team. Tianhu Tianxue's foxfire originally couldn't burn the dark shape magic of the soldier king, she when she was near the spirit rank, but she could during their duel because of the heavenly fox jade fragment. If she could truly do this without the heavenly fox jade fragment, then she would already be at the spirit rank, not near the spirit rank. However, cutting the roof was something she could do without the heavenly fox jade fragment. Tianxue's flames transformed into the shape of a sword. As she made a cutting motion, the flames scorched the stone roof beneath her feet. This kind of magic, which could transform flames into something as thin as a sword yet with extremely strong penetrating power, was a skill only attainable by those at the peak of the near spirit rank. She sliced through the roof with her flaming sword as easily as cutting tofu. She circled the roof once, and the flames vanished. A loud crash echoed as a stone fell from below, revealing an opening large enough for a person of normal build like Shizha to pass through. I go down and check first. You can come down once everything's clear, Steelstone decided, choosing to go ahead and assess the situation. No one objected to their leader's decision to personally eliminate any danger. Steelstone jumped down into the opening and began observing her surroundings. Because the doors and windows were surrounded by sand, much of it had already seeped into the room, resulting in poor air circulation and insufficient particle concentration, making it quite dark. Steelstone surveyed the area, finding no threatening creatures or sudden danger, and called to the members above, "No problem, come down." The members jumped down one after another, leaving only Shinruo. Shinruo took out an ordinary fine steel dagger from her storage ring, tied a knot in the rope, concentrated her true energy on the dagger, and thrust it forcefully into the stone roof. The entire blade of the dagger sank into the stone surface of the roof. Shinruo threw the rope into a hole and climbed down. To the other races in the team, this behavior was incredibly uncouth. Besides, if they really wanted to climb back up, they could have used the wind elemental crystal's jet propulsion device. Although it was indeed difficult to control the force and direction of the jump indoors, a couple of impacts with the ceiling would have been enough to get away. If that still didn't work, there was another method. less friendly to Steelstone, to escape. If Steelstone disguises himself as a jewel ladder, they can climb over his body and escape. Alternatively, Steelstone could go to the roof first, and then lower a rope to pull them out. That's unnecessary, Zhuzha Aigili commented. That's not necessarily true, Shenrua replied. Although I really hope everyone is safe. If we happen to lose all our things, and I'm the only one left, I have to find a way to climb out. His words drew serious dissatisfaction from the others, especially the demon Goliath, who laughed incessantly. Hee, if we really lose everything, it means we have no food. Who here is the most suitable backup food? Alright, Geralt, it's understandable that the Eastern humans are naive. But now that the various races have reached an agreement, and our team's mission progress needs to be recorded, you better calm down. Sayings of the Frost Serpent clan stopped Geralt's overreaction. After this brief interlude, the team began searching for the area's water system and underground drainage system. The house's exposed roof indicated it was the tallest building in the vicinity, suggesting it was either a wealthy family's residence or an official residence of a high-ranking official in this ancient capital. The Sanshin Kingdom's water circulation system pumps underground water to higher ground, then distributes it. Used water undergoes multiple filtration and decomposition processes before finally flowing into the desert sands. The moist sand sinks, eventually contacting underground crystals. The crystals absorb the water elements from the sand, reactivating the underground water source. The distribution pipes are enormous, designed to ensure the entire city functions as an oasis within the sand. In the Sanshin Kingdom, the city and its surroundings are completely different worlds. Searching for the temple by swimming along the giant water pipes or traversing the tunnels of the underground drainage system will ultimately lead to the destination. It seems better to split up. Perhaps we should team up in pairs. After all, there are 3 teams ahead of us, and we need to save time, suggested Zleel of the Horn tribe. If we encounter other teams, we avoid them for now and decide what to do based on the situation. If they get the golden mask, can we fight them and then steal it, huh? Sayings of the Frost Serpent tribe chuckled. Isn't that what competition is all about? Steelstone shook his head. Don't underestimate them. It's strange that there doesn't seem to be any danger here. Why have these teams been out of contact since they arrived? The first team set off 36 days ago. By the time we reached Sand City, they should have finished searching the ruins. But we haven't heard anything from them yet. Isn't that strange? Everyone, check the status of your communication crystals. First, can we still contact the outside world? Second, can we contact each other while we're all in this ruin? Zleel made a standard suggestion. So the team members took out their communication crystals. Unsurprisingly, communication with the outside world was impossible, but a pair of crystals in the same ruin lit up simultaneously, indicating they could communicate. Looks like the situation isn't too bad. It's good that we can contact each other. Now let's check the group assignments. Seeing that communication was possible, Steelstone breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, they needed to race against time, as the other 3 teams were already ahead of them. Igri and Igarko are clearly a team. Their strength would be significantly reduced if they were separated. Gangshur, relying on luck, wanted to be in a team with Shenrua, but Shenrua and Tianhu had joined the group together, and they had already consciously stood together when the team assignments were announced. Sayings of the Frost Serpent clan chose the human warrior Gekka, saying that his heavy hammer weapon would complement her graceful and agile figure. However, this was somewhat of a favor to the other party. Because the demon Geralt had been staring at Shenrua with predatory eyes ever since she appeared, Steelstone was hesitant to let him stay with the human warrior Ghoulie. Therefore, Geralt was paired with the horn child Zleel, while Steelstone and Ghoulie formed another group. What a pity, not letting me stay with delicious food, Geralt slurred. Although it was said to be divided into 5 groups, it was actually initially divided into 2 groups. No matter how large the house was, it couldn't possibly have 2 separate water and drainage systems. Furthermore, the drainage system couldn't actually be accessed directly from the interior, as this would cause foul water to backflow and severely disrupt daily life. Therefore, the 3 groups accessing the drainage system needed to dig into the underground system. It is said that the ancient Shachin Kingdom's water and drainage systems were incredibly advanced. When designing the ancient city's water and drainage systems, the designers used numerous complex cleansing and transformation magic arrays, along with giant elemental crystals, and multiple powerful mages activated the magic arrays. These magic arrays could operate autonomously for 100 years even without maintenance and reactivation by mages. This means that after the ancient city of Tenerosha was abandoned, its underground drainage system's cleaning mechanism had been functioning for a century, so they shouldn't have to worry about any foul odors. The city was designed this way to protect the health of its residents, but unexpectedly, this ancient capital ultimately succumbed to infectious diseases. Agako, Agali, Gangshir, Guli, and Zleel, along with Gerelt, chose to leave through the underground drainage system. Watching the frost serpent Sains break open the giant water pipe and enter first, Tianxue, Shinruo, and Gekka followed suit. Those two groups are a bit weak, Zleel said. We can't rely on them, let's try our best. Although Agali and Agako were looked down upon by Zhezhe, they still possessed Zhezhe's cold and arrogant personality. The twins had an excellent understanding of each other. Without saying a word, they extended their left and right hands, and half of a magic circle appeared in each of their hands. Chapter 123. Agali and Agako's magic is destructive. Once formed, the magic circle is fired at their target, pulverizing it upon impact. The extent of the pulverization depends on the hardness and thickness of the material being pulverized. If the opponent is another life form, it depends on their defensive capabilities. Of course, the opponent won't simply sit idly by. The specific responses from both sides will only be known during the actual battle. Now they are entering the underground drainage system, so Agali and Agako immediately apply magic to the surface. A circle large enough for 3 people to enter appears, centered on the ground in front of them. Inside the circle are shattered stones, beneath which lies slightly damp sand. Guli takes out his hand cannon and places several wind element crystals into one of the magic circles within it. Then he presses the cannon switch, and a strong suction force emanates from the muzzle, drawing the stones from the ground into the cannon. After shutting down the hand cannon, Guli dumped the rubble onto the ground and repeated the action. Shortly, a circular, sloping hole appeared. They continued digging, the slope pointing towards the street, as underground drainage systems often lie beneath streets. After digging a short distance, the team encountered a stone wall, clearly the wall of a drainage channel built to prevent untreated sewage from seeping directly into the sand. Agali and Agarko used their magic again. This time, the shattered stone wall collapsed to the other side, and they stepped into the underground drainage tunnel of the Utilodia ruins. In fact, the Holy Sea's archives contain blueprints of the ancient Tenerosha underground drainage system, and they even brought a copy with them. However, they currently cannot pinpoint their exact location within the city, and therefore cannot rely on the blueprints for directional guidance. After Shinruo's 2 groups reached the first fork in the water circulation system, the Frost Serpent Sains asked Tianshue's opinion. Which way do you want to go? Tianxue looked at Shinruo, seeking his opinion with her eyes. Seeing Tianshue's expression, the Frost Serpent Sains gave a cryptic smile. Of course, a snake smile is difficult to decipher. To Shinruo and Tianxue, it simply looked like she hissed twice. I want to get to the top of the water system first, Shinruo said, pointing to the direction of the water flow, because it's marked there. The markings he referred to were from the ancient city map they had found in the archives. But since we entered the hurricane, our biopointers have malfunctioned, Sains reminded Shinruo. Of course I know that, but there's another possibility. When the city built its water system, they might have carved some markings inside the water towers. Water level lines, directions, it's all possible. We have to try our luck, Shinruo explained. So in that case, we should just go with you, Sains said, then asked the human warrior Gekka for his opinion. What do you think? It's a good idea, Gekka agreed, because those previous teams were all near spirit level and absolute level fighters. If we encounter them, his crystal weapon could indeed bridge the gap between high level and ultimate level strength, but he wasn't the only human in their team. Although Shinruo had been a champion in a jigsaw puzzle competition, that was ultimately a competitive sport. In Gekka's eyes, Shinruo was fast, but choosing such a non-direct confrontational match likely meant that speed was his only advantage. Even if Tianxue was near spirit level, with 2 humans relatively holding them back, it was hard to say how much combat power they could unleash against other teams. Human warriors' advantage lay in collective combat, utilizing various machines for all-range containment, and flexibly changing battle formations for coordination. Individual combat strength was still somewhat lacking. Of course, humans had a higher reproductive rate than other races, giving them a numerical advantage. This was one of the reasons their race had survived and developed in the past, eventually discovering crystal mines and changing their survival situation. This is precisely why Gekka has a clear understanding of the abilities of humans. He doesn't believe that he and Sains, or Shinruo and Tianxue, would have the upper hand in a conflict with other teams. Therefore, if they have a clear goal, continuing together is a good choice. Since Sains and Gekka don't intend to separate from them, Shinruo has no objection. Sains leads the way, with Tianxue bringing up the rear, as they head towards the central water tower of the city. Looks like we're in luck, Shinruo concludes, looking at the markings inside the water tower after arriving. Swimming into the central water tower, the depth below is unfathomable. The water tower has a height so that water flows downwards from the top, nourishing the entire city, and the bottom is connected to the water-rich underground. Its depth is unimaginable. To everyone's delight, the interior, as Shinruo had anticipated, was marked with directional signs. He adjusted his orientation, and then pulled out a replica of the ancient city map he had made from the Holy Sea's archives. The direction of the water outlets and the city's layout overlapped in his mind, and he quickly calculated the fastest route to the temple using the water system. You're pretty good, eh? Seeing Shinruo had already chosen an outlet and swam towards it, the frost serpent, Sain-san, praised him. Yeah, just looking at a map, nothing to brag about, Shinruo replied. But let me go first, eh? You can tell me left and right from behind, eh? The frost serpent, Sain-san, was, after all, a snake, and its swimming speed in water was far beyond what Shinruo could match in his normal state. She swam up to Shinruo with a twist of her body, and, it seems your brain is quite useful, rather interesting, huh? Probably because someone like me needs to be useful in every way to avoid living in constant fear. After saying this, Shinruo stopped talking to her except for pointing. Because the entrance they chose wasn't the one with the underground singing, they hadn't encountered any other team members or faced any obstacles so far. This smooth sailing gave Shinruo a feeling that danger was brewing. Therefore, reducing conversation was necessary, otherwise, they might alert other beings at any time, if there were other beings. However, there really was nothing else in the water system. And so, they approached the location of the temple. The temple was located at the westernmost edge of the ancient city, a considerable distance from the residential area. Approaching the temple, Shinruo sharpened her hearing and vision. A faint, ethereal song drifted from the direction of the temple. No way. The underground song leads directly to the temple. If other teams entered through the underground song, wouldn't they have arrived directly at the temple? Then why haven't they been able to leave the ruins? Did you hear that? Asked the serpent Scenes, clearly having also heard the faint song. That song, it's both terrifying and beautiful. Terrifying and beautiful are two completely different adjectives, but none of the other team members disagreed, because that was their direct impression of the song. As for the song's melodious beauty, considering their current situation of swimming in water, the word that came to Shinruo's mind was siren. This showed that the song was indeed incredibly beautiful. However, the melody of this song contained a kind of magical energy, capable of evoking negative emotions deep within them, especially fear. Shinruo didn't want to be disturbed by this sound, so he simply lowered his auditory sensitivity. But he knew that when they reached the source of the song, the interference would still be unavoidable. The interference wasn't about whether Shinruo could completely block out the song, but rather that the vibrations of sound didn't cease to exist simply because he couldn't hear them. The true power of sound lies in the frequency of its vibrations. Humans are normally unable to hear certain frequencies of sound vibration. On their home planet, Earth, ancient humans gave these kinds of sounds a name, ultrasound. Later, as human civilization progressed to Shinruo's era, some people, through special training and development, were able to hear some ancient ultrasound, but not all of it. The inability to hear ultrasound doesn't mean it has no effect on humans. Since discovering ultrasound throughout history, humanity has continuously developed various applications for it. These include ultrasonic waves, ultrasonic scalpels, and ultrasonic weapons. Ultrasonic scalpels can be used for surgery, and ultrasonic weapons can kill living beings remotely. Of course, to achieve the ability to kill invisibly, the intensity of ultrasonic weapons far surpasses that of ordinary ultrasonic waves. Furthermore, in later developments, ultrasonic weapons can even destroy walls and steal over extremely long distances. Therefore, Shinruo was certainly not naive enough to believe that lowering his auditory sensitivity would make him immune to the influence of this singing. To counter the sound, one method is to respond with sound, like chanting mantras or unleashing a lion's roar. Another is to change one's own frequency. Yes, humans themselves possess their own specific frequencies. Changing one's awareness is actually a similar method, altering one's breath flow, adjusting one's unity of heaven and man, essentially aligning one's frequency and breath with the environment. As they approached the source of the song, the human warrior Gekka was the first to experience a physical unease. Are you alright? Signs asked with concern. Not good. If we keep going, I might lose my fighting ability, Gekka said, rubbing his head. Maybe I should back up a bit and wait for you. Shinruo recalled the map and the water system's layout before speaking. Back up one intersection from here, turn left and walk about 20 steps. It's in a house. If you break open the pipe, don't worry about sand outside. Let's take him there first to make sure he's safe before continuing, Seinzin suggested. Following Shinruo's memory, they arrived at the corresponding location. After hammering a hole in the pipe, they found a house inside. Is it okay if the water keeps flowing out like this? Tianxue asked doubtfully. Although they had hammered the hole slightly to the side and above, water was still overflowing from the pipe. There's sand outside the doors and windows, and there are a few thin underground pipes leading to the underground drainage system. There shouldn't be any problems for a while, Shinruo answered Tianxue's question after checking their surroundings. In Seinzin's eyes, Shinruo and Tianxue were probably a bewitched human, wholeheartedly trying to compensate for Tianhu's inadequate intelligence, a scenario straight out of a script. The city's water system always had an outlet, and this outlet didn't seem to be buried by sand. One piece of evidence for this judgment was that they had been walking through the pipes, and the pipes weren't always full of water, otherwise, they would have had trouble breathing. The entire residence was inspected, but nothing unusual was found. Not even poisonous insects that typically live in the sand were present. This ancient city ruin truly exudes an eerie atmosphere. Chapter 124. Be careful here. Contact Crystal if anything happens. Seinzin instructed Gekka before diving back into the water pipe. Shinruo glanced back at the house, then followed Seinzin. Back at the Heavenly Fox Heavenly Snow Palace. This time, they followed the water system into the temple's interior. This temple had a water outlet, and beneath it was a deep pool. Centered on this pool, a capillary system was constructed to channel water to the surrounding areas and the city's outskirts. This system, centered on the pool, had numerous tiny pipes extending from the bottom. These pipes had many needle-like holes at their bottoms, ensuring that no matter how much water flowed from the outlet above, it would be diverted through these pipes to irrigate the nearby desert environment. The temple was adorned with numerous exquisite murals carved along the pool's edge, and a spiral staircase ascended and descended along the circular pool wall. Jumping directly from the water outlet would mean falling into a deep pool. To avoid this, one should find a suitable spot to break open the pipe. Upon entering the temple, Shinruo noticed something strange about the singing. The singing, initially faint due to distance, had remained constant and audible regardless of their movement once the sound stabilized. Many things on the dust sand continent had already defied common sense on their home planet Earth. Shinruo knew this was likely related to some kind of law, the will of a deity, or the characteristics of a peculiar race. However, the specific reason remained unknown. Furthermore, he had heard noises outside the water pipe before. Footsteps could be heard. Was it another team? These beings shouldn't notice they were inside the pipe, but they also couldn't see what was happening outside. If only there were a way to see what was going on outside. As if hearing their thoughts, a pipe nearby was smashed open. Although they wanted to see what was happening outside, it wasn't in this way, a pipe being violently smashed open. The beings outside were clearly fighting. Smashing the nearby pipe was just the beginning, then the sound of shattering stones continued, indicating a fierce battle. A magical shockwave suddenly pierced through the wall of the section of pipe where Shinruo and the others were. Although Sains, Shinruo, and Tianxue all dodged the attack, the lack of visibility was extremely disadvantageous. They could easily become collateral damage. So Tianxue didn't hesitate any longer. She decided to go out and investigate first. The ruptured water pipe had a hole in it. Tianxue swam nearby, then used her feet to brace herself against the pipe wall behind her to gather momentum. Enveloping herself in foxfire, she leaped out of the hole. Upon landing, she rolled, assuming a defensive stance to avoid any blind spots. She quickly assessed the battle. Being chased and attacked were several Zhuzhu warriors, but those attacking them were Horn Tribe and Demon Clan, the dead. How did she know they were the dead? Because the Horn Tribe attackers were barely clothed, and the strips of cloth still clinging to their bodies looked extremely ancient. The demon attackers had fatal wounds, dried blood at the corners of their mouths, but they appeared to have died only recently. Their clothing bore only traces of tearing and blood from the fight. In other words, the demons arrived first, were attacked by the corpses of these horned demons, and after dying, they themselves became attacking corpses. Sky Fox? Zhuzhu and the others noticed Tianxue, but clearly now was not a good time to ask questions. In the brief moment it took to utter two words, these monsters seized an opening and unleashed a combination attack. They even combined melee and ranged attacks. The two horned demons in melee suddenly propelled themselves forward like cannonballs. As Zhuzhu dodged, the demons anticipated their move, enveloping her in a water spell, and she quickly struggled inside. Sky Fox and Tianxue were also targeted. Several horned demons and the undead demons surrounded her, and a cat-and-mouse game ensued. Some of the undead continued smashing the water pipes, clearly aware that there were other beings inside. Shinruo and Sains had initially found an angle to look out from inside the pipe, but the pipe was precisely destroyed, and they instantly realized their location was no secret to the enemy. When exactly was their location discovered? Sains and Shinruo both decided to leave the pipe, as their opponents had somehow pinpointed their location. Although Shinruo could detect their location by footsteps, magic activation is silent. A person and a cold snake leaped out of the pipe, one after the other. Tianhu Tianxue was clearly not just a figurehead. Her foxfire successfully burned a corpse, reducing it to ashes. But terrifyingly, even before the corpse was completely burned and shattered, it could still successfully use magic. Tireless, painless, and seemingly intelligent and coordinated, and in considerable numbers. The dead here certainly aren't all, because including Shinruo's team, there were 4 teams that entered this area. The number of members couldn't be this small. Everyone's goal is the temple. The demons who died on the ground must be from the earlier teams. What about Zhezhe and Hishi who arrived later? Are these Zhezhe survivors, or did they arrive recently? Just then Zhezhe, enveloped in water, had been holding his breath for a long time. He couldn't hold on any longer, and coughed violently within the water droplet. It seemed that his death was only a matter of time. At this moment, the Frost Serpent Saints chose to save him. This water sphere magic was clearly no ordinary magic, because according to the information from the Eternal Tower regarding the teams that had already accepted the quest, this was a team of Zhezhe composed entirely of absolute and near-spirit ranks. In other words, they were helpless against this water sphere. Sains' registered information in the Tower of Eternity also indicated she was of the highest rank. What could she possibly do? Incredibly, she did. Her 8 tentacle-like hands formed a strange shape, and then a magic circle appeared above the water sphere spell and herself. The water in the water sphere spell began to dissipate under the radiance of this magic circle. During this process, the attacks from the other horned demons and the undead demons were completely blocked by the radiance emanating from the magic circle above Sains. Upon the use of this powerful magic, the same thought crossed the minds of everyone present. A spirit rank being? Shinruo's thoughts went a step further. He wondered, could he be one of the 10 spirit rank beings of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand? Shinruo had his reasons for thinking this way. The Eternal Tower possessed a vast amount of information unique to it. Steel Stone had been in the Eternal Tower for so long, it was highly likely that he had already attracted its attention, and they might even have discovered that he was actually a spirit rank stone spirit. Knowing that Steel Stone was a spirit rank stone spirit, deducing his identity wouldn't be difficult. Furthermore, when Shinruo gave Steel Stone the Phoenix Feather, the other candidates might not have known about it, but the entity governing the Eternal Tower certainly might. It seemed absurd that one of the 10 absolutes would pretend to be a spirit rank being to participate in a mission, but if there was someone in the mission team who interested her, then things would be different. Spirit rank beings were very important to the various nations of the Dust and Sand continent, but the 10 absolutes of the Eternal Tower were 10 anomalies. During Shinruo's time in the Eternal Tower, he had heard Ling He, Long Wei, and other beings discuss the 10 absolutes. These 10 spirit rank beings belong to no nation, and their whereabouts are shrouded in mystery, their presence or absence at the Eternal Tower unknown. Furthermore, Shinruo had consulted the encyclopedia entry for the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, but despite their immense fame, there were no illustrations or individual descriptions. It's possible that more information is needed to unlock the relevant entries. This suggests that few beings on the dust and sand continent have witnessed their true forms. Sainson is a cold serpent not particularly resistant to cold, and also a spirit rank being. If she were cold resistant, she would obviously remain in the cold spirit mountains. Someone of her stature clearly couldn't be unknown. After eliminating all possibilities, being one of the 10 spirit rank members of the dust and sand 10 absolutes is the most plausible assumption regarding her identity. But would searching for Sainson reveal her true identity? Probably not, because Sainson is the name of the frost serpent she registered for a quest at the Tower of Eternity. It's likely just an alias. While a search would certainly reveal Sainson, this Sainson would only be the Sainson who accepted the quest. With the help of Sainson, this spirit-ranked frost serpent, the water droplets trapping Zhezhe were converted into energy particles in the air, and Zhezhe was thrown out, collapsing to the ground and coughing violently. All the surviving members were invigorated, fighting the dead before them with even greater ferocity. Seemingly sensing a formidable opponent, footsteps approached from afar. It was the Horned Tribe of the Dead again. The problem was, Sainson's magic could only counter the water magic used by these dead, which other beings couldn't break. She could defend herself against the attacks, but the opponents outnumbered her, and their attacks were well coordinated. While Sainson was the strongest, After ensuring her absolute defense, her role was essentially supportive. She helped other beings block unavoidable attacks, or transform the water magic that enveloped them. Due to the complexity of the battle, she had no time to attack the dead while performing these tasks. Of course, the number of the dead was theoretically finite. Even if new deaths were occurring, it shouldn't exceed the number of the horned beasts who perished in and around the temple. As long as Saintson maintained control, the battle would end once Tianhu Tianxue and Zhizhe wiped out all the dead. Then she could ask Zhizhe where they came from, and what was going on with these dead, Saintson thought. After dealing with the dead, finding the golden mask shouldn't be a problem. Having saved these Zhizhes herself, and given the difference in strength, the other party wouldn't be so foolish as to try and steal her team's resources. Of course, Signs wasn't actually that concerned about completing the mission. Chapter 125. Just as Shinruo had suspected, Saintson was one of the 10 spirit rank members of the Eternal Tower, one of the 10 Dust and Sand Masters. He joined Steelstone's team purely out of curiosity. She thought Steelstone should be a candidate. Steelstone actually invited Shinruo to join the team because he thought this human had good luck. How interesting. The Stone Elf race actually talked about luck, and the human Steelstone chose was someone who had won against Wanlia in a jigsaw puzzle competition. Won't this team be interesting? Absolutely fascinating. Although the 10 spirit rank members of the 10 Dust and Sand Masters were the pillars of the Eternal Tower, they were actually quite free, each doing whatever they pleased. The most important thing for becoming a spirit rank member, and one of the 10 Dust and Sand Masters, was inheriting the crystal ball of the previous member to maintain their connection with the Eternal Tower. Therefore, not all of the current 10 Dust and Sand Masters had actually met each other. In other words, some of the Masters knew each other, while others did not. Identification relies entirely on sound. Shinruo observed the battle before her. While Sainz's magic wasn't as domineering as that of the King of Soldiers, Hershey, or Junjie, its efficiency in particle conversion was far superior. This indicated she was a spirit rank being with a deeper understanding of the laws. Whether one is a spirit rank being isn't determined by the strength of their magic or the elemental energy stored within their body. Even if these two aspects are at their peak, it only equates to the near spirit rank peak. The fundamental way to identify a spirit rank being lies in understanding the laws, and thus converting elemental energy. Even at the bottom of the Valley of the Undying, the King of Soldiers, Hishi, couldn't effectively utilize this transformation. Upon arriving at the Great Palace of Helt, although he could complete the transformation and even hold his own against the ancient Elder Hishi's spirit rank transformation, he was only achieving what a spirit rank being normally capable of. The magic of the Frost Serpent, Saintson, was far more versatile and addressed more points. In the Great Palace of Helt, whether facing earth spirits or the evil creatures transformed from the ancient Elder Hishi, King Hishi only needed to focus on one point, using Dark Element to influence the particles. The Frost Serpent, Saintson, could not only influence particles with water elemental power, but also convert water elemental energy into particles, demonstrating multiple applications of particle and magical transformation during the support process. Shinruo clearly recognized Saintson's power, but he believed that such power alone was far from sufficient to resolve the current predicament. In such an intense battle, no one had the time to pay attention to what Shinruo was doing. Shinruo left the battle. It wasn't that these horned demons and the undead didn't want to stop and hold him back, but they weren't as fast as Shinruo. Meanwhile, in Shinruo's perception, there were faint wisps of gas, their color and concentration slightly different from the particles in the air. These wisps of gas seemed to extend from a certain direction, connecting to the backs of these undead. An idea formed in Shinruo's mind. Could these undead be puppets? But if so, their controller was terrifying. This meant that this controller not only controlled a considerable number of undead, but could also sense the presence of other living beings without needing to see. Even at this distance, it's unlikely they relied on hearing. More absurdly, the controllers weren't making these dead attack mindlessly like zombies. It was a strategic and coordinated effort. Otherwise, there wouldn't be those demon corpses and Zhizhe, helpless against the attacks. And there's still a group of Hishi missing, likely either killed or intercepted by the controllers, manipulated dead. Moreover, something is still having a lasting impact. While still tolerable, it's weakening their condition. This is the song they've been hearing all along. Shinruo, following the faint trails of energy to find the controllers behind these dead, had tried his best to achieve complete harmony with his environment, yet he was still constantly attacked by horned beast undead. Several horned beasts were chasing him or, as if prepared, intercepting him from the front. How could the other party recognize her presence and know her location and movement when she was invisible and at a considerable distance? Shinruo's mind raced, considering all sorts of possibilities beyond her common sense. Could it be a song? This song might not be real singing, but some kind of area of effect magic. Shinruo speculated that the song might be caused by frequency vibrations within some kind of domain. It sounded like singing, but it could actually be a collective hallucination or illusion caused by a misinterpretation of the frequency. Because now the singing was clear, but it had no specific lyrics, just meaningless combinations of single notes. If the sound coverage is actually coverage of a specific frequency, then their presence, operating at a non-specific frequency, is like radar to an airplane in this area. Their location can be detected. As for the specific attacks on the dead, has the manipulator extended their 5 senses along with the chi? All the dead are his eyes and limbs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he has all-seeing and all-powerful abilities. If Shinruo stopped, he would inevitably be attacked by the Horn Tribe dead, so he didn't stop. These Horn Tribe dead didn't all relentlessly pursue him. They chased him within a certain range for a while, then gave up when they realized they couldn't outrun Shinruo. The temple is vast, and most importantly, it has numerous levels. Because the temple has outlets that flow into a deep pool, there are many underground levels connected to the spiral staircases built into the pool walls. Shinruo used his lightness technique combined with his control over time to reach the circular corridor on his level within the deep pool. He discovered that the energy originated from the depths of the pool, and upon looking up, he was utterly stunned by what he saw. A dense mass of horned beast undead stood on the lowest circular corridor, and the spiral staircase was also filled with them. Even with the spirit level being like Steelstone or Saintson, it was a mystery whether they could deal with this overwhelming number of undead before their power was exhausted. Shinruo could certainly escape, but his love of exploring the unknown led him to leap from the corridor downwards. Because it seemed that these horned beast undead were merely surrounding the pool, without actually entering the water. Could it be that they're afraid of water? The entity manipulating the dead is underwater. If they can't be dealt with, they eliminate them within the temple. He's already in this vicinity, but not all the dead have been activated, otherwise, Shinruo would never have taken such a risk. Based on his observations, he deduces that the underwater entity can only control a limited number of dead at a time. Because of the ongoing battle outside, although there are many dead here, they are all merely unconnected backup puppets. The entity might be arrogant, or perhaps it believes no one would dare to investigate amidst the dead, but whatever the reason, it doesn't seem to take Shinruo's investigation seriously. From the attitude of the Horn Tribe dead, who tried to intercept him along the way, Shinruo deduced that in the eyes of the dead's manipulator, he was probably just a harmless mosquito. Shinruo took a deep breath and held it as long as he could, but of course, there's a limit. Therefore, he needs to be quick. If he couldn't find anything underwater, he would have to figure out how to use the underwater stone walls to dodge the impending attack and escape. He drew his short sword in midair. He intended to concentrate his true energy on the sword and unleash a strike capable of parting the pool's water. Although the water wouldn't be parted for long, using the sword energy to penetrate the water was a form of offense as defense. The sword energy parted the pool's water. The true energy condensed in his dantian from the special particles of the dusty continent's air was more substantial than Shinruo's original true energy. With this strike, the pool's water parted and then closed again. The moment it touched the sword, the water changed. The pool water swirled, contracted, and converged, eventually forming a gigantic, flowing snake. The water within the snake's body continued to flow, giving it a transparent yet smoky black hue. Shinruo didn't believe his sword strike possessed such power that it could force the culprit to retract its hold on the pool water, which it initially considered its stronghold, and even materialize into a physical form. This phenomenon was likely due to the sword in his hand. If the entire pool were this snake, its contraction would only occur because his sword could kill it. However, a serious problem arose. Shinruo had jumped into the water, so he hadn't considered that the lack of buoyancy below would prevent him from being supported. The pool water was rapidly shrinking, and although part of Shinruo's body had initially touched the water, this contact provided absolutely no cushioning. He had gone from diving into the water to jumping off a building. With a flick of his wrist, a slingshot and several wind elemental crystals appeared in his hand. Before leaving the Eternal Tower, he had bought a lot of things. Not only did he have various crystal weapons, but he also had plenty of spare crystals. Of course, he had bought more than one slingshot, a tool he frequently used before. His plan was simple. Just like before when he infused his true energy into a light elemental crystal and shot it, he would shoot wind elemental crystals, using the wind generated by the exploding crystals to lift himself up and cushion his landing. After shooting the wind elemental crystals 3 times, Shinruo landed gracefully, the wind billowing his clothes and hair, looking quite dashing. However, he himself was not at ease. This was a response to a sudden change in circumstances, and his opponents hadn't been idle during this time. The horned undead had begun to converge on the bottom of the pool, while water magic continued to be fired at Shinruo from the air. While firing wind elemental crystals, Shinruo was also calculating his evasion angle. To do this, he needed to greatly extend his perception of time, which consumed a lot of true energy, especially since his current true energy was being replenished after being depleted, unlike the true energy he continuously absorbed into his dantian during cultivation based on his original innate true energy. Although after a period of time, due to the powerful energy contained in the air particles of the dust sand continent, his true energy, composed entirely of the dust sand continent's air, might become stronger. In the short term, Shinruo was actually in a state where his true energy was not solidified. Therefore, after landing, he had to deal with the snake as soon as possible. To catch the thief, catch the king first. Once the snake was dealt with, the other horned undead would collapse without a fight. What the hell is this thing? Shinruo muttered. He really wanted to consult an encyclopedia, but in his current, chilling state, he clearly didn't have the time or leisure to do so. However, the will of the god of wind elements, which had been feigning an activity in his earring, actually answered him. This is a thought that arose when the god of water element sank energy into the sand, attaching itself to a sacred relic. Of course, they would also have a consciously separated evil will, but this one was originally just a thought that arose unconsciously, not intentionally separated at the time of its creation. Because this place is sealed off, over time, it has become a tangible evil will, but not an existence like me. No, very similar, Shinruo thought to himself. The similarity lies in the fact that it sounds incredibly difficult to solve. Chapter 126. The lingering will of the god who governs the wind elements. In Shinruo's eyes, this bird, whose behavior and logic were quite strange, meant that the snake's will was a later development, not a will actively left by the god to maintain the laws of the dust sand continent. However, the bird didn't explain further how or why the snake was born. This was probably due to the unbreakable rules mentioned by both the bird and the giant wolf. Did the bird suddenly explain this because the snake's appearance was unexpected, or because simply explaining the snake's origin wouldn't violate any rules? Or perhaps, this was just an entry that would appear in the encyclopedia, and the bird was simply reading it to him? Shinruo's thoughts were fleeting, as the black water snake wouldn't give him a chance to ponder them further. Some of the nearby horned tribe corpses were attacking the center of the deep pool's bottom. Shinruo glanced over and could tell that while the number of attacking corpses was considerable, it wasn't all of them. To blend in, Shinruo not only purchased crystal weapons before leaving the Tower of Eternity, but also wore a special glove for using them on his left hand. At this moment, he held a special fire crossbow in his left hand. This fire crossbow was impossible for Shinruo, given his size, to lift and wield with one hand without using his true energy. However, Shinruo wasn't consciously suppressing his true energy like he had when practicing in the Tower of Eternity. Shinruo braced the fire crossbow against his shoulder, and the densely packed crystal darts at the front of the crossbow shot out in a fan shape. Simultaneously, Shinruo spun around at incredible speed, turning the crossbow 360 degrees. Each of these fire darts was inlaid with a fire element crystal, and its 360-degree swing was a pure, indiscriminate area of effect attack. This was Shinruo's most expensive crystal weapon, but at this moment, there was no room for hesitation. After swinging the darts, Shinruo discarded his crossbow. Using the explosions caused by the fire darts hitting flesh to slow down the horned tribe undead, Shinruo's right hand already held his sword, unleashing a series of thrusts at the giant snake trying to dodge his attack. Just as Shinruo had anticipated, the giant snake had a limit to the number of horned tribe undead it could control, but even so, the number it could control at once was already considerable. The darts fired from the crossbow pierced the heads and throats of the charging horned tribe undead, causing them to explode. As these undead lost their ability to attack, the giant snake summoned new horned tribe undead to continue the attack. Shinruo, of course, wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. He was relentless. After clearing out the initial group of horned tribe casualties with his first shot, he focused solely on raising his time awareness to its maximum. Cautiously, he didn't choose to break through, because he couldn't sustain such a drain on his energy for long. Even if he defeated the giant serpent in this place, there were still potential risks. Shinruo noticed that his fire darts pierced the giant serpent's body without causing any damage, but the serpent desperately dodged the short sword in his hand during Shinruo's attacks. This also explained why the giant serpent hadn't allowed the horned tribe casualties to desperately intercept it on its way. This was practically a snake immune to physical damage, Yet, this very snake feared the short sword in his hand, a sword from the deepest level of the Hell Grand Palace. It seemed that while the short sword couldn't be used with any magic, it had some unexpected effects. This was exactly what Shinruo wanted. Moreover, this snake seemed unable to leave the bottom of the deep pool. The circular area at the bottom was its entire range of movement. It seemed that even powerful beings had their natural weaknesses. If it couldn't escape, things would be easier. Shinruo ignored the attacks from the Horned Tribe corpses that didn't interfere with his attack. His only goal was to cut down the snake. Shinruo pushed his martial skills and speed to the limit, puffs of white mist rising from his body, the effect of sweat evaporating from the heat emanating from his body. The remaining energy from the water flame lotus had already been channeled into his meridians, while Shinruo focused on his attack, compensating for his current weakness in true energy. Under such a rapid and relentless attack, Shinruo severed the snake's tail with a powerful, sweeping sword strike. Shinruo's attack paused, as a sharp pain shot through his branded area. The suddenness of the attack disrupted his rhythm. However, his eyes clearly saw that the severed tail had transformed into a teardrop-shaped stone, and the snake instantly regenerated its body, albeit slightly smaller. Because the snake's body was originally water, this form could be continuously repaired. The teardrop-shaped stone was a quest item. Shinruo reacted swiftly, retrieving the stone into his earring even faster than the snake itself, and the pain in his brand vanished. However, Shinruo's actions created a momentary opening in his attack. This opening was brief, but enough for the horned beast undead summoned by the giant serpent to launch an effective attack. Shinruo felt a gust of wind approaching his right shoulder. His only reaction was to use a method to enhance his physical strength. Unlike the races on the Dust Sand continent, who were born with magical abilities and could transform elemental power into magical armor, the methods Shinruo knew for strengthening his body's defense were nothing more than martial arts techniques, like the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt. However, Shinruo had only learned these techniques incidentally, while studying ancient martial arts. They weren't his most proficient type. Therefore, Shinruo's mastery of these techniques hadn't reached the level of invulnerability claimed by masters of these techniques, except for their weak points. His actions only reduced the damage of the opponent's attack. He should be grateful that the giant serpent controlled the undead, and he would still respect the basic conditions of these dead in life. For example, Shinruo had observed that these Horned Tribe members could only use martial arts, likely because many of them originally possessed earth elemental magic. This giant serpent was clearly water-based. According to the 5 elements theory Shinruo was familiar with, there's an ancient Eastern proverb, water is contained by earth, so expecting a water serpent to manipulate the Horned Tribe into using earth elemental magic was obviously unrealistic. It was unclear whether the giant serpent could only manipulate the dead, who knew water elemental magic, or whether it could manipulate anyone who wasn't born with an earth elemental talent into using water elemental magic. After all, the water serpent manipulated the demons to use water elemental magic, but not the Horned Tribe. And the encyclopedia's description of the demons didn't mention any elemental talent they possessed. Whatever the reason, this gave Shinruo a chance to catch her breath. However, despite the lack of magical enhancement, the Horned Tribe was inherently a race skilled in combining close combat strength with magical application. Their fighting prowess was terrifying. Otherwise, the previous mission team wouldn't have faced such a long delay, and even lost many members after reaching the temple. The demon team was the weakest among the mission teams. Although their strength was all above the highest rank, none of them had reached the near spirit rank. After the demons died, their bodies were controlled by the giant serpent. The giant serpent's water magic was clearly superior to that of the deceased demons, so the demons' involvement was crucial in the obstacles faced by Zhezhe and Hishi's team. As Shinruo had witnessed firsthand, even several powerful Zhezhe couldn't free a top-tier Zhezhe trapped in the giant water sphere. There were no demons near the pool now, but the destructive power of the horned serpent was undeniable. Since the horned serpent was controlled by the giant snake, and Shinruo's vulnerability was fleeting, it was unrealistic for the giant snake to maximize its attack power by precisely controlling the serpent at that moment, while simultaneously enhancing the deceased's strength. Furthermore, the giant snake, having had a section of its tail severed, wasn't without damage. Therefore, although the blow Shinruo received was severe, he could feel only a dislocated shoulder and a minor fracture in his bones. During this process, as the horned serpent's fist made contact with Shinruo's shoulder, he had already neutralized the force of the attack by turning to the side. Otherwise, even if he used techniques like the Golden Bell Shield or Iron Shirt, and even if the giant snake wasn't at its strongest, this attack would likely have shattered Shinruo's shoulder. Even so, Shinruo felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Shinruo tossed the short sword from his right hand to his left, channeled his true energy, spun around, and swung it backhand. This strike sliced the Horn Tribe victim in two, the remaining force even cutting into the snake's body. Clearly, to capitalize on this opening, the giant snake had increased its control precision, sacrificing some of its agility for evasion. Shenruo's short sword was incredibly shrewd at cutting snakes. Seeing the sword penetrate the snake's body, Shenruo channeled his true energy into the blade and swung it rapidly within the snake's flesh. The giant serpent recoiled violently. Shenruo's attack terrified it. It only wanted the short sword to leave its body, and even its ability to manipulate the dead became less effective. As it retreated, Shenruo advanced, but his movements never ceased. The song, which had previously been continuous but lacked rhythm and frequency, finally became shrill. At this point, Shenruo could no longer ignore the song's influence to maintain his attack. He had to find a way to break free from its negative effects. To neutralize the destructive power of the sound vibrations, he needed to emit a sound that resonated throughout his body. In Shenruo's original world, after a significant portion of humanity had left their home planet Earth, they had developed a cultivation system that involved cultivating and altering one's body by emitting specific syllables, thereby influencing other beings. They possess scientific training methods. Through continuous practice of specific frequency sounds after training, they can temper their bodies, prolong their lives, and elevate their own vibrational frequencies to improve negative thoughts. Mantras are actually a type of sound vibration with specific effects discovered in ancient times. Of course, different people have different vocal vibration frequencies, resulting in different effects when chanted. The lion's roar-like method Shenruo used to break Ling He and Tian Shui's spell was also a form of sound manipulation. On their home planet Earth, those who master this method can use sound for hypnotic suggestion, influencing others' emotions, and triggering specific vibrational frequencies to affect the microscopic environment. Shenruo, capable of actively adjusting his own consciousness, is far more proficient in this method than in techniques like the Golden Bell Shield. Mantras don't need to have meaning. What matters is the person chanting and listening to them. The greatest power of mantras lies in the sound itself. Sound is power. Shenruo understands this. In fact, the simpler the syllables of a mantra, the stronger the energy it contains. To counter the piercing sounds emanating from the giant serpent, Shenruo chose the mantra Yu. The mantra Yu is a single syllable. Shenruo chose this pronunciation not because it had any inherent meaning, but because it allowed for a better and longer exhalation during chanting, ensuring a sustained sound vibration. Shenruo's voice wasn't loud, but for him, it was enough to be audible, and to alter his own vibrational frequency to mitigate the destructive effects of the shrill song on his mind and body. Shenruo knew very well that as long as he could withstand the destructive power of the sound, besides his sword, there was something else that would be fatal to the serpent. That was when Shenruo slashed at the serpent's body at a sufficiently fast speed, a speed at which the moisture dripping from the serpent's body was faster than the serpent's attempt to reabsorb it. After a certain number of pieces of the serpent's body were severed, the severed parts would solidify into a painful stone that would leave a lasting mark on Shenruo. This stone was a quest item, which was why Shenruo's earring could hold it. The giant serpent originally had a chance to reunite its severed parts with its body, but unfortunately, the severed parts, once turned to stone, would be absorbed by Shenruo's earring. The serpent's reliance on physical damage immunity, which would make it invincible against ordinary beings, and its ability to repeatedly merge with stone were both suppressed. Its struggle seemed only to buy time for its demise. Chapter 127. The giant serpent initially believed Shenruo's dominant hand was his right. When Shenruo revealed that fleeting opening, given the serpent's ability to control the attacks at that moment, Shenruo's right shoulder was the most advantageous target for the serpent, allowing him to manipulate the horned beast undead. He thought this would at least have Shenruo's fighting strength, making it only a matter of time before he was finished off. Unexpectedly, after that momentary opening, Shenruo simultaneously released his force and tossed his sword to his left hand, resuming his previous offensive that forced the serpent to defend and dodge. Under such a dense barrage of attacks, the giant serpent couldn't even maintain proper control over the horned beast undead, so he altered the frequency of his entire domain. To the ears of the living beings, the song became a piercing, shrill sound. For these living beings, the horned beast and demon undead's attacks first became sluggish, even ceasing altogether, allowing them to catch their breath. For example, Saintson used this opportunity to ask the Zhuzhas about the demons and horned tribes, and where the Zhuzhas had come from to this temple. While they were exchanging information and cleaning up the sluggish, even increasingly motionless, dead, the song turned into a piercing, ear-piercing sound. This song was extremely damaging to both the mind and the ears. The weaker Zhuzhas even had blood flowing from their ears, while Tianhu Tianxue, a near-spirit-level cultivator, covered her ears in discomfort. Saintson was also in pain. She frowned, but her condition was slightly better than the other members. Under these circumstances, only Saintson and Gangsher were still able to move. However, Steelstone has a fatal flaw. Its essence is that of a gemstone, and the destructive vibrational frequency of sound can easily affect its body. Therefore, Steelstone, having climbed up the temple sewers, retrieved a jar of precious oil from its storage space. This oil is essential for the stone elf race's maintenance, preventing gemstones from deteriorating in quality due to high temperatures and drying. The reason stone elves don't need to eat, yet still have caravans traveling to earn money, is to trade this precious oil, which isn't produced in their own country. Gemstones of Steelstone's caliber have a remarkably stable structure, and their bodies possess a steely fluorescence, proof of the hardness and quality of their original gemstone form. Theoretically, an ordinary steelstone wouldn't need such precious oil for maintenance, but it carried it as a precaution, given the desert's extreme aridity and the unpredictable nature of events. After pouring the precious oil onto itself, Steelstone continuously changed its mimicry to ensure the oil's effectiveness. Just as all living beings were troubled by the sound, it suddenly stopped. After Shinrua collected the last teardrop-shaped stone, the bodies of the Horned Tribe corpses surrounding the deep pool suddenly dissipated, transforming into starlight-like specks of light. Sheathing his short sword, Shinrua sat down on the spot. He also felt extremely exhausted. Although he still had some mobility, it was definitely not much. His fractured shoulder blade also needed treatment. He had been enduring the pain to maintain his attack frequency, because if he gave his opponent another opportunity, he would truly be defeated. Don't be fooled by his apparent dominance over the giant serpent. While suppressing the serpent and denying it any chance, Shinrua also had no breathing room or room for error. In the world of martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon. This battle truly made Shinrua realize that the short sword deep within the Help Palace was a genuine sacred relic. Its function was very simple yet effective. Shinrua's communication crystal lit up. It turned out that after the singing stopped and the dead from the Horned Tribe and Demon Clan were no longer obstructing them, Sains and Tianxue, noticing his disappearance, sent him a message. "Hey, where did you go?" Zhezhi said, "They could give up competing with us for the golden mask. Now that the dead have been cleared away, if you're hiding, you should come out now." It was Sains who spoke. I'm not doing too well," Shinrua said. "I just noticed that all the dead came from the same direction, so I crept over here. I found what seemed to be a special magical mechanism. When I tried to break it, one of the dead hit me, and I got a bone injury. I can't handle it myself right now, but thankfully I destroyed the mechanism. Shall we come find you?" Saintson suggested. "I'm below the drain. The waters flowed away because the mechanism was destroyed, but the drain is still spewing water. It's not good to stay here any longer. I go up, you guys come too." Shinrua offered her plan. Saintson was a little incredulous. "We can meet up as you said, but a magical mechanism controlling so many dead seems a bit off. This mechanism should be guarded by the dead. How did you manage that? What's the specific situation?" "Never mind, let's talk about it when we meet." Shinrua breathed a sigh of relief, and then explained how to reach the corridor by the deep pool. Although he didn't know why Saintson wasn't in a hurry to find the golden mask, Shinrua was still very happy that she and Tianxue were willing to come and meet him first. Because Shinrua wasn't in a good position to treat his injuries, and in his current state, he wasn't sure he could handle any other unexpected events. If these Horned Tribe corpses hadn't turned into specks of light and dust, Shinrua really wouldn't have asked Saintson and Tianxue to come and meet him. Surrounded by layers upon layers of corpses, even though they couldn't attack him all at once, the scene itself was astonishing. It would give his team members the absurd impression that he had single-handedly fought his way through a horde of monsters. Explaining that would be too troublesome. Picking up the fire crossbow from the ground and storing it in his storage space, and using his crystal weapon to break some of the rocks at the bottom of the deep pool, Shinrua began to walk back. The fire crossbow needed repair, and the addition of fire elemental crystal darts before it could be used again, and these consumables were the most expensive part of its operation. Back in the corridor where he had jumped down, Shinrua saw Saintson and Tianxue arriving. Against them were the Zhezhis. Shinrua's clothes were torn in many places, some of the bloodstains already dried. These wounds weren't deep. To maintain a sustained and efficient attack on the giant serpent, he had chosen to avoid the parts of the Horned Tribe casualties that would cause serious injury. The truly serious wounds were a fracture and dislocation of his right scapula. Because of the fracture, Shinrua didn't dare to immediately push the dislocated joint back in, so his right hand now hung awkwardly at his side. His numerous injuries aptly illustrated the not good condition Shinruo mentioned in his message. Both Han Chi-Sainson and Tian Hu Tian Shui had some experience in treating wounds. Although not professional healers, as combatants, basic wound care was essential for them. Zhe also had an experienced healer, making their team composition more balanced than the one Steel Stone had assembled. Steel Stone's team, at the suggestion of the Horn Tribe's Leal, also considered a healer, but those with magical abilities and healing skills were rare, and their multiracial composition made finding a professional healer even more difficult. Sainson was a support-oriented member, possessing the highest healing skill in the team. When forming the team, Steel Stone positioned Sainson as a support and part-time healer. Sainz opened a bottle of external healing potion and began casting his magic upon it. Actually, Sainz's magic wasn't healing magic, but rather water elemental magic, though the potion was also water. Sainz controlled the potion like water, enveloping Shinruo's right shoulder, and then used magic to allow the potion to penetrate Shinruo's skin. Sainz controlled the potion with both hands, while Zhe's healer used the potion to alleviate Shinruo's fractured bone pain, to manually reset Shinruo's dislocated shoulder. With a sharp crack, despite the pain relief from the medicine, Shinruo's face turned pale, and cold sweat poured down her forehead. "Alright, I reset your dislocation, but it still needs some immobilization," suggested pharmacist Zhe. A bone fracture on Earth would be irreversible, inevitably leading to long-term consequences. However, on the Dust Sand continent, healing potions can be magically channeled directly into the bone, preventing fluid buildup and inflammation, just as in the case of Sainson. Then, by controlling the water element, the subtle misalignment of the fracture can be detected. By gently manipulating the water element, minute changes occur in the body's water-containing cells, restoring the misalignment. A specialized pharmacist then uses special magic to immobilize the restored bone. For several days afterward, healing potions are magically channeled to ensure no regrowth occurs during the healing process. With powerful healing potions available, healing takes approximately 5 days. This method prevents long-term complications from bone fractures, but it's an extremely expensive and costly procedure. While treating Shinruo, Sainz explained what he needed to do to avoid any lasting effects. "You're one of our members, and you don't need the final reward for completing the mission. Plus, you solved such a crucial problem this time, so of course I can treat you for free. But Zhe isn't one of our members. If you choose the treatment plan I suggested, you still have to pay them, because they decided to give up competing with us for the golden mask. We can't let them treat us for free. Actually, if we hadn't met you, we might have died here." Zhe meant that he didn't need to pay, but Shinruo wasn't going to let them lose so much. "Give me a discount based on the market average. If you really want to thank us, how about 60%? This kind of special fixed magic costs an average of 1,000 gold coins." Zhe was surprised. This human's clothing and appearance didn't seem like that of someone very wealthy. He even carried a backpack and only had a storage ring on his hand. "Well, if you're willing to give me a discount, it'd be 600 gold coins, which I can pay right now," Shinruo said. "However, my hand is a little inconvenient right now. Could you please do the fixation spell for me first?" Pharmacist Zhe nodded, and took out a needle from his storage bracelet. "Is this acupuncture from the Dust Sand continent?" Shinruo had barely thought that when pharmacist Zhe's actions proved him wrong. Chapter 128. The needle that pharmacist Zhe took out was to help him better complete this extremely intricate and delicate spell. Pharmacist spells often have a limited lifespan. Their spells may not have particularly high destructive power or direct intensity, but they can retain their final state for a considerable period. For example, the light magic thread that pharmacist Zhe used to suture Shinruo before is like a suture that can be absorbed by the body, but it disappears more completely. It weakens the healing process along with the wound, thus bringing better treatment results. Now, pharmacist Zhe would use this needle to draw a magic circle for fixation. Because bone fractures are often in multiple places, to achieve a seamless fixation, many magic circles must be combined to ensure that every surface is treated. The magic circles Shinruo had seen before for attack or defense were all very large. In comparison, the magic circle used for fixation was like a miniature sculpture. The needle was merely to help pharmacist Zhe concentrate his attention on the tip to achieve precise control of the light element. The needle tip shape is used to ensure that each stroke of the healer's magic circle drawing is as fine as a needle tip. The healer transforms light magic into lines, then uses these lines to draw magic circles. Finally, these magic circles, formed by the lines of magic, must permeate Shinruo's bones. This step requires the cooperation of both Shinruo and Sainz. Because these lines are essentially light elemental energy, and particles in the air contain light elemental energy, these particles can naturally enter the human body through the pores. However, once transformed into a magic circle, for these particles to penetrate the body and precisely adhere to the bone, this healer Zhizhi couldn't accomplish on her own, only a spirit-level being could do it. For a spirit-level being, influencing non-living beings using particles is very simple. But for living beings, merely altering particles on the outside to achieve influence is also simple. But to directly affect the inside requires the recipient to completely empty their mind and not resist the magic with their will. Therefore, for this magic to succeed, Shenrua needs to resist as much as possible. Should I knock you out, Hiss? Sainz's voice sounded strangely excited. Don't worry, after I knock you out and apply the magic to your bones, I can use pain stimulation to wake you up, Hiss. No need. Shenrua refused. I can resist the treatment while I'm awake. Okay, then I get started, Hiss. For some reason, Shenrua detected a subtle disappointment in Sainz's voice. The treatment was successfully completed, and Sainz, perhaps finding the process uninteresting, even sighed as it ended. However, she quickly found a new focus. How did you come up with the idea of sabotaging the mechanisms here? Sainz had wanted to ask this question beforehand. Shenrua had hoped that Sainz would forget about it by the end of the treatment, but it turned out that wasn't so simple. Looking down from their current position, the bottom of the deep pool, which should have been smooth rock, was now riddled with cracks and fragments. Combining this with Shenrua's explanation, this was his handiwork. If Shenrua's words are true, then the mechanism should be a large magic circle at the bottom of the deep pool, which disappeared after Shenrua destroyed it. A magic circle that can disappear indicates a type of magic similar to the one used by the healer Zhizhi to treat Shenrua. But what powerful mage's magic could remain there for so long? It's normal for Sainz to have doubts, and remember to ask. Shenrua wasn't entirely keeping things to himself. He had originally intended to give a teardrop-shaped stone to Gangshur, but he couldn't just give it away for free. What had his employer said? He only wanted the golden mask. Anything else found here belonged to whoever obtained it through their own abilities. Giving this quest item to Gangshur in exchange for the benefits he wanted, plus additional gains. So, Shenrua took out a teardrop-shaped stone in front of Sainz. This thing was originally at the bottom of the pool. I watched those Horn Tribe dead keep walking towards you. I tried to avoid them, and move in the direction they came from. Finally, I found they were like an army waiting for orders, with a dozen or so on each level, motionless around the deep pool. I think they must have some kind of pattern. For example, if you render one of the dead incapacitated, two of the other dead here will activate, although I don't know why they don't swarm at once. But since they're surrounding the deep pool, there's obviously something down there. Almost all the dead on this level have been attracted to you. Since there are no dead guarding this level's corridor, I just jumped down. Strangely, the water here is breathable, and I found a magic circle underwater. This thing is the core of the magic circle. I tried to swim across, but there was always resistance. So I smashed the stone surface at the edge of the magic circle. Surprisingly, the resistance disappeared after I broke the stone. I kept smashing as I approached the thing, and finally, after destroying the entire magic circle, the thing drained all the water from the deep pool. At this point, I noticed that all the dead Horn Tribe members were beginning to turn to ash and dissipate. I guessed that the magic circle might be the source that kept them in their physical bodies and able to move. Shenrua's words were a mix of truth and falsehood, but in terms of the outcome, they were very close to the facts, and they did indeed help the team escape the clutches of the dead. If they continued to stalemate with these dead, it was highly likely that only the strongest members would eventually give up and leave without achieving anything. After listening to Shenrua's words, Sainz carefully examined the teardrop-shaped stone Shenrua had taken out, and finally uncertainly offered his conclusion. Could this be a sacred relic, the heart of the water elemental? Shenrua shook her head. I'm not sure either. How about we use the communication crystal to contact the leader and check our progress? Right. Look at me. I completely forgot about the leader. Sainson flicked his tongue and took out a communication crystal. Captain, where are you? Hiss? Have you found the golden mask? Sainson asked after the communication crystal connected. Steelstone's voice came from the other end of the crystal. We encountered many dead Horn Tribe members before, and heard some terrible noises. But they disappeared on their own afterward, and we don't know why. The golden mask, just as the employer said, is located on the statue in the central hall of the temple. The key he gave us can open the door. We just took off our masks. What's the situation on your end? Sainz relayed the situation. We also encountered attacks from the dead and their voices. However, the human lad found a magic circle underwater, probably the energy source of these dead. After he destroyed the magic circle, the dead stopped attacking and dissipated. The energy source he found seems to be a sacred relic, probably the heart of the water elemental. Steelstone felt a sharp pain at his branded location. The heart of the water elemental, clearly a quest item. Sure enough, this human has the luck to find quest items. He unreservedly took it out. Was there a chance he could get a private trade deal with him? Steelstone knew the employer's rules. According to the employer, the heart of the water elemental should belong to Shinruo. Steelstone had attended the auction for the Phoenix Feather and the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment. He didn't have that much money only. The problem lies in the information gap. He hoped Shinruo didn't know the item's actual auction value, so he could potentially acquire it at a lower price. However, the Phoenix Feathers were provided to Ling He by Shinruo. In Gangshi's view, Shinruo only knew the Phoenix Feathers were a sacred relic, yet they fetched such a high price. Now that Shinruo knows the water elemental heart might be a sacred relic, would he still allow him to snag a bargain? He should have acted with Shinruo after all. Gangshi was somewhat annoyed, but it was too late for regrets. He could only try to persuade Shinruo to transfer the water elemental heart to him. "Let's discuss the details when we meet," Steelstone said. "Where are you all?" After agreeing on a meeting place, Steelstone contacted the other members of the group and informed them of the same thing. Then, wearing the golden mask, he and the demon Geralt headed to the rendezvous point. At the rendezvous point, after all the adventurers, including the survivors, and the few Zhizhas who had separated from the group encountered by Sainz's group, had gathered, they shared their experiences in this ancient capital. 2 of the 4 teams that had entered had already been wiped out. The demon team and Hershey's team had all perished in the attacks of the undead in the ruins. The Zhizhas were a quest team that had entered the ancient ruins of Tronisha shortly before Steelstone's team. They were lucky. They encountered a team that actually had 2 members pretending to be near spirit and supreme spirit level individuals, and this team also had 2 hidden candidates. The reason the giant serpent knew the demon and Heshi tribes were wiped out was because it probably thought these 2 newcomers, after being transformed into its army of the dead, would be more useful than its own ancient horned tribe undead. During the close combat, Steelstone's team and Zhizha's group encountered demon or Heshi undead. After counting, they discovered that both teams had tragically perished. The bounty of 60,000 was certainly insufficient to warrant the sacrifice of top-tier and near-spirit level warriors, but the danger of the mission was not reflected in the mission description. Who could have imagined that a mere A-rank treasure hunt mission would involve such peril? Actually, we should have been able to sense that this mission was somewhat unusual. We were careless. While the Horn tribe migrated due to the plague, they should at least have taken their most important treasures with them, Sainz said. Sainz meant that since the golden mask was so important that a team was needed to search for it after so many years, why didn't the Horn tribe take it with them when they left? Something must have happened that prevented them from taking the golden mask. However, precisely because of this, since they didn't have time to take the golden mask, there must be other treasures here. These treasures are probably not lost in the city, but concentrated in the temple. Isn't the water elemental heart that Shinruo obtained one? Thinking of this, Sainz, always eager for chaos, grinned and hissed twice. "Captain, you've been hiding your strength, haven't you?" "Spirit rank stone spirit, what did you say in the Eternal Tower? You wanted to break through to the spirit rank, right? Now it seems, Captain, do you think that's more appealing?" "You flatter me. You're even more powerful than me, even pretending to be just a lowly frost serpent," Steelstone replied. However, was this a candidate frost serpent, or a native frost serpent of the Dust Sand continent? Steelstone pondered. Unlike Shinruo, who had already used quest items to probe who the candidate was and memorized its appearance at an astonishing speed, Steelstone was different. Of course, the frost serpent's appearance wasn't as easily recognizable to Shinruo, so he specifically memorized its voice as well. Chapter 129. The probing between Sainz and Steelstone ended there, confirming that the greatest danger in this ancient capital came from the dead. Now that this threat had been averted, the surviving Zhizha and the rest of the team planned to search the temple. Compared to the danger of this mission, 60,000 gold coins was a paltry sum, and Zhizha and his companions couldn't even obtain that much. Since the Lord of Neotronia in the Sand City Kingdom stated that anything found here, except for the golden mask, belonged to the finder, acquiring some ancient relics would be some compensation for this adventure. Speaking of which, are you interested in buying the water elemental heart I just got? Of course, I'm not sure if it is, that's just Sainz's guess. Leader, I see you have a book that shows what that hurricane was, would you like to check it out? Shinruo took out the water elemental heart from her storage ring. Steelstone had been enduring the pain, waiting for the exploration of the ruins to begin so he and Shinrua could team up and obtain the item. But Shinrua had actually produced the quest item he needed in front of all the team members. Now he was in a bind. He couldn't use any unscrupulous means to acquire the item, nor could he pretend to be ignorant of its value. You're actually planning to sell it, and not even waiting to return to the Ion? Science found it amusing. You know, something like this recently fetched an astronomical price at the Ion. My strength is too weak. Carrying something so valuable is probably not a good idea. Shinrua smiled. Captain, would you like to see what this is? Just confirm it, and anyone interested can buy it. Gangshur had already taken out the encyclopedia once before, so he had to bring it out again. Now that he had the encyclopedia out, besides the water elemental heart in Shinrua's hand, Gangshur also planned to check what the Golden Mask was. The Golden Mask, which had buried 2 A-rank teams, piqued Gangshur's curiosity. Gangshur placed his hand on the encyclopedia, and the entries appeared, starting with the water elemental heart. Entry: Water elemental heart. Category: Sacred relic. Quality: Divine relic. A crystallized essence of energy left on the Dust Sand continent by the god who governs the water element. However, because water element is usually in a flowing state, such essence crystals are difficult to form. The desert of the Sand City Kingdom is a special landform formed in the era of creation by the gods due to the convergence of the energies of the 4 elements: water, earth, wind, and fire. The energy of the fire element scorched the earth, causing it to crack and be eroded by the wind into sand. Water element energy condensed downwards. All 4 elements here were left behind by the gods, not elemental energies transformed from normal air laws. Therefore, the water element that condensed downwards formed the heart of the water element. The earth, deprived of the water element, turned to sand, while the fire element energy rose, floating in the air and becoming a rootless flame. It is said that the last flame drifted to the famous plateau of the 1,000 Desolate Plains, where the race called the Celestial Fox was born. This really is the legendary heart of the water element. We, the Frost Serpents, are a race that uses water element magic. This heart of the water element will be very beneficial to my cultivation. I can buy it. Sain-Sign had been interested in the heart of the water elemental before, but although sacred relics were precious, as one of the 10 absolutes, she wouldn't steal from other members of the Eternal Tower team. However, Shinrua's offer to trade it now was a different story. Actually, I want it too. With a competitor appearing, Steelstone felt uneasy. How much do you think is appropriate? How about we auction it off right here? Sain-Sign suddenly suggested. This idea was terrible. Steelstone strongly resisted. Sain-Sign was a spirit rank. If she were also a candidate, her wealth would probably be about the same as his, but if she was a native of the Dust Sand continent, the wealth a spirit rank could accumulate was beyond his reach. Alright. Shinrua didn't let Sain-Sign's perverse sense of humor escalate. His purpose wasn't to make a fortune. The money he earned from the phoenix feathers was enough for him to live on the Dust Sand continent for a long time, as long as he didn't participate in any quest item or sacred relic auctions. Shinrua offered her solution. We wouldn't have gotten here without the leader, and without Sain-Sign, I wouldn't have had the chance to discover the mechanism and this stone inside. How about you give Sain-Sign and me some money each, and we keep the water elemental heart? We can split the bounty you received this time. The number of team members receiving the bounty didn't include Shinrua. Including Tianhu and Tianxue, there were only 9 in total. Dividing the 60,000 gold coins, each member would receive less than 7,000 gold coins. Compared to the previously exorbitant prices fetched for the Phoenix Feather and the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, Shinrua only wanted half, a little over 3,000 gold coins, a pitifully low price. Steelstone even felt a slight pang of guilt for his previous intention to use the search of the ruins to plunder, or secretly force Shinrua to sell him the heart of the water element. His previous thoughts had been far too inappropriate. Meanwhile, the Frost Serpent, Sains, was observing Steelstone's changes, but couldn't discern anything. Because in situations like this, the Stone Spirit race was the nemesis of any master observer trying to read someone's mind through facial expressions. A stone's expression remained unchanged unless it was deliberately mimicked. However, at this moment, Steelstone was clearly willing to show Shinrua some friendliness. After all, the other party had given him a tremendous benefit. He forced a smile onto his stone-like face. But this is very precious. This price is probably too low. I don't know how to repay it. I still have some savings, and I can still earn money later. If you need any help, just tell me. I'd pay for Sain's share as you wish. Sains was clearly not satisfied with this result. Hey, since we both contributed, why can't I be given priority in this price? Oh well, never mind. Humph. Shinrua handed the water elemental heart to Steelstone. It's impossible for the other members around not to be envious. They all felt Shinrua was being far too generous. This human didn't even want to pay for the mission. You see, Shinrua had actually contributed to the mission's success. If he were to back out now and ask for his share, the members would all agree. The sacred relic. Every member knew what it meant on the Dust Sand continent. Something like the heart of the water elemental, if given to the Frost Serpent clan, would be a sacred relic capable of crafting a clan-protecting treasure. Sold for just a few thousand gold coins, and half of it was given to Saintson. However, it's understandable. With 2 spirit rank beings in the team, what good would it do to possess a sacred relic? He could have easily kept it hidden from everyone, waiting until after they left to find out what it was, then selling it at an auction, ensuring a life of comfort and never having to return to such ruins. To not keep it to himself would be cowardly, a view shared by some of his teammates and Zhizhe. There were also those present who had heard of Jisilfa and Tianhu Tianxue. Tianhu Tianxue's presence in this team, especially with the humans, suggested another possibility. This suggests that Shinrua was actually bewitched by the Heavenly Fox, handing over the item in order to have the 2 spirit rank individuals protect the Heavenly Fox, Tian Shui, from Jisilfa's threat. Regardless, when the sacred relic was displayed, both spirit rank individuals expressed interest, and anyone else wanting it would have to carefully consider their own strength. Now that the ownership of the water elemental heart has been settled, the spirit rank individual, Stone Spirit, has obtained the sacred relic. The only remaining possibility for seizing it is the Frost Serpent, Saintson, and it's no longer their concern. Therefore, although they were envious, regardless of their inner turmoil, they remained outwardly calm, and no one showed any dissent. After Steelstone carefully stored away the heart of water, Shinrua didn't pay much attention to Steelstone and Sainz's statements. He simply stated his request. Captain, I don't need your savings. Your book is very interesting. Just take it out and flip through it often. For example, right now, don't forget to look up what the Golden Mask actually is. Steelstone was currently hoping to pay more to ease his guilt, so he naturally wouldn't refuse the information he already intended to look up. He opened the encyclopedia for the Golden Mask, and soon, the description of the Golden Mask appeared on the page. Entry: Ancient Golden Mask of the Sand City Kingdom. Category: Sacred Relic. Quality: Divine Relic. A divine mask created by the Sand City Kingdom to fuse the energies of 3 elemental gods. Due to the random dispersal of the energies of different elemental gods at the beginning of creation, the ancient Sand City Kingdom formed a desert with exceptionally abundant groundwater. Therefore, the inhabitants of the ancient Sand City Kingdom believed that the gods might originally have been one entity, or at least the gods who caused this desert to appear. They hoped that by establishing faith, the gods would regain their unified divine status, thus generating greater power to protect the people of the Sand City. After washing the yellow sand from the shifting sand dunes, they discovered a shimmering metal within it, which they believed to be a blessing from the 3 gods. Using this metal, they fused 3 sacred relics representing 3 different gods together to create a golden mask for their idol, which they placed upon their imagined image of the gods reunited. Ultimately, with the fall of Tronisha, the golden mask was buried beneath the sands of the ruins. Steelstone was also somewhat puzzled. This golden mask appears to be a single piece, without any inlays, but the book says it contains sacred relics of 3 different elemental gods. How was that possible? Saintson picked up the mask. While not particularly thin, it was only about the thickness of the side of her hand. For a moment, she couldn't recall any sacred relic that could be encased within it. However, this was a sacred relic for which even the Tower of Ion had no records, yet Steelstone's book revealed it. Saintson immediately guessed that this book might be an item exclusive to the candidates. Although Steelstone was already within the 10 deadly assassins' list of candidates, confirming her identity was a gain, better than nothing, for Saintson. Furthermore, she was certain that the Heart of Water was one of the items the candidates needed, and this special book, along with other items, would certainly add to the conversation at the Crystal Conference. Thinking this, Saintson flicked her tongue again. Then shall we split up and search the ruins separately, shall we? Steelstone nodded. No problem. By the way, Shinrua, can I come with you? Don't worry, if we find anything else, except for what I absolutely need, everything else is yours. I'm just holding on to it for now. Once we reach the Tower of Eternity, and the transaction is safe, you can keep what you want or sell what you want. How about that? As a cold serpent, Saintson didn't have the option to roll her eyes, but she could express her strong dissatisfaction with Steelstone's behavior verbally. Captain, how valuable must something be for a spirit rank player like you? You already gotten one bargain. If you get another, you're going too far. Steelstone hadn't originally intended this, but Saintsen's words made her realize that she had already obtained a quest item at a very low price. If she got another, she would owe a favor worth millions of gold coins. He was momentarily speechless with embarrassment. While stones wouldn't show any expression unless actively displaying it, and gems wouldn't exhibit any strange behavior like glowing red to indicate embarrassment, his silence spoke volumes about his inner turmoil. It's nothing, I just go with the leader. Shinruo wasn't as unhappy as Steelstone had expected. After all, having a leader with spirit rank strength willing to travel with me, and keeping most of what we find, is perfectly acceptable. Chapter 130. Although he hadn't managed to create any drama to satisfy his own whims, Saintsen actually approved of Shinruo's choice. After this period of intelligence gathering by the Dust Sand 10, Saintsen was certain that the scarce items the candidates would be fighting for were most likely sacred relics. Of course, this didn't mean other items wouldn't be in demand, but on the Dust Sand continent, no matter how scarce other items were, they wouldn't be sold for less than 8 parts each. If it weren't a sacred relic, it would be a necessity for the candidates, and there wouldn't have been the astronomical bidding frenzy of the last auction. Sacred relics weren't exactly commonplace. Although Shinruo had encountered quite a few sacred relics recently, this was related to his interactions, whether intentional or unintentional, and his course of action. It could be considered both accidental and inevitable. For example, the temple they were currently in was originally the sacrificial center of the ancient San kingdom, and a nation's sacrificial center was often the place where important sacred relics of that nation were stored. The Tower of Eternity was originally a center for cross-species and cross-border trade of goods by powerful individuals and nobles from various nations and races. Longwei brought Shinruo there, where they happened to encounter Tianxue, who wanted to seize the heavenly fox jade. The phoenix feather was the only sacred relic in the entire Undying Valley where he resided. Next was the Help Palace, a place that originally had no quest items, but Shilit, who died there, was carrying one. As for the Dark Crystal, Shinruo didn't deliberately seek it out, he even felt it was beyond his reach. However, to thank him for opening the Eastern Human Fortress, the Soldier King Hishi gave him this sacred relic as a gift. Of course, the sacred relics used for the exchange were originally created because Shinruo freed the remaining will of the god, who controlled the dark elements from the dark undead. Now, in this temple, besides the heart of the water elemental, there is also a golden mask that fuses 3 sacred relics. The number of these sacred relics is already the limit for many nations. To say nothing of distant lands, even the Stone Elf nation where Steelstone resides only has 2 sacred relics, one of which is the quest item required by the candidates. Therefore, neither Shinruo nor Sains believed that the subsequent search of the temple would yield any other sacred relics. For Shinruo, if there were no time constraints or life-threatening dangers, he would be very willing to spend more time exploring the ancient ruins beneath the sand. Teeming with Steelstone, as long as there are no more insurmountable threats, Shinruo can completely disregard safety issues and immerse himself in the temple. For example, when he jumped into the deep pool earlier, he saw that the concentric rings and layers around it were filled with various bas-relief pillars, silently telling the story of the ancient city's former glory. In Shinruo's opinion, teaming up with Steelstone had another advantage. He could freely use Steelstone's encyclopedia. Shinruo really wanted to use the encyclopedia to see the meanings of the bas-reliefs and paintings in the various buildings he hadn't seen before. Including in the Holy Temple of the Holy Sea, Shinruo really wanted to see which gods the 8 statues corresponded to, and whether the statues' poses had any special meaning. However, to avoid revealing her identity as a candidate, Shinruo never took out the encyclopedia. The ancient capital's temple was rich in carvings and murals. Perhaps due to the unique nature of the worship of more than one deity, the stories told in the wall reliefs differed from those elsewhere. Besides epics sung by bards and stories of divine will sung by divinely inspired poets, there were also numerous carvings depicting interactions between deities and the gods, imagined by the ancient Shachin kingdom's horns. Some of the precious reliefs and murals even featured jewelry inlaid with real gemstones. While these gemstones were incredibly valuable, removing them would be a waste and would damage the integrity of the murals. However, Steelstone seemed to sense Shinruo's thoughts and said from the side, "Should we take them down? If we don't, the other adventurers won't share your opinion. They come here, even risking their lives, only to gain nothing. I don't think they can accept that." Shinruo shook his head, looking at the murals, and simply took out a recording crystal to record the appearance of the temple. Deep within the temple, there was an altar filled with skeletons. Shinruo walked over to examine these remains, and came to a conclusion. These are the remains of humans. They were probably living sacrifices in the ancient city of Tronisha in ancient times. But that's strange, Steelstone responded to Shinrua's thoughts, because on the Dust Sand continent, we haven't heard of any such sacrifices so far. Even when we check the traditions recorded by the Holy See, we haven't seen anything like it. The ideas of the ancient inhabitants of Tronicia are very different from the customs of the Dust Sand continent that we have encountered so far. Therefore, it is possible that the problem in this ancient capital is not necessarily due to a plague. Shinrua looked around. But the history is too ancient. Based solely on those murals, and the remains here, we cannot reconstruct the beliefs and rituals that once existed here. Are you referring to divine punishment? But the demons ate humans, and did not suffer divine punishment. Steelstone and Shinrua discussed the possibilities of what might have happened here. Along the way, they had not found any more sacred relics, but they had found legendary quality gems. However, it was clearly a main stone embedded in a very important mural. Shinrua did not touch any of the inlays in the mural, making their gains in the temple virtually nil. The stories in the murals were not explained in detail in the encyclopedia. It only described specific images. For example, when looking up a certain image in the mural in the encyclopedia would display the name of that image. They'd likely depict various priests, nobles, and the king of the ancient Shachin kingdom. Shinrua could only guess at the stories told by the abstract expressions in the relief murals based on the roles these figures represented. Even before it was buried under the sand, the temple had an underground section, otherwise, there wouldn't have been concentric corridors built around the deep pool. The underground section of the temple was constructed from top to bottom, and the stories in the murals also follow a logical chronological order from top to bottom. Upon reaching the latter part of the murals, the giant water serpent that Shinrua had encountered earlier reappeared in the scene. But the relief mural ended there. The final carving depicted the giant serpent standing in a deep pool, surrounded by concentric circles of ancient Horn Turban tribe inhabitants kneeling along the pool's corridors. Looking at these murals, Shinrua formed a hypothesis about what had happened here in ancient times, but Gangshur, as another potential candidate, was not a suitable person to share it with. When they returned to the team, they were surprisingly the team with the least harvest. Some team members had formed their own groups, while others, not wanting the spoils to be difficult to distribute, had searched the ruins alone, but all had a considerable harvest. There were many gems that could be pried off the murals, as well as some epic-level weapons and legendary-level sacrificial items. After searching the entire temple, the team's food and water were almost used up. Zhezhe and the others had run out even earlier. They hadn't been in a cooperative relationship with Gangshur's team, so they had already left the ancient capital. As Shinrua had predicted, the first three teams entered from different points. The other three teams were luckier. They entered an ancient watchtower. After many years, the lower half of the watchtower was buried under sandstorms, while the top remained exposed in the desert. There were stairs inside the watchtower that led directly to the vicinity of the temple. From inside the watchtower, they could hear the now-vanished voice. Using the location left by Zhezhe and the others, leaving was much easier than entering. After climbing out of the watchtower, the members found that the communication crystals and biocompasses were all functioning properly. This was indeed good news. With the communication crystal and a normal biological compass, they could use the sand sleds to reach this place and leave smoothly. But before they could even rejoice, they spotted a cloud of dust billowing in the distance, and a group of Horn tribe piloting sand sleds was approaching them. Their attire was clearly heavily armed, hardly suggesting they were there to rescue them. The group members were no ordinary individuals. They had already formed a battle formation around the watchtower. If things go wrong, we head back to the ruins and leave through the hurricane, Steelstone told the group. Do we still have that much food and water? Asked the demon Geralt. Can I eat a human? That human you're talking about, he brought enough food and water to fill you up, said Saintson. But the important thing is whether we've been tricked. The sand sled team stopped not far from the watchtower. The warriors on the sand sleds were all fully armed in armor. The leader jumped down and addressed the Steelstone team. Gentlemen, the leader of Neonetrodia plotted to seize the throne of Sandkar using the Golden Mask. His scheme has been exposed. Now, we demand you hand over the Golden Mask, and we will treat you with the utmost respect. We are a quest team from Ion, Sign said, hissing. Our task is to complete the quests issued by Ion that we have accepted. Besides, how can you know if we have obtained the Golden Mask? The leader held his battle axe horizontally in front of him. You are now within the territory of Sandkar. The decrees of the King of Sandkar and the laws of Sandkar are above those of Ion here. The mission rules. If you want to take the sacred relics of the Sanshin Kingdom out of Sanshin, you must obtain the Sanshin Kingdom's consent. Otherwise, this is a declaration of war against our country, And if you died here, no one will be held responsible for your death. Even if you manage to escape, you will become permanently wanted persons of the Sanshin Kingdom. Any citizen of Sanshin who encounters you anywhere can kill you on the spot. The formalities are too empty. Zleel of the Horn Tribe didn't align himself with them just because he was also a Horn Tribe member. We accept missions in teams, essentially for money. If you offer enough, we can talk. Just then, dust billowed in the distance, and another team of sand sleds appeared in the field of vision.